Heaven and earth were shrouded in gloom, the boundless wilderness fading into emptiness, while within the netherworld a dense chill of energy coiled and drifted. Dressed in plain robes, Su Fan was led by a ghostly officer through the gate of ghosts. The moment he stepped inside, a surge of thick, ghostly chi rushed toward him. His soul was frail and nearly scattered under that gust of malignant wind. Humph! The ghostly officer let out a cold snort as a strand of power spread forth, forming a barrier before Su Fan and shielding him from the wind. So weak, and you still dare to indulge 7 times in a single night? The ghost officer spoke. 7 times a night. Su Fan was completely baffled. Damn it, they've got the wrong person. That wasn't me. Not you. Are you not called Su Fan? The ghost officer asked. I am. But I was killed in a car accident, Su Fan muttered. He glanced at the ghost officer, then quickly lowered his head. The ghost officer's face was simply too terrifying, twisted, and ferocious. Su Fan did not dare say much more. Stop talking nonsense. Move. The ghost officer barked, lashing a whip across Su Fan's soul. Inwardly, Su Fan cursed, just you wait if you ever fall into my hands. Yet his feet did not dare to slow. This whip was crafted to torment souls, and the pain was excruciating. As he walked, Su Fan glanced around. The road stretched long and far, veiled in swirling energy. On both sides bloomed many fiery red flowers, surely the legendary blossoms of the other shore. Along the way, many spirits like him were being driven forward. You dogs! I am a prince of the Great Li dynasty. You must have eaten leopard gall and bear heart to dare hook my soul. Once I see King, then I'll have him punish you for your offense. Shut up. You are already dead, now you are nothing at all. A sharp crack followed as a whip lashed across the prince's soul. It hurts. Don't hit me. All around were curses and howls. Some had yet to grasp their situation, still posing arrogantly before the ghost officers, and inevitably received a heavy beating. After several strokes of the whip, all became obedient. Why make it so hard on yourselves? Su Fan sighed. Life, he thought, was like a relentless force. If you cannot resist it, you can only learn to endure. Yet even now, Su Fan still could not figure out one thing: was he truly dead, or had he crossed into another world? The spirits around him were all dressed in ancient garments, and he himself wore a plain, ancient long robe. Up ahead is Fengdu City. If you do not wish for your souls to be scattered and lose any chance at reincarnation, then behave once you enter the city. At that moment, a ghost officer shouted loudly, his aura surging with a heavy, oppressive might. This, Su Fan thought, must be the official authority that came naturally to the Underworld's ghost officers. Fengdu City. He lifted his gaze and saw ahead a colossal black city standing at the end of Yellow Springs Road. The city was vast and boundless, steeped in chilling gloom. Gazing upon it felt like beholding a supreme, ghostly emperor, silently watching, sending shivers through one's heart. Su Fan did not dare stare at the gigantic city for long. He quickly lowered his head and hurried onward. Inside Fengdu City, you will undergo judgment in the courts of adjudication. All your sins will be punished by the offices of retribution, oil-frying seas of fire, and a host of other torments, until they are washed away. After that, according to the merits and sins recorded on the scrolls of reincarnation, you will be assigned to a particular path for rebirth. Oil frying. At these words, the gathered spirits trembled. Many were so terrified that they turned to flee. Humph. For 3 lives in the mortal world, your good and evil deeds were yours to choose. Since ancient times, when has the netherworld ever spared anyone? Having entered this underworld, you still dream of escape. The ghost officer bellowed and swung his whip. Those few fleeing spirits let out shrill, tragic screams as their soul bodies dispersed completely, utter annihilation. Witnessing this, none of the remaining spirits dared to run. Su Fan reviewed his entire life from beginning to end. As far as he could tell, he had committed no great sins. He wondered whether peeking at girls bathing back in elementary school counted. I'm telling you all in advance, so that once you enter the city, you won't break the rules out of ignorance and anger the judges. Otherwise, they'll say we failed in our duties. The ghost officer said in a low voice. As he spoke, the procession finally reached the outer edge of Fengdu City. One ghost officer handed over a written document to several ghost soldiers guarding the gate, then led the multitude of spirits into Fengdu. Fengdu City was immeasurably vast, stretching for who knew how many miles. Within were only black palaces, tendrils of energy rising and churning, emanating an immense pressure that shook the heart and mind. Court of Judgment 1, Court of Judgment 2, Court of Judgment 13, 360 courts. Su Fan kept surveying the surrounding palaces. Not far from the city gates stood the first courts of judgment, and after walking all this time, they were still passing more of them. Then again, he thought, with so many people dying every day in the world, how could just 1 or 2 courts possibly handle all the cases? Looking at the palaces of the courts of judgment on all sides, he could not honestly say he felt no dread. As long as one passed through their doors and stood before the mirror of sins, everything would be laid bare. So all the legends were real after all. Su Fan began to worry. What if the judge in charge of his case made a careless mistake and consigned him to the path of beasts? As he walked, Su Fan suddenly felt his vision blur, as though something flashed before his eyes. At the same time, a voice reverberated within his heart. Detected host has entered the underworld. System activating. Hearing this voice, Su Fan's heart leapt with joy. A cheat ability. Had he truly transmigrated? Main mission: become a soul-hooking ghost officer. Invigorate the working motivation of ghost officers and maintain the balance of yin and yang between heaven and earth. Reward: undying body, true spirit, indestructible. Name: Su Fan. Realm: wandering soul. 110. Cultivation method: none. Arts: none. Evolution points: 10. Note: hooking souls grants evolution points. Can't you explain it in simpler terms? Is there no manual? Su Fan asked in his heart, but there was no response. Become a soul-hooking ghost officer, maintain the balance of heaven and earth. So the system wanted him to remain here in the underworld as a ghost officer. And that undying body, did it mean his soul would never disperse? Even with the system's assurance, Su Fan did not dare to test it. His realm was listed as wandering soul, the lowest rank among spirits. The display indicated it could be upgraded, and what he needed surely were evolution points. But for now, how was he supposed to become a soul-hooking ghost officer? In this underworld, he had no acquaintances at all. Even his ancestors had likely already reincarnated. Whom could he possibly turn to for help? At that moment, Su Fan looked toward the ghost officer leading them and said, "Honored ghost officer, I see that you are valiant and imposing, your bearing sharp and extraordinary. In life, you must have been a towering figure of great stature." To his surprise, the ghost officer clearly enjoyed this speech. He grinned, exhaling a puff of ghostly chi. His face was flat and distorted, hardly distinguishable into nose or eyes, yet he stared at Su Fan and said, "You little ghost do know how to talk. Back then I truly was someone of note. Who would have thought that in the war of investiture a mount of one of Chan's sect's disciples lost its footing and stomped me to death in a single step?" Su Fan was speechless. Yet what of it? The ghost officer continued. "After entering this netherworld, I still became a ghost officer. May I ask, honored sir, what official post you held in the living world?" "Chief of Black Wind Stronghold," the ghost officer replied. Then his eyes widened and his voice sank. "Enough, enough. Why are you prying into so much? You are about to be judged. You might well be cast into the path of beasts. Don't waste breath. You're the one heading for the path of beasts. May your whole family end up there." Su Fan cursed silently. At the same time, he struggled to remain outwardly calm. The ghost officer had mentioned the war of investiture, which sent a jolt through Su Fan's heart. After the investiture, the great desolation. If he followed the timeline, then after the investiture calamity came the journey to the west calamity. Could this world truly be set around the era of journey to the west? Within Fengdu City, gloomy mists coiled and drifted. All who came and went were shadowy spirits wreathed in dense energy, hurrying along with soul-hooking chains in hand as they headed toward the city gates. Alas, in these times our underworld has truly fallen. Among the three realms of heaven, earth, and man, our hell holds the lowest status. Everyone wants to trample us underfoot. At this moment, two ghost generals were making their way through Fengdu City. Isn't that the truth? Ever since we were incorporated into the heavenly court, our underworld has had no autonomy at all. This soul may not be hooked, for he is the close kin of some cave-dwelling immortal. That soul may not be hooked, for she is a dear friend of some mortal dynasty's crown prince. Where then is the dignity of our hell? The two ghost generals walked on, cursing and muttering as they went. Function. After all that conferring of gods, the vast Hongwang ended up full of deities and Buddhas, while only the people of our hell became ghosts. One of the ghost generals grumbled, "Hush, keep your voice down. If these words reach the heavenly court, our hell will be punished yet again. What is there to fear? Think of how glorious our Wu clan once was, and now we've been reduced to mere ghosts. Nowadays, even the most insignificant creatures in the human world dare jump out and slaughter our underworld messengers. I'm choking on this indignation. You feel wronged. Which of the 10 Yama Kings doesn't feel wronged? But what of it? Whether heavenly court or Buddhist sect, each has a sage behind it. Only our hell, alas. Isn't that so? Ever since Pingshin Nyang vanished, both heavenly court and Buddhist sect have stretched their hands into our hell. I still remember what happened back then when Dizong came. King Qingguang's face was dark as ink, and he sent that bald donkey Dizong 10 female ghosts to warm his bed. Ha Dizong's face went completely green, and the smoke almost spurted off his shiny head. I suppose King Qin Guang had a belly full of rage with nowhere to vent. Enough, let's stop talking about it. My Soul Hook division has lost many messengers again. Lord 8 has ordered the two of us to recruit more, so we had best hurry. Going out on Yang-side assignments is truly a rotten job. One wrong move, and your scattered body and soul. Among all tasks in hell, our Soul Hook division bears the greatest risk. But the stipend is high as well. Even ordinary ghost soldiers receive 100 merit points a month. Isn't that our Soul Hook division's messengers up ahead? Looks like they've brought back quite a number of newly dead souls this time. Let's go see if there are any suitable ones. Saying so, the two ghost generals walked toward the group ahead. Su Fan was just pondering how he might become a soul-hooking messenger when the procession of souls he was in suddenly halted. He bumped straight into the back of the soul in front of him. Fortunately, they were all spirits now and felt no pain, or he would have earned himself a loud scolding. Greetings, honored ghost generals. The ghost messengers at the front bowed to the two ghost generals. I am Liu Gang, Ghost General under Lord 8. By Lord 8's command, I have come to recruit several souls to fill the vacancies in the 33 Soul Hook divisions. Do you have any newly dead souls of decent strength? Please choose as you see fit, General Liu. The ghost messenger replied respectfully. With that, Liu Gang walked toward the long line of souls behind them. At this moment, Su Fan grew excited, just as he had been worrying over his chances. Opportunity seemed to deliver itself to his doorstep. Was this the innate allure of a protagonist? However, his soul was far too feeble, his spectral body fragile as paper. A mere gust of wind could scatter him. There was no way he would be selected as a messenger in such a state. Thinking of this, Su Fan's mind flashed with inspiration, and he quietly began to allocate points. Consume 10 evolution points. Realm breaks through to soldier. A voice echoed within Su Fan's heart as his soul body swelled with power. He even felt soul force arising within him, a power unique to underworld beings, akin to spiritual energy in the Yang world. The realms of hell were not cluttered with endless levels. Roughly speaking, they were wandering ghost soldier, ghost fiend, ghost general, ghost marshal, ghost king, ghost emperor. The 10 Yama Kings were at the Ghost King realm, equivalent to a Deluo golden immortal, while the 5 direction ghost emperors stood at the Ghost Emperor realm, comparable to quasi-siths. However, the 5 direction ghost emperors were mighty guardians stationed at the crucial gates of hell. Even the 10 Yama Kings could not easily command them unless the matter was of utmost importance. They answered only to Ping Xin Yang Yang. As Su Fan broke through, his soul body immediately grew much sturdier, far surpassing the other souls around him. What is your name? Liu Gang's gaze fell upon a certain soul. Chen Kong. I'm not bad. There is divine light above your head, fortune shrouding you. You are a man of merit. With that, Liu Gang took out a mirror and held it up to Chen Kong. At once the story of Chen Kang's life unfolded upon its surface. His father died when he was 6, his mother when he was 12. He grew up eating at the tables of 100 households. One day a wild beast descended upon the mountain village. Chen Kong alone stood against it, saving all the villagers, yet in the end he himself was devoured. Are you willing to serve as a messenger in hell, or would you rather enter reincarnation and be born anew? Liu Gang asked. The sufferings of the Yang world. I do not wish to return there, Chen Kong replied. Since that is so, from this day forth you are a soul-hooking messenger of our hell. With that, Liu Gang drew Chen Kong out of the line. What is your name? He turned his gaze to another soul and raised the treasured mirror toward him. Immediately image after image surfaced within the mirror, and Liu Gang's expression grew dark. In the reflection, a man bullied men and women alike, abducted wives and children, and after ravaging women forced them to be sold into brothels. You beast unworthy of being called human. Liu Gang cursed, striking the man's soul with a heavy slap. Take my token. This one need not pass through the judgment division. Drag him straight to the punishment of evil division, have him deep-fried 100 times, then cast him into the beast path. Liu Gang addressed a nearby ghost messenger. As you command. No, you can't do this. My father said he already paid people off for me. I wasn't supposed to enter the beast path. Scum, who is your father? Liu Gang roared. The soul clamped his mouth shut. It's parasites like you that have turned hell foul and murky. Drag him away for frying. Liu Gang's words left some souls deathly pale with fright, yet stirred others to such excitement that they nearly raised their thumbs in silent praise. They were all ordinary folk who had suffered much in life. If such a sin-soaked villain were spared punishment and allowed to enter the cycle of reincarnation, their hearts would grow even colder. In the Yang world, your 3 lifetimes of good and evil are yours to choose, since ancient times, when has hell ever spared the guilty? Su Fan murmured, his respect for Liu Gang deepening. Your strength is not bad. What is your name? At this moment, Lu Gang came to stand beside Su Fan. Su Fan. Su Fan was a little nervous. He had transmigrated into the body of someone already dead, and no sooner had he arrived than his soul had been hooked. He had no idea what sort of person this Su Fan had been in life or what sins he might have committed. Earlier, a ghost messenger had mentioned that this man had indulged in 7 rounds in a single night and likely died atop a woman's belly. By that alone, he hardly sounded virtuous. Su Fan fretted inwardly as Lu Gang lifted the sin mirror and began to shine it upon him. In that instant, Su Fan finally saw what the original owner had been. Lord Su, come now. Finish this cup, and there are 3 more. In a brothel where every corner oozed softness, voluptuous women with generous curves clustered around a young man swaying and flirting. Amidst a sea of blossoms, a single speck of green. The original Su Fan had actually bought out the entire brothel for himself. Damn, that's really something to envy. Su Fan cursed inwardly, his worry only deepening. Within the mirror of sin, the entire life of Su Fan was laid bare. Inside a brothel, he lounged with women in his arms, one feeding him rare fruits, another pouring wine for him, reveling in unrestrained pleasure. The watching multitude of wandering souls could not help but envy him. The image flickered, and before the door of a widow's home, Su Fan knocked lightly, saying, "Madame Zhang, may I come in?" "Master Su, these past years I've relied so much on your care." "Come in," the widow replied. "Damn, he even has this kind of hobby," the ghostly Su Fan muttered, utterly speechless. The gazes of the surrounding ghosts toward him all changed. The final image showed the interior of a pleasure house where the original Su Fan, having drunk far too much, was wildly excited and shouted, "Tonight, I want 7." The next morning, he never rose from bed again. Very soon the mirror had finished reflecting the entirety of Su Fan's life, and he finally understood how the original owner had spent his days. Wine feasts and pleasures filled that life, yet the original Su Fan had his own peculiar principles. Decent married women were not to his taste. He never used force and favored visiting brothels and flirting with widows. Wherever he went, the original would ask the attendant at his side, "Are there any young and beautiful widows here in need of assistance?" They were impoverished, lonely, and chilled by emptiness. He would fill that void for them with his silver. Su Fan lowered his head, utterly defeated by the original's peculiar preferences. He could feel the astonished gazes of the surrounding ghosts, and even the 2 ghost generals stood silent at a loss for words. Lu Gang, he doesn't really seem to bear any great sins, does he? Though lustful, he takes what he desires by proper means and appears never to have harmed anyone. He even provided for many widows. That should count as merit, shouldn't it? What nonsense merit? He's doing it for payment, and at best one can say he bears no grave sin. Should we fry him once to cleanse his minor guilt before letting him enter my soul-reaping office? Lu Gang muttered to himself as he pondered. Hearing this, Su Fan exploded with anxiety and spoke hurriedly. "My lord, I have studied the classics since childhood and deeply understand the sufferings of the mortal world. Though my family was wealthy, I scattered my fortune among others. Whether courtesans in brothels or widows bereft of husbands, they are all people in hardship. Without silver, I fear they could scarcely survive. If I were to give them silver for no reason, they would never accept it. As the saying goes, women love wealth, yet it must be taken in a proper way. So I too had no choice in how I gave." Su Fan's face was flushed with emotion as he spoke in a rush. "What you say does seem to hold some reason. Forget it, forget it. I am not a judge of hell. As long as it is not murder, arson, or monstrous evil, frequenting brothels and aiding widows hardly counts as a great sin." With that, Lu Gang directly pulled Su Fan out. Su Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This ordeal was finally over. Then Lu Gang selected several other souls and led them toward the soul-reaping office. As for the other souls, they proceeded according to protocol. Those with sin were judged and fried in oil, while those without sin left through the rear gate of Fengdu City, heading toward the land of reincarnation. The soul-reaping office was vast, occupying an enormous area within Fengdu City. Inside it were many smaller departments, each responsible for soul-reaping affairs in various regions of the 3 realms. The office was overseen by Black and White Impermanence, both at the Ghost Martial realm, among the 10 great marshals of the Underworld in charge of all soul-reaping matters. Led by Lu Gang, several ghostly souls walked toward a grand hall. Along the way, Su Fan became acquainted with a few companions. Besides the previously met Shin Kong, there was an old ghost who looked especially shrewd, named Luo Qing. According to the Mirror of Sin, Luo Qing had been a businessman in life. Yet he had taken too many concubines, leaving his proper wife lonely and aggrieved, as she eventually took a lover. Luo Qing flew into a rage, took up a blade to confront the man, and was killed instead. After Luo Qing's death, his property was inherited by that primary wife, who dismissed the concubines and flew away happily with her new man. Thus Luo Qing remained sullen along the way, not uttering a single word. At this moment, Su Fan glanced toward Luo Qing and asked, "Brother, may I know your honorable surname?" Luo Qing, he replied. "Judging from the reflection in your mirror of sin, your fate was truly miserable," Su Fan said. "Miserable does not even begin to describe it. When I think of that enemy squandering my money while sleeping with my wife, I feel unbearably aggrieved," Luo Qing said through gritted teeth. "You were too impulsive then. At that moment, you should have had your wife go to the yamen to accuse him of violating her, have him thrown into prison, and then turn around and divorce your wife. Brother, that's a brilliant stratagem." At Su Fan's words, Luo Qing's eyes brightened, yet he soon shook his head in secret. "Now it's too late for anything, I'm already dead. Sigh, I was far too rash back then. Enough, stop chatting. We're about to reach the 33rd office. Everyone be on your guard," Lu Gang said. His face was pitch black and features ferocious. When he spoke, none of the little ghosts dared defy him. At last they arrived at the 33rd office. Gazing upon the towering and majestic great hall, Su Fan's heart was shaken. Energy coiled within, and statues of ferocious ghosts were carved along the surrounding walls, eyes bulging in furious glares, making the place chillingly terrifying and hideously grim. Even though Su Fan and the others had committed no heinous deeds, being stared at by those ghostly statues left them all exceedingly tense. "Take them to the soul-washing pool to cleanse the filth on their souls and reshape their spirit bodies," a voice commanded within the 33rd office. Within the 33rd office, Lu Gang directed several ghost messengers. "Yes, sir. Follow me." The ghost messengers led Su Fan and the others out of the office, heading toward a location elsewhere in Fengdu City. This place was a mysterious region of Fengdu City, filled with large pools of black water that reeked foully. "All ghosts descend into the pools to bathe, rinse your souls, and reshape your spirit bodies," came the instruction. Staring at the pitch-black pool water, Su Fan was speechless. No wonder those ghost messengers were so dark. Could such pools truly wash a soul clean? But this was no time for overthinking. Behind them, the ghost messengers wielded whips, driving one ghost after another into the soul-washing pool. The moment he entered, Su Fan felt a mysterious force scourging his soul. Traces of mortal world dust and attachments were washed away completely. Then a black tar-like substance began to spread toward him. Startled, Su Fan hastily used his ghostly chi to ward it off, filtering out those inky impurities. He glanced at the others and saw that none of them had the strength to resist the black substance. They allowed the power of the soul-washing pool to carry this filth directly into their souls. Su Fan sensed that he now possessed a formed spirit body. Lowering his gaze, he saw that the mysterious substance was indeed helping him condense his soul. "What's this fellow's background? He's only just become a ghost, yet already has the strength of a ghost soldier," someone remarked. "He actually filtered out the filth in the soul-washing pool," another voice exclaimed. "Ha, big brother, is this kid stupid, or what? If you shape a spirit body without mixing in some grime, you'll come out spotless and clean, not at all like a ghost. Without a ghost's ferocity and dread, how can you subdue those mortals in the living world?" "Who knows? Maybe he just likes cleanliness," one replied. "Big brother, do you think someone who's this obsessed with being clean can adapt to a ghost messenger's life? He won't starve to death, will he? Stop talking nonsense. He won't die of hunger. At most, he'll feel constantly famished," came the answer. Time slowly passed, and the handful of ghosts in the soul-washing pool finally completed the shaping of their spirit bodies. As they stepped out of the pool, they were all stunned. When they entered the underworld, their bodies had been shrouded in deathly aura, but now that aura was gone, replaced by pure ghostly chi. The most striking thing, however, was how unbelievably dark their newly shaped spirit bodies had become. They looked at one another in utter confusion. At that moment, they finally noticed an anomaly among them. It was a soul body as white and clean as polished jade. Even dressed in plain garments, his grace could not be concealed. His bearing was like that of a handsome immortal. Were it not for the ghostly chi enshrouding him, the others might have mistaken him for a living man from the mortal world. "Su Fan, we're all this black. Why are you so white?" Staring at Su Fan, whose complexion was fair and flawless and whose features were exceedingly handsome, Chun Kong asked in puzzlement. Su Fan replied, "I don't really know either. Perhaps in my previous life I drank too much milk and it nourished my skin." Su Fan spoke lightly aback. On Blue Star, he had indeed been fond of drinking pure milk. Yet when these words reached the ears of the gathered ghosts, and they recalled the life of Su Fan revealed within the mirror of sin, they instantly understood his remark. "Damn it, so milk actually has the effect of nourishing the skin. I drank plenty too," Luo Qing muttered to himself. Soon after, led by several ghost soldiers, the group once more returned to the 33 offices. Looking over the newly appointed ghost servants, Lu Gang nodded in satisfaction, then let his gaze fall upon Su Fan. A man should be stalwart, he said. Why fashion such a delicate and tender soul body? When you go out on a yang mission, smear some black mud over yourself, Lu Gang added. Yes, sir. Although he had no idea what this black mud was, Su Fan still nodded and agreed. Enough. You have only just become ghost servants today, so you need not go out on yang missions. In a while, arrangements will be made for your lodgings as well as certain essential treasures and tokens for soul reaping. Many thanks, General Lu. The ghost servants said, bowing in unison. Su Fan was then assigned a place to stay, a small grave mound built from black stone. Upon the grave head, several nether flowers and ghostly grasses grew, swaying in the wind as they flickered with eerie light. A grave. Su Fan blinked. Do all underworld ghost soldiers live in graves? Then he thought it through. Everyone here was dead. If not living in graves, where else would they live? He glanced around in all directions. Everywhere were black stone graves, countless ghosts standing silently in front of their own mounds, wordless and still. Since he had come, he would simply settle in. So Su Fan murmured inwardly, then his figure flickered, and he slipped into the grave. Inside it was pitch dark save for a few beads that emitted a cold, ghostly glow. Within lay a modest coffin, likely meant to serve as his bed. All around stood numerous strange black jars from within, which a faint, eerie radiance seemed to spill. What are all these jars for? Su Fan wondered, but he did not examine them further. Instead, he took out a pouch. It was a pouch he had received from the soul reaping office, containing a ghost servant's manual, a small register of life and death for his jurisdiction, a soul reaping cord, and a soul reaping token. At that moment, Su Fan took out the soul reaping token. The token was jet black, inscribed with a single enormous character for reap. Light flashed in his hand, and the token was refined by him. At the same time, a mysterious sense of mission arose within his heart. It felt like a kind of pressure, and also as though he was now bearing some will of the underworld itself, a responsibility sacred beyond measure. Having merged with this token, I am officially a soul-reaping ghost servant of the underworld, Su Fan muttered. Host has become a soul-reaping ghost servant. Reward settlement, undying body, true spirit, indestructible. Name Su Fan. Realm Ghost Soldier 0100. Innate gift, undying body, true spirit, indestructible. Cultivation method none. Arts none. Evolution points 0. Mission work, diligently enhance ghost servants' enthusiasm, maintain the balance of yin and yang between heaven and earth. Note soul reaping yields evolution points. The panel reappeared in Su Fan's mind, and as he studied the data, he fell into brief contemplation. It seemed he could not simply lie flat and slack off. Without reaping souls, he would gain no evolution points, and thus could not advance his realm. Moreover, during his walk through Fengdu City earlier that day, he had seen many ghost soldiers lazing about, clearly slacking off. He himself wished to idle away as well, but unfortunately his strength did not yet allow it. Tomorrow, I will begin reaping souls, Su Fan resolved. He stroked the soul-reaping cord. It was icy to the touch, cold enough to pierce the bone. Then he remembered, of course, that he had no bones. This soul body was indeed peculiar. It was said to be a tangible form condensed from the underworld. Su Fan then opened the ghost servant's manual. On its pages, characters sprawled like ghostly scrawls, and though he did not recognize them, he somehow understood their meaning. First rule of soul reaping for ghost servants: safety above all. If a living person resists having their soul reaped, you may report to the underworld and request a powerful enforcer to apprehend them. Under no circumstances are you to engage them in combat, lest your soul be shattered and dispersed. Are ghost servants really that weak? Su Fan wondered. According to what Lu Gang had said, once one's soul body was remolded by the soul-washing pool, one was no longer a mere mortal. Upon reaching the ghost soldier level, no one in the Yang realm but immortals should be able to subdue them. Yet the current general climate had changed in the Yang realm. Immortal caves where countless itinerant immortals freely opened altars to preach the Tao, and people were attaining enlightenment and ascending to immortality left and right. It seemed the threshold for becoming an immortal had grown low. Second rule of soul reaping: 3 types not to reap. First, women in childbirth are not to be reaped. Second, those whose allotted lifespan has not yet run out are not to be reaped. Third, those with deep and powerful backgrounds are not to be reaped. Seriously, even soul reaping has so many stipulations. Not reaping women in childbirth, I agree. Not reaping those whose lifespan has not ended, I agree as well. But what does it mean that those with powerful backgrounds must not be reaped? Does having a background make them immortal or something? Su Fan felt quite indignant. Then he sighed inwardly. An arm could never twist a thigh, or whatever they decreed, so it must be. He consoled himself, then put away the soul-reaping rules, unwilling to read further for the moment, and took out his small register of life and death. The grand register of life and death of the underworld was, of course, under the custody of Cui Fajuan. Since Chui Fajuan could not be bothered to dispatch souls personally every day for the sake of convenience, he distributed smaller registers to each ghost servant. These recorded the destinies of living beings within that servant's jurisdiction and could be consulted but never altered. As Su Fan was now merely a newcomer to the underworld, ignorant of many rules and lacking any experience in soul-reaping, Lu Gang had assigned him only a small region. The area comprised 2 counties, 13 towns, and several villages in the human realm. All souls within this territory were to be reaped by Su Fan alone. He opened the small register and saw it densely packed with countless names written in red. According to Lu Gang, the small register contained only 3 colors of names. Green indicated newborn infants, black represented ordinary people, red denoted those whose allotted lifespans had ended, souls that needed to be reaped. There are so many souls needing to be reaped in just these 2 counties and 13 towns. Su Fan felt a headache coming on. He had also heard that those whose young lifespan had run out, but whose souls had not yet been drawn into the underworld, would face 2 possible outcomes. First, as time passed and the body decayed, a soul, without a resting place, would become a wandering ghost, even possibly transforming into an evil spirit and endangering the human world. Second, when the body decayed and could no longer bear the soul, a Taoist might perform a spell consuming rare heavenly and earthly treasures to reshape a body capable of hosting the soul again. How long have these unreaped living souls been accumulating? Su Fan wondered. No, I must draw them back quickly. Each of these is an evolution point. Su Fan made up his mind starting tomorrow he would begin reaping souls and grow stronger as swiftly as possible. His stomach suddenly gurgled. To his surprise, he felt hungry. So even after becoming a ghost, I still get hungry. What am I supposed to eat? Su Fan looked around inside the grave, and finally his gaze fell upon the black jars nearby. His intuition told him there was food inside. A scent wafting from within stirred his appetite. He rose, opened one of the jars, and a wash of eerie light spread out. Looking into it, he saw that it was filled with black mud that glimmered with a greenish hue. At the sight of this black mud, an inexplicable urge to eat it surged within him. Black mud. For some reason, Su Fan recalled the black mud Lu Gang had mentioned. Is this actually edible? A dignified ghost servant, and this is what I eat. Gazing at the black altar before him, resembling a cremation urn, Su Fan found himself lacking appetite. Despite his Buddhist earnest desires, he simply could not bring himself to eat. Forget it, forget it. It is said that after becoming a ghostly envoy, one's soul body, nourished by the Yin energy, will not weaken to the point of death. This black mud can be skipped. Su Fan turned away from the black mud and lay back in the coffin to rest. In the underworld, there is no day or night. It is perpetually dim. When the blood moon descends, the ghostly envoys would put down their work and return to rest. Su Fan tossed and turned in the coffin, feeling unbearable hunger until he could no longer endure it. He folded his body and dashed in front of the black altar, grabbing a handful of black mud and stuffing it into his mouth. Actually, the taste isn't too bad. Holding his nose to fill his belly, the feeling of hunger vanished, and it was then that Su Fan realized the extraordinary nature of this black mud. As the blackened substance entered his belly and was absorbed by his soul body, it astonishingly transformed into ghostly energy, nourishing every inch of his soul body. He even felt a surge of strength within his soul. So this black mud has such effects. In an instant, Su Fan found the black mud quite delectable, truly fragrant. The night swiftly passed, and when the blood moon rose, numerous ghostly envoys emerged from the graveyard. This place resembled a chaotic burial ground with some tombstones even broken halfway. Like many ghostly envoys, Su Fan walked out of the graveyard, noticing shadows yawning as they headed towards the soul-reaping office. Brother Su, Brother Su. At that moment, Luo Qing hurriedly called out from behind Su Fan. Su Fan turned around, looking at Luo Qing, and said, Lao Go Luo, you also reside in this graveyard. What graveyard? That's too harsh, it's called a mausoleum, Luo Qing replied. Brother Su, what are you up to now? Lao Go Luo, haven't we become ghostly envoys? Isn't the job of a ghostly envoy to reap souls? I'm going to the human realm to reap souls. Luo Qing, who was a businessman in life, was sharp-witted. Although he died in a rather pathetic manner, his mind remained agile. Brother, let me tell you, I observed yesterday that many ghostly envoys in the soul-reaping office are slacking off. If you are too enthusiastic about reaping souls, you might get ostracized by them. In life, I had a subordinate who worked diligently, meticulously, and did everything to the best of his ability. As a result, the other subordinates isolated him and targeted him. Why was that? Su Fan asked. Because the other subordinates were slacking off, lazily completing their work day by day. If today's work isn't finished, they'll do it tomorrow, but he was different. While others needed 1.5 days to finish their work, he completed it in half a day. Isn't that great? It is, but with him around the others couldn't keep up and were forced to finish their work in half. You motivated your subordinates, that's good. Don't you like that? I like it. So what happened later? I let him go. Why? Because he had increased my shop's efficiency. His presence affected the working morale of the other subordinates, so I had to let him go. Su Fan, are you implying something? No, brother, don't misunderstand. I'm just reminding you that no matter where you are, the main thing is to maintain good relationships with the seniors. Just do as they do. Luo Qing chuckled. Su Fan nodded. What Luo Qing said seemed to have some truth to it, but if he slacked off, his soul-reaping efficiency would decrease. What about the points of evolution? Lauga Luo, if the subordinate you let go had initially slacked off like those old subordinates, what would you have done? If he dared to, damn it, if he just arrived and wanted to slack off, I'd kick him out immediately. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Lauga Luo. Su Fan said, then walked towards the outskirts of Fengdu City. Luo Qing paused for a moment, seemingly realizing something, and his expression changed. I also need to hurry and reap souls. It's tough being a person. If you're not careful, you can be cheated. It's even harder being a ghost, as you can easily be blackened. Su Fan, holding the soul-reaping rope, walked straight towards the outskirts of Fengdu City. Along the way, he encountered Chen Kong, who wore a dark expression and was also going to reap souls. Chen Kong was not as talkative as Luo Qing. Upon seeing Su Fan, he merely nodded and quickly left. Soon Su Fan arrived at the entrance of the Ghost Gate. Looking at the enormous portal shrouded in swirling yin energy, he felt restless. This single portal divides the world into yin and yang. Su Fan departed from the Ghost Gate of Peach Blossom Mountain in the east. The moment he entered the human realm, he gasped in cold air. It was truly scorching. He had not noticed it before, but ever since he became a ghost, he felt that the heat of the human realm made him quite uncomfortable. No wonder many ghostly envoys from the underworld are unwilling to go to the human realm. Not only is the danger level high, but most importantly, it feels terribly uncomfortable. However, Su Fan was destined to be a great ghost. The working enthusiasm of the underworld ghostly envoys needed him to motivate them. Such trivial difficulties could hardly deter him. Su Fan walked in the cooler areas of the human realm. Although he had already reshaped his soul body and was unafraid of sunlight, he still disliked being exposed to the blazing sun. Shiluo County is one of the two major counties under Su Fan's jurisdiction, which contains 7 towns. Each town, along with the surrounding villages, has approximately 20,000 inhabitants. In a town of 20,000 people, there will usually be someone who exhausts their lifespan and dies every few days. In Shiluo County as a whole, several people die each day. If Su Fan were to reap souls daily, he could manage. However, the previous ghostly envoy was too lazy, resulting in dozens of lost souls in each town of Shiluo County that had not been brought back to the underworld. The entire Shiluo County likely has hundreds of lost souls without their spirits returning to the underworld. Some people might still be alive, but others have likely died. As for the lost souls, they may have long since turned into wandering spirits or ghostly beings. With so many lost souls out of place, does the soul-reaping office's ghostly leader not care? Or could it be that Lord Shui, who oversees the Book of Life and Death, is unaware? I hope those wandering spirits haven't been bewitched into becoming vengeful spirits. Otherwise my little domain won't be peaceful. Su Fan's expression grew serious as he first headed towards Qingyang Town, where at least 30 lost souls had not been reaped. Night had fallen, the darkness like frost with gusts of yin wind. In the mountains and forests, rustling sounds arose as if small beasts were dashing through the woods. The yin energy here seems quite dense. Su Fan looked around. Dressed in a black robe surrounded by swirling ghostly energy, he hurried along the road. Suddenly Su Fan spotted a figure kneeling before a grave, burning paper and murmuring, "My child, they say that at dawn is when the yin and yang of heaven and earth converge, the time when yin energy is most potent. Calling out at your grave during this time can summon your soul back. You once appeared in a dream telling me you were cold and hungry, that there was food here. Hurry and come eat." In the dark and shadowy forest before a lonely grave, a figure crouched, her eyes filled with tears as she murmured to herself. She was an old woman dressed in coarse linen, her face etched with wrinkles, tears streaming down her cheeks. Su Fan stood not far away. With his ghostly soldier's realm, even some Taoists in the mortal world would not be able to see him unless they employed secret techniques. "My son, you are unfortunate. The fortune teller said you can only live until the age of 20. I have exhausted all means, spending the family fortune to buy you medicinal supplements, yet I still couldn't prolong your life. It is said that some Taoists can defy fate, but how could an ordinary family like ours ever summon a Taoist? So my son, hurry and be reborn. Do not linger as a wandering ghost. In these past few days you have repeatedly visited me in dreams, and it pains my heart. It is my fault for not allowing you to enjoy wealth and honor in life, and now you have become a wandering ghost after death. As the old woman cried and spoke at the grave, a shadow slowly emerged above the lonely grave, gazing at her with tear-filled eyes. Mother, do not cry. This is my fate, and it cannot be changed. The ghostly figure spoke, but the old woman could neither hear nor see him. Son, although the underworld is desolate, you did not commit any sins in life. They should not trouble you. Do not be afraid, hurry and descend. You are already dead. Staying in the mortal realm is futile. If you do not return to the underworld, hurry and be reborn. Wandering like this as a ghost is not a good fate. Although her son was already dead, the old woman still hoped he would find a resting place, unwilling for him to remain a wandering ghost in the mortal realm. Mother, I also want to go to the underworld, but I do not know the way. Why hasn't that damned ghostly messenger come to guide me? I am already dead. Why hasn't anyone come to claim my soul? The ghostly figure said, a hint of resentment emanating from him. In the underworld, since they did not grant me a long life, why must they leave my soul in the mortal realm? The ghost became increasingly agitated, with red light flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Su Fan's figure appeared before the grave. Upon seeing Su Fan, the ghostly figure trembled. Su Fan exuded an overwhelming authority. That authority felt akin to encountering a magistrate in life. One could feel intense nervousness even without having committed any wrongdoing. Li Xiaozhong. At this moment, Su Fan gazed at the ghostly figure and spoke in a low voice. He held a ledger of life and death, the very ledger of the lives and deaths of the people from these 2 counties and 13 towns. Who are you? Li Xiaozhong asked gravely. I have come to guide you on your journey. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaozhong's expression changed abruptly. Are you a ghostly messenger from the underworld? Indeed. Why did you only come now? Isn't that a bit unprofessional? Li Xiaozhong, seeing Su Fan, became excited, and all his grievances erupted at once. I waited for 3 whole months. Does it really take 3 months to travel from the underworld to Qingyang town? You dare to be so bold before the ghostly messenger of the underworld? Su Fan could only intimidate him without explanation. Indeed, with a loud shout, Li Xiaozhong immediately sobered up, drenched in cold sweat. He had been too excited and actually complained about the underworld. It was truly reckless. Ghostly messenger, please do not be angry. I know my mistake. Li Xiaozhong quickly lowered his head in respect. Considering it is your first offense, I will not count your sins. Say farewell to your mother. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaozhong nodded, but said, Sir, my mother cannot see me. Su Fan waved his hand, and a force spread out directly, helping the old woman open her heavenly eye. Son, son. In an instant, the old woman saw her son, and she was overwhelmed with excitement, urgently asking, Are you well, my son? Mother, I am well. I will follow the ghostly messenger into the underworld. Take care. In the next life, I will still be your son. Child, do not speak nonsense. Oh, I am already 60. Besides, your father has passed away. Li Xiaozhong's spirit shed tears, but as soon as the tears appeared, they vanished. At this moment, the old woman looked at Su Fan beside her, respectfully bowing, and said, Ghostly messenger, thank you for your hard work. I have some local specialties. Would you like to take some? No need. The laws of the underworld state that ghostly messengers cannot take anything from the mortal realm, not even a single thread. You are truly honest, ghostly messenger. Safe travels. The old woman wiped her tears, and then looked at Li Xiaozhong, saying, Child, be obedient on your journey. In your next life, find a good family. Mother. Li Xiaozhong cried bitterly. All right, let us go. Hurry on your way now. The old woman waved her hand and said, Ghostly messenger, please convey my regards to Yin Wang. I have never seen Yin Wang either. Su Fan mumbled, then, with a flick of his soul-collecting string, he moved to Li Xiaozhong, leading his soul away into the distance. Li Xiaozhong looked at the path they were taking, puzzled, and asked, Sir, are we not going to the underworld? Not yet. There are still some souls in Qingyang town that have not been collected. As he spoke, he took out the ledger of life and death, checking the red names belonging to Qingyang town. Wang Xiuying, Zhang Laojiu, Chen Bowen, Zhao Xiaowu. Su Fan read through the names one by one. Some were elderly, while others like Li Xiaozhong were young, but had short lifespans with only a few decades of life recorded on the ledger. Do you know all the names I just recited? Some I do. Zhang Laojiu is an old man from our village, and Zhao Xiaowu is the son of the wealthy Zhao family in town. His uncle is the head constable of the county, which is why he is so arrogant in Qingyang town. Everyone knows him. But Zhang Laojiu died earlier than I did. Hasn't his soul entered the underworld? Perhaps he got lost. Have you seen him after you died? No. Su Fan nodded. The souls of those whose physical bodies had withered and died might be wandering in some dark places. For now, they should focus on collecting the souls of those who had not yet left their bodies to prevent creating more wandering ghosts. Saying this, Su Fan led Li Xiaozhong's soul into the village, heading towards the residence of an old man named Wu Beizue. According to the ledger of life and death, the old man should have died a month ago, yet his physical body still showed signs of life, and his soul had not departed, which meant he had lived an extra month. In a thatched cottage, a frail old man lay on the bed, his eyes clouded and devoid of light, his body lacking any color, heavily burdened by age. From afar, he looked like a man who had already passed away. However, upon closer inspection, he was still breathing. One had to admit that Wu Beizue was remarkably resilient. Now there was hardly any vitality left in his body. Even the blood within him was nearly depleted, yet he was still not dead. Even Su Fan could not help but admire this life force, truly tenacious. "Father, please take your last breath soon." At this moment, a murmuring voice came from within the thatched cottage. Before the old man's bed, several middle-aged men and women knelt, all of whom were his children and daughters-in-law. They had been taking turns kneeling here for a month. Not long ago, the doctor said that the old man would not survive the night. Thus, in their sorrow, they prepared funeral goods for him. They stayed by the old man's bedside, fearing that he would leave without anyone by his side. Yet days passed, and he still did not die. Sometimes he would sit up suddenly in the middle of the night, cursing them for being unfilial, claiming they would starve him. They called the doctor again to check his pulse, which was so weak it was nearly undetectable. The doctor shook his head and sighed, saying, "You should wait a while, he won't last through the night." However, the old man endured for another half-month. The many children transformed from grief to anxiety. In their hearts, their father was already dead. They had mourned for a month, yet the old man lay silently in bed, showing no signs of life, though his breathing would not cease. "Father, please pass away. If I have done anything wrong, you can come to me in a dream and scold me there. Please don't torture yourself like this. Seeing you like this is hard for us. Look at your younger children and your grandchildren. They have been kneeling here for a month. A month has passed without sending you off. Is the underworld not open?" The eldest son, Wu Kuan, if his father could recover, he would be willing to spend everything to seek treatment. But now his father had been in a state of false death for a month, showing no signs of life except for his breathing. Eating was difficult, and he survived on just a few sips of water each day. They were also in distress. Moreover, as country folk with only a few acres of thin land a day, without work, meant they had no rice for cooking. After a month of taking turns watching over him, their rice barrel was empty. The children cried out for sustenance, and the daughters-in-law looked resentful. They could not bear it any longer. "Father, the daughter is unfilial. Please pass away quickly." Su Fan tied Li Xiaozhong's soul to a wooden stake outside the thatched cottage. He then entered the cottage alone, looking at Wu Beizue, who lay on the bed with no signs of life except for his breathing. He spoke, "Wu Beizue, I am here to take you on your journey." As soon as the words were spoken, Wu Beizue's soul floated up from his body and stood in the void within the cottage. He looked at his many children and sighed at the helpless expressions on their faces. "Alas, it is I who have burdened you." He then slightly bowed to Su Fan and said, "Sir, you have finally arrived. I have waited for you for so long." Su Fan coughed lightly, remaining composed, and said, "I am here to take you to the underworld." With a wave of his hand, Wu Beizue's soul flew over, and Su Fan led him out of the thatched cottage. Wu Beizue took one last look at his children and shook his head. "Father, please pass away." Several children urged him continuously. Suddenly, the eldest son noticed something unusual, and his eyes brightened. He quickly got up and walked over to the old man, placing his hand at the old man's nostrils for a moment, overwhelmed with joy. "Father has breathed his last. A father has breathed his last." "Huh? No, oh my father, you just left like this. Everyone else has their fathers. I have no father left." Wu Kuan seemed to realize his inappropriate behavior and began to cry loudly. Inside the thatched cottage, several children were filled with excitement, crying loudly. However, after a month, their sorrow had long faded. Even with their mouths wide open, only 2 drops of tears were squeezed out. "Father, it is our unfilial behavior, our unfilial behavior." Outside the thatched cottage, Wu Beizue heard the initial laughter and was so angry he nearly returned to life. But then he thought about it. He had endured for a month, and indeed he had worn down several of his children. In a long illness, there are no filial sons. Moreover, he himself was like a living corpse. "Old Wu, take care." Li Xiaozhong, tied to the wooden stick, advised Wu Beizue. "I haven't died, yet why should I take care of myself?" Wu Beizue looked at Li Xiaozhong and said, "Haven't you already died? Why haven't you reincarnated?" It's complicated. I can't find the way to the ghost gate. I, the old man, am quite astute. If the ghost messengers don't come, I want die to avoid becoming a wandering ghost." Su Fan ignored their bickering and tied the 2 of them together on the soul-catching chain, walking towards the distance. According to the regulations of the underworld, a ghost messenger could not capture more than 5 souls at a time. At this moment, Su Fan had already captured 2 souls, and after capturing 3 more he could return home. He did not take a long detour, but directly captured 3 more souls in the village before heading towards the Ghost Gate. Name Su Fan. Realm Ghost Soldier, 5100. Talent Immortal Body, True Spirit, Indestructible. Techniques none. Spells none. Evolution points 5. Mission Work hard to improve the Ghost Messenger's efficiency and maintain the balance of yin and yang in the world. Note: capturing souls grants evolution points. Before leaving, Su Fan checked his panel. As he captured 5 souls, he indeed gained 5 evolution points. If it weren't for the Underworld's regulations limiting each soul capture to a maximum of 5, he would have liked to spend the entire day capturing souls. As long as he captured souls, he could gain evolution points, and having evolution points would allow him to elevate his realm. If he kept capturing souls, perhaps he would soon become a saint. However, these techniques and spells also require cultivation, otherwise having a high realm without offensive means would make it difficult to escape danger in the future. When I return to the Underworld, I'll see if I can acquire a ghost cultivation technique and secret arts. Su Fan, clad in a dark robe, held the soul-catching rope and led 5 souls towards the Ghost Gate of the Underworld. Half a day later, Su Fan's figure appeared before the Ghost Gate. Outside the Ghost Gate, there were ghost soldiers guarding it. After Su Fan presented the soul-catching token, he led the 5 souls into the Ghost Gate. According to the regulations, once souls are captured, they must first be sent to the soul-catching division for reporting before being dispatched to the judgment division for trial. On the road to the Yellow Springs, Su Fan walked quickly, but he noticed that most other ghost messengers only captured 1 soul, and none like him had captured 5 at once. Moreover, Su Fan noticed many strange gazes around him. The ghost messengers' eyes glowed faintly, and their looks towards Su Fan seemed rather unfriendly. "Brother, quite capable. Keep it up, and you might become the head of the division soon," one ghost messenger said with a forced smile. "Haha, you flatter me. Well, I'm just doing my job," while Su Fan replied. "Your job?" The old ghost sneered, glancing at the souls behind him, saying, "What are you looking at? Hurry and leave. So unfriendly. Why are these ghosts so hard to get along with?" Su Fan muttered, then entered Fengdu City, heading towards the soul-catching 13 division. "Once we enter the city, don't look around. I will take you to register, and then we will go to the judgment division for trial. If you have committed sins in life, you will have to go to the punishment division for deep frying before reincarnating. Go, sir, is the deep frying golden brown on both sides. Have you ever been fried?" Su Fan quickly arrived at the soul retrieval division, but he did not respond to the earlier question from the ghost. Heaven above, it was also Su Fan's first day as a ghost emissary, and he had no idea how the Underworld's punishment division tortured the souls. Inside the division, numerous ghost emissaries were bustling about, leading souls to the main hall for registration. Lu Gang sat at the head, his face dark, surrounded by a thick aura of negativity, watching the busy ghost emissaries below. At that moment, his gaze suddenly flickered as he saw a ghost emissary leading 5 souls into the hall, which surprised Lu Gang. The enthusiasm of the soul retrieval ghost emissaries was generally low. Firstly, there was danger in going above ground, and secondly, the work was tedious and overwhelming. Even if they worked tirelessly, they might not complete their tasks. As a result, many chose to lay back and do nothing. However, this ghost emissary managed to retrieve 5 souls at once, which astonished Lu Gang. Lu Gang looked at Su Fan, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He still vividly remembered Su Fan's life reflected in the mirror of sins yesterday, along with his peculiar interests. Su Fan's presence caused the other ghost emissaries in the soul retrieval division to look rather displeased. "Su Fan, why did you retrieve so many?" At that moment, Luo Qing entered the division with a soul in tow. "Did you not take my words to heart? Look around, and don't you think the gazes of these ghost emissaries could kill you?" Su Fan glanced around and found that apart from Chun Kong and Luo Qing, the eyes of the other ghost emissaries looking at him held the same malice as those from the ghost emissaries on the road to the Yellow Springs. Where did this little ghost come from? He really doesn't understand the rules, a ghost emissary whispered. What he's doing makes it hard for us to do our jobs. This is ruining our livelihood. Su Fan also felt uneasy, realizing that he was truly being targeted, but he hadn't expected these ghost emissaries to be so lazy, only retrieving 1 soul a day. Before he knew it, Su Fan stood before Lu Gang, handing over the list of the 5 souls. 5. Well done, young man. You have great potential, keep it up, Lu Gang said with a smile. Thank you for the praise, your honor. Hearing Lu Gang's words, the other ghost emissaries became even less pleased. This little ghost had just started, and yet he had already caught the attention of the honor, and with his work attitude, it seemed they wouldn't be able to slack off in the future. Look at you all, and then at Su Fan. On his first day as a ghost emissary, he retrieved 5 souls. how many have you retrieved after so many years? Lu Gang looked at the numerous ghost emissaries in the hall and scolded loudly. Hearing this, Su Fan shrank his neck. This was a bit too much hate. He looked around and saw that each ghost emissary was lowering their head, occasionally glancing at Su Fan, but the malice in their gazes sent a chill down his spine. Your Honor, I just became a ghost emissary and don't have any ghost cultivation methods or spells yet. May I ask where I can obtain them? Su Fan changed the subject and asked a question he had been wanting to ask. Don't worry, once you adapt to the life of a ghost emissary, the Soul Retrieval Division will distribute them. The reason they haven't been distributed yet is that we are afraid you won't adapt to the work of a ghost emissary. There have been many examples in the past. Some souls, after a few days as ghost emissaries, found it too difficult and chose to give it all up and reincarnate. Hearing this, Su Fan nodded and said, Your Honor, rest assured I have adapted. Please distribute them as soon as possible. You seem quite eager. Since you can adapt, it's fine to pass them on to you. Saying this, Lu Gang pointed at Su Fan's forehead, and instantly Su Fan felt some text appear in his mind. Netherworld Scripture. 7 Calamities of the Ghost God. Name Su Fan. Realm Ghost Soldier, 5100. Talent Undying Body, True Spirit Immortal. Cultivation Method Netherworld Scripture Uninitiated 510. Spell 7 Calamities of the Ghost God Uninitiated 51. Evolution Points 5. Mission Work hard, enhance the enthusiasm of ghost emissaries and maintain the balance of yin and yang in the world. Note: retrieving souls grants evolution points. Su Fan looked at the panel astonished. It turned out that cultivation methods and secret arts could also be enhanced with evolution points, which meant he had to work harder to retrieve souls. Su Fan, the 7 Calamities of the Ghost God is a high-level spell in the Underworld. Few ghost emissaries cultivate it. Even in my division, no one has mastered it, but its power is indeed immense. Lu Gang explained. Su Fan quickly completed his task, delivering the 5 souls to the Judgment Division before returning to his dwelling. In fact, he wanted to continue retrieving souls, but considering it was his first day on the job, being too high profile might not be wise. The blood moon soon set, and many ghost emissaries rested. Su Fan had a bit of black mud, finding it quite tasty, then sat on a coffin and began to look over the Book of Life and Death, determining his soul retrieval targets for the next day. Then he spent some evolution points to upgrade the 7 Calamities of the Ghost God to the level of the first calamity. Current evolution points 4. In the days that followed, Su Fan went out early and returned late, paying no attention to the gazes of other ghost emissaries. Every day he retrieved 5 souls, sometimes making 2 trips above ground in a single day. This left many ghost emissaries completely stunned. This new ghost emissary was too diligent. In half a month he had already retrieved nearly 100 souls, and his contribution to the 13 divisions had surpassed that of some veteran ghost emissaries who had been on the job for 100 days. How can this bastard be so diligent? One ghost emissary complained. It's time to teach him a lesson so he understands the rules, otherwise our future days won't be peaceful. Tonight, let's go to his dwelling and educate him on the rules of the 13 divisions. After some discussions, several ghost emissaries led by Qiao Tong and Feng Zhou decided to visit Su Fan's grave. At the grave, Su Fan sat cross-legged on the coffin. The past half-month of retrieving souls had earned him a considerable number of evolution points, all of which he had used to enhance himself. Name: Su Fan. Realm Ghost Fiend 181,000. Talent Undying Body, True Spirit Immortal. Cultivation Method Netherworld Scripture Minor Success 8100. Spell 7 Calamities of the Ghost God, Second Calamity 8100. Evolution Points 8. Mission Work hard, enhance the enthusiasm of ghost emissaries and maintain the balance of yin and yang in the world. Note: retrieving souls grants evolution points. Looking at the attributes on the panel, Su Fan smiled broadly. He had now reached the level of Ghost Fiend, which was considered quite strong among many soul-retrieving ghost emissaries. Moreover, with the Netherworld Scripture at minor success, the speed of absorbing ghostly energy had increased significantly, and the singular spell, the 7 Calamities of the Ghost God, had also reached the level of the second calamity. From what he understood, among the ghost emissaries in the 13 divisions who cultivated the 7 Calamities of the Ghost God, most were still at the level of the first calamity. This spell specifically targeted souls, and if it were to engage with cultivators in the Yang realm, it would target their divine consciousness. Now my strength should also be among the strong in the 13 divisions among ghost emissaries, Su Fan thought, happily frowning as he took a few bites of the black mud, which still tasted great. Then he closed his eyes and began to rest. Su Fan, are you there? Faintly, a sneaky voice came from outside the grave, waking Su Fan. Luo Qing. Su Fan opened his eyes, showing a puzzled expression, then his form flickered, and turned into a wisp of black mist disappearing within the grave. Outside the graveyard, Luo Qing and Chun Kong gazed at Su Fan with serious expressions, leaving Su Fan somewhat bewildered. "It's not us that's you, Su Fan," Luo Qing whispered, glancing around. "It's unsafe to talk here, let's go into your graveyard." As they spoke, the three of them transformed into black smoke and entered Su Fan's graveyard. "What's going on? Why all the caution?" Su Fan sensed that things were not as simple as they seemed. "Su Fan, you should hide quickly. Xiao Tong and Fang Zhou might come looking for you tonight. Be careful of ghostly knocks at your door," Luo Qing urged. "What is there to fear? I'm a ghost too, but it's just ghosts meeting ghosts," Su Fan replied. Xiao Tong and Fang Zhou were considered veterans among the 33 divisions, often lazy and relying on small ghosts to handle many tasks. Su Fan knew he had offended someone, but did not expect them to come for him so soon. However, with his ghostly power coupled with the second level of the ghostly 7 disasters, even these two old schemers would not be able to trouble him. "Don't worry, I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I be afraid of them?" Su Fan said. "Brother, don't you understand? They can no longer tolerate you. If you don't hide, you might suffer." Luo Qing said gravely. "Rest assured, it's all fine. Fine, may you find your own fortune," Luo Qing said as he prepared to leave. "Since that's the case, I'll stay and help Su Gu." Chun Kong, being righteous, naturally wanted to stay. No need. Just wait for news tomorrow." Su Fan waved his hand, not wanting Chun Kong to stay. He glanced at the grayish surroundings mixed with a dark red sky, then closed his eyes again. After a while, Su Fan felt some movement outside the graveyard. He flashed and appeared inside surrounded by shadows. Flickering clusters of ghostly fire emitted blue light, illuminating the faces of numerous dark-faced ghostly messengers. "Are you a few big brothers just passing by?" Su Fan inquired. Su Fan stopped pretending. "We came today to let you understand the rules of our 33 divisions, as well as the rules of the entire netherworld." "What rules?" "I understand the rules of the underworld. I haven't broken any rules, have I? Haven't broken any rules. But you've corrupted the atmosphere. The entire atmosphere of our 33 divisions has been warped by you. Now every ghostly messenger is exhausted, needing to collect 2 souls a day." "Is 2 souls really so exhausting? If it weren't for the regulations, I could collect 10 in a day," Su Fan stated. "Do you still dare to argue?" "Su Fan, are you really that foolish? If you collect 10 a day, even if you collected 100 a day, wouldn't you still only earn 100 merits in a month?" "Yes. So do you understand now?" "I understand. I'll work harder in the future to strive for a promotion and an increase in my salary," Su Fan said seriously. "The ghostly messengers." Xiao Tong stopped telling him so much. "This little ghost just needs a beating. A logic won't work on him. A fist can teach him how to be a ghostly messenger." Fang Zhou bared his teeth as he said this. With large strides, he approached Su Fan. After all, he was just a little ghost who had become a ghostly messenger for half a month. With his strength as a high-level ghost soldier, it would be very easy to deal with him. With a wave of his hand, a wave of ghostly energy spread out, forming a black, ghostly face that flew towards Su Fan's soul body. "Ghostly Disaster 1. Su Fan curled his lips and then let out a cold snort. Instantly, a ghostly face flew out from him as well, but this face was even more terrifying, carrying immense power as it enveloped Fang Zhou. "Up!" Fang Zhou screamed in agony, feeling excruciating pain in his soul body trembling as he was sent flying backward. "Ghostly evil. Ghostly Disaster 2. Xiao Tong was startled. Not just him, but the other ghostly messengers were also astonished. This little ghost had only become a ghostly messenger for half a month, yet he had already cultivated to the ghostly evil realm. This was terrifying. Moreover, he had cultivated the ghostly 7 disasters to the 2nd disaster. How frightening. "Brother Su Fan, I apologize for the offense. We'll take our leave now." Xiao Tong's face changed rapidly, now filled with a smiling expression as he cupped his fists towards Su Fan. The other ghostly messengers also cupped their fists in salute and then turned to leave. "Wait." At this moment, Su Fan suddenly spoke up. "Brother Su, is there anything else? I've been a ghostly messenger for a short time and haven't received my salary, yet I'm short on merits. I wonder if each of you could contribute 100 points. As he spoke, a ghostly face rose from Su Fan, quickly enlarging and enveloping everyone. Upon hearing this, all of them changed their expressions dramatically. What do ghostly messengers value the most? Merits. With merits, many things can be exchanged in the netherworld, and sometimes cultivation also requires merits. In short, for the ghosts in the netherworld, merits are omnipotent. The ghostly messengers hesitated, suddenly changing their expressions. They saw the enormous ghostly face above them slowly descending, causing their soul bodies to ache painfully. "If Brother Su needs it, will naturally provide it." Xiao Tong suddenly spoke, and as he did a flash of light appeared on him, and a mysterious aura flew out landing directly on Su Fan. Instantly Su Fan felt a mysterious aura on his soul body. This aura was warm and comfortable, and surprisingly, it seemed to be nourishing his soul. So comfortable. Su Fan sighed softly. As Xiao Tong obediently handed over the merits, the other ghostly messengers did not dare to be slow, reluctantly giving up 100 merits each. In an instant, Su Fan's merits increased by over 1,000, and he felt that his soul body had become significantly stronger. Moreover, he had a sense that he could summon these merits at any time as if they were a kind of mysterious power. After completing all this, the ghostly messengers quickly fled. Su Fan smiled slightly and returned contentedly to his tomb. Sigh, I wish there were more good things like this to come my way, he thought. Under the blood moon, countless ghosts began to work. Su Fan yawned casually, ate some fragrant black mud, and walked out of the tomb. These days he had been collecting souls in Qingyang town of Shilao County, but he still hadn't found the soul of Zhang Lao Jiao that he mentioned on the first day. There was also the local tyrant Zhao Xiaowu in Qingyang town who was said to be spoiled and arrogant, feared by many. Today he would collect his soul first. Su Fan walked along the road of Hades carrying the soul-collecting rope and encountered several ghostly messengers from the 33 divisions. Upon seeing Su Fan, those ghostly messengers seemed to see a ghost and quickly fled. This made Su Fan quite displeased. Damn it, you are also ghosts, so why are you so afraid of me? But he didn't mind. It was better this way to avoid these people delaying his soul collecting. Brother, you're actually fine. The 33 divisions have spread the word that you are the reincarnation of an evil spirit with immense sins. Luo Qing caught up from behind, speaking sourly. Haha, I'm so terrifying. Su Fan laughed heartily. Is that so? Even Xiao Tong and Feng Zhou suffered greatly before you. They all say you're full of karmic ties and will eventually transform into an evil ghost. Su Fan laughed heartily, and then he left the ghost gate with the two ghosts. After exiting the ghost gate, they parted ways. Su Fan continued his journey towards Qingyang town. It was the latter half of the night, and the sky was dark with a pervasive aura of yin energy surrounding the area. Su Fan raised an eyebrow, sensing something unusual. There seemed to be the sound of a man sobbing nearby, sending chills down his spine. This place was a desolate mountain overgrown with weeds and shrouded in yin energy. Ahead there were mounds of earth where a few emaciated souls of wandering ghosts sat. The sobbing sound came from their mouths. Wrong souls. Su Fan paused, sensing a trace of yang energy lingering above these souls. This indicated that they did not die of old age, but rather from an accident. The city of wrong souls in the underworld is specifically designed to house souls that died under abnormal circumstances. Those who drowned, starved, froze to death, or were murdered, who are all taken in by this city until their yang life force is exhausted, after which specialized ghost messengers lead them into the underworld. What are you crying about? Death is just death. 20 years later, one may become a hero again. What is there to cry about? Su Fan strode forward, standing before the few souls. Clad in dark robes surrounded by swirling yin energy with a ghostly rope shimmering in his hand, he exuded an intimidating presence. The little ghosts were taken aback upon seeing Su Fan, feeling an overwhelming sense of authority that compelled them to bow. Since you have already perished, why not report to the city god temple? Su Fan shouted. The city god temple is a ghostly temple established by the underworld in the world of the living, where a city god oversees the affairs of the region. If little ghosts cause trouble, or if someone dies wrongfully, the city god will manifest. Sir, we have been to the city god temple, but according to the ghost there, the city god has gone to listen to music at someone's invitation and has yet to return. Without the city god's order, we cannot enter. Hearing this, Su Fan rolled his eyes. Was the city god now acting like a local emperor? Life is truly comfortable. Sir, you must take charge for us. At this moment, several souls suddenly knelt on the ground, crying out. As souls, they could clearly feel Su Fan's extraordinary presence, exuding righteousness, indicating he must be a significant figure in the underworld. What grievances do you have? Su Fan inquired. Master Ghost Messenger, within Qingyang town, there is a malicious Taoist who employs cruel methods and has harmed many. We fell victim to him and were then buried in this desolate mountain. He sucks our marrow and digs out our brains, extremely cruel. Su Fan listened, remaining unfazed. This was outside his jurisdiction. Underworld ghost messengers cannot interfere in the affairs of the living world. Mortal sins will be settled in the underworld when the time comes. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the ghosts changed. One of them hurriedly said, Master Ghost Messenger, you do not understand. He sucks our marrow and digs out our brains to extend someone's life. Does this not violate the laws of the underworld? Extend someone's life. Su Fan's eyes narrowed. Is there truly someone who can extend life in the living world? If this is done through such evil methods, it indeed violates the laws of the underworld. For whom is he extending life? Su Fan raised an eyebrow and asked. Zhao Xiaowu from Qingyang Town. Zhao Xiaowu. Zhao Xiaowu. Su Fan opened the book of life and death, where Zhao Xiaowu's name was already a deep crimson. How is he extending life? Su Fan felt puzzled. If he were truly extending life, Zhao Xiaowu's fate should change, but his lifespan showed no signs of increase. This meant that the man was not extending life, but rather exploiting loopholes in the underworld's soul collection. What he was extending was not life, but the vitality of the physical body. As long as the vitality was sufficient, it could sustain the soul. As long as the soul was not collected by the underworld, it would not die. However, there are both legal and illegal means of extending life. Legal methods involve consuming rare herbs and treasures that contain the fortunes of heaven and earth, increasing lifespan with the allowance of natural order. But those who, like him, absorb others' yang essence to prolong their own lives are not recognized and are considered illegal. As a ghost messenger, it is within their purview to manage these matters. Currently, the underworld ghost messengers are insufficiently motivated to collect souls, leading many souls to slip through the cracks in the living world. You wait here for me. Once I collect Zhao Xiao's soul, I will send you to the city of wronged souls. Yes, we will wait here for you, Master Ghost Messenger. Su Fan departed, heading towards Qingyang Town. Qingyang Town is a relatively prosperous town. Within the town, there are several wealthy families, and the Zhao family is the largest among them. Zhao Yuanwei's family is quite affluent, reportedly having businesses in the town. His brother-in-law is the captain of the local constabulary, thus wielding considerable influence. Therefore, no one in Qingyang Town dares to provoke the Zhao family. This has led to Zhao Xiaowu developing an arrogant and overbearing personality from a young age, often bullying others. However, several months ago, Zhao Xiaowu suddenly fell ill. The physician diagnosed him with excessive indulgence, leading to depletion of vital energy. This alarmed Zhao Yuanwei, prompting him to seek medicine from the physician, but the effect was minimal. Seeing Zhao Xiao's health deteriorate, Zhao Yuanwei sought an old acquaintance. This person, named Li Daozhen, had been impoverished in earlier years, but Zhao Yuanwei had once helped him. It is said he now follows a celestial being to cultivate in the Shuahua cave. After examining Zhao Xiao's condition, Li Daozhen finally stated, Young Master Zhao, this ailment is incurable. Not knowing the value of vital essence, you have wasted it all. Your time is short. Zhao Yuanwei pleaded desperately, and Li Daozhen, recalling the past favor, decided to help him. The order in the underworld is currently chaotic, and ghost messengers often miss collecting souls. It is not a big deal. You just need to offer a little something to the ghost messenger when they come for your son's soul, and that will settle the matter. But how will I know when the ghost messenger will come to collect souls? Zhao Yuanwei asked anxiously. Do not worry, I will wait here for a few days. When the ghost messenger arrives, I will help you negotiate. Thank you, brotherly. This is just the first step. Li Daozhen continued. Even if you manage to send away the little ghosts, given your son's condition, it will be difficult for him to bear the soul. It won't be long before, when his body withers, he will still die. At that time, without a ghost messenger to guide him, his soul will struggle to enter the underworld, ultimately becoming a wandering ghost. How can this be? Zhao Yuanwei exclaimed. In fact, a person's lifespan is predetermined from birth. However, there can be variations during growth. For instance, young Master Zhao, if he had good habits, living to 50 or 60 would be quite easy. With various supplements, living to 70 or 80 is not impossible. Unfortunately, he had no good habits and started taking advantage of his maidservants from the age of 12. His vital essence has already been depleted, damaging the foundation. Coupled with his subsequent excesses, his body is already empty. Please guide me, brotherly. Now there are two methods. First, absorb the marrow from others to replenish vital essence. The more vigorous the person, the better. Second, transplant the soul. Find a strong-bodied person, erase their soul, and place young Master Zhao's soul into it. Zhao Yuanwei's face turned pale with fear, his heart churning with waves of horror. Despite his wealth, he was an ordinary person and had never heard of such shocking matters, making it difficult for him to accept. Should we just forget it? Let Xiao go. Zhao Yuanwei hesitated. But he had only this one son, and at his old age he had finally been blessed with a child. Now over 70, he could barely urinate without trouble, and having another child would be difficult. No, Xiaowu has no offspring yet, and has not established a legacy for the Zhao family. He cannot die. Within the Zhao family mansion, Zhao Yuanwei wore a grave expression, having never experienced such events before. Although his brother-in-law was the chief of police in the county and engaged in some shady dealings while expanding their family business, but he had never committed murder or arson. However, for the sake of his son, nothing else mattered. Brotherly, how should we proceed? Zhao Yuanwei said in a low voice. Which option do you wish to choose? Li Daojian asked. The first one, after all, it is Xiao Wu's own body. If his soul were placed in someone else's body, I fear neither he nor I could accept it. Then it's settled. From now on you will seek out some robust young men to bring back to the Zhao family. I will return to the Snowflower Cave to fetch some treasures. This matter is rather troublesome. Practitioners of the Tao value cause and effect. You helped me back in the day, and this time I will repay your kindness. Once this matter is settled, we will owe each other nothing. Understood. Zhao Yuanwei then began searching for strong men, spending a large sum to deceive them into the Zhao family mansion, where they were locked up waiting for Li Daojian to arrive. Li Daojian indeed arrived, taking command in the Zhao mansion, extracting human marrow once every half-month for Zhao Xiaowu to absorb. Miraculously, Zhao Xiaowu stood up, making him feel even more invincible and reckless. In Qingyang town, Zhao Xiaowu was dressed in fine garments, his complexion pale, and his lips slightly purple. Although consuming human marrow had strengthened his body, he had yet to recover from his previous depletions. However, with the presence of a powerful person in the family, he would eventually return to his former self. At this moment, Zhao Xiaowu held a birdcage in his hand, humming a tune as he strolled through the streets, followed by several robust attendants. Some townsfolk quickly dodged upon seeing Zhao Xiaowu, fearing they might provoke him. After all, a careless move could result in a beating. Young master, look ahead. At this moment, a strong man gestured towards Zhao Xiaowu. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaowu looked ahead and saw a young woman of about 18 or 19 years old buying vegetables in the street, dressed in coarse linen, clearly a country girl. With a graceful figure and a delicate body, Zhao Xiaowu licked his lips and shamelessly eyed the young woman's long legs. What a beauty! Her legs are longer than my waist, and with that ample chest concealed beneath her coarse clothing, she must possess great depth and generosity. Zhao Gongzi contemplated silently, then handed the birdcage to his attendant and walked forward. Oops! Zhao Gongzi deliberately brushed against the vegetable stall, instantly staining his white robe. Seeing this, the stall's customers scattered in fright, leaving only a father and daughter in disarray. They knew all too well who Zhao Xiaowu was. He was a tyrant in Qingyang town, known by everyone. Zhao Yi, I'm sorry, I'll clean it up for you. The old man Zhang finally reacted and hurried to help Zhao Xiaowu brush off the dust. But Zhang's hands were dirty, making the situation worse. Zhao Xiaowu's expression darkened as he kicked Zhang out. If apologies were useful, what need would there be for the authorities? With Zhao Xiaowu's words, the faces of Zhang and his daughter changed drastically. Old man, do you know how much this outfit of our young master is worth? Even if I sold my daughter, it wouldn't be enough to cover it. This. Zhao Yui truly did not mean it. Please forgive us, the old man Zhang exclaimed in shock, hurriedly apologizing with his daughter Zhang Xiaolan. Forget it, it's not easy for you either. I am a magnanimous person and will show you a way out. Sell your daughter to the Zhao mansion as a concubine, and we will consider this matter settled. Upon hearing this, the faces of Zhang and his daughter changed dramatically. They knew very well what kind of person Zhao Xiaowu was. If he were a good man, at least their daughter would not suffer if she entered the Zhao mansion. But he was not only a bad person, he was not even a human. Some women had been brought to the Zhao mansion by him only to be sold into brothels after he grew tired of them. This kind of person was nothing short of a beast. Yet there was nothing they could do. He was wealthy and powerful, and who would dare resist a commoner? What? You disagree? Zhao Xiaowu frowned, looking at Zhang with a half-smile. Zhao Yi, this. My Xiaolan is already promised to someone through a matchmaker. Promised? What of it? Who dares touch someone I, Zhao Xiaowu, have set my eyes on? Bring that matchmaker over, I will speak to her. However, if you truly do not wish to, I am not unreasonable. This outfit of mine is worth 80 taels of silver. Now that you've soiled it, pay me 80 taels and I will take it off for you. Upon hearing this, Zhang nearly fainted. 80 taels of silver. He had never seen such a sum in his life. He and his daughter farmed, and whether they could save a single tael of silver in a year was uncertain. 80 taels. They couldn't even come close, even if it cost them their lives. If he truly had 80 taels, would he be here selling vegetables? You can't pay, can you? Haha, that's good, you lot, take that young lady back. Zhao Xiaowu smiled slightly, then turned his gaze toward the girl named Zhang Xiaolan. No. Young Master Zhao, you can't do this. You can't do this. You're forcibly taking a woman. Where is the law? The law. In Qingyang town you speak of the law to me. Haha, what a joke. Beat him. Suddenly several strong men pinned Zhang to the ground, beating him mercilessly. The onlookers showed expressions of dismay, shaking their heads and sighing. Some clenched their fists in anger, yet no one dared step forward. Why isn't he dead yet? Wasn't he supposed to die months ago? Those who had been bullied by Zhao Xiaowu cursed in their hearts. Good people die young, while evildoers linger for ages. Yama, please take this villain away. At this moment, Su Fan stood among the crowd, gazing at the arrogant Zhao Xiaowu. He opened the book of life and death, and then walked toward Zhao Xiaowu holding the soul-reaping rope. Zhao Xiaowu wore a proud expression looking at Zhang Xiaolan, who was being dragged by two strong men. He licked his lips and said, "Take her back." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Xiaowu felt a chill in his body, as if a gust of cold wind swept through, making him shiver involuntarily. Could it be that I've been too excessive recently and am feeling weak? Zhao Xiaowu thought to himself. But this woman is simply too alluring. Just one more time and I want to indulge again next time. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and his body fell straight backwards, startling the several strong men. "Young master." They quickly released Xiaolan and rushed toward Zhao Xiaowu. Even those who had been beating Zhang changed their expressions and hurried over. "Young master, what happened to you?" The strong men looked alarmed. "Zhang, quickly take your daughter and run for your..." At this moment, someone quietly reminded him. Hearing this, Zhang immediately got up, grabbed Xiaolan, and ran. As they left, everyone looked at Zhao Xiaowu, unsure of what was happening to him. "You dog servants, him right here. What are you doing?" At this moment, Zhao Xiaowu's soul stood beside his own body, staring at his corpse in terror. On the street, Zhao Xiaowu's soul was terrified as he floated in the void, gazing down at his own body, completely bewildered. Moreover, none of his attendants paid him any attention. Instead, they were circling around his lifeless form. "What's wrong with the young master?" a burly man asked urgently. "His breathing is weak like a thread of silk. He may be in grave danger." "How can this be possible? The young master has been saved by a powerful figure. How could he suddenly be in danger? Could it be that the young master has been reckless again and his old illness has relapsed? This is bad. The young master has stopped breathing. His body is slowly growing cold. Hurry back to the mansion." The burly men were in a panic, lifting Zhao Xiao's corpse and rushing towards the Zhao family mansion. "You bastards, what are you doing?" "I'm right here." Zhao Xiaowu was completely panicked. How could they not see the living person right in front of them? He looked down at his own body and his expression changed. "Transparent. Am I dead?" "No. Impossible. Come back, I'm still here. What are you all doing? Take me back." Zhao Xiaowu screamed desperately, but no one could hear him. "Come back." He chased after his attendants. Slap. At that moment, a long whip lashed out, and Zhao Xiao's soul trembled suddenly. A heart-wrenching pain surged within his true spirit. "Oh!" he cried out in anguish, turning around abruptly. "Who dares to hit me?" Suddenly his soul quivered, nearly collapsing to the ground as a young man in dark clothing stood before him. The young man was surrounded by a chilling aura, holding a chain that emanated ghostly energy, looking coldly at him, a terrifying pressure enveloping him, making his heart race. Who are you?" Zhao Xiaowu asked in horror, intuition telling him that his sudden death must be related to the figure before him. "I am here to guide you to the afterlife." "Guide me? You're a ghostly messenger." Zhao Xiaowu exclaimed in delight, then burst into laughter, causing Su Fan to frown slightly. "Is this guy an idiot?" "Huh. Ghostly messenger, you finally come. My father has been waiting for you for a long time. Quickly come with me to the Zhao family. My father has good things for you." Zhao Xiaowu was filled with excitement. He knew his own circumstances. The immortal had said that as long as he sent the little ghost to collect souls, he would be safe. There are many ways to send off a little ghost. His father had prepared many gifts for him to offer to that little ghost. However, after waiting for months without seeing the little ghost, he finally had the chance to bring the other party home. Su Fan was a bit puzzled by Zhao Xiaowu's words. As a ghostly being, he had no dealings with the living. What good things could there be for him? However, Su Fan had heard that the underworld was rife with corruption, and many ghostly messengers were not clean off and taking things from the living. Due to the negligence of many ghostly messengers in the underworld, it was easy for the living to take advantage. But he was not that kind of ghost. He aimed to motivate the ghostly messengers of the underworld to work diligently and reshape the order of the underworld. How could he conspire with the living? Moreover, each soul is an evolution point. What gift could be more precious than an evolution point? "Zhao Xiaowu, are you an idiot?" Su Fan sneered, then flicked the soul-collecting chain, directly binding Zhao Xiaowu's soul and leading him. Zhao Xiaowu was stunned, pulled by a great force, helplessly following Su Fan. "No. Ghostly messenger, didn't you understand what I said? My father really has good things for you. These things are far more precious than your soul-collecting salary. Aren't you tempted?" Su Fan was speechless. He swung the whip again, Zhao Xiaowu howling in despair, yet he didn't give up, continuing. "Wang Xiaolu from the next town, how much benefit did the ghostly messenger who collected his soul receive? Do you know? Let me go, it would be a mere gesture for you, and you could gain so many benefits." "Are you an idiot?" Slap. Su Fan remained silent and swung the whip again. Zhao Xiaowu was completely despondent. This soul-collecting ghost was rather stubborn, too young to understand what benefits his authority could bring. "You should be smarter, otherwise sooner or later you will suffer losses. Everyone else is taking benefits. If you don't take any, that's just being inept. You will be excluded sooner or later." The living belong to the Yang realm and the dead to the Yin realm. It's an unchanging rule. Where do so many nonsensical things come from? Su Fan swung the whip again. Ah, you dog, you will fade away sooner or later. As Su Fan led Zhao Ziao's soul away, the people at the scene finally reacted. They were terrified. It seemed that Zhao Xiaowu was dead. Is Zhao Xiaowu dead? It seems so. I heard his guard say he wasn't breathing. Oh, haha, great. This disaster has finally died. Heaven has opened its eyes. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, firecrackers went off, followed by more firecrackers, lively, as if it were the new year. Today is a joyous occasion in my family. All tea is free. A tea house owner laughed. My wife said she is pregnant today. The pastries are free. Today it's a joyous occasion and my coffin shop is giving away coffins for free. I'll come buy one. Huh. Madam, everyone must eventually return to the earth. Since it's free today, shall I reserve one for your husband? I'll reserve one for you. The street was bustling with voices and laughter, illustrating how hated Zhao Xiaowu was. At this moment, a bombshell announcement arrived. Yihong Courtyard, the madam is getting married. To thank new and old customers today, we offer free services. In an instant, the place was packed. No man is a good thing. A shrew yelled on the street. In the Zhao residence, Zhao Yuanwei was busy in his room. Though over 70, his wife Wang was only in her 40s. If luck was on his side, he swore to nurture another child well. Thus he consumed many tonics and worked hard day and night. Master, not good. Just then several cries echoed in the courtyard. Zhao Yuanwei shuddered, getting up from Wang. Her face was filled with resentment as she sighed. What's the matter? Making a fuss over nothing. Zhao Yuanwei pulled up his pants and stepped out of the room, only to see several strong men carrying a corpse into the Zhao residence. You bastards, why are you bringing a corpse into my home? What are you doing bringing a corpse back after being told to protect the young master? This is truly bad luck. Zhao Yuanwei shouted. Master, this is the young master. The burly men cried, bitterly kneeling on the ground, shouting. The young master suddenly died while out shopping for no reason. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanwei staggered and nearly fell. With the help of the servants, he shakily approached Zhao Ziao's corpse. Upon a closer look, he felt darkness before his eyes and fell straight down. Fortunately, a guard was quick to catch him. Otherwise, at his age, if he fell, he would soon be meeting his son. Quickly call for a healer. Inside the Zhao family mansion, chaos reigned as all the servants wept. As Zhao Yuanwei's words fell, a servant hastily left, heading towards a side courtyard of the Zhao residence. At this time, Wang Shi also rushed out of the house, running to the body of Zhao Xiaowu, and could not help but burst into tears. My son, how could you die like this? My son, why must I suffer such a fate? At such a young age must I send my white-haired parent away to the black-haired? Who is it that harmed you? My son. Who harmed my son? I want their life. Wang Shi's eyes turned bloodshot as she glared at the several strong men. Madam, we do not know, one of the strong men said with a sorrowful expression. Don't know? Then why are you still alive while my son is dead? Wang Shi screamed out, utterly heartbroken. Forgive us, madam, forgive us. The strong men were so frightened that their legs went weak, and they kept bowing their heads. What happened? Just then Li Daozhen arrived, wearing a Taoist robe, his face slightly solemn as he quickly reached Zhao Ziao's body. Taoist Li, my son. My son. Zhao Yuanwei was devastated. His body is intact, but his soul is gone. Li Daozhen's gaze sharpened. This is soul reaping. Has there been a ghost messenger to reap souls today? Did the yin-yang mirror I gave you not shine? Did you not send out the treasures you prepared for that ghost messenger? Li Daozhen's 3 questions left Zhao Yuanwei momentarily stunned. No, his son had died on the street. Taoist Li, my son died on the street while out shopping today. On the street. Li Daozhen's expression shifted. He vanished in a flash, arriving on the street, observing the joyful atmosphere around, and the occasional sound of firecrackers, his brow furrowing. There is residual yin energy. It truly is a ghost messenger reaping souls. He then returned to the Zhao family mansion and looked towards Zhao Yuanwei, saying, Your son's soul was taken by a little ghost from the underworld. Taken by the underworld? What? What should we do? Taoist Li, you must save my son. At this moment they should not have gone far. Give me the items you prepared, and I will go reclaim your son's soul. Off. Zhao Yuanwei was incredibly excited. With Taoist Li's help, his son's soul would definitely return. It should be noted that Taoist Li's master was an immortal from the Shihuahua cave, and a mere ghost messenger should be manageable. Zhao Yuanwei turned and went inside, taking out a package containing some old items passed down from his ancestors. These items were not particularly precious to the living, but held significant value to the yin spirits. Li Daozhen did not even look at what was inside the package, and simply took it and left. His cultivation was not low, in his master's words. He was almost ready to ascend to immortality, but his unresolved karma in the mortal world affected his mindset. This was also why he lowered himself to repay Zhao Yuanwai's favor. When he was down on his luck, if it weren't for Zhao Yuanwai, he might have already perished in the mortal realm. Later, his exceptional aptitude for cultivation was discovered by his master, who brought him into the Shuahua cave. Decades passed, and he continually improved, gaining profound insights into the Tao, and he was now on the verge of becoming an immortal. Once the matters here were resolved, he could enter seclusion to seek a breakthrough. As a disciple of the earthly immortal of the Shuahua cave, he had a certain understanding of the underworld, which was a vast power with many strong beings. However, the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect had extended their reach into the underworld, seemingly intentionally suppressing it. Both major powers were backed by saints, while the queen of the underworld had vanished for many years, causing the ghostly beings to be bound and unable to act freely. With the situation above being like this, the ghost messengers below were even more lax, many of them giving up hope. However, despite this, the strength of the underworld's ghost messengers should not be underestimated. Even the most ordinary ghost soldiers possessed considerable power, having generally reached the level of earthly immortals. After all, the souls that passed through the soul-cleansing pool and were reformed became embodiments of the underworld's fortune, reaching the earthly immortal level upon becoming ghost soldiers. The ghostly spirits of the underworld already possessed strength comparable to celestial immortals in the three realms, while the ghost generals could rival golden immortals. The ghost messengers inherently acted under the will of the underworld and apart from the heavenly soldiers acting under the will of the heavenly court. Generally, scattered cultivators were no match for the ghost messengers. However, some well-connected immortals still felt a sense of superiority in the face of the underworld's ghost messengers. Su Fan held the soul-reaping cord, leading Zhao Ziyao's spirit forward, while Zhao Xiaowu wailed along the way, only to be met with repeated lashes. Finally, he reached a desolate mountain, and looking at the several ghostly figures on the mound of earth, spoke. "This person has been executed. Your grievances should have ended. I will take you to the underworld." As Su Fan spoke, several ghosts looked at Zhao Xiaowu's spirit behind him, their eyes flashing with red light. "Zhao Xiaowu, you have finally died." Saying this, the ghosts rushed towards Zhao Ziyao's spirit, their mouths wide open as they bit at his soul, causing Zhao Xiaowu to scream in pain. Su Fan did not intervene. These souls had been drained of their marrow and brains by Zhao Xiaowu in life, harboring deep resentment. If they were not allowed to vent, their accumulated grievances might lead to abnormalities. "Help me, Ghost Lord, help me!" Zhao Xiaowu cried out in despair, while Su Fan stared ahead unmoved. Suddenly, a glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he looked back to see a figure in a Taoist robe rapidly approaching. After estimating the opponent's strength, Su Fan felt a bit relieved. Now he was at the ghostly spirit level enough to deal with celestial immortals. This person was not even an earthly immortal, and he could easily destroy him. Li Daozin's expression was serious. Upon arriving here, he felt the place was eerie and full of ghostly energy. He performed a secret technique, enhancing his vision, and looked ahead. He saw a ghostly figure standing ahead, cloaked in dark robes, surrounded by swirling ghostly energy, holding a soul-reaping cord binding several spirits, among which Zhao Xiaowu was glaringly among them. "Master, help me." Zhao Xiaowu, seeing Li Daojin, couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, urgently calling out. At the same time, he looked at Su Fan and said, "Little ghost, why don't you hurry up and let me go? That person is a disciple of an immortal. He is my uncle. If you don't let me go, you will regret it." Slap. Su Fan did not say a word and directly struck him with a whip, making Zhao Xiaowu cry out in agony. "We are all cultivators. Could you give me some face?" At this moment, Li Daojin, with a grave expression, looked at Su Fan and said, "This is a small gift. I hope you accept it." Looking at Li Daojin, Su Fan replied, "Are you here to reap souls?" Li Daozin's expression changed. "For you, it doesn't matter if you reap one or two fewer souls. Why must you make things difficult for yourself? The underworld is impoverished, and some treasures only exist in the mortal realm. Since you can move between the two realms, why not consider yourself? Are you here to reap souls?" Su Fan asked again. "Soul seizing." Li Daozin's eyes flickered. He had not come to snatch souls, yet the act was nearly the same. "Do not misunderstand. I'm merely offering a treasure in exchange for Zhao Ziyao's soul. Zhao Ziyao's allotted span has ended. His spirit ought to return to the underworld." Su Fan's expression remained calm as he glanced at Zhao Xiaowu. Zhao's face changed, and he bellowed, "You insolent wretch, you have no sense of your place, daring to act so recklessly in my realm of the living. I unclely speak to you with courtesy, and you answer with such rudeness." A sharp slap rang out. "Unclely help!" someone cried. A dismissive snort followed. As Li Daojin began, "Sir, as an underworld official you should surely know." Su Fan simply turned and walked away, which angered him. He, a disciple of Shuahua Dong Shinran of no ordinary standing, could not tolerate an underworld Ingu behaving so insolently. Little wretch, stop. Li Daoxuan barked, flashing forward to bar Su Fan's path. Seeing this, Su Fan's lips curved in a faint smile. The sight pleased him. This was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. The Handbook of Underworld officials declared that if a soul sizer is obstructed by a living person, the Yin law prescribes execution by beheading. Though such underworld laws have become window dressing for many officials rarely taken seriously nowadays, they still exist on the books. But Su Fan took them to heart. He was a man of principle. You brat, are you unwilling to negotiate properly? He asked. Do you know who I am? I am Uncle Li, a disciple of Shuahua Dong Xianren. How dare you presume? A slap landed. Su Fan cracked his whip. Zhao Xiaowu whimpered like a dog kicked by its master, eyes full of grievance, yet too afraid to howl. Begone. Su Fan paid no heed to the self-introduction and stepped forward, shouting, "Humph! If you do not leave Zhao Ziyao's soul behind today, you will find it hard to return to the underworld." At that, Li Daoxuan's palm shimmered. In a precious mirror appeared a talisman bestowed by his master. Potent enough, he had been told, to stand against immortals. I ask you again, will you release Zhao Ziyao's soul? You can try, Su Fan replied, his face darkening. Years of the underworld's weakness had made many forget its true power. Now even the lowliest rabble dared challenge the underworld's dignity, an intolerable trend that must be corrected. Mad arrogance, Li Daoxuan snorted. Even if his opponent were an immortal, what then? The mortal realm's yang energy was vast, it was their home field. For a Yin ghost to show such disrespect, he would act on his master's behalf and teach a lesson. He remembered how in years past his master Shuahua Zhenren had flung several underworld officials aside with a single palm, a display of absolute dominance. Recalling that, Li Daoxuan let out a shout as force surged through him, and he charged at Su Fan. The mirror in his hand radiated a splendid light. A crisp crack sounded. Su Fan's eyelids twitched. With a single lash of his whip, he sent Li Daoxuan flying. Then he extended a finger and unleashed the 7 calamities of ghosts and gods, aiming at Li's brow. Li Daoxuan's face drained of color. He had not expected Su Fan to be so terrifying. One whip had repelled him. This could not be mere earthly mortal cultivation. His master had once said that with the mirror's power, even a Di-Xian could be resisted and life preserved. Now that assurance seemed mistaken. Could it be? He was not of Di-Xian rank. He was a Tianxian. By the heavens, an underworld official of Tianxian rank coming to seize a mere mortal. Li could not indulge in speculation. The finger was nearly upon his brow. Its force was overwhelming and shrouded in dense Yin qi. Even before contact, it made his forehead ache. At the crucial moment, he raised the mirror to shield his face. With a brittle snap, the talisman broke beneath Su Fan's finger as if it were paper. How is this possible? Li Daoxuan recoiled in horror. His master's treasured artifact had been so easily shattered. What kind of spirit was this? Whoever obstructs the underworld's soul sizers deserves execution. Su Fan roared, pressing his finger directly to Li Daoxuan's brow. A sharp sound followed. With that crack, Li Daoxuan's primordial spirit was snuffed out by a single touch, his soul dispersed, utterly bereft even of the chance to reincarnate. Li Daoxuan's body collapsed, eyes wide in terror, life extinguished. Uncle. Zhao Ziyao's spirit trembled as he whispered the name. Your uncle is dead. A departed voice laughed. That fiend is dead as well. They recognized him. He had once bled their marrow for Zhao Xiaowu to absorb. Even as ghosts they remembered. Dead. Uncle Li is dead. Zhao Ziyao's entire spirit went numb, hope of survival vanished. Su Fan did not look at the corpse but stepped over it and walked away. With his present demonic ferocity, he could rival a Tianxian. Even if the other's Di-Xian master arrived, it would make little difference, let alone that Taoist who was not even an immortal. They've grown arrogant. These mortals are puffed up. In an age when becoming immortal is so easy, someone who is not even an immortal dares challenge the underworld's authority. Though the underworld's position is the lowest among the 3 realms, that does not mean its strength is lacking. The 5 ghost emperors, the 10 Yama Kings, the 10 Yin marshals, each is formidable. It is only that they are now constrained by the heavenly court and entangled with the Buddhist order, leaving them somewhat overwhelmed. Su Fan continued on, soon drawing 4 more departed souls, 5 in total, trailing them with his Gaohan Suo as he made for the Ghost Gate. Those wrongfully dead were merely carried along and not formally seized, so they would not be admitted into Fengdu City. Soon they reached the Ghost Gate. After delivering the souls to the city of wrongful deaths, he reported to the seizing office. Lu Gang saw Su Fan and smiled faintly. Su Fan, well done. Lu Gang understood the underworld's present condition and knew well the work ethic of the 33 bureau officials. But with the whole underworld in this state, he had long since ceased to intervene. Even so, as Su Fan's department lord, he felt a measure of comfort seeing such diligence. After all, which superior does not appreciate a hard-working subordinate? Soon the souls were registered. Su Fan left the seizing office and led them toward the judgment office. Ghost, Lord Ghost, what punishment will I face? Zhao Xiaowu asked, voice trembling. Given your crimes, you will likely suffer frying, flaying, waste, severing, traversing blade mountains and fiery seas. Each torment in turn. Zhao went limp with terror. At the judgment office, Zhao Xiaowu was indeed sentenced to numerous punishments, set to endure almost the full catalog of the Punishment Bureau's torments. Alas, it's a pity, Su Fan sighed. When he cycles again and drinks Mingpa's broth, he will forget everything and may well return to his old ways. Given his crimes, he may be reborn among beasts. He exhaled softly. The deeds of the 3 lives in the mortal world determine fate. The underworld has spared no one since antiquity. The souls to be seized in Qingyang town are nearly all collected, yet Zhang Laoji's soul still has no trail. Where did he go? Muttering to himself on the way back, he resolved that tomorrow he would go specifically to search for Zhang Lao. He returned along the same path to his own grave. Upon entering the grave, Su Fan consumed a handful of black mud and began to examine his panel. Evolution points 13. By collecting the souls of 5 people each day at this rate, I can accumulate 150 evolution points in a month, and about 1,000 evolution points would take roughly half a year. In other words, if I were to invest all the evolution points into my realm, it would take half a year to reach the level of a ghost general. How slow? Su Fan felt quite troubled. At that moment, in the Snowflower Cave of the mortal realm, Master Snowflower suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 sharp rays of light shot out instantly. He was a celestial immortal, a loose cultivator in the human realm. Given his talent, it was difficult for him to make further progress, and becoming a heavenly immortal was already impossible. However, 100 years ago, he discovered a forbidden technique that could devour the Tao fruits of others to enhance his own cultivation, which excited Master Snowflower greatly. He decided to give it a try. Decades ago, he took Li Daojin as his disciple, investing considerable resources to cultivate him to the brink of becoming an immortal within just a few decades. As long as he could help him pass the immortal tribulation, he could reap the Tao fruit and thereby break through to become a heavenly immortal. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding that seemed to stem from his dear disciple. My disciple has unfinished mortal affairs. Leaving here is to resolve those affairs to impact the immortal realm. What danger could there possibly be in that mundane world? Although he thought this way, Master Snowflower still felt worried. Li Daojin was someone he had painstakingly trained, and in a short while his Tao fruit might mature. Something absolutely cannot go wrong now. Thinking of this, Master Snowflower's figure flickered, and he vanished from the Snowflower Cave. In Qingyang town, Master Snowflower appeared inside the Zhao residence, which was peaceful and harmonious. In the courtyard lay a jade bed upon which rested a young man with a face glowing with a bluish light, while servants knelt all around chatting and laughing. This puzzled Master Snowflower. How could they still be so happy when there was a death in the family? Where is old man Zhao? At this moment, a voice rang out in the courtyard as Master Snowflower descended from the sky. He was surrounded by auspicious clouds with the Tao principles swirling around him, radiating 1,000 rays of light. With his arrival, the entire courtyard was enveloped in a glow of brilliance. A celestial being. The many servants of the Zhao family were overwhelmed with excitement, bowing and worshipping fervently. Zhao Yuanwei emerged from the house, and upon seeing Master Snowflower, he prostrated himself on the ground, knocking his head in reverence. Zhao Gan pays his respects to the Honorable One. Where is my disciple Li Daojin? Master Snowflower inquired. My son has been mischievous and was taken by a ghost from the underworld. Li Jinren has gone to retrieve his soul. Master Snowflower nodded, then his figure flickered, and he disappeared. We humbly send off the celestial. Zhao Yuanwei was ecstatic. A celestial being had descended upon the Zhao family. This made him feel elated and would provide him ample material to boast about to his old friends in the future. Master Snowflower stepped on auspicious clouds flying towards the ghost gate. Suddenly his gaze flickered and he nearly fell from the clouds. There in a forest lay a corpse dressed in a Taoist robe, and the figure resembled that of his disciple. Master Snowflower's expression changed as he rushed down, standing before the corpse. Disciple. Master Snowflower exclaimed in shock. This corpse was indeed his disciple Li Daojin. The physical body is intact with no external injuries, and bodily functions show no signs of damage. The internal strength hasn't dissipated. Could this be the result of the destruction of the nascent soul, eh? Master Snowflower was taken aback. Who killed my disciple? The surroundings were desolate with chilling winds howling and leaves rustling. Master Snowflower was furious, not out of sorrow for his disciple, but for the investment he had made. Over decades, he had provided all sorts of heavenly materials and treasures, nearly exhausting his life savings, just to bring Li Daoxuan to the brink of becoming an immortal. He was filled with joy, finally able to reap the Tao fruit and break through to become a heavenly immortal. Although he was regarded as an immortal in the mortal realm, in the realm of immortals, he was merely at the bottom. If he could break through to become a heavenly immortal, his status might rise. But now his dream of becoming a heavenly immortal was shattered. Gone. Damn it. Who is it? Master Snowflower's fingers trembled in anger, his state of mind now unstable. No matter who you are, if you dare to harm my disciple, I will not let you go. Master Snowflower's face darkened. He then produced a compass from his hand, which shone with brilliant light. As the compass appeared, Master Snowflower began to mobilize his celestial power to perform a secret technique for divination. The compass glowed and spun rapidly before shattering with a loud bang. What is happening? Master Snowflower was astonished. Not only did he fail to deduce who killed his disciple, but the artifact had also shattered, making him even angrier. Could it be that soul-reaping ghost messenger? Master Snowflower speculated. Right, the Earth God. Thinking of this, he walked off into the distance. He was too weak to summon the land deity with a mere stomp like those great immortals. Therefore, to meet the Earth God, he must go to the Earth God Temple. After all, although the Earth God was a minor official, he belonged to the heavenly court and was not someone a lowly loose cultivator like him could compare to. In front of the Earth God Temple, Master Snowflower's expression was solemn as he spoke. Little immortal Snowflower pays respects to the Earth God. As he spoke, the statue of the Earth God in the temple slowly revived. Looking at Master Snowflower, it asked, "What is your business?" "My disciple has fallen here. May I ask the Earth God if you know who the murderer is?" Upon hearing this, the Earth God's eyes began to glow and the essence of the Earth's veins began to emanate. After a moment, he spoke. It was a ghost messenger. What did he look like? I couldn't see clearly. Earth God, is there anyone in your domain that you can't see clearly? The three realms are vast, and there are many mysterious beings. How could a mere Earth God like me see everything clearly? Moreover, that ghost messenger seems to be quite powerful. His heavenly secrets seem to be concealed by someone formidable, making it difficult to deduce. If it weren't for the fact that this land is my Tao ground, I wouldn't have even noticed him. Upon hearing this, Master Snowflower was shocked. Could it be that the ghost messenger who killed his disciple truly had a significant background? However, regardless, all his hard work had been destroyed by this person. He had to find out who it was, and if possible, he would definitely kill him. Thank you, Earth God. With that, Master Snowflower left the place. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His dream of becoming a heavenly immortal had been shattered by someone, and he couldn't even find out who it was. It seems I need to ask my friend Su Hong for help. Thinking of this, Master Snowflower's hand glowed, producing a jade slip. Looking at the slip, he infused a trace of his divine sense. Snowflower, what is it? A voice came from the jade slip. Su Hong, I have a 300-year-old snow lotus. Where are you? In the western region of Shilua County, Yindi Liang Kingdom of the Earth Immortal Realm. Wait for me, I will come shortly. With that, the light on the jade slip gradually faded. The snowflake real person put away the jade slip, his expression dark as he sat cross-legged on a mountain peak, closing his eyes to cultivate. He had an extraordinary appearance, his face like polished jade, eyes resembling bright stars, surrounded by mysterious Tao principles. With his arrival, the sky filled with morning glow and auspicious colors. Coming from a prestigious lineage, he is indeed remarkable, the snowflake real person said with a face full of envy, speaking to himself. Su Hong had some previous interaction with him, and they had a decent relationship, but the other party later became a disciple of a high-ranking figure of the Chan school, leading to a distancing of their relationship. If it weren't for using a 30,000-year-old snow lotus as leverage today, he might not have even come to see me. Snowflake Tao friend, what is the matter? Su Hong looked at the snowflake real person sitting at the mountain's peak and spoke softly. He certainly knew that the snowflake real person wouldn't give him a 30,000-year-old snow lotus for no reason. He must have a request. Su Hong Tao friend, I won't beat around the bush. May I ask if you have connections in the underworld? Su Hong stepped down from the void with golden lotuses rising beneath his feet, carrying him to the mountaintop. Is this the technique of a celestial? The snowflake real person's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he looked at Su Hong, saying, my only disciple was killed today by a ghostly envoy from the underworld. Oh, the underworld's ghostly envoy is quite bold. I want to know who killed my disciple, but I have no connections in the underworld, making it difficult to investigate. So you want to know who the culprit is, Su Hong's eyes were deep with a flicker of light. No, if possible, you should know that the weakest ghost soldiers in the underworld are at the level of Earth Immortals. It might not be easy for you to kill him. Therefore, I ask Su Hong Tao friend to take action. The snowflake real person cupped his fists. I won't take action, but matters concerning the underworld should be dealt with by those from the underworld. I will introduce you to a spirit from the underworld and see if he can help you. Thank you, Su-hong Dao friend. A month later, my friend in the underworld will have a small gathering with me, and I will inform you then. Understood. The snowflake real person nodded, and then a treasure box radiating colorful light slowly appeared. He opened the box, and inside lay a snow lotus shimmering with light, quietly resting within. The snowflake real person showed a reluctant expression saying, Su-hong Dao friend, this is the 30,000-year-old snow lotus. Su-hong glanced at it, slowly nodding. My master is approaching the end of his life, and I was worrying about what gift to give. This snow lotus is quite suitable. With that, he waved his hand to put away the treasure box, and then left the place. Su Fan rested in the tomb for a night, and when the blood moon rose, he jumped out of the coffin carrying the soul-reaping rope and walked out. As a soul-reaping envoy, my responsibility is heavy. Every moment of rest could lead to souls turning into wandering ghosts. Su Fan said then, as a soul-reaping envoy, my responsibility is heavy. Every moment of rest could lead to souls turning into wandering ghosts. Su Fan said then walked towards the outskirts of Fengdu City. Damn, so pretentious. As Su Fan left, a ghostly envoy muttered under his breath. This Su Fan is truly an oddity. When the assessment comes at the end of the month, because of his presence we will probably be scolded by the Lord. Su Fan walked along the way being secretly cursed at by many ghostly envoys because he was too obsessed with reaping souls, doing at least 5 each day, which forced them to work harder. Moreover, Lord Lu Gang admired Su Fan very much, causing jealousy among these ghostly envoys. Su Fan reaped souls daily, coming and going at odd hours, becoming increasingly famous in the 33 division. Now almost the entire 33 division knew of a soul-reaping envoy named Su Fan. Soon a month passed, and in this month Su Fan had nearly completed reaping all the souls left in Shiluo County. Those souls on the death register whose lifespans had expired were now few, yet he still hadn't found Zhang Laojiu's soul. Zhang Laojiu's soul could not have disappeared without reason. His name remained on the death register, and it was dark red, which was enough to prove that his soul was still in the mortal realm, not having entered the underworld or been scattered. Once his soul entered the underworld or had been scattered, his name would fade, no longer appearing in black, green, or red. Where exactly did Zhao Laojiu's soul go? Could it have left Shiluo County? Su Fan sat cross-legged on the coffin, feeling puzzled. Name Su Fan. Realm Ghostly Evil 163-1000. Talent Immortal Body, True Spirit Immortal. Technique Netherworld Sutra Small Success 163100. Spell 7 Disasters of Ghostly Deities 2 Disasters 163100. Evolution Points 163. Mission Work hard to improve the enthusiasm of ghostly envoys and maintain the balance between yin and yang. Note reaping souls grants evolution points. Over the past month, Su Fan's evolution points had increased quite a bit. Although he was still far from advancing to the level of a ghost general, he was already content. In a short time, he was able to advance from an ordinary ghost to the level of ghostly evil, which was already quite impressive. The people in the mortal realm are indeed unreasonable. They are willing to pay any price for survival. During this time, he truly experienced the harshness of the past month, facing no less than 10 instances of violent obstruction, while reaping souls, resulting in all souls being scattered. In this regard, Su Fan was quite serious. Now that he was a ghostly envoy of the underworld, he naturally followed the regulations of the underworld strictly. Regardless of the time, one must be a law-abiding good person, no a good ghost. Though my realm cannot be improved for now, I will enhance the 7 disasters of ghostly deities to boost my strength. Consuming 100 evolution points to upgrade the 7 disasters of ghostly deities. Current evolution points 63. Name Su Fan. Realm Ghostly Evil 631,000. Talent Immortal Body, True Spirit Immortal. Technique Netherworld Sutra Small Success 63100. Spell 7 Disasters of Ghostly Deities 3 Disasters 63100. Evolution Points 63. Mission Work hard to improve the enthusiasm of ghostly envoys and maintain the balance between yin and yang. Note reaping souls grants evolution points. Su Fan extended a finger and pointed at a nearby location. Instantly, a thick aura of yin spread out and his finger exuded a terrifying power, instilling fear into hearts. Su Fan focused his mind and withdrew his finger. Under his perception, this finger should be capable of threatening a ghost general. However, it needed to be able to hit at the level of a ghost general. If measured against the realms of mortals, it would be at the golden immortal level, still incredibly powerful. The Netherworld Sutra also requires further cultivation, it is the fundamental technique of ghost cultivators. It is said that when cultivated to the highest level, it can allow the soul to reach the quasi-saint level. Along with the cultivation realm reaching quasi-saint, the physical body could also achieve dual quasi-saint status. At that time, let alone those celestial beings, it is likely that even the Jade Emperor of the heavenly court and Buddha from the Buddhist realm could be reaped. Moreover, if the opportunity arises, reaching the level of a physical saint, one wonders if the soul of a saint could be reaped. Su Fan grinned. Su Fan knew that the lifespans of all beings were determined by heaven. Just because one became a celestial or deity did not mean they would not die. Unless one achieved the fruit of a saint's path, otherwise they would ultimately be under the watch of the death register. He had heard that the names of some Tai Golden Immortals and Aluo Golden Immortals were all listed on Lord Cui's death register. Moreover, some had already turned red, but Lord Chui did not dare to let anyone reap them unless ordered by the heavenly court. Additionally, those Deluo Golden Immortals and Tai Golden Immortals could sense their own fates. 3 days later, atop Tiande Mountain in the mortal realm, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist. At the summit, a pavilion emerged faintly amidst the radiant glow of the sky, where 2 figures sat, both clad in Taoist robes, exuding an extraordinary aura of Tao. These 2 were Su Hong and Jinren Shuihua. They were seated inside the pavilion savoring tea. Jinren Shuihua appeared noticeably anxious. Even her state of mind was not quite stable. Su Hong, my friend, has your acquaintance from the underworld not arrived yet? Jinren Shuihua poured tea once more and inquired. Jinren Shuihua, for someone who has already attained immortality, how can you be so impatient? Su Hong lightly waved his sleeve, taking a sip of tea. You jest, my friend. For a month now I have been mourning for my disciple, and indeed I have lost my composure. No need to worry, he has arrived. At this moment, both turned their gaze down the mountain to see an elderly man hunched and carrying a bundle of firewood slowly ascending. Jinren Zuiwa's eyes narrowed. Could this old man dressed in a raincoat and wearing a bamboo hat truly be the person from the underworld that Su Hong mentioned? He didn't seem to fit the description. As Jinren Shuihua pondered, the old man had already reached the top of Tianbei Mountain. Su Hong. The old man appeared somewhat eerie, with a greenish hue to his face and devoid of any sparkle in his eyes. Dao friend Han Tu, this is Jinren Shuihua, Su Hong said, looking at the old man. This gentleman is Han Tu, the chief from the 19th Division of the Underworld's Soul Collecting Department. You are an Underworld ghost messenger. Jinren Shuihua expressed her confusion. What? Does it seem unlike? Shouldn't I appear as a soul when I enter the mortal realm? Han Tu chuckled coldly. Jinren Shuihua fell silent as she scrutinized the old man, noticing that within his spiritual sea there seemed to be 2 souls. One was dormant, while the other was Han Tu's true spirit. Possessed by a ghost. Jinren Shuihua understood in an instant. Jinren Shuihua, no need to be surprised. Dao friend Han Tu always appears with different appearances. Su Hong smiled. Dao friend Han Tu, please have a seat. Han Tu nodded. Despite being a ghost general according to the classification in the mortal realm, he had already reached the golden immortal level, surpassing the cultivation of both Su Hong and Jinren Shuihua. However, before Su Hong, he could not afford to act arrogantly. The situation was such that Su Hong's noble background as a disciple of the Chan sect, supported by a saint, even the heavenly court had to show him respect. Meanwhile, the underworld status in the 3 realms was low, and its spirits were naturally looked down upon. Dao friend Han Tu, this is the reward for your assistance last time. Su Hong said as he produced a bag from his possession and handed it to Han Tu. Han Tu did not even glance at it, directly accepting it. The 2 had long established a transaction, so there was nothing to see. Some time ago, he had helped Su Hong alter a person's fate on the little life and death register without informing the underworld, and today, he came for that matter. Over the years the 2 had been engaged in trading, he helped Su Hong modify the little life and death register, and Su Hong provided him with rewards. Additionally, my friend here wishes to request your help. Su Hong stated. What help? I do not engage in matters concerning the life and death register. Han Tu replied firmly. Of course not. How could we trouble Dao friend Han Tu with such matters? Saying this, Su Hong looked at Jinren Shuihua and said, You speak. All right. Jinren Shuihua nodded slightly, cupping her fists towards Han Tu, and said, Dao friend Han Tu, I have a beloved disciple who was killed by a ghost messenger from the underworld. I wish to know who the killer is, and if possible I hope you can help me eliminate him. Han Tu's gaze sharpened, and he said, I can investigate who it is, but if you want me to act, I am afraid. After all, killing a ghost messenger without just cause violates the Yin laws. Yin laws. Su Hong sneered inwardly, but said nothing. Dao friend Han Tu, if you can assist me, I will ensure you are not at a loss. My master left behind some treasures for me, all of which are beneficial for Yin spirits, and I will give them all to you. Upon hearing this, Han Tu glanced at Su Hong, and seeing him nod, he said, "Only this once, and it will not happen again." "Thank you. Where does that ghost messenger usually appear?" "In Shilua County of the Liang Kingdom. That is within the territory of Liu Gang from the 33rd Division. It must be one of Liu Gang's ghost messengers. I have always had a discord with Liu Gang, so killing one of his ghost messengers is no problem." Han Tu nodded and continued, "You all wait for my news here. I will reply to you in 7 days." As he spoke, his body suddenly collapsed, and Han Tu's soul had already departed. The old man's face turned ashen, his body stiffened, clearly being possessed by Han Tu had severely injured him, and he was beyond saving. Shinrin Shuahua waved her hand, and the old man's corpse instantly turned to dust. Even the true spirit that remained in silence completely dissipated. Unbeknownst to Su Fan, the events occurring in the mortal realm had already drawn attention to him after he eliminated Li Si. Su Fan continued his routine of early departures and late returns, diligently collecting souls. This was viewed with great satisfaction by Liu Gang. In the main hall of the 33rd Division, Liu Gang sat at the top, watching Su Fan register, his eyes sparkling with peculiar light. Su Fan was brought in by him. He worked diligently and meticulously, and moreover strictly adhered to the Yin laws, which made Liu Gang very happy. Now in this soul-collecting department, there were few ghost messengers like Su Fan. Although both chiefs have consistently emphasized that soul collecting should not be done carelessly, by the time the laws reached the lower levels, there were hardly any ghost messengers who adhered to them. The fundamental reason was that the underworld was already somewhat shaken. Currently, the underworld was divided into 3 major factions, one from the Heavenly Court, one from Buddhism, and one from the underworld. The Heavenly Court and Buddhism bullied the underworld daily, neglecting their duties and always seeking to overshadow the underworld's own faction. The underworld faction spent their days collecting souls, judging, punishing, and reincarnating, and also had to double as inspectors of the mortal realm, doing the dirtiest and most exhausting work. In the end, this reached the Heavenly Court's ears, and it became a commendation for the Heavenly Court's faction for being well managed. The 10 Kings of Hell were furious, but what could they do? The higher-ups pressed down on them, and if not for the absence of the Empress of Peace, how could they endure such humiliation? The Heavenly Court and Buddhism had saints backing them, while the underworld became like an abandoned child. In such an environment, the many ghost messengers of the underworld completely fell into neglect, except for the 10 Kings of Hell, who were still striving to extricate themselves from their predicament. The heads of the various divisions were also in a state of neglect, seeing no hope. It's rare for Su Fan to be so diligent. When the opportunity arises, I should suggest to the chief to arrange a position for him as a chief officer. Liu Gang muttered to himself. Chief, currently all the souls that were previously stranded in Shilua County have been collected except for one soul that I cannot find, the spirit of that old Geo. Therefore, I request to review the permissions to see if his soul appears on your life and death register. At this moment, Su Fan suddenly spoke up. Can't find the living soul. Liu Gang said, actually wanted to say, if you can't find it, then just let it be. Oh, why be so strict? However, considering that it seemed inappropriate to say this as a superior to a subordinate, he refrained from voicing it. If that's the case, then I shall help you check. Saying this, Liu Gang took out the life and death register and began flipping through it. Suddenly his expression changed, and he said in a low voice, "Not good. This old Geo has turned into a malevolent ghost and has already fled Shilua County, causing chaos in Pinggan County. A fierce ghost. Out of Shilua County." Su Fan was startled. No wonder he couldn't find the person's soul. It had already left his jurisdiction. This matter requires the patrol division to intervene, Liu Gang said slowly. The inspection department. Su Fan exclaimed in surprise. He had heard of this organization in the underworld, one of the 6 departments of the underworld. The 6 departments are the soul hooking department, the judgment department, the punishment department, the reincarnation department, the hell department, and the inspection department. The inspection department is responsible for patrolling the mortal realm and slaying evil spirits. Now that the soul of Zhang Lao Jiao has transformed into an evil spirit wreaking havoc in the mortal realm, this matter requires the intervention of the inspection department. Su Fan, take my token and go to the inspection department to report this matter to Lord Yao. At this moment, Liu Gang looked at Su Fan and spoke. Yes. Su Fan nodded and then left with Liu Gang's token. Wait, never mind, I'll take you there myself. Liu Gang stood up and walked down from the great hall. At this time, within the soul hooking department, Han Tu sat majestically at the top of the hall, surrounded by swirling dark energy, gazing at a ghostly official below. Have you found out the details? Lord, I have found out that the ghostly official in charge of Shilua County is named Su Fan, and he belongs to the soul hooking 33 department. Su Fan. So it's him. He indeed has some guts to dare to kill in the mortal realm. He must have some skills. Lord, it is said that this Su Fan is also a soul-hooking prodigy, and many ghostly officials in the 33 department have grievances against him. Oh, tell me more. Du Tu inquired. It is said that the day after Su Fan became a ghostly official, he activated a frenzy of soul-hooking, causing great distress to the other ghostly officials in the 33 department, forcing them to hook souls daily, their complaints unending. Every day, Su Fan hooks the maximum number of 5 souls, without fail. I didn't expect him to be a soul-hooking fanatic. Such an unsociable existence is indeed unlikable, so being ostracized is only natural. Hantu chuckled, taking money from others and eliminating disasters for them. As the saying goes, money can make the ghost push the mill, and this is no exaggeration. Having accepted the treasures from the snowflake true person, it is only natural that he must eliminate Su Fan for him. However, it is inconvenient to act in Fengdu City. Since Su Fan goes to the mortal realm every day to hook souls, let him disappear there. With this thought, Hantu stood up and walked toward the Great Hall's exit. The inspection department located within Fengdu City, like the soul hooking and judgment departments, also has several subdepartments, though not many. The gods of the inspection department may not have as many soul hooking ghostly officials, but each is powerful, generally stronger than the soul hooking ghostly officials. Soon he arrived at the inspection department, and under Lu Gang's lead the 2 ghostly figures entered. The Great Hall of the Inspection Department was eerie and terrifying, with a formidable ghost deity sitting majestically at the top of the hall, his presence far surpassing that of Lu Gang. He was a fearsome ghost deity, tall and imposing. Su Fan estimated that the deity's height was at least 10 feet. The ghost deity sat with his eyes closed, motionless like a stone statue. Lord, is this the head of the Inspection Department? Su Fan whispered. Don't speak, Lord Yeo may be out. This is merely his ghostly likeness. Neglecting duties. Using a stone statue to guard the hall was Su Fan's first thought. The 2 ghostly figures stood silently in the great hall, waiting quietly. After about half an hour, the stone statue slowly stirred, opening its eyes to look at Lu Gang. Lu Gang, what brings you here? Your superior Lord He Wuchang has kept me drinking for a while. If you have something to say, just say it. Lord Yeo, one of my subordinates, discovered that a soul has transformed into an evil spirit while hooking souls, so I came to report. An evil spirit? Where is it? He was originally from Shilua County in the Liang Kingdom of the Earth Immortal Realm, but has now fled to Pinggan County. Yuan Peng Li Chuan, you 2 accompany the ghostly officials from the soul hooking department on a trip to the mortal realm and subdue that evil spirit. Understood. At this moment, 2 voices echoed as 2 armored ghostly figures emerged from the dark corners of the hall. These were the gods of the inspection department, also known as inspectors, who roamed the mortal realm to slay evil spirits. Thank you both. Lu Gang smiled. It's our duty. With that, the ghosts left the great hall. Lord Yeo, are you done yet? At this moment, a voice resonated in Lord Yu's mind. Fan Wujiao, just wait for me. And those 2 female ghosts who poured me drinks earlier, don't let them leave. I'll go over now. If I don't make you drink until you pass out, I won't be called Lord Yeo. As he spoke, Lord Yu's body stiffened again, becoming as motionless as a stone statue. Su Fan and the 2 inspectors walked out of the underworld at the ghost gate of Taohua Mountain, both remaining silent with little to say. Recalling the question he had just asked Lu Gang, Su Fan felt a headache. The underworld was quite deep. Lord, it's just a fierce ghost. Can't we handle it in the soul hooking department without bothering the inspection department? Su Fan, you are new here and don't understand many things about the underworld. The underworld is not as simple as you think. Eliminating evil spirits in the mortal realm is fundamentally the job of the inspection department. Moreover, evil spirits vary in strength and the danger level is too high. If something goes wrong, do you know that you could lose your ghostly life? Also, while the inspectors may seem lazy, they also need merits. We don't earn merits for eliminating evil spirits, but the inspectors do. It's just a matter of transferring a favor. The soul-hooking ghostly officials only need to focus on their own work. Eliminating evil spirits is left to the inspection department. After leaving the ghost gate, they remained silent all the way. The 2 inspectors did not say a word either. Su Fan was not familiar with the 2 ghosts and wanted to say a few words, but seeing the stern faces of the 2 inspectors, he lost the desire to speak. There are even inspectors from the inspection department following. What is this kid up to? Has he discovered an evil spirit in the mortal realm? Behind Han Tu's expression darkened. After Su Fan exited the ghost gate, he noticed this as well. However, with 2 inspectors from the inspection department following closely, it was inconvenient for him to act. Therefore, he quietly trailed behind. Based on his experience, after the inspectors subdue the evil spirits, they would leave. Given Su Fan's enthusiasm for soul hooking, he surely wouldn't return to the underworld without hooking 5 souls. At that time, no one would be able to save him. Soon the three of them arrived at Pingon County. Yuan Peng took out a black round disc, and as a wisp of ghostly energy diffused from it, red light began to flicker on the disc, pointing in a certain direction. Humph, there really are ghostly disturbances. With that, the two dashed out. Both were ghost generals with remarkable speed, and Su Fan found it hard to keep up with them. Wait for me, you two inspectors. The inspection department handles cases. The soul hooking department should quickly leave. Su Fan, not including me. That wouldn't do. Although Zhang Laojiao has already transformed into an evil spirit, once the inspection department subdues him, he would still need to bring his soul back to the underworld. This soul is on his life and death register, which means evolution points. Ahead, black mist surged, and a gigantic pit appeared amidst the mountains surrounded by dark energy. Inside lay numerous stark, white bones, a horrifying sight with no less than a dozen scattered bones within the pit. Yuan Peng and Li Chuan both wore solemn expressions as they gazed into the deep pit. Though modest in size, the pit exuded an eerie, chilling aura. Within it lay over a dozen skeletal remains shrouded in chilling energy, their skulls harboring drifting specters seemingly trapped inside. Faint array patterns shimmered around the perimeter. This was unmistakably a soul-refining sight. A cruel method indeed, slaying mortals only to seal their souls within their own skulls, cultivating resentment until it festers. Such a scheme surely serves some sinister purpose. Yuan Peng's face darkened as he spoke. Daredevil Spectre, reveal yourself at once. He suddenly roared, unleashing a terrifying pressure that rippled across the air. At Yuan Peng's thunderous command, a figure emerged from the pit. A wraith wreathed in ghostly chi, radiating an overwhelming tide of resentment, so profound it defied comprehension. A ghost general. Their eyes narrowed sharply. By then Su Fan had also arrived at the site. Upon seeing the malevolent spirit, his expression shifted instantly. He never imagined that Zhang Laojiao's departed soul in such a short time had already ascended to the rank of Ghost General, an achievement that even stirred a flicker of envy within Su Fan. Despite possessing a divine ability, Su Fan himself had only reached the level of Ghost Malefactor, yet Zhang Laojiao, a mere mortal, had transformed into a vicious specter for but a fleeting span before attaining Ghost General status. Fortunately, he had heeded Si Jun's counsel and summoned the patrol department's wandering deities, who otherwise he would surely have been no match for this Zhang Laojiao. Zhang Laojiao, who stands behind you? Who commands you to commit these atrocities? Yuan Peng demanded. The malevolent spirit born of Zhang Laojiao let out a guttural shriek, but uttered not a single word. Senior deities of the patrol department, does Zhang Laojiao act under someone's orders? Su Fan asked. Of course he does. How could an ordinary mortal ascend to Ghost General rank without external manipulation? Yuan Peng replied grimly. Li Chuan, advance. Force his master to reveal himself. To manipulate malevolent spirits openly in the mortal realm. Do they truly hold the Netherworld's patrol department in such contempt? Li Chuan nodded, then flashed black light from his palm. A demon-headed saber materialized, and he charged toward Zhang Laojiao. Seeing Li Chuan rush forward, Zhang Laojiao's spectral visage flickered with unease. Though both ranked as ghost generals, Li Chuan was a Netherworld patrol deity, empowered by the Underworld's sovereign will, specifically ordained to subdue and vanquish spirits. He stood no chance against Li Chuan. Within moments he was already overwhelmed and faltering. Meanwhile, atop Duanbei Mountain, Su Hong and Snowflake Immortal sat in quiet anticipation of news from Han Tu, when suddenly Su Hong's eyes snapped open. Danger! Su Hong's gaze flared instantly. He rose to his feet. Brother Taoist Su Hong, what is amiss? I must depart at once. With those words, Su Hong's form blurred and vanished from the mountain's summit. Such urgency. Could something have gone awry with Lord Si Jun? Han Tu, Snowflake Immortal's expression hardened. May nothing go wrong. My entire life's work has been obliterated by that wretched boy. He must die. Su Hong was gripped by intense anxiety. He had long pursued a grand undertaking, one intimately tied to his future prospects. If he could break through to the golden immortal realm before his sect master's next celestial lecture, he would earn the rare privilege of hearing a sage's discourse, an unparalleled blessing. Thus he desperately sought power, and turned to forbidden arts, refining fortinin living souls, nurturing them until they matured, then devouring them whole to forcibly elevate his cultivation. Now, however, the soul-refining pit had malfunctioned, sparking urgent alarm, compelling him to rush there. Outside the pit, Yuan Peng's gaze pierced like twin blades, scanning the surroundings. Li Chuan clashed fiercely with the specter born of Zhang Laojiao. In truth, Li Chuan could have subdued him long ago, but deliberately held back, seeking to lure forth the hidden master. How audacious! A thunderous voice erupted. Su Hong appeared on the scene. I am Su Hong, disciple of the Chan sect. How dare you lay hands upon my spirit pet? In this era, certain eminent figures indulged in eccentric pursuits, hardly uncommon, yet keeping a malevolent spirit as a pet. This was unprecedented. Upon seeing Su Hong, Yuan Peng and Li Chuan exchanged startled glances. From him, they sensed an unmistakable, pure, immortal qi, unattainable by any unaffiliated cultivator outside the three sects. Though the celestial court now governed the three realms since the investiture of the gods, disciples of the three sects retained immense prestige. Even the celestial court treated them with deference. The Jie sect required little elaboration. Its disciples were nearly extinct, most bound to the celestial register and subject to heavenly authority. The Chan sect, however, preserved formidable strength, and with its sage enthroned in the celestial court, its disciples stood above all others. As for the Ren sect, only one disciple remained, rendering further comment unnecessary. Today, if the celestial court ruled the three realms, the Chan sect existed almost beyond them. Its edicts optional, its allegiance discretionary. Of course, the Buddhist sect also stood equal to the celestial court, maintaining strict neutrality, neither encroaching nor interfering. Hearing Su Hong's affiliation, Yuan Peng and Li Chuan recoiled instinctively. Even Su Fan felt a jolt in his heart. Though Su Hong's personal strength fell short, even beneath his own, the weight of his lineage proved overwhelmingly oppressive. We were unaware this site belonged to a Chan sect elder. Our apologies for the intrusion. Having spoken, Yuan Peng and Li Chuan turned and departed without hesitation. Su Fan cast one final lingering glance at Su Hong before following the two wandering deities away. Senior deities, shall we simply retreat? Su Fan asked. What choice do we have? That Chan sect disciple stands guard. He would interpret any further action as provocation, inviting endless complications. Yet the Ghost Officer's manual states clearly, anyone obstructing underworld justice shall be executed per Yin law. Su Fan countered. Yin law? Ah, that belongs to a bygone age. When Lady Pingxin reigned, who in this vast cosmos dared defy the underworld? Our Yin law was absolute. None dared transgress it. A violator's faced utter annihilation of soul and spirit. But now, alas, it defies description. The two wandering deities sighed heavily, their faces clouded with melancholy. Who still honors the Yin law today? I do. Su Fan vowed silently within his heart. Upholding the underworld's sovereign will entrusted with its restoration, he resolved to forge it anew into a supreme netherworld that watched over the three realms, commanding obedience from all. Wait, awaken now is not the time. I lack the strength for such ambition. Su Fan murmured inwardly. Yet his resolve hardened. The underworld would reclaim its former glory. As the two wandering deities departed, Su Fan watched their desolate silhouettes fade into the distance, knowing full well the bitterness they carried. Legend says Lady Pingxin vanished. Where did she go? Were she still present, the underworld would never have fallen to this state. Damn it. If only I had backing, every Yin law violator would meet swift, merciless death. Su Fan cursed inwardly, striding onward. The two wandering deities had left, but he could not return empty-handed. Every mission dispatched into the mortal world demanded tangible results. Su Fan retrieved the Book of Life and Death, glanced through its pages, and set off towards Shuijiang County, where numerous lingering souls awaited escort to the underworld. As the two wandering deities withdrew, Han Tu, hidden in the shadows, grinned slyly. He hadn't expected Su Hong to appear today, flaunting his spirit pet, a sight that unsettled him deeply. As a fellow spirit, witnessing one's kin reduced to another's pet inevitably stirred uneasy reflections upon his own fate. To hell with it. I take payment and walk away. Nothing else concerns me. Han Tu consoled himself. After the two inspectors departed, Han Tu's ghostly figure slowly emerged. Upon seeing Han Tu, Su Hong's expression slightly changed, as if he recalled something, and he said, Han Tu, what are you doing here? You took our treasure. Will it be acceptable if you do not fulfill your end of the bargain? You mean? Exactly. The ghostly attendant beside the two inspectors just now is the one who caused the death of the snowflake Taoist disciple. After saying this, he pointed at the soul of Zhang Laojiu in the soul refining pit, and said, Su Hong, this ghost cannot be just your ghost's servant, right? Han Tu, there are some matters that can be inquired about, and some that cannot. Do you understand? Han Tu's expression changed, and he nodded, acknowledging, you have a deep background. What you say is what goes. Let's go. Oh, I will accompany you to see what is so extraordinary about the ghostly attendant you mentioned daring to commit murder in the mortal realm. As he spoke, the two walked forward. Su Fan proceeded towards Shuijiang County, feeling a sense of unease in his heart for reasons he could not pinpoint. I forgot to check the almanac today. Is today not suitable for soul collection? Su Fan muttered to himself. At this moment, as he passed through a small grove, a chilling aura suddenly surged around him, and from the rolling dark energy, two figures slowly approached. One of them wore a Taoist robe looking extraordinary, embodying an air of celestial grace. It was none other than Su Hong, who had just claimed to be a disciple of the Chan school. Why is he following me? Could it be because I brought the inspectors to the mortal realm to take revenge on me? Yeah. That can't be. A disciple of a great sect wouldn't be so petty, would they? Yeah. The other figure was ugly, exuding a fierce and terrifying aura, clearly a malevolent ghost. Ghost General. Su Fan's eyes narrowed. He sensed an immense pressure emanating from this ghost, similar to that of Liu Gang, both embodying the will of the underworld. Could he be an underworld ghost attendant? Su Fan. At that moment, Han Tu spoke, his eyes glinting with cold light. I do not know who you are. Su Fan's expression grew serious. The aura of murderous intent surrounding the other party made him feel a bad premonition. I see now you are also Su Hong's ghost pet, aren't you? He thought to himself that since entering the underworld he had diligently collected souls and had not offended any ghost, yet this ghost general was clearly not here with good intentions. At this moment, he looked towards Han Tu, his thoughts racing. If that were the case, the deadly calamity today was likely due to this person. Hearing this, Han Tu flew into a rage, his fury erupting. You are the ghost pet, you son of a BH. I take people's wealth and avert their disasters. Han Tu said, raising his hand to grasp at Su Fan. Su Fan's expression changed drastically as he quickly unleashed his cultivation to resist. How could Su Fan withstand the level of the ghost general? He was directly sent flying by a single slap, crashing heavily to the ground, his soul body cracking, dark energy seeping out from the fissures. You can take a hit. Han Tu was quite surprised that he didn't crush Su Fan with one slap. He flashed and appeared beside Su Fan, raising his hand for another strike. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of power emanated, pressing down towards Su Fan. His expression changed drastically. Separated by a large realm, the gap was indeed vast, and he found it nearly impossible to resist the onslaught. Even though he had reached the third tribulation of the ghostly deities capable of threatening ghosts at the level of the ghost general, facing this opponent, he had no chance to retaliate. Bang! With this palm strike, Su Fan's soul body was instantly shattered. Even his true spirit was extinguished by the power of that slap. The surroundings were desolate, a gust of ghostly energy swirling in the wind. Mission accomplished. Han Tu clapped his hands and turned to walk towards Su Hong. Su Hong's expression was grave. Han Tu's strength was indeed formidable. Even he would find it difficult to withstand a single blow from him. However, in this realm, it was not about who had the higher cultivation, but about status, prestige, connections, and backing. Even if Han Tu was stronger than him, he did not dare to act arrogantly in front of him. Su Hong, I trust you will take care of these dirty jobs from now on. Han Tu smiled, looking at Su Hong. That goes without saying, oui. Su Hong's voice suddenly halted as he stared blankly behind Han Tu, his mind going blank. Behind Han Tu, a shadow was slowly taking shape, and it was none other than Su Fan, who had just vanished. At this moment, his body was still somewhat transparent, not fully formed, but at this rate, he would likely solidify within a few breaths. Su Hong, what is wrong with you? Han Tu noticed Su Hong's dazed expression and did not understand what was happening. Behind you. At this moment, Su Hong finally reacted, speaking hurriedly. Han Tu, be careful behind you. Hearing this, Han Tu's expression changed, and he turned suddenly, but it was already too late. His gaze suddenly shrank as he saw a finger growing larger in his eyes. Ghostly deities, 7 calamities. Han Tu was horrified. You actually cultivated the ghostly deities, 7 calamities. At this point, he had no time to dodge. Su Fan's finger directly pointed at his brow, a terrifying force emanating from his finger, surging directly into Han Tu's sea of consciousness. With a soft sound, Han Tu's true spirit was extinguished by the ghostly deity's 7 calamities, and then his soul body cracked, dissipating into ghostly energy that vanished into the void. The ghostly deity's 7 calamities: the first calamity slays ghost soldiers, the second calamity slays ghostly fiends, the third calamity slays ghost generals. Su Fan felt a surge of dark energy enveloping him. He sensed that he was very weak, as if all his strength had been drained, yet he felt that his soul body had grown significantly stronger. Most importantly, Su Fan felt that a certain power within him was diminishing while his body continued to strengthen. Is the diminishing thing merit? At this moment, Su Fan finally understood the purpose of merit. It was used to strengthen his soul body and replenish what his soul body required. The reason why Underworld ghost attendants valued merit so highly was not only because merit was solid currency in the Underworld, but also because merit could enhance the soul body, allowing for rapid recovery when the soul body was damaged. Though absorbing ghostly energy could also restore the soul body, that process was too slow, unable to compare with the convenience of merit, which could be replenished instantly. It seems that in the future I need to accumulate not only evolution points, but also merit, Su Fan mused. The reason he was able to be reborn was due to the power of his immortal body, which allowed his true spirit to remain undying and recover instantly. However, Su Fan speculated that the reason his soul body became stronger during the reshaping was because he had consumed merit. Does it mean that as long as there is enough merit, I can infinitely strengthen my soul body? Su Fan felt delight in his heart. At this moment, Su Hong finally reacted. His expression changed drastically as a flash of light appeared in his hand and a jade slip appeared. He was just about to merge it with his spiritual sense when Su Fan, quick as lightning, waved his hand and took the jade slip away. Then he suddenly swung out the soul-collecting rope, catching Su Hong off guard and directly pulling out his primordial spirit. At this moment, Su Hong had no means of resistance before Su Fan. In truth, both of them were at the celestial immortal level. Though Su Fan embodied the will of the underworld and was bolstered by fortune, making him stronger than Su Hong, the fact that Su Hong was a disciple of the Chan school meant he wouldn't lack any means of resistance. The situation was simply too bizarre. A ghost attendant who had just been obliterated suddenly revived, shocking him. Just as he intended to call for help through the transmission jade slip, Su Fan discovered him and decisively acted, pulling out his primordial spirit. Without a physical body, the primordial spirit had no means of resisting the soul-collecting rope, which was specifically designed for targeting souls. Why did you want to harm me? Su Fan looked at Su Hong, bound by the soul-collecting rope, and said in a low tone, "No. You misunderstood. Oh, I never intended to harm you. Never. Do you think I didn't hear your conversation?" Although Su Fan had just dissipated, his true spirit had remained intact, and he had naturally heard their conversation clearly. "It was you who bribed that ghost general to kill me." Su Fan's eyes were icy. Had it not been for his immortal body, he would have likely already scattered into nothingness. In the small grove, a suffocating aura lingered, and Su Fan's piercing gaze emitted a chilling light as he coldly stared at Su Hong's bound soul. "Su Fan, listen to me. I truly did not wish to harm you. I am merely acting on someone else's orders," Su Hong urged anxiously, sensing the intense killing intent emanating from Su Fan. At this moment, he dared not invoke his status any longer. Acting on someone else's orders? Who? The snowflake true person. The snowflake true person. Su Fan paused slightly, feeling that the name was somewhat familiar. "Nonsense, I do not know any snowflake true person." "No. You do know his disciple died at your hands." At that moment, Su Fan finally recalled that during his soul-snatching, a man who claimed to be a disciple of the Snowflake Cave had obstructed him and was subsequently killed with a mere gesture. Now that he thought about it, that man must have been a disciple of the Snowflake true person. "Where is he?" "On Tianbei Mountain." Su Hong answered without hesitation. At this moment, it was better to speak than to keep secrets. "You respond quickly. That Snowflake true person has caused many troubles. I wish I could personally kill him." Hearing Su Hong's words, Su Fan smiled slightly and said, "Then you shall accompany me to Tianbei Mountain." "All right, but please preserve my physical body." Su Hong looked toward his own physical form. Su Fan also glanced at the body, his eyes flickering before he struck out with a palm, instantly reducing the body to powder. "You?" Su Hong was furious. He had no idea how many precious resources that body had consumed, and now it had been shattered by this scoundrel. But when he met Su Fan's gaze, his heart trembled, and he quickly lowered his head. If it was shattered, so be it. As long as he could survive today, he could reconstruct his body later. At that time, he would make sure to refine this ghostly scoundrel for 10,000 years. "It seems you hate me quite a bit," Su Fan asked. No, how could I dare? You are a proper ghostly officer of the underworld. What is there to fear? You can take a ghost servant, but what is it that you do not dare to do?" Su Fan had no intention of letting this man go. Although he had only met him once, he understood that those arrogant disciples of great sects would never tolerate such humiliation. Today, having drawn out his soul, if he were to let him go now, he would likely never have peace again. However, the man's background was indeed a bit troublesome. If he died today, his sect would certainly investigate the matter, so he needed to erase all traces. Had it not been for the reminder just now, he would have forgotten the man's physical body. At that time, with a body but no soul, his sect would immediately suspect the underworld. Now it was good. Destroying his body would also mean there would be no evidence of his death. "Let us go to Tianbei Mountain." Su Fan whipped Su Hong's soul, causing him to nearly shed tears. As a disciple of the teaching of clarification, he was used to a life of luxury. When had he ever endured such humiliation? At this moment, his soul was in excruciating pain mixed with a tide of grievances. Su Hong squeezed out a few tears, but in his current state, they dissipated as soon as they appeared. What are you crying for? What is there for a man to cry about? Su Fan whipped him again. Soon under Su Hong's guidance, the two reached Tianbei Mountain. Su Fan, I have brought you here. Can you let me go now? No. Su Fan replied firmly. You? To strike at an active ghost officer is punishable by death according to the Underworld laws. What nonsense Underworld laws? Are you the only one still talking about Underworld laws in the entire Underworld? Su Hong despaired, his voice growing frantic. He certainly knew about the laws, but who cared about such nonsense? How could he have encountered such an inflexible ghost officer this time? To be so serious about it. To despise the Underworld laws is to add another crime leading to the scattering of one's soul. Upon hearing this, Su Hong fell silent, terrified, his soul trembling. As a fourth-generation disciple of the teaching of clarification, he had a bright future and an enviable reputation. Yet now he was at the mercy of a ghost officer. What must I do for you to let me go? Oh, I have many treasures both for the living and for the spirits. I possess them all. Do you have merit? Su Fan suddenly asked. Merit? I have. When I followed my master in the world slaying demons and eliminating evil, I accumulated quite a bit of merit. Give it to me. Su Hong fell silent. Merit was incredibly precious. How could he just hand it over? Not only spirits needed merit, but beings in the realm of the living needed it as well. The higher the merit and fortune, the more abundant their souls, the greater their comprehension, and the more opportunities they would have. What? Are you unwilling? Su Fan lifted his whip. No. I am willing. Su Hong's soul dimmed as he spoke. Then Su Hong's soul began to glow, a mysterious wave emanating from him, spreading towards Su Fan. As this wave enveloped Su Fan's soul, he felt his body grow stronger, filled with an overwhelming warmth. After a while of expelling merit, Su Hong's soul dimmed, and he looked at Su Fan with hopeful eyes, saying, Can I leave now? Su Fan did not reply, but instead checked his attributes. Name Su Fan. Realm Ghostly Fiend 631,000. Talent Undying Body, True Spirit Immortal. Cultivation Method Ghostly Abyss, Sutra Minor Completion 63100. Technique 7 Calamities of Ghosts and Gods 3 Calamities 63100. Evolution Points 63. Merit 2,500. Mission Work diligently to enhance the ghost officer's enthusiasm and maintain the balance of yin and yang in the universe. Note: soul snatching can yield evolution points. The true spirit immortal signifies that my true spirit does not perish. However, during the reconstruction of my soul, I spent 1,000 merit to strengthen my soul. At this moment, Su Fan looked at the merit field and found that he had accumulated 2,500 merit points. Goodness, Su Hong had gathered so much merit. Last time he extorted over 1,000 merit from those ghost officers who came to trouble him. Today, after strengthening his soul, he spent 1,000, leaving him with only 1 or 200. But now it had directly replenished to 2,500. Is there more? Su Fan asked darkly. No, there isn't. Su Hong's soul dimmed. My. Su Fan snorted coldly, raising his whip to strike. No, I have more. Su Hong was frightened and quickly spoke up. Now that his merit had diminished sharply and his soul was weak, he could not withstand another whip. If he were struck again, he feared he would scatter immediately. Hurry and hand it over. After a stick of incense, Su Hong's soul had become dim and almost transparent, resembling a client who had exhausted his vitality, drowsy and lethargic. Su Fan, it's gone, truly gone. Oh, I am completely empty, Su Hong said weakly. I don't believe you. You must have hidden something. Be honest and hand it over. It's gone, truly gone. I see you won't cry until you see the coffin, Su Fan said, preparing to raise his whip. There's one last bit. Su Hong truly cried. He looked at Su Fan with a face full of grievances, 1,000 thoughts of revenge racing through his mind. If possible, he would like to tear Su Fan apart. How outrageous. He was a distinguished fourth-generation disciple of the teaching of clarification, yet now he was being treated like this by a mere ghost officer, as if he were being milked like a cow. It was a great humiliation. Under the Tianbei Mountain, Su Fan relentlessly squeezed, Su Hong vowing to extract every last drop from him. Another incense stick's time passed, and Su Hong was completely drained. His primordial spirit lost all its luster, his expression darkened, tinged with a shade of green, and he could barely stand. Su Fan really gone. Su Hong's primordial spirit lay on the ground, unable to lift his head. A gust of cold wind blew, and he couldn't help but shiver, feeling as if he might float away. Is that all? Keep spitting it out. No, it's really gone, not a drop left. Su Hong's eyelids felt heavy, his primordial spirit hollow, unable to muster the strength to speak. Name: Su Fan. Realm Ghostly Fiend 631,000. Talent Undying Body, True Spirit Unextinguished. Skill Nether Scripture Minor Success 63100. Technique 7 Calamities of Ghost Gods 3 Calamities 63100. Evolution Points 63. Merits 6502. Mission Work hard to enhance the enthusiasm of ghost messengers and maintain the balance of yin and yang in the world. Note: capturing souls can earn evolution points. Su Fan gazed at Su Hong, a flicker of ghostly light flashing in his eyes. This fellow was truly a fat sheep. It seemed that this time he really had nothing left. Even the single digits had been squeezed out, likely no hidden reserves. A mere minor celestial has so many merit points. If it were a golden immortal or a grand unity golden immortal, how much would they have? Su Fan seemed to see a way to profit, a method to infinitely strengthen the soul body. Alright, I believe you, but if you can spit out another 100 merits, I might really let you off the hook. I can't. You, old man. Su Hong's primordial spirit grew ever weaker, and Su Fan's words sent waves of heart palpitations through him. To spit out another 100 merits, he couldn't even produce a single merit, let alone 100. If the minimum unit of merit was 0, he might now be in the negatives. A series of cold winds swept through, and Su Hong's primordial spirit became increasingly transparent, beginning to slowly dissipate. Su Fan, you old bastard, heartless, evil spirit squeezing out merits. Su Hong uttered one last word, and his primordial spirit completely dissipated. Weakened by excessive strain coupled with frustration from Su Fan, his soul shattered and vanished, ultimately scattered by a gust of cold wind. This was the first time Su Fan had seen a spirit shatter from anger. Su Fan was momentarily taken aback. Did Su Hong actually dissipate on his own? But that was fine, but saved him the trouble of acting. At this moment, he looked toward the summit of Tianbei Mountain, a fierce, killing intent flashing in his eyes. The snowflake real man dared to secretly use underhanded tactics, sending ghostly generals to kill him. He truly deserved to die. If I kill him, it would count as upholding the laws of the underworld. Saying this, Su Fan slowly ascended the mountain. At this moment, at the peak of Tianbei Mountain, the snowflake real man felt restless. Su Hong had been gone for quite some time, and his absence made him uneasy. He wondered if that little ghost from the underworld had been slain. Looking down the mountain, he suddenly sensed a thick, swirling yin energy rising, obscuring his vision. Could it be that Taoist Han too has arrived? The expression of the snowflake real man changed, and then his eyes lit up as he cast a spell to look again, his face turning pale. Amidst the rolling yin energy, a young ghost messenger dressed in dark robes, holding a chain, was slowly approaching. Seeing this young ghost messenger, the snowflake real man's heart stirred. Could this be the true face of Taoist Han too? Thinking of this, the snowflake real man stood to welcome him. Taoist Han too, you have come. Has the ghost messenger who harmed my disciple been killed? Hearing this, Su Fan's gaze narrowed, instantly recognizing the other's identity. The person before him was indeed the snowflake real man. Snowflake real man. At this moment, Su Fan spoke. Here. The snowflake real man slightly cupped his fists. Taoist Han too, rest assured the treasures I promised will definitely be presented to you. Saying this, the snowflake real man took out a storage bag and handed it over. Su Fan opened the bag to find several old items within: a broken solitary lamp, a glowing orb, and a few dogtooth-like teeth. These items were all helpful for the cultivation of yin spirits. Not enough, Su Fan replied coldly. Taoist Han too, these are precisely the items we discussed. I said it's not enough. Su Fan glared at him, his eyes gleaming with a menacing light, filled with intense killing intent. The snowflake real man's strength as a land immortal was nothing before Su Fan. He could easily crush him with a single slap. Taoist Han too, do you intend to go back on your word? You must know that you were introduced to me by Taoist Su Hong. If you breach trust, it may be difficult for Taoist Su Hong to explain, don't you think? Hand over the merits on you. Su Fan did not elaborate further. He did not care much for these old items. He only valued two things. First, evolution points. Second, merit points. As long as these two were sufficient, he could move freely between the realms of yin and yang. You actually want my merits? Han too, I will inform Taoist Su Hong about this. Hurry and hand over the merits. Su Fan snorted coldly, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him laden with intense killing intent. At this moment, the snowflake real man dared not say more and could only hand over a portion of his merits. By forcibly taking merits, are you not afraid of generating karmic retribution? You need not worry about that. Moreover, continue. Su Fan shouted. The snowflake real man's face turned grim. He could only hand over another portion. Ultimately, under Su Fan's relentless squeeze, he was completely drained, but he still had his physical body, which contained rich blood energy, to sustain him, unlike Su Hong, who had directly shattered his soul. The snowflake real man's face was pale, his eyes vacant, weakly saying, "That's about it. There's nothing left. Nothing left. I heard that burning blood energy can nourish heaven and earth, and it can also be converted into merits. Take out half of your blood energy and convert it into merits." The snowflake real man nearly spat blood. "Hantu, are you insane? That could cost lives. Giving you merits today is solely to repay your help in avenging me. You do not go too far. Furthermore, if you act this way, you will surely be entangled in overwhelming karmic retribution. Even a grand Luo golden immortal would not dare to plunder others' merits like you. Going against the heavenly path will surely invite retribution." Slap. Su Fan directly slapped him, startling the snowflake real man. His physical body shattered. "You old fool, how dare you still hide things?" Su Fan snorted coldly. What karmic retribution? What karmic forces? He was completely unafraid of such things. You are not Hantu. Who are you?" The snowflake real man's expression changed drastically as he suddenly shouted. The real Hantu had always been wary of Su Hong. He would not risk offending Su Hong to deal with him. Moreover, Hantu was a ghost general at the golden immortal level. That slap just now could have easily killed him, yet he merely sustained injuries and did not die. "Oh right, I am indeed not Hantu. I killed Hantu." "What?" The snowflake real man was horrified, realizing that the opponent truly was not Hantu. Doesn't that mean his merits were given away for nothing? Moreover, the other party even killed Hantu. That was a ghost general, a golden immortal. "Do you have any questions?" Su Fan asked. You are that ghost messenger." At this moment, the snowflake real man suddenly awoke, feeling extremely aggrieved. How foolish he was. He had accumulated merits for a lifetime, and now he had given them all to his enemy. "Snowflake, oh Snowflake, you truly are a fool." The snowflake real man regretted immensely, wishing he could slap himself twice. Not only did I slay Hantu, but even Su Hong, whom you mentioned, has now vanished completely." Su Fan snorted coldly. "Those who violate the laws of the underworld shall be punished." Saying this, Su Fan swiftly drew the soul-reaping thread binding the snowflake real man's physical body, and he coldly said, "As for you, there is no need for your existence. Now I give you two choices. First, burn your blood energy to nourish heaven and earth and earn merits. Second, dissipate your soul. Which do you choose?" "I choose to burn my blood energy." The snowflake real man's face was filled with terror, without a trace of hesitation. In the face of soul dissipation, even if he had overwhelming hatred for Su Fan, he dared not be defiant. Better to live than to die. What dignity of an immortal matters when life is at stake? The expression of Master Shuahua was grim, filled with frustration, yet he still burned half of his blood energy to bestow merit upon Su Fan. Finally, he grew increasingly weak, his face pale and enveloped in a thick aura of dusk hanging by a thread. "I have already burned half of my blood energy. Can I leave now?" "That half has already been burned, yet you still radiate vitality. You could burn another half and transform it again," Su Fan remarked. "I'll pee you." Master Shuahua nearly died from anger, glaring at Su Fan with resentment, saying, "Impossible. I cannot burn any more blood energy. If I burn another half, my life is in danger." "If that is the case, then I will send you on your way," Su Fan replied, knowing that the other party could no longer burn blood energy. "No. You promised to spare me." Master Shuahua roared in fury. Do you really believe such nonsense? Have you become foolish from your cultivation? Haven't you heard that lies are plentiful?" Su Fan said, then summoned the soul-reaping rope, directly shattering his physical body. A weak primordial spirit floated out, gazing at Su Fan with a face full of resentment. "Evil spirit, may you have a terrible end. I am already dead. Oh, where can I die again?" Saying this, Su Fan blew forcefully, scattering the weak primordial spirit. After that, Su Fan took the soul-reaping rope and left the place. He did not go elsewhere, but instead made his way back to the vicinity of the soul-refining pit in Pinggan County. Now that Su Hong was dead, he wanted to see what had become of Zhang Laojiu's soul. Soon he arrived at the site where the soul-refining pit was silent, with wisps of Yin energy drifting about. Zhang Laojiu's soul was lost in thought within the pit. Not long ago, he suddenly regained his memories and recalled his entire life. As a child, he was orphaned, growing up on the kindness of others, living a lonely life without a wife. Yet he was kind-hearted, having helped many villagers throughout his life. Though no one was there to bid him farewell, after his physical body withered and died, his soul witnessed the villagers buying him a coffin. While it wasn't a grand burial, he was at least laid to rest. Not long ago, he encountered a wicked person who brought him here. He seemed to be under control, forced to devour other souls, his strength increasing constantly, and now he had even reached the level of a ghost general. Everything that had happened previously felt evil and filthy to Zhang Laojiu. He had lived a virtuous life, yet after death turned into a malevolent ghost devouring those innocent souls, leaving him with a profound sense of guilt. Whoa! Zhang Laojiu curled up in the corner, emitting a chilling wail. Su Fan stood over the soul refining pit, observing the anguished Zhang Laojiu, feeling the deep guilt within him. Zhang Laojiu. At this moment, Su Fan spoke in a deep voice. Hearing this, Zhang Laojiu suddenly looked up, staring at the figure above the soul refining pit. Are you a ghost emissary? Zhang Laojiu asked with a tremble. Great ghost emissary, please take me away to the underworld for punishment. I have erred, I devoured many living souls, all of whom were innocent. I never expected that after living a virtuous life I would end up as such an irredeemable evil ghost. I deserve to die. Great ghost emissary, please punish me. Zhang Laojiu was filled with regret, suffering greatly. Zhang Laojiu, you did not act out of your own will, you were controlled. This is not your fault. Su Fan reassured him. But I ultimately committed these acts. Wrong is wrong, and this debt rests on me. Fine, come with me, I will recommend you to the Lord of the Underworld as a ghost emissary to atone for your sins. Upon hearing this, Zhang Laojiu was startled. Can I really become a ghost emissary? Yes. All right. I will follow you, but before becoming a ghost emissary, I request to be punished. Su Fan's mouth twitched. This was indeed a peculiar ghost. While other ghosts would flee at the mention of punishment, Zhang Laojiu eagerly sought it. Then Su Fan summoned the soul-reaping rope binding Zhang Laojiu's soul and walked away. A day quickly passed, and Su Fan collected 5 souls in Shuijiang County before returning to the underworld. As for the events surrounding Duanbei Mountain, no one would know for a while. Name Su Fan. Realm Ghost Killer 681,000. Talent Immortal Body, True Spirit Immortal. Technique Nether Sutra, Minor Completion 68100. Magic 7 Calamities of Ghosts 3 Calamities 68100. Evolution Points 68. Merit 8,502. Looking at his attribute points, Su Fan smiled slightly. With his current merit, he could be considered quite wealthy. Many officials in the soul reaping office likely had less merit than him, as this resource required constant consumption. Not only is it needed for cultivation, but also for recovering soul bodies after damage in battle. Moreover, it is said that the hard currency desired by the ghostly women in the ghost furnace is also merit, not paper money or ghost coins. Soon Su Fan arrived at the soul reaping office and recommended Zhang Laojiu to Lu Gang. Lu Gang used the Sin Mirror to examine him, nodding, you have accumulated quite a bit of merit for your good deeds in life. Although you strayed a bit after death, you still meet the requirements to be a ghost emissary. You will remain in the 33 offices as a soul-reaping ghost emissary. Master of the office, I request to be punished in the punishment office before returning as a ghost emissary, Zhang Laojiu urged. Lu Gang was momentarily dumbfounded. He had never seen such a ghost before. Lu Gang looked at Su Fan, who shrugged and said nothing. All right, since you want punishment, go ahead. I will write a document for you to take along. In the following days, Su Fan continued to collect souls daily, rapidly increasing his evolution points. As for merit, the monthly salary of 100 merit points was something Su Fan found hardly worth his attention now. It was much better to obtain merit from others. However, he could not just extort merit from anyone he met. Therefore, Su Fan had been quite carefree, hoping that the ghost emissaries of the 33 offices would seek him out for trouble, but now everyone knew Su Fan was not to be trifled with, and indeed no ghost emissaries came to challenge him. Quickly, over 3 months passed, and Su Fan's evolution points increased by another 500 points. Now he had reached 560. Quickly, over 3 months passed, and Su Fan's evolution points increased by another 500 points. Now he had reached 568 points, taking another step closer to 1,000 evolution points. Upgrade the Nether Sutra. At this moment, Su Fan sat cross-legged on the coffin in the burial chamber, thinking to himself. Consume 100 evolution points. The Nether Sutra has been upgraded to mastery. Name Su Fan. Realm Ghost Killer 468-1000. Talent Immortal Body, True Spirit Immortal. Technique Nether Sutra Mastery 468-1000. Magic 7 Calamities of Ghosts 3 Calamities 468-1000. Evolution Points 468. Merit 8,502. With the Nether Sutra upgraded to mastery, Su Fan felt that his speed in refining ghostly energy had increased, and the nourishment of ghostly energy on his soul body had also considerably accelerated. In 3 months, the death of Su Hong, a 4th-generation disciple of the Chan sect, finally triggered a response, and within the underworld, Su Fan welcomed a new opportunity. On this day, a ghostly messenger summoned Su Fan, stating that the Lord of the Underworld wished to see him. Su Fan dared not delay and emerged from his crypt, making his way toward the grand hall of the 33 offices. The hall was eerie and terrifying. Lu Gang sat at the apex of the hall, gazing at Su Fan as he entered, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Lord, may I ask why you summoned this humble servant?" "Su Fan, you are the soul-reaping, ghostly messenger I brought in. Your performance has been noted and is quite— Thank you for your praise, my lord. I shall continue to work hard," Su Fan replied humbly. Lu Gang's lips twitched a further effort. "Not at all. The ghostly messengers under my command are nearly on the verge of quitting due to your influence. Su Fan, you possess great talent. It is indeed somewhat of a pity for you to be merely a ghostly messenger in the 33 offices. It is an honor for me to serve the 33 offices." Lu Gang sighed inwardly. "No need for honorifics, just hurry along. Enough with the humility. The position of the Lord of the 19th office has been vacant for 3 months now. I have recommended you to the chief officer. Follow me to meet him shortly." The Lord of the 19th office. Vacant for 3 months. Could it be? At that moment, Su Fan's gaze narrowed as he recalled the ghost general he had slain 3 months prior in the human realm. Could he be the Lord of the 19th office? "Su Fan, what's this? Are you unwilling?" "No, I am willing." He joked. If he could become a lord, he would have greater power. It was said that there were no limits to the souls he could reap daily. Even if he brought back dozens, no one would mind. As long as he became the lord, his points of evolution would surely increase rapidly. "Since you are willing, let us go to the soul-reaping main hall to meet the 2 chief officers." "Yes." With that, the two left the hall, heading toward the soul-reaping main hall. The soul-reaping office had many subordinate offices, with the main hall located at the center of Fengdu City, where the 2 chief officers conducted their business. The chief officers of the soul-reaping office were the Black and White Impermanence. Their powers were formidable, reportedly at the pinnacle level of the Tai Golden Immortal. Additionally, as deities of the Underworld, they were endowed with the merits and luck of the Underworld, capable of contending even against ordinary Deluo Golden Immortals from the human realm. However, the Underworld was currently in a weakened state, and both had kept a low profile, having not ventured to the human realm for quite some time. At that moment, within the main hall, 2 imposing figures sat majestically. Both emanated a powerful aura, their bodies swirling with ghostly energy, evoking a chilling presence. One of them wore a white robe, his face pale, features handsome, with strands of black lines adorning half of his face, giving him an otherworldly beauty. He wore a white official hat that bore the 4 large characters "Wealth appears at first sight." The other figure was clad in black robes, his face dark and expression fierce, resembling a fearsome deity with the words "Peace under heaven" inscribed on his official hat. These 2 were among the top 10 generals of the Underworld, overseeing the soul-reaping office. This humble servant Lu Gang pays his respects to the 2 deities. Upon entering the hall, Lu Gang displayed utmost respect, pulling Su Fan to bow before the Black and White Impermanence. "No need for formalities. Thank you, deities." "Lu Gang, is this the Su Fan you mentioned?" At this moment, the Black Impermanence Fan Wujo spoke, looking at Su Fan. Su Fan's expression shifted, and he quickly lowered his head. Under the gaze of the Black Impermanence, he felt as though he were being seen, through a chill running through him. "Indeed." Lu Gang continued. "Though Su Fan has only recently joined the soul-reaping office, he has been meticulous in his work and has never made a mistake, being the only one under my command who hasn't missed a soul. Thus I believe he is capable of holding the position of Lord of the 19th office." The Black Impermanence nodded, then turned to the White Impermanence, saying, "Seventh brother, what do you think? Su Fan, if you encounter any living person obstructing your soul-reaping, what will you do?" "Those who obstruct the Underworld's soul-reaping shall be punished according to the Een laws." Su Fan replied solemnly. "Indeed, there are few ghostly messengers who take our Underworld's laws seriously anymore." The White Impermanence, Xie Bian, smiled. "I hope you will maintain this original intention and carry forth the spirit of the soul-reaping office by ensuring not a single soul goes unreaped. I will diligently reap souls and not let the 2 deities down." "Well said, I shall await that day." Fan Wujo chuckled. As he spoke, a light flickered in his hand, revealing a token. With a wave of his hand, the token flew into Su Fan's grasp. "This is the token of the Lord of the 19th office. From now on, you shall be the Lord of the 19th office." "Thank you, deities." Su Fan bowed, glancing at the black token in his hand, feeling a surge of excitement within. With this title of Lord, his soul-reaping speed would surely increase significantly. "You may leave." Subsequently, the 2 departed from the soul-reaping main hall. Lu Gang turned to Su Fan and said with a smile, "Su Fan, now that you are the newly appointed Lord of the 19th office, you can bring a few trusted aides with you." "Yes, I would like to request Qinkong Luo Qing and Zhang Laojiao." Su Fan replied. "Very well, they have good relations with you and can assist you greatly there." "Thank you, my lord." "No need for such formalities, Su Fan." You are a lord now, oh just call me Brother Lu from now on. There was no special ceremony for Su Fan's appointment as the Lord of the 19th Office. Instead, he directly brought the three ghosts to the Grand Hall of the 19th Office. Inside the hall, several ghostly messengers lounged on chairs, some writing documents on black paper, while others were napping with their heads down on the tables. As Su Fan entered the hall, the ghostly messengers stirred slightly. Who is this? He seems to possess quite a strong aura. I don't know. The Lord hasn't returned for 3 months, he might have dissipated. Could this person be the new Lord? Very likely. Greetings, everyone. I am Su Fan, and from now on I shall be the Lord of the 19th Office. With that, he placed the commission document on the altar at the apex of the hall. Instantly, the document ignited in blue flames and vanished in an instant, a wave of will emanating from the top of the hall and cascading down. Su Fan felt a surge of power descend upon him. It seemed to be the luck of the underworld, and he had inherited some will. Su Fan ascended the hall, sitting at the summit, gazing down at the multitude of ghostly messengers. The ghostly messengers were startled and quickly bowed respectfully. We have seen the Lord. Su Fan nodded, about to speak when he noticed a ghostly messenger returning from soul reaping outside the hall. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Hurry and register me. Ooh, I want to go hang out in the ghost brothel. The ghostly messenger urged. The one responsible for registration changed his expression, vigorously signaling to the returning, soul-reaping ghostly messenger. Old Six, have you lost your mind? Brother Quan, the new Lord has arrived. Upon hearing this, Yang Quan's expression changed, and he quickly looked up at the hall's summit only to see Su Fan gazing at him. Feeling the imposing gaze from Su Fan's eyes sent a shiver down his spine. I have seen the Lord. Yang Quan bowed. Register me. Su Fan nodded. Soon the ghostly messenger responsible for registration completed the task. Evolution 0.001. At this moment a voice echoed in Su Fan's mind, leaving him stunned. What is happening? Could it be that when his subordinates reap souls he receives rewards too? If that is the case, this would be fantastic. Yang Quan, how many souls did you reap today? Reporting to the Lord, I have managed to reap exactly 1 soul. Su Fan huffed, slamming the directory book of the 19th Office heavily onto the altar. Inside the Grand Hall of the 19th Bureau, Su Fan slammed the ghostly clerk registry onto the magistrate's desk with a sharp crack, startling every ghostly clerk present, who instantly bowed their heads in alarm. None of them understood why this newly appointed Bureau Lord had suddenly erupted in fury. My Lord Bureau Director, this you. Yang Quan's spirit body trembled. Bewildered, he could not fathom what transgression he had committed. For 2 days straight he had conducted soul retrievals, nearly half a month's quota, in hopes of impressing his superiors and earning promotion to Bureau Director himself. Instead, an outsider had been abruptly appointed above him. A bitter resentment already churned within him, only to be inflamed further when the new Bureau Director greeted him not with courtesy, but with cold disdain. Yang Quan, does the 19th Bureau's daily soul retrieval quota stand at 5 souls? Yes. And must every clerk undertake a daytime soul retrieval mission each day? No. No. Su Fan's gaze narrowed as he swept it across the assembled clerks. Then tell me, what is the established pattern for daytime missions in the 19th Bureau? My Lord Bureau Director, it is thus our former director decreed that each soul retrieval clerk undertakes 1 daytime mission, then rests for 1 full day. 1 mission, 1 rest. Hearing this, Su Fan erupted in wrath. Then who, pray tell, shall earn evolution points for me while you all idle? This rule is utterly unacceptable, offensive to both gods and spirits alike. Countless souls linger unclaimed in the mortal realm, ever on the verge of twisting into malevolent specters. Such negligence constitutes gross dereliction of duty. Su Fan declared with solemn authority. My Lord Bureau Director, it is not only our 19th Bureau, many other soul retrieval bureaus operate under identical protocols. Other bureaus fall beyond my jurisdiction, but henceforth the 19th Bureau shall abide by no such laxity. The clerks' faces paled. Gazing upon Su Fan's grim, unyielding countenance, none dared. Effective immediately, each clerk undertaking a daytime mission must retrieve precisely 5 souls. After 6 consecutive days of such missions, 1 day of rest shall be granted. By mortal world time, keeping your operational window begins each night at the hour of high and concludes at the hour of sea the following day. Any clerk returning prematurely to the underworld without having secured 5 souls shall forfeit merit points. A collective gasp rippled through the hall, their expressions contorted in disbelief. Did this mean 6 hours of soul retrieval each day, and 6 days straight before even a single day's reprieve? Was this labor even fit for ghosts? My Lord Bureau Director, might this workload prove excessive? One clerk ventured hesitantly. Excessive. Zhang Laojiu Chun Kong Luo Qing. You 3 shall set the standard. If you succeed, so too shall they. Yes, sir. Zhang Laojiu and Chun Kong thundered in unison. Luo Qing's eyes darted sideways before he hastily nodded. Damn it. A true workaholic now vested with authority. This is sheer torment. We're all doomed to burn out. Moreover, any clerk who chooses not to rest on the 7th day may continue soul retrieval as overtime, and shall receive additional merit rewards from this bureau director. Damn, this man is a born merchant. Had I possessed half his talent for exploiting subordinates in life, I'd have amassed a fortune long ago. Luo Qing mused inwardly. Within the grand hall, the clerks' faces darkened. The proverbial 3 fires of a new official blazed, but this new bureau director's conflagration scorched far too fiercely. He had ignited fury across the entire 19th Bureau, yet though resentment seethed beneath their silence, not a single clerk dared voice complaint. Within the Underworld's bureaucratic hierarchy, a bureau director held absolute authority to consign subordinate spirits directly into reincarnation, even into the animal realm, with but a single edict. That bureau director is truly vile. Such ruthless exploitation, he deserves damnation himself. That wretch, utterly inhumane. Murmurs of resentment swirled silently among the clerks. Perhaps he merely seeks to impress the 2 chief directors with early achievements. Surely things will normalize soon. Did not past bureau directors behave likewise? Rigorous for a fortnight, then lapsing into indolence within 2 months. One simply adapts. Others remained cautiously optimistic, convinced Su Fan's draconian regime would collapse under its own weight within days. Yet they knew nothing of Su Fan's unwavering resolve. Had his subordinate soul retrievals yielded no evolution points for him, perhaps he might have tolerated leniency. But now that he knew he gained evolution points with every soul retrieved, how could he possibly allow rest? Who then shall earn my evolution points while you all recline? Shall my cultivation attributes stagnate? At last, Su Fan grasped the mindset of those capitalist tycoons from his past life. An employee's day off is my personal loss. Why on earth should I grant it? Damn. Brutal indeed. Su Fan chuckled darkly, but truth be told, it was intoxicating. He could retrieve souls at whim, or spend entire days drinking wine and listening to music while clerks earned evolution points for him. Why not push them to their limits? Still, these clerks were grievously negligent, so much so that the Underworld's rights and music teetered on collapse, and its standing across the 3 realms had dwindled to near irrelevance. Dismissed. With a sweeping gesture, Su Fan sent the clerks away, each departing with a face clouded in sullen resentment. Su Fan, you are truly despicable. You wretched cur, you'll surely rot in hell one day. Su Fan, I curse your 8 generations of ancestors. Su Fan, your conscience was devoured by dogs. In life you were surely scum. Once outside the 19th Bureau's hall, the clerks erupted into furious curses, until one whispered, keep your voices low. Should the bureau director hear, he'll make your afterlives miserable. At once their expressions shifted. They glanced warily about, then clamped their mouths shut. Though they longed to tear Su Fan limb from limb, survival demanded they serve beneath him. Alas, lowly clerks like us possess no rights whatsoever. Even when exploited, we have no recourse for justice. What choice do we have? Quit. My tomb still shelters 2 ghost children who depend on me. I constantly instruct my ghost children to master the Yang codes and Yin laws, so they may one day become junior judges in the Tribunal Bureau, spared from risking their very essence on daily soul retrievals. Exhausting labor yields pitiful merit. Indeed, the Tribunal Bureau is far more comfortable. Failing that, the Punishment Bureau suffices. Though dirtier, at least it carries no risk of annihilation. Precisely. I secured my child a post in the Hellwarden Bureau, guarding the infernal realms. Yet few spirits endure its oppressive aura. Amid waves of helplessness, sorrow, rage, curses, and desperate resignation, the clerks finally shuffled toward the ghost gate, shaking their heads. My Lord Bureau Director, I am Yuan Chuan, your personal attendant. Allow me to escort you to your official residence. Indeed, as Bureau Director of the 19th Bureau, you no longer dwell in modest burial mounds. With that, Yuan Chuan led Su Fan toward a vast necropolis nestled deep within Fengdu City. Soon they arrived at a sprawling mausoleum complex. Grand tombs towering 30 zhang high, each occupying immense tracts of land built with staggering magnificence. Su Fan even glimpsed ethereal maidens gliding between the tombs, dressed provocatively with voluptuous figures, flawless alabaster skin, and wafts of ghostly qi clinging to them. Were it not for that spectral aura, he might have mistaken them for courtesans from the mortal world's pleasure quarters. What purpose do these maidens serve? Su Fan asked, gazing into the mausoleum grounds. In the Underworld, countless low-tier Yin spirits exist, native denizens of the Netherworld who predate the lady's establishment of the reincarnation cycle. They possess fixed yin lifespans. Until those expire, reincarnation remains forbidden. Some become underworld clerks, but others less fortunate resort to prostitution to survive. And they come here. Most bureau directors value dignity and disdain visiting brothels. Thus these maidens attend them directly. My lord bureau director, if you wish. But, do you take me for such a degenerate? Su Fan rebuked sternly. Yet his eyes lingered upon the maidens, appraising them discreetly, already weighing possibilities in silence. Thereafter, guided by his attendant, Su Fan entered the 19th Bureau's ancestral tomb. Upon reaching its entrance, several women of breathtaking beauty, graceful, statuesque, and voluptuous, bowed deeply before him. This humble servant greets the bureau director. This humble servant. Su Fan paused, turning questioningly to Yuan Xuan. My lord bureau director, this tomb belonged to your predecessor. By regulation, upon assuming office, you inherit all his possessions and entitlements. In front of the vast mausoleum, upon hearing the words of the attendant, Su Fan was utterly astonished. He gazed at the four ethereal, ghostly maidens ahead and softly asked, including them. Yes, these ladies were the concubines of the previous lord of the underworld, and now they belong to you. The attendant said with envy. Su Fan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling like a notorious villain. The previous lord of the underworld, Han Tu, was the one who killed him, took his position, usurped his grand tomb, and was soon to sleep with his wives and concubines. This was undeniably the behavior of a true villain. He wondered if Han Tu had a son. Ahem. Su Fan lightly coughed and turned to the attendant, saying, You may leave now. The attendant nodded and respectfully departed. The four ghostly maidens looked at Su Fan, a bit anxious, uncertain of the temperament of this new lord of the underworld. Su Fan glanced at the four ghostly maidens and asked, What are your names? In response to the lord of the underworld's question, I am called Chun Lan. The other three are named Xia Zhu, Qiu Zhu, and Dong Mei. If the lord of the underworld dislikes them, we can change our names. They are quite good. Let's return indoors. Yes. The four ghostly maidens bowed and then followed Su Fan into the grand tomb. This palace was truly immense, with many passages leading to various burial chambers. Mysterious orbs were embedded in the walls on either side, emitting a faint glow. With the introduction from one of the ghostly maidens, Su Fan began to gain a certain understanding of this palace. One must admit that Han Tu truly knew how to indulge. This palace was not only equipped with sleeping chambers, but also with music chambers, drinking chambers, and even a dedicated chamber for merriment with concubines, as well as a treasure chamber. Su Fan first visited the chamber dedicated to merriment with concubines and could not help but feel emotional. Han Tu really knew how to enjoy himself. He looked at the few concubines who slightly lowered their heads, seemingly shy. Lord of the underworld, won't you have a meal? Shall we start right away? Chun Lan, who was a bit bolder, whispered. Not in a hurry. Su Fan replied as he walked towards the dining chamber. Now that he was the lord of the underworld, the food was naturally not ordinary. Who would still eat black mud? The dining table offered ghost rice, some spirit meat from beasts, and even some pastries. Lord of the underworld, I shall serve you your meal. The fair and beautiful Xia Zhu cautiously approached and served Su Fan some dishes. Although Su Fan felt a bit unaccustomed, he still reluctantly accepted. Soon he was full. One must say these dishes were far more appetizing than black mud. Lord of the underworld, I shall help you change your clothes. Two ghostly maidens stepped forward to remove Su Fan's official robe. Then, under the guidance of the four ghostly maidens, they entered the merriment chamber. Su Fan did not lift a finger. Everything was handled by the maidens, and this feeling was rather pleasant. 2 hours later, Su Fan looked at the four breathtaking ghostly maidens lying inside the massive coffin, and a sense of emptiness arose in his heart. So it turned out that ghostly existence could be so colorful. Although Su Fan found this life quite enjoyable, he understood very well that in this world strength reigns supreme. Without sufficient power, everything one possesses will shatter, just like Han Tu. After a brief indulgence, Su Fan felt a sense of boredom and began to contemplate his future. Having outsiders in this luxurious tomb was quite inconvenient for him. After all, there were some secrets he did not wish for anyone to know. You all pack your things, feel free to take any treasures from the tomb, and then go back to your own places. At this moment, Su Fan suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, the ghostly maidens' expressions changed, and they all looked at Su Fan with teary eyes. Lord of the underworld, how could you be so heartless? Is it because we did not serve you well? No. Su Fan shook his head. Then why do you want to drive us away? Lord of the underworld, where else do we have to go? The previous lord of the underworld used means to send our families into reincarnation to obtain us. The ghostly maidens cried. Su Fan was slightly taken aback. Han Tu was indeed ruthless. Lord of the underworld, do you find us bothersome? We can avoid disturbing you. Whenever you need us, we will come. Yes. Lord of the Underworld, please do not drive us away. The four ghostly maidens cried, we have no home left. Should we leave here, we might end up like those ghostly maidens wandering outside the tomb. Su Fan pondered for a moment. Was he truly a bit heartless? However, their presence did affect him. He had a golden finger that must not be discovered by others. Alright, this palace is vast. I will designate an area within it as your activity zone. If you wish to roam within the mausoleum, you may do so, but upon entering the palace, you must not enter other areas without my permission. Upon hearing this, the ghostly maidens were overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Then, Lord of the Underworld, regarding your food, clothing, and daily needs. You need not worry about that, I will handle it myself, and will call you if needed. Yes, we obey. The four ghostly maidens bowed to Su Fan, and then quickly departed. Finally, Su Fan designated a no-entry zone within the palace for them, and then left this place to head to the office of the 19th Division. One must admit that even in the mortal realm, these four ghostly maidens would be considered exquisite beauties. Those young masters would likely lose their senses over them. After Su Fan became the Lord of the Underworld, the matter of him slaying Su Hong, a disciple of the Chan sect, finally caught the attention of his master. Su Hong's master was Chao Xian, a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect. As a third-generation disciple, Chao Xian had not participated in the battles of the past. During that battle, the Jie sect was nearly annihilated, while the Chan sect fared slightly better, though many of its disciples also perished. Ultimately, it was the Western sect that reaped the benefits. 4 of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were even converted by the Western sect, and even the deputy leader of the Chan sect, the Lantern Master, was converted. This infuriated the primordial heavenly venerable, but the situation was such that he could not turn things around. Afterward, disciples of the Chan sect began to recruit students widely, and Chao Xian was the youngest disciple accepted by Guang Qingzi, the leader of the 12 golden immortals. With outstanding talent, he was greatly favored by Guang Qingzi. Many years ago, Chao Xian brought back a child named Su Hong and took him as his only disciple. No one knew that Su Hong was actually a seed left by Chao Xian during a moment of indulgence in the mortal realm, and now bringing him to the mountain could be considered a good fate. Su Hong was also quite diligent and soon reached the celestial realm. In a few hundred years, it would be time for the ancestor of the Chan sect to preach, and all Chan sect disciples above the golden immortal level would be able to attend. Thus, Su Hong worked even harder, hoping to reach the golden immortal level in these few hundred years. Chao Xian was very supportive of this and provided many treasures. However, 3 months ago, a Taoist boy rushed in with an urgent shout, startling him. Upon inquiry, it turned out that the soul lamp representing Su Hong had extinguished. This drove Chao Xian into a frenzy. The extinguishing of the soul lamp signified Su Hong's death. Su Hong was not only his only disciple, but also his own flesh and blood. The fact that he had died under unclear circumstances was hard for him to accept. Chao Xian was enraged, furious as a Taiji golden immortal who had failed to protect his son. That day, driven by overwhelming fury, he descended the mountain overnight. Chao Xian traversed the entire immortal realm, yet he could not find Su Hong's corpse. He even had people inquire in the underworld, but there was not a trace of Su Hong's soul. On the immortal's death register, Su Hong's name had vanished, which meant that there was no trace of him left in the world. His soul had been scattered. This left Chao Xian heartbroken. For 3 months, he had even consumed his immortal power to perform divination, yet he found not a single clue. Since someone is concealing the heavenly secrets, they must be no ordinary person. No matter who you are daring to harm, my son will ensure your soul is scattered to the winds. Chao Xian's expression darkened. Earth God, come forth. With a stomp on the ground, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth. With a loud shout, a short Earth God manifested from the ground, hastily bowing to Chao Xian. I greet the esteemed immortal. Have you seen this person? As he spoke, Chao Xian waved his hand, and an image appeared in the void, revealing. Reporting to the esteemed immortal, it seems I saw him a few months ago. He appeared to be headed towards the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Chao Xian's expression darkened, and in a flash he disappeared without a trace. Now that he had narrowed down the search area, he would soon find Su Hong's whereabouts. Along the way, he continuously questioned the earth and mountain gods, and finally narrowed it down to Yin Province. Yin Province. Chao Xian's expression darkened. According to his investigations, Su Hong seemed to have visited Yin Province twice. The first time nothing happened, but during the second visit he vanished. What could possibly have brought Honger to Yin Province twice? Chao Xian's eyes flickered with a murderous intent. Honger, do not worry, I will surely avenge you. In this immortal realm, how dare anyone lay a hand on my son? I will make them pay with their soul. After saying this, Chao Xian's figure disappeared. This matter was certainly not simple. The one who acted against him likely had a background, and even his divination could not uncover it. It must be that someone was concealing the heavenly secrets. However, no matter how great their background was, how could it compare to his? He was a disciple of a saint backed by the saint himself. Even the heavenly court had to show him some respect. Just wait, I will definitely find you. Time passed swiftly. In the second month after Su Fan became the lord of the underworld, he had accumulated 1,000 evolution points. This filled him with delight. He was earning evolution points rapidly. He could not wait to choose to elevate his realm, and after becoming the lord of the underworld, his salary increased, bringing in 1,000 merit points monthly. Name Su Fan. Realm Ghost General 15. 210,000. Talent Immortal Body True Spirit Unextinguished. Technique Netherworld Scriptures Proficient 15. 21,000. Technique 7 Disasters of the Ghost Gods 3 Disasters 15. 21,000. Evolution Points 15. 2. Merit 9,502. After breaking through to Ghost General and feeling his immense power, Su Fan was in high spirits. He summoned Mei Lan Ju and Zhu, the 4 ghost maidens, to celebrate. After a night, Su Fan remained vigorous and lively. Being powerful had its advantages. However, Mei Lan Ju and Zhu suffered, having slept for 3 days and nights in the palace. During this time, the many ghost messengers of the 19th Division were struggling. They had to collect souls for 6 hours daily, and if they failed to bring back 5 souls, their merit points would be deducted. This drove them to work desperately, fearing that they would be penalized and have their salaries docked. As for the notion of overtime on the 7th day, they could forget about it. Over the month, the trend of soul collecting in the 19th Division had spread across various divisions, and many lords were filled with anger, dissatisfied with Su Fan as their lord. What a disgrace! What kind of atmosphere is this? Moreover, the 2 overseeing lords had publicly praised Su Fan, urging other lords to learn from him. The other lords nodded in agreement, harboring resentment towards Su Fan, and even Lu Gang, who recommended Su Fan for the position, inexplicably received many disdainful glances. This left Lu Gang quite dejected. However, the many lords did not voice their grievances. At least they still had some tolerance. When they would explode was anyone's guess. 3 days later, a special ghost messenger arrived within the 19th Division, said to be from the main hall of the Soul Collecting Division, bearing a document from Lord Black and White Impermanence. Su Fan of the 19th Division, heed my command. The ghost messenger had a fierce appearance, exuding an overwhelming aura of Yin energy. As soon as he entered the 19th Division, he called out. Su Fan was taken aback and hurriedly descended from the main hall to bow to the ghost messenger. Then the ghost messenger produced a document stating, "By the order of Lord Impermanence, I deliver this soul-collecting document, which must be personally executed by Lord Su Fan." As he spoke, he handed the document to Su Fan. Su Fan nodded and accepted it, then bowed to send off the messenger. The ordinary ghost messengers of the underworld collected souls from mortals regardless of cultivation level, though anyone below the status of Earth Immortal was considered immortal. As for souls above Earth Immortal but below Golden Immortal, many overseers personally collected them. Regarding those above Golden Immortal, the 2 Lords Black and White Impermanence would personally intervene. At this moment, with the issuance of the soul-collecting document by Black and White Impermanence, it was clear that someone on the Immortals' death register had reached the end of their lifespan. He opened the register and looked at the names listed. In the western Bulhuzhou Chaoxiao Cave, He Jian, with celestial immortal cultivation, has a lifespan of 1,700 years, which is exhausted today. How his soul must be collected and brought to the underworld. In black characters on red paper, the words shone with a cold and piercing light. Western Bulhuzhou. Isn't that the territory of the Buddhist sect? Su Fan murmured. Who cares whose territory it is? Now that the soul-collecting document has been issued, this person's soul must be collected into the underworld. After giving a few instructions to the ghost messengers beside him, Su Fan rose and left the main hall, heading towards the Ghost Gate. Western Bulhuzhou is located to the west of the immortal realm, populated by many from the Buddhist sect, yet there are also Taoist scattered immortals residing within. To reach Western Bulhuzhou, one must pass through the Western Ghost Gate or the Middle Ghost Gate. Su Fan assessed the directions and set off towards the Western Ghost Gate. Zhuangzhong Mountain, located in Western Bulhuzhou, is the site of the Ghost Gate of the underworld. It is shrouded in Yin energy, with ghost messengers leading souls into the underworld from here. The Ghost Gate is massive, with intense fluctuations emanating from it. There are ghost soldiers guarding the entrance, and entry requires a token. At this moment, a flash of light appeared at the Ghost Gate, and Su Fan's figure appeared outside the Ghost Gate. He wore a dark robe, a government cap atop his head, and held a pitch-black soul-collecting rope. Since becoming the Lord, he not only changed his official cap, but also upgraded his soul-collecting rope, which had become even more powerful. After exiting the Ghost Gate, He oriented himself and headed in the direction of Chaoxia Cave. Inside Chaoxia Cave, an elderly man with an ethereal presence sat cross-legged. His hair and beard were all white, surrounded by the laws of immortality. Although he appeared to have an immortal aura, he knew that his time was running out. Having spent his life cultivating, he had finally become an immortal, yet he could not escape the fate laid out for him. However, Jin felt no resentment. With his cultivation, even if he entered the underworld, he could still secure a position if he did not wish to be reincarnated. Even if he were to be appointed as a mountain god or land deity, it would still be a form of return. However, recently, as his time approached, several individuals from the Buddhist sect had been frequently appearing at his dojo. They insisted on guiding him to the sacred land of the Buddhist sect, which greatly troubled him. As a disciple of the Tao, he practiced Taoist techniques, and now with his time approaching, what sense did it make to go to the Buddhist sacred land? Inside the Morning Glow Cave, Jin sat cross-legged, having dismissed all his disciples, quietly waiting for the Grim Reaper from the underworld to arrive. Long ago, a high-ranking monk of the Buddhist sect sought to guide him into Buddhism, claiming that he had a connection with the Buddha, and that as long as he entered the sect, even if he could not become a bodhisattva, becoming an arhat was highly likely. However, his master was a Taoist, and having practiced Taoism since childhood, how could he possibly enter Buddhism with that monk? When the monk departed, he told Jin that should he pass away, he could lead his soul into the pure land of bliss and achieve the golden body of an arhat. Furthermore, unbeknownst to him, the monk inscribed a Buddhist scripture within his nascent soul, prompting him to read it daily. Jin was infuriated, feeling as though he had been schemed against with the Buddhist seed forcibly planted within his nascent soul. Therefore, he suppressed it daily with his Taoist techniques, ultimately Jin was infuriated, feeling as though he had been schemed against with the Buddhist seed forcibly planted within his nascent soul. Therefore, he suppressed it daily with his Taoist techniques, ultimately managing to keep the divine light at bay. Unfortunately, what he did not expect was that as his lifespan drew to a close, the Buddhist sect truly sent someone to him. Moreover, as his lifespan reached its limit and he was about to pass away, he found it increasingly difficult to suppress the divine light on his nascent soul. The Buddhist sect is indeed at the height of its power now. Jin sighed. If there were no grim reapers from the underworld to guide him in the coming days, once his physical body expelled his nascent soul, he would likely be taken away by the disciples of the Buddhist sect. Now the Western Buddhist sect and the heavenly court stood in opposition. If he were to be taken away by the Buddhist sect, even though his heart leaned toward the Tao, he would probably be forcibly converted. Thinking of the few Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect who were not once loyal disciples of the two teachings. As Jin worried, a chilling wind stirred outside the cave, rustling the fallen leaves. A figure emerged from the swirling dark mist outside the cave, a spirit clad in dark robes and wearing an official hat, surrounded by swirling dark energy. His face was pale with black gas swirling in his eyes, and he held a shimmering, soul-reaping rope. This person was Su Fan, who stood quietly within the cave, gazing at Jin. Jin, I have come to lead you on your journey, Su Fan said. Jin smiled slightly and replied, You have come. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Su Fan was taken aback for a moment, then felt relieved, for even immortals could sense their impending end, a fact he had heard about days earlier. In ancient times, once cultivators achieved immortality, they enjoyed long lifespans. However, since the Earth Mother evolved the cycle replenishing the heavenly path and establishing the underworld, the heavenly path has limited the lifespans of immortals. Every immortal has a lifespan limit. Without reaching sainthood, it is ultimately challenging to escape the cycle of reincarnation, though the duration of life can vary. Let us go. Jin sighed, and then a flash of light enveloped him as his soul departed from his body. Once a cultivator reaches a certain level, their soul transforms into a nascent soul, so at this moment, Jin existed in his nascent soul state. As soon as his nascent soul flew out of his physical body, a burst of golden light erupted, illuminating the entire cave. Without his physical body, the Buddhist seed imprinted on his nascent soul became difficult to suppress and erupted instantly. Moi. Su Fan's expression changed upon sensing the overwhelming Buddhist light. Jin felt the rich divine light and could not help but sigh, a hint of disgust appearing on his face. Those of the Tao sect naturally revere Taoism. Even if the Buddhist teachings are profound, they are not the path they pursue. Suppress. At that moment, Su Fan shouted loudly, and a torrent of dark energy surged forth. Despite the overwhelming Buddhist light, he managed to suppress it within Jin's nascent soul. I apologize for the embarrassment, Jin said with a self-deprecating smile. He continued, After a lifetime of cultivating the Tao, I find it difficult to erase the imprint of the Buddhist seed on my nascent soul. Were you schemed against? Su Fan asked. Not exactly. I simply had no intention of entering Buddhism, yet they persistently pursued me. Su Fan nodded, well aware of the Buddhist sect's tendencies. As long as they set their sights on someone, they deem that person destined for Buddhism, regardless of whether the individual agrees or not, they will take them back and convert them into disciples. Let us go. Su Fan waved his hand, summoning the soul-reaping rope to bind He Jian's nascent soul, and proceeded toward the entrance of the Morning Glow Cave. At this time, 300 miles away from the Morning Glow Cave, two robed arhats of the Buddhist sect sat cross-legged atop a mountain peak. The two exuded a solemn aura, surrounded by a shimmering light, quietly seated on the mountaintop as they softly chanted scriptures. The sounds of scripture emanated from them, transforming into golden runes that manifested in the void, with the melodious Buddhist tones resonating throughout the mountains. At the foot of the mountain, a cultivator who revered Buddhism sat cross-legged, listening to the Buddhist sounds, contemplating the Tao and practicing Zen. At this moment, a beam of Buddhist light shot into the sky from afar, causing the two to suddenly open their eyes, revealing a hint of joy on their faces. That He Jian's time has come. Will you go and guide him here? Master said that this person is a 9-lifetime virtuous person. If he can enter our Buddhist sect, it would be a great merit for us. At that time I told you to simply take him away, but you insisted on waiting for him to wholeheartedly turn to the Buddha, wasting so much time for us both. Wu said darkly. He is a wrathful Vajra Arhat of the Buddhist sect, known for his hot temper. From the beginning, he suggested taking the other party directly, leading him to the Spirit Mountain for conversion. Yet Fag insisted that the Buddhist sect values destiny, waiting for him to wholeheartedly repudiate Buddhism. After so long, the other party had shown no desire to turn toward Buddhism, and in the end would they still forcibly take him away? Alas, this He Jian has a steadfast Tao heart, and cannot be influenced. We have no choice but to use force. Fag sighed, and then joined his hands, softly reciting Amit Ba. Wu stood up, and then his figure flickered and vanished from the mountaintop. Just as Su Fan led He Jian's soul out for 10 miles, he suddenly saw a golden light rushing towards him from the void, arriving before him in an instant. It was a Buddhist Arhat with a halo above his head, surrounded by a radiant Buddhist light illuminating the void. The Arhat sat in the air, his brow furrowed, glaring at Su Fan, and shouted, "Bold little ghost, how dare you reap souls as a person of the Buddhist sect?" With a thunderous voice, Fa's shout shook the surroundings, accompanied by the booming sound of Buddhism that sent ripples through the soul. Su Fan waved his hand, summoning a surge of dark energy that countered the terrifying sound of the Buddhist proclamation. A person of the Buddhist sect. He is not even a monk. How can he be considered one of you? Boldly you dare to disrespect my Buddhist sect. It seems you do not wish to return to the underworld. As an angry Vajra, I have the right to slay mischievous little ghosts in the mortal realm. Wu directly categorized Su Fan as a mischievous little ghost causing chaos in the mortal world. Su Fan scoffed, saying, "What a grand accusation. The Buddhist sect's bald monks are nothing but this. I am on a mission to reap souls. If you dare to obstruct me according to the laws of the underworld, I shall strike you down." Nonsense. Even if a person of the Buddhist sect were to pass away, they would ascend to the Pure Land. How could they possibly go to your underworld? Quickly let He Jian go. Do not say he is not one of your Buddhist sect. Even if he were, anyone whose name appears on the death register can be reaped. As Su Fan spoke, he stepped forward, completely ignoring the angry Vajra. With compassion from my Buddha, this little ghost causes chaos. Today my disciple shall eliminate demons and protect the Tao. Wu declared, extending his hand to strike at Su Fan. The void roared as golden light spread forth, transforming into a colossal golden hand descending from the heavens. On the palm, the Buddha's radiance surged, wielding terrifying power that crushed the surrounding void. Su Fan's gaze narrowed as he released He Jian's soul, shielding it beside him. In a low voice, he said, "Wait for me here. Once I deal with this bald donkey, I will take you back to the underworld." In this realm, aside from those few prominent figures, Su Fan had never feared anyone. With his undying body, he felt sufficiently confident. Bearing the mission to revitalize the underworld, he would not yield. The laws of the underworld had been disregarded, and he would make it clear that henceforth these laws must not be trampled upon. Although he knew this process would be lengthy, no matter how long it took, he believed he could achieve it. Gazing at the giant handprint imprinted in the void, Su Fan snorted coldly, a torrent of dark energy emanating from him as he lunged forward to meet it. As he cultivated the Yinming Sutra, his soul body grew increasingly powerful, now rivaling the physical strength of a golden immortal. Coupled with his status as a ghost general, his realm was already on par with golden immortals of the Yang realm. Moreover, he embodied the will of the underworld, and with the Underworld's fortune backing him, he was significantly stronger than the Golden Immortals of the Yang realm. Though this angry-eyed Vajra Arhat was also in the Golden Immortal realm, he lacked many attributes compared to Su Fan. Bang! As their palms collided, Su Fan retreated 10 zhang, while the Arhat was pushed back 2 zhang. This bald donkey has such formidable physical strength. Su Fan muttered under his breath, but he did not worry. The strength of the soul body was not his forte, his true strength lay in soul attacks. Whether it was the 3 calamities of ghosts and gods, or the soul snatching rope in his hand, both were aimed at the soul. No matter how strong the opponent's physical body was, it would be difficult to defend against these soul-targeted assaults. With this thought, he no longer hesitated and directly summoned the soul, snatching rope, lashing it towards his opponent. Fa Wu scoffed coldly, seeing the soul snatching rope approaching. His whole body erupted with Buddha light as he struck out again. A demon-slaying pestle appeared in his hand, clashing with Su Fan. Bang! With a crisp sound, the two were forced apart again. Su Fan shook his hand, feeling his arm tingle, while Fa Wu shook his head, experiencing excruciating pain in his soul, as if struck by a heavy hammer, causing him to stagger and nearly fall from the void. Now was the time. Su Fan's figure flickered, and he appeared before Fa Wu, lashing out with the soul snatching rope once more. Seeking death, how dare you come close to me? Fa Wu coldly grunted, summoning the demon-slaying pestle to block the soul snatching rope, then punched out golden light radiating as he aimed for Su Fan's chest. Clang! The soul-snatching rope collided with the demon-slaying pestle again, and Fa Wu felt his divine sense rumble. Even the speed of his punch slowed considerably. At that moment, he felt a flash before his eyes as a finger pointed at his brow. As that finger touched his brow, Fa Wu felt an immense tremor in his divine sense of force crashing down upon it. He tried to resist, but the power was too overwhelming to withstand. In an instant, his divine sense was extinguished. Bang! With the extinguishing of his divine sense, Fa Wu's body plummeted, crashing heavily to the ground. Su Fan, having been punched in the chest by Fa Wu, felt dark energy leaking from the fissures of his chest, dissipating in the wind. He did not hesitate to expend merit directly to restore his body to its original state, then hurried towards the Gate of Ghosts with He Jian, who was still in shock. Although the battle here was brief, it stirred the surroundings, especially the Fag on the mountain. He had no time to think further, his figure flickering as he rushed to the scene. Upon seeing Fa Wu's corpse, Fag was shocked. Fa Wu. He instantly appeared next to Fa Wu's body, Buddha Dharma radiating outwards, attempting to reach Fa Wu. Yet all were repelled. Fag's expression changed as he hurriedly used Buddhist insight to probe his face, paling. The divine sense is extinguished. How could this be? I can still sense the thick, dark energy in the surroundings which ignited his fury. Is there an underworld spirit lurking here? The one who extinguished Fa Wu's divine sense. He spoke while his eyes shone with golden light, utilizing Buddhist divine abilities to gaze ahead. Amidst the rolling dark energy, he spotted a shadow of a spirit pulling a soul rapidly, heading towards the Gate of Ghosts. Soul-snatching ghost envoy. Fag's expression shifted. How dare this ghost envoy attack one of my Buddhist disciples? As he was about to pursue, his expression suddenly changed, as if he remembered something. Fa Wu is an angry-eyed Vajra, powerful in strength. If he could extinguish Fa Wu's divine sense, I being slightly weaker than Fa Wu would likely not be able to defeat him. With this thought, Fag took out a transmission jade slip to seek help. Fag, what is it? A hoarse voice emerged from the slip. Master, something has happened. Fag's face grew serious as he continued. You instructed me to bring Fa Wu to Chaoxia Cave to guide He Jian, but He Jian's soul has been snatched by the underworld. Not only that Fa Wu is dead, his divine sense extinguished. Bold! The hoarse voice thundered. Those little ghosts of the underworld are truly arrogant. Where is the little ghost now? Heading towards the Gate of Ghosts. Follow him. I will immediately send an angry-eyed Vajra to apprehend him and demand an explanation. Understood. Fag put away the transmission jade slip and quickly pursued Su Fan. As Su Fan moved forward, he found himself deep within the western Bulnahu province, surrounded by the Buddhist law fields. His act of slaying the angry-eyed Vajra Arhat would likely not remain hidden for long. If he wanted to safely bring He Jian's soul back to the underworld, he had to hurry. At this moment, he was already close to the Gate of Ghosts, having seen the outline of Mount Zhuangzhong and the enormous portal exuding dark energy. Bold little ghost, daring to snatch my Buddhist disciple, halt immediately. Just then a loud shout came from behind, causing Su Fan to turn and his expression to change. He saw the void filled with Buddha light, countless Buddhas roaring as they approached. Each one was powerful, at least at the golden immortal level, numbering several dozens. These bald donkeys, what do they want? Su Fan was alarmed. With so many Buddhist arhats, he was no match for them. If they caught up, He Jian's soul would surely be seized. Charge! Su Fan shouted lowly, instantly accelerating as he rushed towards the gate of ghosts with He Jian's soul. Ghost envoy, please put me down. I understand the Buddhist disciples. If you kill the Buddhist arhat, they will not let it go. You are fast alone, do not let them catch up. Your name is on the book of life and death, and you are the one I must take to the underworld. Your soul must enter the underworld, Su Fan insisted. He Jian shook his head, surprised by Su Fan's tenacity. In no time, Su Fan had charged to the front of the gate of ghosts, taking He Jian through that massive portal. Meanwhile, dozens of Buddhist arhats arrived at the scene, each with a grim expression, their Buddha light illuminating the entire Mount Zhuangzhou. The surrounding soul-snatching ghost envoys were forced back, trembling in fear. The leading angry-eyed Vajra was towering and radiated golden light, seemingly practicing the Buddhist six-character mantra. Venerable demon subduer, what should we do now? Fag asked the golden-bodied arhat leading them, his expression grave. This little ghost moves with such speed. Since he has entered the gate of ghosts, we shall descend to the underworld and drag him out. Daring to kill my Buddhist arhat, even if I have to scour the depths of the earth, you cannot escape. Before the gate of ghosts, the demon-subduing arhat led a group of Buddhist disciples, glaring fiercely as they sat cross-legged in the void outside the gate. A rich radiance of Buddha light illuminated the space, with resounding Buddhist chants echoing, causing the surroundings to tremble. Outside the gate of ghosts, numerous little soul-collecting ghosts cried out in despair, not daring to approach, all hiding far away. Descend to the underworld and capture that little ghost. The demon-subduing arhat shouted loudly and charged towards the gate of ghosts. Suddenly, a terrifying wave descended upon this place, and the expressions of the arhats changed as they quickly retreated, gazing at the gate of ghosts with trepidation. As this wave descended, a monstrous aura of ghostly energy spread out, and a gigantic, ghostly face manifested atop the gate of ghosts. The face was cold and filled with ominous energy, causing the surrounding void to destabilize and collapse. Gazing at that gigantic, ghostly face, the Buddhist arhats all changed their expressions dramatically. Even the demon-subduing arhat narrowed his eyes. The gate of ghosts is a forbidden area. How dare you think you can enter? At that moment, the ghostly face spoke with overwhelming authority. Ghost Emperor. The demon-subduing arhat was taken aback. It was rumored that the 5 gates of ghosts in the underworld were guarded by the Ghost Emperor, each being immensely powerful with the ability to traverse heaven and earth. However, they were not under the command of Yama and rarely revealed themselves. Unexpectedly, they appeared today. Ghost Emperor, are you going to stop us? The demon-subduing arhat said with a grim expression. Now that the underworld was weak, the Buddhist sect was flourishing, and moreover, a significant event was brewing within the sect. If this event succeeded, the Buddhist teachings would surely spread eastward, making Buddhism the supreme path within the 3 realms. Therefore, even if faced with the Ghost Emperor, the demon-subduing arhat did not regard him too seriously. The underworld is a forbidden place for the living who retreat. The ghostly face showed no emotion, speaking coldly, sending a shockwave through their hearts. The little ghost of the underworld killed my Buddhist arhat. We must enter the underworld to capture him. Are you truly going to stop us? Entering is fine, but you must shed your physical body. Only then can your primordial spirit enter. The ghostly face said in a flat tone. Bold. How dare you mock us like this? The demon-subduing arhat was furious. The Buddhist teachings were profound, and now he had cultivated a supreme golden body. His physical form was powerful. If he left his body outside the gate of ghosts and his primordial spirit entered, wouldn't he be trampled by the ghostly messengers? Within the 3 realms, no one had ever defeated a ghostly messenger in a primordial spirit state. The ghostly face said nothing, instead closing its eyes and floating atop the gate of ghosts. What my Buddhist sect intends to do is not for you to interfere. It is said that the Ghost Emperor is powerful today. I, the demon-subduing arhat, shall seek to learn a thing or two from him. With that, the demon-subduing arhat's hands flashed with light, and the demon-subduing staff manifested, swinging towards the gigantic ghostly face. Get lost. The ghostly face finally opened its eyes, uttering a light shout as an overwhelming force surged forth. In an instant, a chilling wind arose, and the heavens and earth trembled. A great force erupted, and many arhats of the Buddhist sect let out a scream as they were blasted away, crashing into distant mountains for thousands of miles, all coughing up blood. Even the demon-subduing arhat was sent flying, tumbling backwards for 800 miles before stabilizing his form. A radiance of Buddha light surrounded him, but his body was shattered, blood oozing from the cracks and staining his robe. He coughed up blood, a look of horror on his face as he gazed towards the gate of ghosts, his eyes filled with terror. Quasi-saint. It was indeed a quasi-saint. The demon-subduing Arhut exclaimed in fear. If it weren't for the opponent not intending to kill, just that low shout would have been enough to shatter him. Although his cultivation was not low, having reached the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, faced with a quasi-saint, he still had no power to resist. Quasi-saint level experts are indeed terrifying. The ghostly face just now was clearly not his true form. If his true form appeared, how terrifying would that be? I fear that only a few of our Buddhas would be able to match him. The demon-subduing Arhut trembled as he spoke. Looking around, he saw that the Arhats brought by the Buddhist sect were all heavily injured, their Buddha light dim and their faces pale. Let's go. Back to Mount Ling. The demon-subduing Arhut said grimly. With the Ghost Emperor blocking their way, they would certainly not be able to enter the Gate of Ghosts. However, this matter could not end like this. The Underworld not only went to the West Nyo Hajo to collect the 9 lifetimes of benevolent individuals that the Buddhist sect had long since reserved, but also killed one of their fierce Arhats. Such contempt for the Buddhist sect was naturally intolerable. Report to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva asking him to investigate this matter in the Underworld and eliminate that ghostly messenger in hell. The demon-subduing Arhut was furious. Today, not only did he fail to capture that wicked little ghost, but he also exposed the presence of a ghost emperor suffering great humiliation. As a lofty demon-subduing Arhut, how could he bear it? The demon-subduing Arhut took one last look at the Gate of Ghosts before turning to leave. Before the Gate of Ghosts, the ghostly face remained cold, surrounded by ghostly energy with strong fluctuations. One by one, the soul-collecting ghostly messengers revealed pious expressions, bowing and worshipping the ghostly face. They were exhilarated. In the past, the disciples of the Buddhist sect were high and mighty, and before them numerous ghostly messengers were submissive. But today, with the Ghost Emperor appearing and a single shout sending many Arhats flying, the majestic display allowed the ghostly messengers to hold their heads high. When he well done. At that moment, a voice rang out. However, most of these Buddhist disciples are petty, and after suffering such great humiliation today, they will not let it go easily. It doesn't matter. Those bald donkeys have indeed gone too far. My brothers and I have been lying low for so long, they must have forgotten the might of our underworld. Today's intimidation is warranted. The ghostly face of the Ghost Emperor spoke calmly. On the road to the Yellow Springs, Su Fan guided He Jian's soul forward, but just then he sensed a terrifying wave of energy spilling into the area outside the Gate of Ghosts. At first he thought it was the Arhats of the Buddhist sect forcefully charging into the Gate of Ghosts, but later he realized that the situation was not so simple. A terrifying pressure was spreading. He turned back to see a gigantic, ghostly face letting out a loud shout, causing many Arhats of the Buddhist sect to be sent flying with none daring to return. Is that the might of the Ghost Emperor? Su Fan felt unsettled. He then proceeded towards the main hall of the soul-collecting office with He Jian's soul. Have you collected him back? Upon seeing Su Fan bringing He Jian's soul into the underworld, He Wuchang spoke. Reporting to the Divine Lord, He Jian's soul is here. Su Fan nodded. Yes. During this trip to the mortal realm, did you encounter any obstacles? After all, He Jian's cave was in West Nyo Hajo, a place of Buddhist teachings. The underworld usually encounters obstacles from the Buddhist sect when collecting souls. I did encounter a bit of trouble, but the Buddhist Arhut who obstructed my soul collection has already been executed according to the underworld laws. What did you say? He Wuchang was shocked. You killed a Buddhist Arhut. Yes, that Buddhist Arhut obstructed my underworld soul collection and was sentenced to death according to the underworld laws. Upon hearing this, He Wuchang was stunned. Was this guy out of his mind? The Buddhist sect was powerful. How could their Arhats be casually killed? If they obstructed soul collection, they should just be sent souls. Oh, why kill? Once a Buddhist disciple was killed, Su Fan would surely be in danger. You killed a Buddhist Arhut. Did those bald donkeys not make things difficult for you? He Wuchang asked darkly. Within the Hall of Soul Reaping, an aura of gloom enveloped the surroundings. Su Fan stood in the grand hall gazing up at the seated He Wuchang, respectfully stating, reporting to the Divine Lord, the Buddhist sect has indeed sent people to pursue me with dozens of golden body Arhats, among them the weakest being at the golden immortal level. For the safety of the souls in the underworld, I refrained from engaging them and hurried back to the underworld. What? Do you wish to battle against dozens of golden body Arhats? Not at all. Su Fan shook his head. To mobilize so many golden body Arhats. Su Fan, what kind of background do the Buddhist disciples you killed have? I don't know, just a bald donkey. Divine Lord, part of the reason those Arhats might be pursuing me is because of my actions. At that moment, He Jian spoke up. Because of you? Indeed, the Buddhist sect has repeatedly sought to guide my primordial spirit to the spirit mountain. This time this ghost master has drawn my soul away, which probably thoroughly enraged them. You... At that moment, He Wuchang's eyes sparkled with a ghostly light as he took out a mirror from within his robe, directing it towards He Jian, a 9-lifetime virtuous individual. A great accumulation of merit. He Wuchang was slightly taken aback. No wonder the Buddhist sect is making such a commotion. It turns out you are a 9-lifetime virtuous individual. If you were to join the Buddhist sect, it would undoubtedly bring them immense benefits. You say that dozens of arhats from the Buddhist sect are pursuing you straight towards the Ghost Gate. Where are they now? They have already been shaken away by the Ghost Emperor's shout. The Ghost Emperor has made an appearance. He Wuchang was astonished. Su Fan, you have done well. Thus He Jian need not enter the judgment department. Take this decree from me and personally visit Lord Chui to inform him that He Jian is a 9-lifetime virtuous individual. He will have his arrangements. Understood. Though Su Fan did not understand why he accepted the Divine Lord's token and set off towards Lord Sa's residence with He Jian's soul. Lord Chui, the first judge of the Underworld, held a position second only to the 10 Yama Kings and ranked slightly higher than the 10 great Yin generals. At this moment within the Lord's Hall, Lord Chui, adorned in a red robe and wearing an official hat, was reviewing some judgment documents. Su Fan, holding the Divine Lord's token, entered the Grand Hall. The hall was silent save for the sound of the judgment pen in Lord Sa's hand scratching against the official documents. Su Fan stood quietly in the hall, not speaking, but waiting for Lord Chui to finish his official duties. What is it? Finally, Lord Chui set down the judgment pen and looked towards Su Fan in the hall. His expression was stern, emanating a strong aura commanding authority without anger. Lord Chui, I am the Soul Reaping Officer of the 19th Division. Today I have brought a 9-lifetime virtuous individual. The Divine Lord He Wuchang asked me to deliver him to you. As Su Fan spoke, he pushed He Jian's primordial spirit forward. Indeed, upon hearing 9-lifetime virtuous individual, Lord Sa's brow furrowed, and he suddenly gazed at He Jian, exclaiming, Indeed, it is a 9-lifetime virtuous individual. Such immense merit cannot be suppressed. My. At that moment, Lord Cui's expression changed, revealing a hint of confusion. Buddhist scriptures. Lord Chui looked at He Jian and continued, Are you one of the Buddhist sect? Not exactly. While I was still alive, a person from the Buddhist sect forcibly left a seed of Buddhism on my primordial spirit, intending to lead me into the Buddhist sect. I see. How shameless of the Buddhist sect. Lord Chui said, then began to scribble something on the paper with his judgment pen. A black rune appeared on the paper. With a wave of his hand, the paper instantly flew up, igniting in the void, and a black rune manifested in the air, floating towards He Jian's primordial spirit. Zizi. A sizzling sound echoed from He Jian's primordial spirit, and he felt a slight pain, but the Buddhist nature surprisingly vanished. It's gone. He Jian was excited. That annoying Buddhist nature had indeed disappeared. Thank you, Lord. There are countless cultivators in the world, each with their own path to pursue. Methods like the Buddhist sect's forced guidance of fated individuals are not praiseworthy at all. He Jian, I have erased the Buddhist nature imprinted on your primordial spirit. As for whether you wish to cultivate the Tao or Buddhism in the future, that is entirely up to your personal will. Upon hearing this, He Jian nodded. By the way, my judgment department is still short of a few judges. Are you willing to stay and assist me? I am willing. Then stay. After saying this, Lord Chui looked at Su Fan and said, Go back and tell He Lao Ba that I, old Chui, owe him a favor. Understood. Su Fan nodded and left the judgment department's grand hall. Soon he arrived in front of his own tomb. The events of today made him realize how humble the Underworld's position was in the three realms. Not only was it under the control of the heavenly court and suppressed by the Buddhist sect, but even the scattered cultivators from the celestial realm dared to challenge the Underworld. I must grow stronger quickly. Only with enough power can I reshape the order of the Underworld. In the time that followed, Su Fan began his soul-reaping mode, going out early and returning late, traversing the mortal realm to collect the souls of deceased beings at the immortal level. With the help of his underlings and soul-reaping, his merit points increased rapidly. If I can also become the Divine Lord of the soul-reaping department, then all the underlings of the department will earn evolution points for me. Su Fan thought to himself. Due to Su Fan's diligent soul reaping, he was almost praised by the two Divine Lords every day, which made other department heads increasingly dissatisfied and more isolated towards Su Fan. Regarding this, Su Fan was completely unconcerned. He just wanted to push forward, making sure that no one else dared to slack off. One day, Su Fan's underling, the ghost officer Luo Qing, excitedly ran to the tomb of Su Fan's palace, accompanied by a woman dressed in plain clothing, her skin as smooth as cream. Even in plain clothes, the woman's alluring figure was hard to conceal. She had a curvaceous body, stunning features, and a broad chest, standing behind Luo Qing with a hint of anxiety. Do not be afraid, the officer is quite understanding. If you can garner his favor, your journey through the underworld will not be in vain. Luo Qing's face was full of pride, surrounded by an aura of gloom, and he chuckled, appearing somewhat eerie. Officer, are you home? At this moment, Luo Qing called out. Su Fan was seated cross-legged atop a coffin in his sleeping chamber, practicing the Netherworld Sutra. Upon hearing the call, he opened his eyes. Luo Qing, what brings this old fellow here? He and Luo Qing were both ghost officers of the same batch. However, due to Su Fan's exceptional performance, he became the officer first and brought along 3 ghost officers, one of whom was Luo Qing. Following Su Fan, Luo Qing had avoided many scoldings, but ended up exhausted every day. Today, during soul reaping, he managed to bring back a widow of stunning beauty. Thinking of Su Fan's peculiar preference, he hurriedly brought her to Su Fan. Officer, look who I have brought for you. In the sleeping chamber, Luo Qing said with a lewd grin, displaying a knowing expression towards the woman beside him. Su Fan stared blankly for a moment, appearing confused. Officer, she is a widow. Isn't this exactly your type? Luo Qing chuckled. Upon hearing this, Su Fan's expression darkened. This dog of a man couldn't do anything proper. He turned to look at the female ghost, who was indeed stunning and quite alluring. Who told you I have a preference for this type? Su Fan said with a grim face. Haha, officer, when we entered the underworld together that day, it was all too clear on the sin mirror. Have you forgotten? Inside the tomb of Su Fan, several dark-colored orbs emitted a ghostly glow. Luo Qing stood excitedly beside Su Fan, pushing the spirit of a woman forward, saying, Master, look at her figure and beauty. It's rare to find such a widow, even in the underworld. Luo Qing leaned closer and whispered, moreover, I've looked into her background. On her wedding day, her husband died before they could even consummate the marriage, so this little widow is still a virgin. Luo Qing chuckled. Su Fan remained silent, gazing at Luo Qing, and said solemnly, You know nothing. Everyone claims that virgin girls are the best, but who knows that young married women are the true treasures? Now that I have 4 nightshade sisters, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, my ghostly life is already colorful, and I have no intention of keeping any other women here. Master, although this female ghost is inexperienced with your 4 nightshade sisters, to teach her, wouldn't she have a unique charm? Luo Qing suggested. Finally, after much persuasion from Luo Qing, Su Fan reluctantly accepted her. Luo Qing, you must be tired. I'll take a 2-day rest. Hearing this, Luo Qing was overjoyed and said, Thank you, master. In the future, if I come across any more charming ghost widows, I will bring them to you. Luo Qing chuckled and then left Su Fan's tomb. I have seen, master. The female ghost with an exquisite face showed a hint of nervousness as she respectfully bowed to Su Fan. Luo Qing chuckled and then left Su Fan's tomb. I have seen, master. The female ghost with an exquisite face showed a hint of nervousness as she respectfully bowed to Su Fan. From now on, you will reside here. Without my command, you are not to enter the forbidden areas of the palace. If needed, I will communicate with you. Yes, I understand. The ghost girl nodded. By the way, what is your name? Su Fan inquired. Wenji. Su Fan nodded, then took out a communication jade slip and said, Xia Ju, come to my sleeping quarters. Yes, master. A voice filled with surprise came from the jade slip. Soon Xia Ju arrived in the sleeping quarters, draped in red gauze, with a swirling aura of Yin energy around her, creating an eerie beauty. Upon seeing Wenji, Xia Ju was momentarily stunned. Xia Ju, this is Wenji. She will be your sister from now on. Take her back to the palace to familiarize herself with the customs of the tomb. Yes. Saying this, Xia Ju took Wenji and left the place. Sister Wenji, master, is very easy to get along with and usually doesn't interfere with our matters. As long as we don't overstep into the forbidden areas, he won't punish us. Once we get back, I will teach you some things, including what kind of postures master likes and his hobbies. I will teach you everything so you can serve master well and win his favor. Thank you, Sister Xia Ju. Hee, it's nothing. We are fortunate to live in master's tomb, so we naturally must serve him well. After sending Wenji away, Su Fan began to cultivate again. His strength was rapidly increasing. Although his realm could be enhanced with evolution points, the strength of his soul body required him to strengthen it through the cultivation of the Nether Sutra. Now he had already mastered the Nether Sutra, making his cultivation twice as effective. He never forgot the scene of battling that Buddhist monk. He envied the strength of the monk's physical body. If he possessed such a strong physical body in close combat, combined with the 7 disasters of the ghost deity, he would undoubtedly have explosive power far exceeding his peers. Name Su Fan. Realm Ghost General 235100000. Talent Undying Body, True Spirit Immortal. Skill Nether Sutra Mastery 235-1000. Technique 7 Disasters of the Ghost Deity 3 Disasters 235-1000. Evolution Points 235. Merit 9,000. Su Fan checked his stats panel. During this time his ghostly subordinates had diligently collected souls for him, accumulating a significant number of evolution points. Today in the human realm, he had battled a monk, consuming some merit to restore his soul body, thus his merit points had decreased a bit. However, as the master, he received a salary of 1,000 merit points monthly, and after accumulating for a while he would have plenty again. While Su Fan was cultivating the Nether Sutra in the 18 layers of hell, in the underworld the atmosphere was oppressive with Een energy. The sounds of ghosts wailing echoed from within, filled with intense malice. The Hell Department was one of the 6 departments of the underworld, but ever since the Tathagata Kings settled in hell, it had completely changed. At this moment, at the deepest part of the 18 layers of hell, a monk dressed in a cassock and surrounded by a halo sat in meditation. Golden light flickered around him, Buddhist radiance enveloped him, and strands of Buddhist sounds emanated from his mouth, transforming into golden runes that spread in all directions. Surrounding him were massive cages with thick iron chains extending from them, at the ends of which were bound numerous malevolent spirits shrouded in black mist. They were engulfed in malice, their true forms obscured. Within the black mist, only 2 scarlet eyes could be seen, emanating a ghostly light. These were the most malevolent individuals suppressed at the deepest part of the 18 layers of hell. They had committed numerous heinous acts during their lifetimes, and even after undergoing all the punishments, their sins could not be washed away. Thus they were imprisoned in hell, enduring the flames of hell daily to purge their sins. Tathagata, don't chant anymore. At this moment, one of the malevolent spirits spoke. You've been chanting for hundreds of years. Even if my soul were to scatter, I wouldn't enter your damn Buddhist sect. A bunch of bald donkeys, all hypocritical scoundrels. Although I have slaughtered countless lives, I am not as despicable and shameless as your sect. Tathagata, did you hear that? Stop wasting time. Even if your Buddhist scriptures are mysterious and powerful, you cannot redeem us. Don't waste any more time. Roars of malice echoed from the depths of the prison, a cacophony of screams. Tathagata remained unmoved, continuing to sit in meditation at the deepest part of hell, silently reciting scriptures. At this moment, a disciple of the Buddhist sect stepped forward, bowed to Tathagata, and said, I have come to pay my respects to Tathagata Bodhisattva. Hearing this, Tathagata opened his eyes, his gaze containing the essence of countless Buddhist realms, as if innumerable immortals were reciting scriptures, dazzling and extraordinary. Xianku, what brings you here? Tathagata said gently, his eyes warm and compassionate, speaking. Reporting to Tathagata Bodhisattva, our Buddhist sect's Vajra has received news that a little ghost from the underworld is causing chaos in the human realm, harming one of our monks and leading to his soul scattering. Upon hearing this, Tathagata's expression did not change. Instead, he sighed and said, our Buddhist sect is compassionate. The Buddha, in order to save all beings, has allowed me to reside in the underworld, making a great vow to help the malevolent spirits to escape suffering. However, I did not expect that there are still evil ghosts causing chaos in the underworld. Our Buddhist monk travels the world to eliminate demons and rescue beings, risking his life, yet he fell victim to a little ghost. As the Tathagata Bodhisattva guarding the underworld, I feel deeply sorrowful and cannot allow those monks who save beings to feel disheartened. Xianku, go investigate which little ghost is causing chaos in the human realm and bring him to hell. Yes, I will obey. Xianku clasped his hands together and bowed to Tathagata. Well said, well said. Tathagata sighed and gently shook his head. Tathagata, don't be so shameless. If you want to take revenge for your disciples, just say it directly. Speaking so grandly, you really are a hypocritical bald donkey. GMO, you should say less. If this bald donkey gets angry, you will be in for a world of suffering. The screams echoed continuously within the 18 layers of hell. The ominous energy surged, and the malevolent aura pervaded. Despite this, the Tathagata Bodhisattva remained seated in the deepest part of hell, unwavering. The underworld's ghost soldiers guarded each passage, clad in battle armor, exuding and imposing. Before long, Xianku returned. The Buddhist sect had significant power in the underworld, and investigating any matter was naturally easy. Moreover, the news of Su Fan slaying a Buddhist arhat had already spread within the soul retrieval department. This message was naturally spread by those who disapproved of Su Fan. They aimed to use the Buddhist sect's influence to suppress Su Fan, fearing that this reincarnated king would corrupt the underworld's atmosphere. The Tathagata Bodhisattva has uncovered who killed our Buddhist arhat. Who? Xidagarba raised his eyelids and spoke softly. A soul retrieval department official named Su Fan. Su Fan. I haven't heard of that name before, Xidagarba replied in confusion. He is a newly appointed ghost messenger who ascended to the official position shortly after becoming a ghost messenger. Xianku explained. I initially intended to capture him directly, but considering he belongs to the soul retrieval department, and the Black Wuchang of that department has had conflicts with me, he probably won't hand him over without a decree from Xidagarba. Then I will write a letter for you to take to the soul retrieval department and bring him back. Yes. With that, Xianku departed from the place. At this moment in the main hall of the soul retrieval department, the white Wuchang Xie Bian and the black Wuchang Fan Wu Jiu sat solemnly, showing a grave expression. They had just received news that the matter of Su Fan slaying the Buddhist Arhat had reached Xidagarba's ears, which enraged them. Who leaked the news of Su Fan slaying the Arhat in the human realm? Seventh brother, only our soul retrieval department knew about Su Fan. Who could have leaked it? Even if someone from the Buddhist sect informed Xidagarba, he couldn't have found out it was Su Fan so quickly, could he? Fan Wu Jiu's expression darkened, black lines swirling on his face, looking terrifying. Eighth brother, although Su Fan is meticulous in his work, don't you find his style of conduct problematic? What problem? The Black Wuchang inquired. Many officials in our soul retrieval department are quite lax, and it is rare to find an official as serious about his duties as he is. His strictness has already garnered him the displeasure of many officials, which could lead to some secretly plotting against him. Xie Bian remarked. Seventh brother, I understand that, but what pains me is that we have a colleague in the soul retrieval department who is so unworthy that he wishes to use the Buddhist sect to deal with his fellow officials. If I find out who it is, I will definitely send him into reincarnation. The Black Wuchang was furious. What should we do now? If Xidagarba comes to demand someone, should we comply? The Black Wuchang looked at the White Wuchang. Of course not. You have seen for yourself that Su Fan is not only stubborn, but also progressing rapidly in his cultivation. It is possible that our soul retrieval department will once again have a ghost messenger at the level of a great Luo Jingxian. Indeed, Su Fan's future is limitless. However, I sometimes feel a bit fearful of this soul retrieval matter. Do you think he might end up taking both of us down with him? The Black Wuchang suddenly laughed. If that were the case, it would only mean that this child possesses great fortune, surviving even after being caught up in such turmoil. The White Wuchang chuckled as well. While the two were conversing, a ghost messenger reported that Xianku, the protector beside Xidagarba, had come to visit. Seventh brother, I didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. Does he really think there is no one in our underworld? He only sent a protector, and Xidagarba is becoming more outrageous. What of it? The Buddhist sect is powerful now, and his status naturally rises with it. As they spoke, Xianku entered the main hall. Xianku, you bald donkey, what are you doing here? Our soul retrieval department does not welcome you. Upon seeing Xianku, the Black Wuchang immediately cursed. Xianku was nearly infuriated. The Black Wuchang showed no semblance of someone in charge, being utterly coarse. Black Wuchang, do not be rude. The grievances between us need not be discussed today. I have come today to take away a ghost messenger. Xianku stated. What nonsense are you spouting, Xianku? Our ghost messengers in the soul retrieval department are not something you can just take away. The Black Wuchang snorted coldly. Are my words not heavy enough? Does Xidagarba's decree not carry enough weight either? Bald donkey, quit using Xidagarba to pressure me. If you have the capability, let Xidagarba come himself to demand someone. Xianku's face darkened. As a person of the Buddhist sect, he had profound Buddhist teachings and a tranquil mind, but every time he encountered the Black Wuchang, he was always angered by the latter's coarse language disturbing his peace. Xianku silently recited a calming spell, striving to maintain his composure to avoid affecting his Buddhist nature. Black Wuchang, I am here today on the orders of Xidagarba Bodhisattva. Here is a letter from Xidagarba, as if he were personally present. As he spoke, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and a document manifested. The Black and White Wuchang's gazes narrowed, and their expressions changed slightly. In the current underworld, Xidagarba held a certain level of authority. Even the Ten Yama Kings sometimes did not wish to tear their faces apart with Xidagarba. If this document was indeed penned by Xidagarba, it would be difficult for the two to protect Su Fan. Let me see it. At this moment, the Black Wuchang said in a deep voice. With a wave of his hand, the document in Xianku's hand flew out and landed in the Black Wuchang's grasp. He was enveloped in ominous energy, his face dark as he gazed at the document. Eighth brother, let me take a look. At this moment, the White Wuchang spoke, reaching out to grab the Xidagarba document. Seventh brother, I haven't finished looking yet. The Black Wuchang protested. Hey, seventh brother, don't snatch it. With a rip, the two directly tore the document apart, and they used a dark force to rend it beyond restoration. Seventh brother, look at you, the Xitigarbha's document has been torn apart. Haha, sorry, I've always admired Xitigarbha and wanted to admire his writing style. Looking at the banter between the black and white Wuchang, Xianku's face darkened to the point that it could almost drip water. These two were definitely doing it on purpose. To dare tear apart Xitigarbha's document was simply outrageous. There is no need for both of you to say anything. Even if the Xitigarbha's document is torn, you surely understand its intent. Xianku, master, I apologize, I didn't see clearly just now. Xie Bian smiled. Oomph. Xianku snorted coldly. He then waved his hand and light erupted from the torn document, forming an apparition in the main hall revealing Xitigarbha. At their level, documents carry an intent that even if torn will still have an apparition descend to proclaim the decree. Gentlemen, it does not matter that the document is torn, Xitigarbha's intent will naturally be declared. Xianku said with a cold smile. Black and white Wuchang. Just as the apparition formed, it began to speak. Achoo. At this moment, the black Wuchang suddenly sneezed, and ominous energy surged forth, directly scattering the Xitigarbha's apparition. Watching the apparition dissipate into points of Buddhist light, Xianku felt completely stunned. This black and white Wuchang were truly too audacious. I apologize, I had a drink with King Qingguang last night and didn't sleep well. Oh, I caught a chill. What nonsense, you old ghost, can you still catch a chill? Xianku cursed angrily, steam rising from his bald head. After cursing, Xianku's expression changed, and he quickly shut his mouth under the astonished gazes of the black and white Wuchang. Buddha, forgive me, Buddha, forgive me. I have not committed any offenses, please forgive me. You audacious Xianku, how dare you speak foul language? Where do you place the teachings of your Buddhist sect? The glorious image established by the Buddhist sect over countless years has been destroyed today. Because of you, Xianku, you have committed a great sin. The black Wuchang roared. Xianku was in a daze. He realized that he had been thoroughly disturbed by these two and no longer dared to stay in that place. With that thought, he turned and left the main hall. Please, Xitigarbha, intervene. These two old ghostly beings are too wicked. Deep within hell, King Xitigarbha's expression was calm as he recited the Sutra of Salvation. At that moment, Xianku entered the depths of hell with a face full of sorrow. He looked at Xitigarbha clasping his hands together and said, Disciple pays respects to King Xitigarbha. Xianku, why have you returned alone? Did Su Fan come with you? King Xitigarbha, I am incompetent and did not bring back Su Fan. The black and white impermanence are truly despicable. They not only tore up your decree, but also scattered your will and orders. Hearing this, King Xitigarbha smiled slightly and said, It seems I should take a walk outside. In a few days, once the Sutra of Salvation has been completed, I will personally visit the soul retrieval office. Xitigarbha, stop reciting and hurry up, or that Su Fan might just kill a few of your Buddhist arhats, said a voice filled with wicked delight. At this moment, within the main hall of the soul retrieval office, as Xianku departed, the expressions of the black and white impermanence grew serious. It seems the Buddhist Xitigarbha is determined to capture Su Fan, having even personally written a decree. This is somewhat troublesome. Suddenly, the black impermanence shouted. Immediately, a ghostly envoy strode into the main hall of the soul retrieval office. I pay my respects to Lord 8. Quickly go to the tomb and inform Su Fan to stay in the underworld for the time being and not to venture out into the daylight. Understood. As he watched the ghostly envoy leave, the white impermanence pondered for a moment and said, Eighth brother, this will only protect him for a time, not for a lifetime. A temporary safeguard is better than none. As long as he remains in the underworld, my brother and I can protect him a few times, but once he leaves the underworld, even we cannot reach into the mortal realm. Soon the news reached Su Fan's residence. After inquiring multiple times, he finally understood what had transpired. It turned out that he had been targeted by the Buddhist Xitigarbha, who sought to avenge the arhat that had died at his hands. So it seems that these two deities helped me avert this crisis. Su Fan mused to himself. If it weren't for the black and white impermanence, he would likely have already been taken to hell by Xitigarbha. The hell office had now become Xitigarbha's domain. Although there were still ghostly envoys within the underworld, they were essentially rendered powerless by him. If that's the case, then I shall rest for a few days. After all, whether I am retrieving souls or not is irrelevant. With my little ghostly subordinates doing the soul retrieval, my evolution points can continue to increase. At worst, I will just endure until I have the strength to crush Xitigarbha. However, based on the current soul retrieval output from his subordinates and the conversion rate to evolution points, he had no idea how long it would take to accumulate enough power to defeat Xitigarbha. Each ghostly envoy could convert one soul into 0.01 evolution points. The soul retrieval office had slightly fewer envoys compared to others, but he currently had around 200 of them. If each envoy retrieves 5 souls a day, that equates to 0.05 evolution points per envoy, totaling 10 evolution points a day from 200 envoys, which amounts to 3,650 over a year. According to the ratio of evolution points needed to break through realms, one would require 1,000,000 evolution points to reach the Quasi-Saint level. This would take roughly 300 years. 300 years. For the immortals of the three realms, 300 years could pass in the blink of an eye. But for someone like Su Fan, who had only lived a little over 20 years, 300 years was the time it took for a dynasty to rise and fall. Although he had the beautiful Yasha to serve him, he did not want to wait. Damn it, I have an immortal body, what is there to In the end, Su Fan gritted his teeth. He still needed to work hard to retrieve souls and reshape the order of the Underworld. If he could become the legendary Lord of the Underworld, 1,000,000 ghostly soldiers could accumulate enough evolution points for him to reach the Quasi-Saint level in just 10 days. In 100 days, he could elevate himself to the Saint level. By then, the Underworld would also have a Saint, and who would dare to look down upon it in the three realms? Be it a Tai Golden Immortal or a Deluo Quasi-Saint, as long as their lifespans ended, they would all be pulled back to the Underworld. Who would dare to defy? Therefore, regardless of the perspective, Su Fan had to strive hard to retrieve souls and grow stronger. As for those lazy, ghostly envoys, when he became their superior, he would teach them the meaning of hard work and diligence. Everyone go retrieve souls for me and earn evolution points. Rest. At this prime age, if you don't work hard retrieving souls, you show too little ambition. Don't you want your share of rewards and merits? Roll. Work hard. Su Fan laughed heartily, but he still decided to take a break for a while to observe the situation and see how determined the Buddhist sect was against him. Xiaju, come over here. At this moment, Su Fan took out a communication jade slip. Yes, my lord. Xiaju responded. Over the past few days, Su Fan had been enjoying a comfortable life, thinking of nothing and simply indulging in wine and merriment. As the saying goes, after a full meal, one thinks of lewd desires. During these days in the tomb, revelry was constant, drowning in pleasures, and Su Fan seemed to have completely forgotten about soul retrieval. My lord, shall we take a break? Finally, Wen Ji and the others pleaded. All right. Wen Ji, you are getting more and more astute. After tonight, I will go retrieve souls. Deep in hell, amidst the wails of ghosts, King Xitigarbha slowly rose. As he did, a radiance of Buddha light spread around him, extending outward into the realms beyond hell. Accompanied by Xianku, Xitigarbha walked toward the exit of hell. Wherever he passed, the Buddha light cleared the way, spreading in all directions. Those evil spirits being tormented by the hellfire suddenly felt their bodies lighten, as if enveloped by the radiance of Buddha light, temporarily alleviating the pain of being burned by hellfire. But once Xitigarbha left, they felt intense pain piercing deep into their true spirits, even more agonizing than before. Xitigarbha, you son of a dog, hypocrite, shameless. Curses echoed from the cages on both sides as Xitigarbha maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by the insults. With a rainbow halo above his head, he smiled and continued to walk toward the outside of hell. He had long since grown accustomed to all of this. His ambition was to save all the great evildoers of the Underworld, and he had even vowed that until hell was empty, he would not become a Buddha. Once he had salvaged all the great evildoers in hell, he might even glimpse a chance at attaining sainthood. King Xitigarbha, are we going directly to the soul retrieval office? At this moment, Xianku asked in a low voice. Yes, to the soul retrieval office to meet that little white and little black, Xitigarbha replied. Hearing this, Xianku's mouth twitched before he smiled and nodded. In the main hall of the soul retrieval office, the black and white impermanence sat at the top of the hall, looking at a ghostly envoy, within saying, what has Su Fan been up to lately? He hasn't caused any more trouble, right? No subordinate has been keeping an eye on him per the orders of Lords 7 and 8, and I haven't discovered anything unusual. However, he has had his attendance by a lot of supplements. Supplements? Yes, things like black ginseng and dog urine moss. At first I didn't understand why, but one day I saw Su Fan's attendants who were as beautiful as flowers, and only then did I realize. Black ginseng and dog urine moss are used for enhancing vitality. This bastard is living comfortably, making me worry for nothing. The black impermanence cursed silently. Lords 7 and 8, it's bad. A Buddha light is soaring into the sky. It seems someone from the Buddhist sect is heading toward our soul retrieval office. At that moment, a ghostly envoy rushed into the hall in a panic. Inside the soul retrieval office, the expressions of the black and white impermanences changed abruptly as they turned to look outside the grand hall, where a monk draped in a cassock with a halo above his head approached directly. Wherever he passed, the light of Buddha enveloped the area, causing numerous little ghosts to retreat in fear, not daring to offend. Xitigarbha. White impermanence, Xie Bian's countenance shifted. This bald donkey really came. Black Impermanence's face also changed dramatically, his eyes flickering with a ghostly glow filled with gravity. Seventh brother, what should we do now? This bald donkey's arrival is definitely related to Su Fan's matter. With him personally involved, it will be difficult for my brother and me to protect him. Sigh, it is indeed a pity for Su Fan. It is also because my underworld is weak that I cannot protect my subordinates. As the two conversed, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva entered the grand hall. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, what brings you to my soul retrieval office today? Upon seeing Ksitigarbha White Impermanence, Sieb Yin rose to greet him, while Black Impermanence also stood up and slightly bowed to Ksitigarbha. It has been a while, esteemed deities. I trust you are both well. Ksitigarbha smiled warmly, appearing kind-hearted and wise in the ways of Buddhism. It is still the same as before. Our soul retrieval office deals with the dirty work, truly a world apart from your Buddhist sect. White Impermanence is being modest. Without the soul retrieval office, the mortal realm would surely descend into chaos. Your office is of utmost importance in the three realms. Ksitigarbha smiled and said, however, I have heard that one of your ghost emissaries has transformed into an evil spirit wreaking havoc in the mortal realm. A certain Arhat from my Buddhist sect, unable to tolerate this evil spirit's rampage, intervened and was ultimately slain. Upon hearing this, Black and White Impermanence's expressions changed, silently cursing this bald donkey for distorting the truth. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, it seems you have been stationed in hell for too long and do not understand the outside world's affairs. Perhaps a disciple of the Buddhist sect miscommunicated and you took it as truth. The reality is not as such. Oh. Ksitigarbha showed a look of surprise, glancing at the monk behind him. Xian Ku smiling slightly and said, Ba, a monk does not speak falsely. How could a disciple of my Buddhist sect lie? Who would dare to defy the true words of the Buddha? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, let us discuss this matter later. It has been a long time since you visited my soul retrieval office. How about we sit down and catch up? White Impermanence suggested. He then snapped his fingers, and immediately ghost emissaries brought forth food and drinks, setting them on the tables beside the seats. Ba, monks do not drink alcohol. Ksitigarbha smiled slightly, while Xian Ku's expression turned dark. These two old schemers were clearly doing this on purpose. It doesn't matter, in this underworld the Buddha cannot see us. Black Impermanence chuckled. Ba, the Buddha resides in our hearts. At that moment, music began to play, and several female ghosts dressed in red gauze entered from outside the grand hall. Each one of them had an alluring figure clad in sheer fabric that faintly revealed their snow-white skin, creating a misty beauty. Seeing these female spirits, Xian Ku immediately grew furious. The followers of the Buddhist sect are supposed to maintain purity, yet these two old schemers not only served wine, but also had music and dancing, showing blatant disrespect. As the music played, the female ghosts danced gracefully, their lightweight forms moving amidst the swirling ghostly energy, resembling celestial beings, occasionally twirling in front of Ksitigarbha and swaying their waists. Black and White Impermanences drank while enjoying the dance of the female ghosts, occasionally interacting with them. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, what do you think of these female ghosts? Do you like them? At this moment, Black Impermanence grinned broadly. Ba, in my eyes, they are all spirits of the netherworld, indistinguishable from male or female. Ksitigarbha's expression remained calm as he spoke slowly. Then Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva should stay in my soul retrieval office tonight. I will have these female ghosts perform and serve you privately. How does that sound? Black and White Impermanences, what do you mean by this? At this moment, Xian Ku's anger flared. These two old schemers are going too far. They are clearly trying to tempt Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to break his vows, completely disregarding the precepts of our Buddhist sect. How can this be tolerated? Oh right, Xian Ku the protector is still here. Seventh brother, your arrangements are not appropriate. You only prepared female ghosts for Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to serve him while leaving Xian Ku aside. Are you trying to drive him to his death? No wonder he is so angry. Bring some female ghosts for Xian Ku, as well, ones that are young and beautiful. He has been upholding the Buddhist precepts for hundreds of years, experiencing emptiness and loneliness for hundreds of years. Today the eighth lord wants to indulge him well. Damn you, Black Impermanence. Xian Ku exploded, cursing loudly. These old schemers are all Xian Ku, do not be rude. At this moment, Ksitigarbha spoke softly. With a wave of his hand, a beam of Buddhist light descended upon Xian Ku's head instantly, making him feel a coolness in his heart, and all his previous anger dissipated. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, I know I was wrong. He felt a wave of fear. In that moment, his long-cultivated Buddhist heart nearly collapsed. Xian Ku raised his head to look at Black and White Impermanences, only to see their eyes filled with coldness, seemingly harboring deep hatred for him, a follower of the Buddhist sect. Humph. Unappreciative, do you not know that our Buddhist sect exists to aid you in the underworld? Xian Ku scoffed inwardly. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva has dedicated himself to helping your underworld regain its glory, sitting alone in hell to guide great evils, and yet you do not know gratitude, often humiliating him instead. On the first day Ksitigarbha entered the underworld, King Qin Guang sent several female ghosts to serve him. Yet today your soul retrieval office is repeating the same mistake. Do you not fear completely angering our Buddhist sect? The more Xian Ku thought about it, the angrier he became, nearly falling back into hatred. He shivered and suddenly woke up. Looking back at Ksitigarbha, he saw him still smiling, his expression calm, with the chanting of scriptures resonating within him, magnificent and unperturbed. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is indeed profound in Buddhist teachings and possesses the potential to attain Buddhahood. I feel ashamed in comparison. Xian Ku sighed inwardly. Black and White Impermanences, you have had your drinks, enjoyed the music, and admired the dance. Shouldn't we discuss some serious matters now? At this moment Ksitigarbha suddenly turned his gaze to Black and White Impermanences and spoke calmly. As he began to speak, the atmosphere in the grand hall suddenly became somewhat oppressive. The music abruptly fell silent, and even the movements of the dancing female ghosts froze. A rich Buddhist light emanated from Ksitigarbha, halting everything around him. Black and White Impermanence's expressions darkened. They understood that if they could not satisfy Ksitigarbha today, a conflict between the underworld and the Buddhist sect might arise once again. In the past, when the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court entered the underworld, the spirits of the underworld had numerous conflicts with them, and the outcome was predictable. In the face of these two massive powers, the underworld, a neglected entity, could hardly gain any advantage. Therefore, King Qin Guang advised the high-ranking officials of the underworld to avoid major conflicts with them, to accumulate strength and wait for the return of Empress Pingxin. But so many years have passed, and there has been no news of Empress Pingxin. With a wave of White Impermanence, Xie Bian's large hand, the restrictions within the grand hall were dispersed, causing the female ghosts to change their expressions and hurriedly retreat. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, please speak. What brings you here? The Lord of the Soul Retrieval Office, Su Fan, has cruelly murdered a disciple of the Buddhist sect, causing his soul to scatter. Today I must take him back to hell for personal questioning. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Black and White Impermanences darkened. Ksitigarbha truly intended to take Su Fan's life. Taking him back to hell for personal judgment, regardless of whether he is judged or not, just the terrifying killing intent from deep within hell, is something Su Fan may not be able to withstand. If Su Fan were truly brought into hell, it would likely be impossible for him to come out again. He might either perish in the depths of hell or be converted into a disciple of the Buddhist sect. Within the soul-hooking office, the expressions of the Black and White Impermanence were grim as they gazed at the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, both filled with pent-up frustration with no place to release it. Seeing the two remain silent, Ksitigarbha spoke again. He is not an evil spirit. Black Impermanence replied gloomily. He has killed a monk of our Buddhist sect who slays demons and protects the righteous. Our monks are selfless, purging evil for the sake of the mortal realm. He may not have been an evil spirit before, but once he slays a righteous person, he will become one. You? Black Impermanence was furious. The debate with the Buddhist monk was not a new occurrence. Their twisted logic was much to be reckoned with, and neither Black nor White Impermanence could argue against him. Ksitigarbha, no need for further words. If you wish to take him, do as you please. White Impermanence coldly stated, knowing that it was impossible to protect Su Fan any longer. All right. Ksitigarbha nodded, and then left the main hall with Xian Ku. I hope Su Fan won't be too obedient and will not stay in the tomb for too long. Watching the departing figures, Black and White Impermanence felt a discomfort in their hearts. It was unpleasant to realize that they could not ensure the safety of their subordinate. Those Buddhist monks, I hope they don't fall into my hands, or else they will pay the price, Black Impermanence cursed. Seventh brother, when will our underworld rise again? Soon, soon. Once the queen returns, we will surely rise to greatness, Xie Bian sighed. In the tomb of the officials, many officials of the soul-hooking office resided within. This place was considered a relatively high-end residence in the underworld, while most ghost messengers lived in graveyards. One day, a group of monks arrived at Su Fan's residence, causing many officials in the tomb to change their expressions. What is going on? Did Su Si Jun do something wrong? Why are there so many monks? One official asked in confusion. Don't you know? Cough, recently he has taken in several concubines in his sleeping quarters and hasn't left for a month. Impressive. Let me tell you, not long ago Su Fan Si Jun killed a monk of the Buddhist sect on the mortal plane, garnering much attention. Su Fan Si Jun is so mighty, it's a pity for the Buddhist monks to die. Alas, it's a pity that some people do not wish for Su Fan Si Jun to do well, always trying to kill him, and even wanting to use the Buddhist sect to suppress him, spreading the news of him killing the monk throughout the soul-hooking office. That's true, Su Fan Si Jun's work ethic indeed invites resentment. It's not surprising that someone wants to target him. What a pity. Indeed, Su Fan Si Jun is too diligent, who among us officials does not wish for a lighter workload. Yet Su Fan has nearly led the soul-hooking office astray. As the officials discussed, the group of Buddhist figures had arrived at Su Fan's tomb. Evil spirit Su Fan, come out quickly and accompany us to hell to meet Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. At this moment, a Buddhist disciple shouted loudly. When Ji and others were resting in the tomb, feeling exhausted from the past few days. Hearing the voice, several ghostly maidens changed their expressions and propped themselves up from the coffin. What happened to Si Jun? How did he offend Ksitigarbha? When Jis' expression changed. I don't know, they actually said Si Jun is an evil spirit. That's too much, Chun Lan said angrily. As they spoke, the 5 ghost maidens walked toward the tomb's exit, and upon seeing the fierce-looking monks, when Ji and the others' faces changed. What are you? What are you doing? When Ji stammered. Seeing the 5 ghost maidens, the surrounding officials also brightened up. Damn, how could Su Fan Si Jun's Yasha Ji be so beautiful? Recalling their own Yasha Ji in the tomb, they suddenly felt disinterested. Damn it, when Su Fan Si Jun dies, I want to recruit these Yasha Ji. You wish? Even if he dies, his inheritance will belong to the new Si Jun unless you can be promoted to the 19th office. The Buddhist monks looked at Wen Ji and her group, their eyes lighting up, then quickly joined their hands and silently recited a calming mantra. Amit Ba, ladies, we are here on the orders of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to take the evil spirit Su Fan to hell. We kindly ask that you do not obstruct us. Si Jun is not an evil spirit. You hypocritical monks are the true evil spirits, Wen Ji said angrily. Si Jun treats us so well. How could he possibly be an evil spirit? It must be that this big monk is talking nonsense. Do not speak carelessly. We Buddhists are compassionate and bear responsibilities. How could we be evil spirits? Jing Yuan, go inside and search. Yes. Saying this, several Buddhist disciples disregarded Wen Ji and her group's obstruction and charged into the tomb. Before long, the Buddhist disciples emerged and reported to the leading monk, Su Fan is not here. Upon hearing this, the leading monk's eyes flashed as he looked at Wen Ji and the others, asking, where has the evil spirit Su Fan gone? I don't know. When Jis' face grew solemn as she shook her head, saying, I won't tell you. Bold. Take these ghost maidens into hell for questioning. As they spoke, several Buddhist disciples stepped out to capture Wen Ji and the others. Ladies, move aside for me. The monk laughed, casting a fierce glance at the group. Smack. At that moment, a large hand descended from the void, slapping the Buddhist disciple away, leaving him bloodied and mangled. They were not shadow spirits, but living beings sent by the Buddhist sect to assist Ksitigarbha with flesh and blood. You scoundrels, are you being lawless? I agreed to let you enter the tomb to take Su Fan, but did I allow you to capture other shadow spirits? An angry voice echoed as Black Impermanence appeared on the scene. I have long been displeased with you living beings. Damn it, how can you flesh and blood creatures enter the underworld? As Black Impermanence appeared, the officials changed their expressions and hurriedly bowed. We greet you, Lord of the Gods. Lord of the Gods. When Ji and the 4 maidens changed their expressions. Isn't that the superior of Si Jun? Little girl greets you, Lord of the Gods. When Ji and the 5 maidens paid their respects. Black Impermanence nodded, and then turned to the several serious-looking Buddhist disciples, saying in a deep voice, go back and tell Ksitigarbha whether you can find Su Fan is your business, but if you dare to act recklessly against other shadow spirits in my underworld, I will surely cause chaos in hell, no matter the cost, even if it means war. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Buddhist disciples changed as they quickly turned to leave. Watching them depart, Black Impermanence looked at Wen Ji and asked, tell me, where has Su Fan gone? Lord of the Gods, Si Jun has been resting at home for a while, feeling bored, so he went to the mortal realm to collect souls. He has gone to collect souls again. Black Impermanence was speechless. Why is Su Fan so eager? Going to the mortal realm is also good. Oh, perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Su Dong. At this moment, Black Impermanence looked at a nearby official. Your subordinate is here. The official's expression changed as he quickly replied. You go to the mortal realm, find Su Fan, and tell him to be cautious and not to return to the underworld for now. Yes. Remember, no matter what Su Fan does, he is still my underworld's ghost messenger. You are his colleague. Upon hearing this, Su Dong's expression changed as he quickly nodded, understanding the meaning of the Lord of the Gods. In the mortal realm, in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, lies the Wanyu Temple. As the end of his life approaches, Taoist Wanyo, having accumulated a great deal of merit and fortune during his lifetime, is about to transcend, surrounded by numerous disciples who are grief-stricken. Taoist Wanyu is over 700 years old now, having reached the celestial immortal realm. In the past, celestial immortals could live for a very long time, but since the reincarnation of the Earth Mother and the restoration of the heavenly Tao, the lifespan of immortals has been restricted. Even so, without disasters or tribulations, one could still live for several tens of thousands of years. However, Taoist Wangyu's fate is flawed, granting him merely a little over 700 years of life, a result of his extraordinary talent and continuous breakthroughs that have extended his lifespan. Stop crying. At this moment, Taoist Wanyu sat cross-legged within the Wanyu temple, looking at the many disciples around him. When I was a child, a fortune teller said I wouldn't live past 15. At the age of 8, I began my path of cultivation. At 15, I broke through to the nascent soul realm, and when I encountered that fortune teller again, he said I wouldn't live past 80. At 80, I became an immortal. The fortune teller appeared once more, laughing and saying that 200 years would be my limit. At 200, I became a celestial immortal, and he claimed I wouldn't live past 500. Yet here I am at 700 years old. Oh, I wonder if that fortune teller is still alive. Disciples, strive hard in your cultivation, one day you will surely become immortals. With your fates, after becoming immortals, you could live for several tens of thousands of years. Now at over 700 years old, I can consider myself fortunate, otherwise my bones would have likely turned to nothing by now. Why belittle yourself, Wanyu? At this moment, a monk clad in a robe approached from a distance. The monk had a kind demeanor, a halo above his head, and the surrounding area was suffused with Buddhist light. As soon as he appeared, the sound of chanting echoed from all directions. A member of the Buddhist sect. The faces of the many disciples at Wanyu Temple changed. In the three realms, the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism has persisted, and the Eastern Victory Divine Continent is particularly the territory of the Taoist sect. Although it's not unusual for a Buddhist disciple to appear occasionally, it is strange for a Buddhist disciple to ascend to a Taoist temple. Could it be that they are trying to stir trouble at the end of Taoist Wangyu's life? In an instant, the expressions of the disciples at Wanyu Temple changed, their faces becoming serious as they looked at the Buddhist monk with apprehension. Amit Ba, little monk, means no harm. There's no need for you to be anxious. The monk smiled. It's you. At that moment, Taoist Wanyu exclaimed in surprise, his face changing drastically. He recognized the monk as the very fortune teller who had predicted his fate years ago, only back then he was dressed as a Taoist. Wanyu, have you recognized this poor monk? The monk smiled. When I saw you back then, I felt you were no ordinary person. I intended to lead you into the Buddhist realm when your lifespan ran out, but I never expected you to possess such extraordinary talent, continually breaking the limits of your lifespan. Now you have even achieved the celestial, immortal realm on par with my cultivation level. The monk held a string of prayer beads and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Taoist Wanyu was utterly stunned. This old monk had noticed him even as a child. Did that mean he had been keeping an eye on him for over 700 years? As this thought crossed his mind, Taoist Wanyu felt a wave of horror. Could it be that this old monk had meddled in his fate when he was weak, leading to his flawed destiny and shortened lifespan? Have you guessed it? The old monk smiled, making Taoist Wangyu's heart tremble. I am a wandering monk of the Buddhist sect, traversing the mortal realm, searching for those fated to connect with Buddhism. When I saw you back then, I felt you had a connection to Buddhism, but your fortune was too strong and your lifespan ample. If I were to bring you into the Buddhist realm with your physical body, it might backfire and absorb Buddhist fortune. So I plan to guide your soul into the Buddhist realm without harming your physical body, thus reducing some of your lifespan. Who would have thought that you would only grow stronger from adversity, continuously breaking the limits of your lifespan, truly surprising this old monk. However, now that you have become an immortal, your primordial spirit has become even more refined, and you have accumulated a wealth of merit and fortune. For my Buddhist sect, this is undoubtedly a great blessing. Come with this old monk, I will take you to meet the bodhisattvas of my Buddhist sect. Perhaps you could even become a disciple of a bodhisattva. The monk smiled, and for some reason Taoist Wanyu felt an eerie chill. This bald monk from the Buddhist sect is even more terrifying than a malevolent ghost, full of righteousness and morality, yet capable of such shameless acts. Bald monk, how could you do this to me? Taoist Wanyu was furious. Although his end was near, he remained filled with rage. As a cultivator, no one wishes for their fate to be controlled by another. If the heavenly Tao dictated his fate, he would have nothing to say. However, his destiny had been interfered with, causing him to possess a flawed fate and a shortened life. Had it not been for the flaw in his fate, perhaps he could have lived longer. I do not believe you can alter another's lifespan. Taoist Wanyu spoke coldly. Why not? Do not forget, I, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect, oversee the underworld. Even the Ten Yama Kings must show me respect. Upon hearing this, Taoist Wan Yu fell silent. The underworld indeed functions this way now. Not only the Buddhist sect, but even the heavenly court can alter a person's lifespan. The underworld of today is no longer the same as in the times of Lady Pingxin. Ha ha. At this moment, Taoist Wan Yu laughed heartily. I never expected my Wan Yu to have such a tragic fate being schemed against since childhood. How foolish of me to feel proud believing that my life was in my hands, that the heavens had not taken my life for 700 years. It turns out all of this was just a joke. Master, all the disciples were grieving, crying uncontrollably. There is no need for that. From this day forth, there will be no more Wan Yu Temple. All the sorrows of this world will be borne by us lowly cultivators, for whether it is the Buddhist sect or the heavenly court, they can crush us without a sound with just a thought. Without freedom, how can one forget sorrow? Taoist Wang Yi's expression darkened. He knew that ultimately he could not control his own fate. If it were possible, he would wish that a ghostly envoy from the underworld would come to guide him into the underworld for reincarnation. In the next life, I will never follow any sect, living a simple, ordinary life, instead to avoid being schemed against, living my life as a pawn for others. Today, if nothing unexpected happens, this monk will definitely take me to the Buddhist sect for conversion, to become one of those blindly loyal puppets to Buddhism, lacking freedom and independent thought, with everything centered around the interests of the Buddhist sect. For the sake of Buddhism, they would even commit many actions that are not of their own volition. When necessary, their own friends and family could be sacrificed, all while justifying it as escaping the sea of suffering and ascending to the bliss of paradise. This world is no longer the pure world it once was. Taoist Wan Yu shed tears. It was the first time in hundreds of years that he had cried. He lamented his unfortunate fate, realizing that all his years of effort had been in vain merely to make clothing for the disciples of the Buddhist sect. Bald monk, I will not go with you. My heart resides in the Taoist sect. Even if I enter the Buddhist sect, I will not wholeheartedly turn to Buddha. It matters not. None who enter my Buddhist sect have failed to turn their hearts to Buddhism. The monk chuckled, surrounded by Buddhist light, his laugh reflecting a face full of crevices, giving off an eerie vibe. The living belong to the light, while the dead return to the dark. The underworld handles cases, and At this moment, a chilling voice echoed, followed by an endless wave of ghostly energy spreading forth. The Buddhist light surrounding the monk was instantly dispersed. The entire Wan Yu Temple was engulfed in a tide of dreadful, ghostly atmosphere. The Forgetting Worry Pavilion surveyed the four directions, filled with ghostly energy that obscured the surrounding Buddhist light. The disciples of the Forgetting Worry Pavilion all changed their expressions, feeling the air around them grow cold. They were taken aback, some with higher cultivation vaguely able to see a shadow emerging from the rolling dark energy. Those with lower cultivation couldn't see anything at all, only sensing the chilling aura around them, as if an evil spirit was about to emerge. The Forgetting Worry Taoist was momentarily stunned, then his face lit up with joy as he looked into the distance. There, a figure draped in dark robes, wearing an official cap and holding a black chain, was slowly approaching. His entire body was wrapped in ghostly energy, with eerie light flickering on the chain, instilling fear in the hearts of those who beheld him. Upon seeing this figure, the monk's expression changed, and he stepped forward to stand in front of the Forgetting Worry Taoist. The Buddhist sect welcomes practitioners here. Little ghost, do not act recklessly, the monk shouted. Su Fan glanced at the monk, draped in robes, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Not long ago, he had just slain a Buddhist arhat, and now he unexpectedly encountered another Buddhist disciple blocking his path. Forget worry, Taoist, your lifespan has come to an end. I was supposed to guide you on your journey. Su Fan ignored the Buddhist monk and turned to the Forgetting Worry Taoist. As for you, get lost. Su Fan finally directed his gaze at the monk, speaking in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, the monk was furious. The Buddhist sect held a high status in the three realms, and no ghostly envoy had ever dared to speak to a Buddhist in such a manner. Moreover, as a guardian of the underworld, the monk held a high position. From any perspective, this ghostly envoy should not be so disrespectful. You little ghost, how dare you? Do you know who I am? Are you not the Tathagata? Su Fan scoffed. Upon hearing this, the monk's expression changed drastically, and he quickly joined his hands in prayer, a face full of sincere repentance. Buddha, forgive my sins. Then he glared at Su Fan and shouted, Little ghost, how dare you directly call upon the name of the Buddha? This is truly outrageous. That is your Buddha, not mine. What is wrong with calling his name? Stop talking nonsense and get out of my way. Su Fan stepped forward. This person is valued by the Buddhist sect. I have been waiting for 700 years and will definitely not let you take him to the underworld. Su Fan raised an eyebrow. Was there really no one in the Buddhist sect? They continuously targeted these individuals whose lifespans were running out, waiting for 700 years. Then you can wait another 700 years. Saying this, Su Fan shook the soul-retrieving chain in his hand, drawing towards the soul of the forgetting worry Taoist. The monk was furious. How could this ghostly envoy be so stubborn? In the past, if a soul-retrieving ghostly envoy targeted someone they were interested in, as long as they revealed their identity, the envoy would retreat. But today this ghostly envoy seemed different. No matter what the monk said, even mentioning the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva or the Tathagata, it had no effect. Could this ghostly envoy be foolish? You little ghost are seeking death, the monk shouted. Having waited 700 years, he was on the verge of achieving his goal, but now a little ghost appeared to ruin his plans. How could he allow this? As he spoke, golden light erupted from the monk's body, casting a spell towards Su Fan to strike him down. Obstructing the underworld's affairs warrants execution according to the Yin laws. With that, Su Fan waved his hand, slapping forward. Bang! The monk's physical body instantly shattered. With mere heavenly immortal cultivation, he was no match for Su Fan, whose strength was comparable to a golden immortal. The monk's primordial spirit flew out, staring in horror at Su Fan. He could hardly believe that this ghostly envoy dared to act against a disciple of the Buddhist sect. Did he not realize the current standing of the underworld? If he struck against the Buddhist sect, would he be able to escape the wrath of Ksitigarbha King deep in hell? Would the underworld be able to protect him? At that moment, the monk's primordial spirit suddenly changed expression, as if realizing something. He looked at Su Fan in terror and asked, "Are you called Su Fan?" In that instant, he recalled a rumor. Not long ago, a furious Vajra Arhat of the Buddhist sect had been slain by a ghostly envoy named Su Fan, and even the demon-subduing Arhat, one of the 18 Arhats, had been unable to capture him. At this moment, looking at Su Fan, he could not help but remember this event. "Indeed, I am that envoy." Su Fan scoffed. Upon hearing this, the monk turned pale, realizing that this malevolent ghost had come out to kill again. In an instant, the monk panicked and turned to flee. "Where do you think you're going? Violating the Yin laws and trying to escape responsibility?" Su Fan shouted, directly chasing after him. Meanwhile, in the distance, a ghostly spirit was hastily approaching. This was none other than Su Dong, sent by Black Wuchang to find Su Fan in the human realm. Black Wuchang understood that the Buddhist sect would soon learn that Su Fan had come out of the underworld, and he must find Su Fan before the Buddhist sect to ensure his safety. Thus, he sent Su Dong into the human realm to notify Su Fan. Su Fan had a clear goal: all were immortals. Therefore, after checking the names of several immortals whose lifespans were about to end on the small ledger of life and death in Black Wuchang's hands, he stepped out of the ghost gate. He inquired about Su Fan's whereabouts at the ghost gate and then pursued him. "Su Fan, although what you did made us all uncomfortable, I must say you truly acted valiantly. If I had the strength, I would also like to slay a few bald donkeys. It's truly frustrating being suppressed by that Ksitigarbha of the Buddhist sect." Su Dong thought to himself as he hurried along. "The Forgetting Worry Pavilion is ahead. Ooh, I hope you haven't left yet, Su Fan." Just as Su Dong was talking to himself, he suddenly felt a vast light of Buddha spreading ahead, accompanied by rolling ghostly energy obscuring the sun, creating a grand spectacle. Not good. Why are there more people from the Buddhist sect? Could it be that Su Fan is surrounded by the Buddhist sect? That's impossible. Oh, according to the timeline, the Buddhist sect shouldn't have arrived before me. Su Dong was frightened, but he did not dare to neglect Black Wuchang's mission. He accelerated, and finally he saw a golden light shining brightly, a Buddhist primordial spirit fleeing in haste, while behind him a cold-faced ghostly figure holding a soul-retrieving chain was in hot pursuit, and judging by his speed, he was about to catch up. "Su Fan." Su Dong's face changed in shock. "Wow, this guy is hunting Buddhist disciples again." "Su Fan, come back quickly. Oh, I have something to tell you." Su Dong, what brings you here? What could be more important than maintaining order in the underworld? Wait for me to take care of this bald donkey who violated the Yin laws before coming over. Hurry over, it's a matter of great importance." Su Dong chased from behind. "Su Fan, someone from the underworld is here. Are you not going to let him go?" "Please, I don't want that soul anymore," the monk pleaded. "The Yin laws are no joke. A violation is still a violation. Execution is warranted." Su Fan coldly snorted. The monk was stunned, and so was Su Dong. If this guy was being too serious. "Su Fan, don't. Ksitigarbha already knows you've come to the human realm. He will likely send someone soon." Su Dong shouted. "Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva." The monk rejoiced. "Haha, little ghost, your end is near. If you can stop now, perhaps I can plead for you later." "Shut up." Su Fan coldly snorted, finally getting close to the primordial spirit. He then pointed, and the monk let out a scream as his primordial spirit was extinguished. This Su Dong was dumbfounded, feeling his scalp tingle. The Buddhist sect was about to settle accounts with you, and you actually killed another Buddhist disciple. Su Dong felt a tremor in his heart. This Su Fan was truly terrifying. Su Dong's scalp prickled as he watched Su Fan obliterate a Buddhist soul-inviting envoy with a single finger. At that moment, Su Fan turned his gaze upon Su Dong and asked, "Senior Magistrate Su, what brings you here?" Hearing this, Su Dong flinched visibly and hurriedly replied, "Senior Magistrate Su, Eighth Lord has sent me to inform you it would be safest not to return to the netherworld for the time being." "Why?" "And the bald monk Dizong has already arrived at the gates, sworn to capture you," Su Dong declared. Su Fan nodded thoughtfully. Though the situation was thorny, it did not trouble him deeply. His path was destined to incur enmity. No faction across the three realms would escape his provocation. "I understand, Senior Magistrate Su. If it is not an inconvenience, might you escort the soul of Taoist Wang Yu back to the netherworld?" Su Fan asked. Su Dong recoiled in astonishment. How could he still be thinking of soul reaping at such a perilous juncture? Yet, as a fellow official, and entrusted by He Wu Chong, he found refusal impossible. Still, Taoist Wang Yu was a soul coveted by the Buddhists. Should they attempt to seize him, Su Dong dared not confront them heathen as Su Fan had done. "Senior Magistrate Su, I can indeed deliver his soul, but if Buddhist cultivators intervene to reclaim it, I fear I cannot protect him. That is of no consequence. You need only return to the netherworld. Should any Buddhist dare seize the soul, I shall enforce the Yin laws without mercy." Su Dong shuddered involuntarily and gave a solemn, resolute nod. A true overachiever. Indeed, one could not help but bow in awe. Thereafter, Su Fan extracted Taoist Wang Yu's soul and handed it to Su Dong. Then side by side they made their way toward the Ghost Gate. Along the way, Su Fan reaped several more souls, entrusting each to Su Dong for safe delivery. This nearly sent Su Dong into cardiac arrest. Amid such mortal danger, how could this man still calmly reap souls left and right? Did he truly fear no Buddhist retribution? At last, nearing the Ghost Gate, Su Fan turned to Su Dong and said, "Senior Magistrate Su, you have escorted me thus far. We have now reached the Ghost Gate. You may depart at your leisure." Su Dong gazed at the 5 souls tethered by Su Fan's soul-reaping cord and sighed inwardly. "Senior Magistrate Su's soul-reaping caliber commands my deepest respect. Henceforth, should anyone dare utter a word against you, I, Su Dong, shall be the first to oppose them. Should you ever require my service, I pledge my unwavering support." "Then thank you. I ask only that after delivering these souls to the Soul-Reaping Bureau, you await me beyond the Western Ghost Gate to assist in returning the souls to the netherworld." Su Fan spoke with grave sincerity. At these words, Su Dong nearly spun on his heel and fled. 10,000 wild horses thundered through his mind. Helplessly, he stared at Su Fan. Were those not mere courtesies? Couldn't you tell? And how swiftly you seized the opening, and now demand assistance. And do I look idle? Senior Magistrate Su, I've urgent matters awaiting me at the Bureau. Might another magistrate handle this instead? Senior Magistrate Su, you must know, I am likely a condemned soul. I merely wish to reap as many souls as possible before my time runs out. If you cannot aid me, so be it. After all, I have but days left. Failing all else, I'll find a companion to accompany me before meeting Dizong. My journey through reincarnation shall not be lonely. Su Fan spoke calmly, idly flicking the soul-reaping cord in his hand. Su Dong nearly exploded in fury. This old cunning ghost was blackmailing him outright. Worse still, he was issuing veiled threats. Were Su Dong not vastly outmatched in cultivation, he would have demanded satisfaction then and there. "Senior Magistrate Su, forgive my earlier hesitation. Rest assured, once I deliver these souls to the Bureau, I shall immediately proceed to the Western Ghost Gate to meet you." "Wait, brother, why must it be the Western Ghost Gate?" Su Dong asked. Dizong hounds me within the netherworld. Shall I not visit Shinyo Hajo to return the favor upon the Buddhists?" "What Su Dong cried in shock. "You intend to reap souls in Shinyo Hajo?" "Precise, you must not. Since Dizong's ascension, Shinyo Hajo's souls have been monopolized by the Buddhists. Whether Taoist or Buddhist, all who perish are claimed for Pure Land, bound for Buddhist realms." "Pure Land, bound for Buddhism? Then do their names still appear in the Netherworld's Book of Life and Death?" Su Fan asked. They do. But such is mere unspoken convention. The Netherworld's elders turn a blind eye. No matter. Simply await me as agreed. With that, Su Fan vanished in a blur of motion, then set off resolutely towards Shinyo Hajo. If the elders close one eye, I shall force both wide open. Su Fan mused inwardly. Before the Ghost Gate, watching Su Fan depart, Su Dong muttered curses under his breath. "I'll await you in hell." I'm not ready to die yet, much less go mad with you. He had resolved upon returning to the netherworld and delivering the souls to the soul-reaping bureau. He would retreat to his tomb to indulge in leisure with his concubine, emerging only when the crisis had passed. Su Dong pressed onward and soon entered the ghost gate, arriving at the soul-reaping bureau. There He Wuchang Fan Wuzhou sat on duty and froze upon seeing him. Su Dong, I dispatched you to locate Su Fan in the mortal realm. Why are you reaping souls instead? Have you succumbed to Su Fan's relentless zeal in Eighth Lord? It is not so. Su Dong wore an expression of profound exasperation. These souls were reaped by Su Fan himself, and Su Fan reaped them. He Wuchang's face darkened. He still has the audacity to reap souls. He should be hiding, not slaughtering. Lord Magistrate, that man is utterly unhinged. Dizong loathes him beyond measure, vowing to seal him eternally in hell. Yet Su Fan just slew another Buddhist arhat in the mortal realm. What did you say? He slew another arhat. He Wuchang blanched. What in the nine hells does Su Fan think he's doing? One arhat was already enough to doom him, yet he kills another. Has he lost his wits entirely? He Wuchang erupted in fury. Su Dong trembled violently, uncertain whether he dared speak further. Where has he gone now? To reap souls, still reaping souls. Eighth Lord. He's gone to Shinyo Huzhou to reap souls. He means to teach the Buddhists a lesson. At this, He Wuchang leapt from his seat. Su Fan, you court death with reckless abandon. Must you make my life that difficult? Teach the Buddhists a lesson. Look around. Their influence now rivals even the celestial court. With what power do you presume to chastise them? Black chi surged violently about He Wuchang, yet beneath the rage lingered reluctant admiration. How many soul-reaping officials in the entire netherworld possessed such audacity? Certainly not he. He Wuchang himself lacked such courage. Su Dong, I assign you a new mandate. Proceed immediately to the Western Ghost Gate to meet Su Fan. So long as he remains unsealed, you shall stand guard there, receiving every soul he reaps and delivering them safely home. Now composed, He Wuchang issued the order. Su Dong paled instantly and stammered, Eighth Lord, I've suddenly relapsed, suffering chest tightness unfit for duty. Relapse? You're ill, yes, most stubbornly. Stubborn is it? Then take a reincarnation mandate to the Reincarnation Bureau. Drink a bowl of Mengpo's soup. Your ailment will vanish in rebirth. Make way for a more capable magistrate. Su Dong recoiled in horror, then blurted, Eighth Lord, I'm miraculously cured. My chest is clear, my head painless. Humph. Cowardice incarnate. Su Fan dares act. Why do you falter? I shall fulfill this duty flawlessly. Su Dong nearly wept, while inwardly cursing Su Fan 100-fold. Su Fan, that crafty, treacherous ghost. You truly mean to drag us all to ruin. In the 18 layers of hell, the air was thick with energy, and the wails of malevolent spirits echoed through the atmosphere. Dizong sat cross-legged, surrounded by a brilliant light, chanting scriptures with a thunderous resonance emanating from his being. For the past few days, he had been dispatching people to search for Su Fan's whereabouts, and at this moment he had learned that the latter had ventured into the mortal realm, deciding to send someone to capture him. At this time, Xian Ku rushed in hastily, his expression flustered, seemingly at a loss. Xian Ku, what's the matter? Dizong furrowed his brow, as Xian Ku had not been performing well lately. The Bodhisattva Dizong, I have just received news that the evil spirit Su Fan is wreaking havoc in the mortal realm again, killing yet another of our Buddha's emissaries. What audacity! Dizong exclaimed in a low voice, his entire being radiating holy light, exuding an extraordinary sanctity. This evil spirit Su Fan is guilty of heinous crimes. Immediately contact the arhats in the mortal realm to apprehend him. Bodhisattva Dizong, this ghost is quite elusive. We cannot locate him. Xian Ku replied, since he dares to repeatedly strike at our Buddhist sect, it is likely he seeks to take revenge on us. As the saying goes, darkness lies beneath the lamp. The more we try to find him, the more he will sneak into the sanctum of our sect. He must have gone to the Western Bull Huzhou. Dizong's eyes sparkled with Buddhist light as he spoke slowly. I understand. With that, Xian Ku quickly departed. Su Fan. Bodhisattva Dizong smiled slightly. This child is indeed mysterious. I wonder if the Black and White Impermanence have noticed his extraordinary nature. Even I cannot deduce the heavenly secrets surrounding him, suggesting he is yet another spirit favored by great fortune. If we can guide him, our Buddhist sect's fortunes will surely rise once more. Western Bull Huzhou, located to the west, suffered greatly during the demonic conflict when the demon ancestor Luo, who detonated the mystical veins of Mount Sumeru, rendering the West barren. After countless years of the witch demon war, the primordial chaos was shattered, dividing into 4 major continents, of which Western Bulhujo is the most desolate. Since the enfeoffment of gods, the fortunes of the Western sect have gradually revived, showing signs of prosperity, and Western Bulhujo has also begun to flourish. This place is a sacred land of Buddhism, with countless Buddhist sects established all around. In Western Bulhujo, nearly 80% of the people follow Buddhism, chanting sutras and praising the Buddha all day long. Of course, there are Taoist practitioners here as well, but they are in the minority. At this moment, a figure surrounded by swirling yin energy appeared in this place, looking at the death register in his hands before continuing onward. He had already chosen a target, the abbot of Hanxiang Temple Juming. Hanxiang Temple is a temple in Western Bulhujo, and the old abbot Juming is a venerable monk with a high reputation. He is well known within a radius of several thousand miles with profound Buddhist teachings, and has now reached the peak of the celestial immortal realm, even having 1 foot in the golden immortal level. Unfortunately, his fate is not favorable. His lifespan is nearing its end. However, he harbors no worries, as once he passes away, he will be guided to the sacred land of Buddhism, attaining the status of an arhat and entering the realm of ultimate bliss. In recent days, the temple has been preparing a ceremony, hoping to conduct a ritual at the time of his passing to assist him in becoming a Buddha. For these matters, the monk, Juming, merely smiled, neither agreeing nor refusing. The reason for not agreeing is that no matter how grand the ceremony, he cannot become a Buddha, lacking the requisite realm. Even if he goes to the spiritual mountain, he would at most attain the level of an arhat. As for not refusing, he naturally has his own selfish motives. Who doesn't want to leave in glory? On this day inside Hanxiang Temple, the bell tolled thunderously, and numerous Buddhist disciples joined their hands together, displaying piety as they knelt beneath a high platform. Surrounding them, the sounds of Buddhist chants resonated, the bell's tones deep and solemn. The evening drum echoed, creating an atmosphere of solemnity. The old monk Juming sat cross-legged atop the lotus platform at the pinnacle of the high platform, his face radiating kindness and dignity. Today is the day of his passing. Although many disciples feel reluctant, they do not grieve deeply, as they know that after the abbot enters nirvana, he will proceed to the sacred land of Buddhism, forever ascending to ultimate bliss. Disciples practice diligently. Our Buddha is compassionate and will surely save all beings, said monk Juming as he gazed at the many disciples before gently closing his eyes. Upon reaching the celestial immortal realm, one can already sense their own great limit. As his limit approached, the Buddha's emissaries had already come to him. They informed him to wait for them on the day of his limit. At this moment, Juming felt the time was right, so he chose to enter nirvana. At this moment, his body began to burn fierce flames, illuminating the surroundings, the sounds of Buddhist chants booming and echoing through the void. As monk Juming smiled, his physical form gradually disappearing from the lotus platform. Simultaneously, a golden relic slowly ascended, and a translucent, ethereal image manifested above the golden relic. This ethereal image was naturally the true spirit of monk Juming, while the golden relic represented the fruits of his life's cultivation. Holding the relic, one must head to the spiritual mountain to be conferred as a bodhisattva and worshipped as an arhat. Without the relic, the connection to Buddhism is insufficient, making it difficult to attain the status of an arhat. At this moment, the void suddenly changed, with rolling yin energy surging and carrying a chilling coldness that engulfed the entire Hanxiang Temple. The emissaries have arrived. The emissaries have arrived. A young monk shouted in excitement. Be quiet. What emissaries? The emissaries of our Buddha will surely be radiant. This overwhelming yin energy resembles the ghostly emissaries of the underworld. How is that possible? How can the ghostly emissaries of the underworld come to our Buddhist domain to claim souls? Have they gone mad? At this time, monk Juming's expression also changed drastically. He had chosen to enter nirvana early in anticipation of the emissaries, yet unexpectedly, instead of them, he encountered the ghostly emissaries of the underworld. This left him incredulous. He saw a black figure slowly emerging from the swirling yin energy, holding a soul-fetching rope and slowly approaching him. From the looks of it, it seemed intent on claiming his soul. Juming, your lifespan has ended. I am here to take you on your journey. Su Fan gazed at the true spirit of monk Juming and spoke in a low tone. What? Monk Juming momentarily could not respond. Wasn't he supposed to ascend to ultimate bliss? Why was a ghostly emissary here to take him to the underworld? Did you make a mistake? I am a person of the Buddhist sect already predicted by the spiritual mountain. I am not the soul you should be claiming. You are called Juming. Yes. Then it is you. There's no mistake. Come with me. With that, Su Fan directly summoned the soul-fetching rope, pulling Zhu Ming's soul out while discarding the relic. This item is of no use to him. No, you cannot take my soul, you are mistaken. The emissaries of Buddhism are about to arrive, I cannot go with you. Monk Zhu Ming felt utterly frustrated. He had expected to leave in glory waiting for the emissaries, but instead he was targeted by a minor ghost from the underworld. Whether you go or not is not up to you. With that, Su Fan tugged the soul-fetching rope and moved forward. No, I will not go. I want to become a Buddha. You will become a Buddha? What a load of nonsense. Su Fan snorted coldly, whipping the monk, causing Zhu Ming to grimace in pain. Disciples, when the emissaries arrive, let them come to save me. Zhu Ming shouted with the last of his strength. Enough with the nonsense. Crack. The numerous disciples of Hanxiang Temple were dumbfounded, witnessing a scene that overturned everything they believed. Their abbot did not ascend to ultimate bliss. Instead, he was taken away by the ghostly emissaries of the underworld. What happened to the promise of attaining Buddhahood? In an instant, the many monks were left in shock, staring at the dissipating yin energy in the void, all feeling bewildered. Inside Hanxiang Temple, many monks were bewildered, their expressions blank as they stared vacantly into the void. The abbot has been taken by the ghost messengers of the underworld. What is happening? The abbot should have gone to Ling Mountain to attain Buddhahood. How could he be taken by the underworld? The young monks were at a loss, unsure of what to do. Senior brother, what should we do now? The abbot has been taken by the underworld, or should we still perform this ritual? A disciple of Hanxiang Temple asked. What is there to perform? Should we celebrate the abbot's return to the underworld? Originally, this ritual was not a typical one for guiding souls. It was a farewell ceremony. It was a farewell for the abbot entering the sacred realm of Buddhahood, but now that he had been taken by the underworld, was there still a need to continue this farewell ritual? Just as the monks were in a dilemma, a chanting sound came from afar, and a brilliant light of Buddha descended from the void, illuminating the sky. A monk draped in a robe strode in from the void, and with each step, he took golden lotuses manifested beneath his feet, floating in the air. Looking at the monks arriving on golden lotuses from the void, the numerous disciples of Hanxiang Temple changed their expressions. Buddhist figures have come. The disciples exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, the heavens resonated with the sound of Buddha. Golden lotuses blossomed in the void, and spiritual beasts of the Buddhist realm manifested, creating a magnificent scene. This was the Buddhist welcoming ceremony. When certain monks were favored by Buddhism and passed away, they would be guided to Ling Mountain to attain the status of Arhat. Thus, the rituals could not be lacking. Ling Mountain would determine the scale of the ceremonies based on the monks' Buddhist fortune and the quality of the relics they had gathered. Monk Zhu Ming had considerable cultivation, profound Buddhist teachings, and the relic he had gathered was of medium to high quality, so the scale of the welcoming ceremony prepared for this occasion was quite high. At this moment, a welcoming figure holding prayer beads stood atop a lotus platform looking towards Hanxiang Temple. A flash of golden light appeared in his hand, instantly manifesting a beam of Buddha light that enveloped the entire Hanxiang Temple. The sound of Buddha roared as scriptures were chanted. The disciples of Hanxiang Temple knelt and paid their respects to the figures in the void. I am a welcoming figure from Ling Mountain. Junior brother Zhu Ming, you possess great fortune. Bodhisattva Manjushri specifically instructed that your Hanxiang Temple should be nurtured by Buddhist teachings. As he spoke, the welcoming figure waved his hand continuously, and streams of Buddhist marks spread downward, imprinting the surrounding void of Hanxiang Temple. The numerous disciples of Buddhism were excited. They felt as if the entire Hanxiang Temple had become different. It was as if they were immersed in an ocean of Buddhist teachings, bathing in the light of Buddha. Junior brother Zhu Ming, now that this matter is settled, come with us. The welcoming figures of Buddhism had their eyes slightly closed, their expressions kind, and they all had golden halos above their heads, quietly chanting scriptures, exuding a sacred and extraordinary aura. There was no response from below. Junior brother Zhu Ming, there is no need to be reluctant today. You will attain the status of Arhat, which is a good thing for your Hanxiang Temple as well. Still, there was no reaction. This caused the expressions of the welcoming figures to change slightly. They all opened their eyes, looking towards Hanxiang Temple. Then their expressions changed. Upon careful examination, they found that they could not sense Zhu Ming's presence. At this moment, cries began to echo from below, growing louder and permeating the entire Hanxiang Temple. Wah! A young monk cried out. What happened? Where is junior brother Zhu Ming? At this moment, a welcoming monk spoke in a low voice. Master, the abbot. The abbot. Speak quickly. The monk waved his hand, and a beam of golden light descended, calming the young monk's emotions. The abbot has been taken by the ghost messengers of the underworld. The young monk cried loudly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the welcoming monks changed drastically. How dare you, little ghost? How utterly reckless. The welcoming monks were all enraged. That little ghost from the underworld was too audacious daring to take their predetermined arhat right under their noses. Looking at the grand welcoming ceremony around them, the expressions of the welcoming monks were so dark they could almost drip water. They had spent considerable time and effort preparing for this grand event. But now had they ended up with nothing. They arrived too late, and the soul had been taken by the underworld. Which direction did it go? The welcoming monks shouted in anger. That way, a disciple said in fear. Chase after it, we hope to catch up. This fellow is so audacious, he is likely the Su fan spoken of in the underworld. Quickly notify the demon subduing arhat and request assistance. All right, the monks said as they hurriedly pursued the direction Su fan had taken. Shortly after the demon subduing arhat arrived, he looked at the welcoming figures with an unpleasant expression. So many people. Let a little ghost take a soul away. The Buddha demon arhat's expression was dark, a radiance of Buddha surrounded him, appearing somewhat furious. For the past few days, he had been searching for Su fan's whereabouts. Ever since Dizong said that the other party might come to the Western Bull Heavenly Continent, he had not stopped. On that day at the Ghost Gate, because of Su fan, he had suffered immense humiliation, being slapped by the Ghost Emperor and sent flying 800 miles. This had left a fire in his heart. Capturing Su fan had almost become his obsession. When Dizong relayed the message that Su fan was likely to appear in the depths of the Buddhist realm, he began to search everywhere for him. Strangely enough, Su fan was elusive. Even with the means of the Buddhist realm, they could not deduce his whereabouts and could only search in vain. Today, a welcoming monk notified him that a ghost messenger resembling Su fan was found, so he rushed over without delay. The welcoming figures were scolded by the Buddha demon arhat and dared not utter a word. His temper was violent, and if he vented his anger on them, they could not bear it. Immediately pursue him. Since that evil ghost has taken a soul, he will undoubtedly head towards the Ghost Gate. Dizong has issued a wanted order in the underworld. He does not dare return to the underworld and will likely linger before the Ghost Gate, waiting for the ghost messengers of the underworld to pick him up. The Buddha demon arhat's expression was grim, and then he flashed away, taking another arhat with him. At this moment, Su fan, holding the soul snatching rope, was secretly advancing with the soul of Monk Ju Ming. Monk Ju Ming was restless, desperately wanting to escape back to the sacred realm of Ling Mountain. Finally, after receiving a few lashes from Su fan, he ceased his struggles. Oh great ghost messenger, please make it convenient for me. I am about to attain the status of arhat. If you take me into the underworld, I will have nothing left. The cycles of heaven and earth, the wheel of reincarnation, are all predestined. If the lifespan is exhausted and one does not enter the underworld, wouldn't the world be thrown into chaos? Su fan's eyes were intimidating as he spoke earnestly with a righteous air. Great ghost messenger, you are correct, but why must I enter the underworld when so many disciples of Buddhism have not? Rest assured you will go down sooner or later. Isn't there a saying in Buddhism? Good and evil are rewarded. It's not that they are not rewarded, just that the time has not come. Karma has its cycles. Does heaven spare anyone? Su fan scoffed, looking at Ju Ming, and continued, have you been chanting scriptures all day long as if you were reciting them to a dog? Ju Ming was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that he could not think of anything to refute this ghost messenger before him. The teachings of Buddhism were indeed true, but those were words he told his disciples. Could it be that they needed to be proven on him? Just as Ju Ming was deep in thought, a wave of Buddha light surged from afar, vast and overwhelming. Ju Ming's expression brightened. He shouted, I am Arhat Ju Ming of Buddhism. I am here. At this moment, Su fan also sensed the Buddha light behind him and could not help but change his expression, striking Ju Ming with a whip to silence him before quickly accelerating. However, he felt that he might not reach the Ghost Gate in time. Su Dong, come immediately to the Ghost Gate. Su fan took out a communication jade slip and spoke. Regardless of whether he could escape, the soul he had snatched must be sent to the underworld. At this moment, Su fan's expression was slightly grave. He did not expect the followers of the Buddhist sect to arrive so swiftly. Their timing was truly astonishing. Moreover, he had underestimated the determination of the Fu Mo Luohan to capture him. Upon receiving the news, they even went so far as to burn their spiritual energy to hurry. Ghostly judge, you see, I hold some status within the Buddhist sect. Now for my sake, they have even sent a Luohan to chase my soul. In my view, you should release my soul. There may still be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, with the methods of my Buddhist Luohan, you will likely be treated as an evil spirit. Smack. Su fan retaliated with a lash, not engaging in conversation. Hiss. You little ghost, how unreasonable you are. I am doing this for your own good. As a monk, I should show compassion and guide you on a clear path, yet you dare to strike me. The old monk's face was filled with both anger and grievance. A clear path. How many Luohan have I slain? Do you truly believe you are showing me a path? Su Fan snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, the old monk was taken aback, staring at Su Fan with eyes full of shock. Could such a malevolent spirit truly exist in this world? The Buddhist Luohan eliminate evil and uphold righteousness, protecting the path of mankind. How could this evil spirit have slain a Luohan? The Luohan of the Buddhist sect are so kind, oh why did you slay him? Yet the monk Jiaming did not dare to voice this question. This little ghost was unreasonable. He would lash out at any moment. At this time, Su Fan was getting closer to the ghost gate. Su Dong had already received his message and was rushing out of the ghost gate. Su Fan, little ghost, stop and submit to the Fu. At that moment, a loud shout came from behind. A brilliant light of Buddha enveloped the sky, descending and spreading towards Su Fan. Humph! Su Fan snorted coldly. An overwhelming aura of dark energy surged upwards, dispersing the oppressive light of Buddha. I am a Fu Mo Luohan of the Buddhist sect. Ghostly judge, it seems what you said is true. If it weren't for your reckless killing of Buddhist Luohan, the Fu Mo Luohan would not personally intervene against a little ghost like you. Smack! Oh damn, that hurts. Ba, forgive me, Buddha. Su Fan's eyes were fierce. At this moment, he knew he could not escape. His entire aura was locked down. The ghost gate was right in front, yet he could not pass through. Little ghost, you cannot leave. If you had listened to me earlier and released my soul, perhaps you could have escaped, but now it will be quite difficult. Su Fan smiled slightly, looking at the monk Jiaming beside him, and said, rest assured, even if I cannot leave, I will fight to protect your escape. I will not leave. Jiaming nearly jumped up. Who told you to sacrifice yourself to protect me? I refuse to leave. Jiaming was almost driven mad, glaring at Su Fan's dark, swirling face, wishing to bite him. At this moment, the light of Buddha in the distance grew denser, and several Luohan, shining with golden light, appeared in the void. Each of them was powerful, the weakest among them at the golden immortal level comparable to Su Fan, while the Fu Mo Luohan had already reached the Tai golden immortal level. Little ghost, last time I let you escape, I did not expect you to be so unrepentant. Not only did you kill a wandering monk from my Buddhist sect, but you also came to this Western Nyo Hajo to snatch the soul of my Buddhist sect's prospective Luohan. Truly unforgivable. At this moment, the Fu Mo Luohan stepped forward, glaring at Su Fan, his eyes shining with golden light, intimidating the heart and soul. According to the rules of the Underworld, those who obstruct soul collection should be slain. Those Luohan sought death themselves. It has nothing to do with me, Su Fan replied. As for this monk, Jiaming, since his name is on the death ledger, he is under my jurisdiction, who once his lifespan is up, he naturally must be collected into the Underworld. Humph! How dare you be so brazen? Even the king of hell does not dare to collect my Buddhist Luohan. You, a mere ghostly judge, truly do not know how high the heavens are, or how deep the earth is. How much of the three realms have you truly witnessed? You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. Today I will suppress you, which serves as an explanation to my Buddhist sect. First, hand over Jiaming's soul, or else it will not merely be a simple suppression. Su Fan paid no heed to his opponent, and instead looked towards the ghost gate. He saw a figure swiftly approaching from beyond the ghost gate. It was Su Dong. At this moment, Su Dong was nearly scared to death. After receiving Su Fan's message, he rushed to the ghost gate, but just as he exited, he felt overwhelming Buddha light rushing towards him from afar, nearly making him turn back and flee. Yet the words of Hai Wuchang echoed in his ears, preventing him from backing down. Su Fan, you really are a troublemaker. Which dog allowed you to be a ghostly judge? Not only are you a soul collector, but you are also a soul king. Look, I told you not to go, yet you insisted. You barely returned with one soul, only to be targeted by the Buddhist Luohan. Moreover, it's the Fu Mo Luohan, who is known as the black-faced Luohan, decisive in killing. Now look, not only are you trapped here, but I will also be dragged down with you. Su Dong cursed inwardly as he hurried on. This job was far too dangerous. Although he did not have to confront the Buddhist Luohan directly, merely bringing the soul into the ghost gate was still perilous. If those bald donkeys held a grudge, he would have to be extra cautious when dealing with earthly affairs in the future. Su Fan, hurry and hand the soul over to the Buddhist sect. At that moment, Su Dong transmitted a message to Su Fan, trying to persuade him earnestly. If I wanted to give it up, would I need you? Are you courting death? You need not worry. Take this soul back to the Underworld and hand it over to the Lord God. With the Fu Mo Luohan here, how could I possibly take him away? I will hold him off and buy you time, Su Fan said. No matter what the souls I collect for the Underworld will never submit to the Buddhist sect. Even if everyone believes the Underworld has fallen, we as ghostly judges must hold on to hope. Even if we die, we must uphold the laws of the Underworld. Su Fan's robes billowed and a chilling energy surged around him as he solemnly regarded Su Dong. At that moment, Su Dong felt somewhat moved, struck by the impulse to risk everything for the laws of the underworld. Su Fan's attitude was too intense, that aura of "if not me, then who?" completely infected him. "Damn it, as ghostly judges, why should we fear death?" Su Dong shouted. But soon he flinched and hurriedly shook his head. "Damn it, you lunatic. I don't want to go crazy." Su Fan originally thought he had moved Su Dong, completely deceiving him, but it turned out it was just a moment of glory, and he instantly backed down. Su Fan did not mind. Others were not like him, with their true spirits, undying, daring to confront the Buddhist Fu Imo Luan. Even if he were captured, so what? With his subordinates continuously collecting souls, he would eventually break through. At that time, he would take them all down. "Take him away," Su Fan suddenly shouted, shaking the soul-collecting rope in his hand, directly tossing Jiaming's soul out. "I will not go. I do not want to descend into the underworld," Jiaming shouted. However, he could not break free. His soul flew towards Su Dong. Su Dong's face turned pale, feeling as if he were an oil-fried ghost stuck in a hot pot, utterly uncomfortable. But with the arrow knocked, it had to be released. He could only brace himself to accept this lost soul, and then turn to flee. "Bald donkey, stop talking. I risked my life to come and collect you, and you still do not want to leave. Truly ungrateful." Su Dong lashed out at Jiaming's soul, silencing him. "Whoa, I do not wish to go. Who asked you?" Jiaming was almost in tears. "Be quiet." Su Dong lashed out again, then turned to look at Su Fan. "It is not that I lack loyalty, it is just that the opponent is too powerful. Do not blame me. Helping you get this soul into the underworld takes a lot of courage. Little ghost, how dare you be so bold? You still dare to act tough before me." At this moment, the Fu Imo Luohan was furious, striking down with a palm towards the fleeing Su Dong. "Su Fan, save me." Su Dong was almost terrified to the point of urinating. He had never experienced such a... Usually at the first sign of danger, he would have fled long ago. How could he place his ghostly life in such peril? "Su Fan, quickly save me." Feeling the golden handprint descending in the void behind him, Su Dong's legs were beginning to weaken. The void thundered as a golden hand descended from the heavens, enveloping the surroundings in a radiant light that crushed the very fabric of space. Su Dong was terrified, sensing the power of that hand. He fled in haste, but as the golden hand drew closer, his face turned as pale as a ghost. Bang! At that moment, a figure appeared above him, wielding a soul-reaping rope and striking at the enormous hand. Su Fan. Seeing the figure enveloped in a chilling aura, Su Dong was overjoyed. Although Su Fan was merely at the ghost general level, he feared it would be difficult to withstand the might of the Tai Golden Immortal level demon-slaying Arhut. But a dead friend is better than a living foe, so as long as Su Fan could hold off the attack for a moment, he could slip into the ghost gate. At the same time, he admired Su Fan even more, sacrificing his life to uphold the laws of the underworld. Was it worth it? This underworld is not yours. The people above don't care. Why are you a ghostly envoy working so hard? Is this the quality of the King of Scrolls? Bang! At this moment, a loud crash echoed through the void as Su Dong saw Su Fan being sent flying, his soul body cracking slightly, strands of dark energy seeping from the fissures and dissipating into the world. Su Fan. Su Dong's heart trembled slightly, and then he turned and dashed into the ghost gate. "May Lady Pingxin bless him. Oh, please don't let Su Fan dissipate. Though he is quite annoying, he doesn't deserve to die. I plead for Lady Pingxin's protection." As Su Dong hurriedly fled, he silently chanted in his heart, "It really hurts." Outside the ghost gate, Su Fan gritted his teeth, his body swiftly healing from the cracks. It must be said the palm strike from a Tai Golden Immortal was still quite taxing for him. Though he was merely at the ghost general level, his soul body had been nurtured by the underworld scriptures, reaching the peak of the Golden Immortal level, yet there remained a significant gap compared to the Tai Golden Immortal. The demon-slaying Arhut's eyes flickered with surprise. According to common sense, his previous strike should have shattered Su Dong's soul body, even if it did not annihilate him. However, now the opponent had only sustained minor cracks in his soul body, and most importantly, it had already begun to recover in just a moment. Such a powerful soul body. The demon-slaying Arhut was slightly taken aback. Fa Qing, capture this evil spirit. The Arhut commanded in a low voice while raising his hand to seal off all directions, leaving Su Fan with no chance to escape. "Yes." Fa Qing nodded, then the surrounding Buddhist light surged as he charged directly at Su Fan. Su Fan let out a cold laugh, wondering if this demon-slaying Arhut was foolish. Did he really just send his subordinate to deliver a head? If so, then he would take a few more heads while he was at it. Dark energy surged around Su Fan, and with a flash he vanished from sight. Fa Qing's expression changed as he swung the demon-slaying pestle to the side in an instant. Clang! The clouds stirred dark energy and Buddhist light intertwined, shaking the void and causing it to shatter. Fa Ching stepped back in shock, realizing that despite cultivating the Buddhist divine ability of the Vajra body, his physical strength was not even on par with the ghostly envoy. This made him feel humiliated, and he charged forward again. Just as Su Fan was engaged in battle with Fa Ching atop Mount Zhongzong, the Ghost Gate radiated light as two consciousnesses communicated. Old Zhao, this ghostly envoy is quite interesting. Last time you helped him fend off the Buddhist demon-slaying Arhut, and just a few days later, he went to the West Nyo Hajo to collect souls again. Indeed, this ghostly envoy is extraordinary. I find him somewhat inscrutable, and for the sake of the Underworld's laws, he even willingly faced defeat to uphold them. How many such ghostly envoys do we have left in the Underworld? Old Zhao, how about you help him again? Old Wang, last time I intervened, this time it's your turn. We guard the Ghost Gate and have our own mission. We generally cannot intervene in Underworld matters. Besides, you haven't acted in a long time, have you? Let's stretch our muscles and play with a few bald donkeys. Old Zhao, now that you mention it, I do feel a bit itchy. Back when that Jizong fellow swaggered in here, I wanted to intervene then. But for the greater good, I've held back until now. Now seeing those bald donkeys makes me furious. Then let's assist him once more. Such a ghostly envoy is truly rare, and right here at the Ghost Gate, the Buddhist faction is being too arrogant, completely disregarding us. It's indeed time to teach them a lesson. The demon-slaying Arhut, of course, could not hear their exchange. A mere Tai Golden Immortal could not possibly overhear the conversation between the Ghost Emperors. Watching Su Fan in battle, the Arhut's expression grew increasingly grim. This foul spirit had exceptional strength. At just the Golden Immortal level, he was almost comparable to a Tai Golden Immortal. Fa Ching not only failed to capture him, but was also at a disadvantage. Swish. At this moment, Su Fan pointed towards Fa Ching's forehead. Ghostly God's 7 Calamities. The demon-slaying Arhut was taken aback. Ghostly God's 7 Calamities is a well-known technique in the Underworld, specifically targeting the primordial spirit with immense power. However, it is exceedingly difficult to cultivate, and even with a long period invested, progress is minimal. Many ghostly envoys at the Ghost General level have only managed to reach the 2nd calamity, which is why many of them are reluctant to train. He never expected that Su Fan had also cultivated the ghostly God's 7 Calamities, and judging by its level, it seemed he had already progressed to the 3rd calamity. The 3rd calamity of the ghostly God's 7 Calamities was enough to extinguish Fa Ching's primordial spirit. Little ghost, stop! The demon-slaying Arhut shouted furiously. Oomph! Su Fan coldly snorted, ignoring his opponent as he pointed directly at Fa Ching's forehead. Poof! With a crisp sound, Fa Ching trembled violently, his eyes dimming, and his body fell from the void. Presumptuous! You vile ghost! The demon-slaying Arhut was furious, and though he had no hair, his eyes bulged with rage as he glared at Su Fan as if he could devour him. Little ghost, prepare to die. The demon-slaying Arhut was beside himself with rage. With him leading the team today, this little ghost had committed murder, killing one of the Arhut of the Buddhist faction, which was infuriating. With that, the demon-slaying Arhut charged out, instantly pressing down on Su Fan. Su Fan's expression grew serious. This demon-slaying Arhut was unlike those minor Arhuts. He possessed great strength, and he feared he might not be a match. But it didn't matter. In any case, he couldn't kill him. Within 2 or 3 months, he would surely break through to the Tai Golden Immortal level. At that time, this bald donkey would repeatedly obstruct the Underworld's affairs, and they would settle the score. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying power radiated from above the Ghost Gate, and a massive, ghostly face instantly materialized. Surrounding dark energy swirled, and countless ghostly deities' phantoms manifested in all directions, creating an unparalleled fear. Piercing cries of ghosts echoed, sending chills down one's spine. Ghost Emperor. The demon-slaying Arhut was alarmed. This time, he hadn't forced his way into the Ghost Gate. How could the Ghost Emperor emerge again? After the last lesson, the demon-slaying Arhut deeply felt the terror of the Ghost Emperor. This time, he hadn't dared to let Su Fan enter the Ghost Gate. But now how could the Ghost Emperor possibly appear again? This was illogical. The 5 Ghost Emperors of the Underworld guard the Ghost Gate and do not intervene in other matters between yin and yang. How could they have manifested twice in such a short period? Little bald donkey, why is it you again? It seems the last lesson wasn't enough. At this moment, a vast voice reverberated, causing the demon-slaying monk's face to change dramatically. As the Ghost Emperor spoke, the expression of the demon-subduing Arhut changed drastically, and a deep sense of fear rose within him. However, having finally found Su Fan, how could he easily let the other party go? Ghost Emperor, my Buddhist sect. Boom. Before the demon subduing Arhut could finish his sentence, a wave of sinister energy surged toward him, sending him flying. This time he was thrown back 3,000 miles. The faces of the Buddhist sect's Arhats changed slightly as they gazed at the spot where the demon subduing Arhut had been sent flying, their expressions horrified. Whoosh. At that moment, the demon subduing Arhut flew back again. For someone of his level, the distance of 3,000 miles was traversed in an instant. His face was dark and filled with frustration, his body cracked, and blood oozed out. At this moment, the demon subduing Arhut was on the verge of madness. Twice now he had been blasted away, both times just outside the ghost gate, using the same method, resulting in the same outcome. Su Fan, evil ghost, why can the Ghost Emperor protect you twice? The demon subduing Arhut roared in his heart. He suddenly looked up, gazing at the enormous ghost face in the distant void, and said solemnly, Ghost Emperor, you cannot be unreasonable. Unreasonable? What do you mean by unreasonable? With fists. The ghost face replied. According to the agreement from back in the day, 300 miles outside the Ghost Gate is the boundary of your underworld's influence. Now that we are 300 miles outside the Ghost Gate, we do not belong to your underworld's domain. On what grounds do you attack us? After the last lesson, the demon subduing Arhut had been very cautious, maintaining the 300-mile distance, just barely blocking Su Fan outside the Ghost Gate. He thought he could easily subdue Su Fan, but who would have thought the Ghost Emperor would strike again? Oh right, there's also the agreement, I almost forgot. As the Ghost Emperor, I cannot violate the agreement, otherwise it would bring shame to my underworld. The ghost face continued. Upon hearing this, the demon subduing Arhut's expression brightened. Oh, as long as the Ghost Emperor was reasonable, that was enough. According to the agreement made by the great powers of the three realms, underworld ghost officials are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the human world. The territory of the underworld, apart from the underworld itself, can extend 300 miles beyond the Ghost Gate. This 300 miles is a coordination area for the underworld's ghost officials when they descend to the human realm, and it is also considered part of the underworld's territory. Therefore, to prevent the underworld's Ghost Emperor from intervening in today's matters, the demon subduing Arhut specifically blocked Su Fan 300 miles outside the Ghost Gate. The Ghost Emperor had no reason to take action. Western Ghost Emperor, you are right. As a holy body, how can you not keep your promise and bring disgrace to the underworld? The demon subduing Arhut said. What you said makes sense, little bald donkey. I indeed cannot tarnish the underworld's reputation, otherwise I would be disrespecting the nurturing of the lady. After saying this, the ghost face looked toward the Ghost Gate and said, Old Wong, help me carry the Ghost Gate. Everyone was stunned, and the demon subduing Arhut was even more bewildered. Carry the Ghost Gate. What was he doing carrying the Ghost Gate? Su Fan was also confused, not understanding what this Ghost Emperor was up to. But he knew that since the other party had already acted, they certainly wouldn't allow the Buddhist sect to run amok. After all, although the 5 Ghost Emperors guarded the Ghost Gate and seldom interfered in the affairs between the Yin and Yang realms, the power and status of the Ghost Emperors far exceeded that of the 10 halls of Yanluo. While everyone was in confusion, a towering ghostly figure manifested from within the Ghost Gate, towering dozens of feet high, surrounded by swirling sinister energy that blocked out the sun. Everyone was horrified. The 2 Western Ghost Emperors had actually appeared. What were they up to? At this moment, the ghostly figure let out a loud roar, and a torrent of sinister energy erupted from his body. He surprisingly lifted the Ghost Gate, carrying it on his shoulders, and walked toward the multitude of Buddhist Arhats. Everyone was filled with dread. That was the Ghost Gate, the most mysterious portal in the world, separating the Yin and Yang realms. This Ghost Emperor was actually carrying it on his shoulders, approaching them. What was he planning to do? The towering ghostly figure took a giant step, crossing the 300 miles in an instant, and directly placed the Ghost Gate behind Su Fan. Then that ghostly figure flickered and disappeared from view. Little bald donkey, now this counts as being within my jurisdiction, right? The ghost face grinned, looking eerily terrifying. The demon subduing Arhut was stunned, and the many Buddhist Arhats were also dumbfounded. Even Su Fan was taken aback, giving the Ghost Emperor a thumbs up. All right, you said it was not within my jurisdiction. Now that I have moved the Ghost Gate 300 miles forward, it must be within my jurisdiction, right? Ghost Emperor, you cannot do this. This is against the rules. The agreed location of the Ghost Gate is at Mount Zhuangzhong. How can you move it here? The demon subduing Arhut was nearly furious. He had thought that this Ghost Emperor would be reasonable, but who would have thought he was even more shameless than the evil ghost Su Fan? Enough of this nonsense. The ghost face snorted coldly, then unleashed a wave of ghostly energy that directly knocked the demon subduing Arhut away. Buddhist bald donkey, if you wish to commit murder before my Ghost Gate today, I shall impose a slight punishment. If you are not satisfied, call the Tathagata Buddha to argue. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud crashes echoed 5,000 miles outside the Ghost Gate as the demon, subduing Arhut, crashed down onto several mountains, finally crashing heavily to the ground. Half of his body was destroyed, coughing blood and looking weak. Puff. Filled with grief and anger, the demon, subduing Arhut, coughed up blood again. Looking at the enormous ghost face 5,000 miles away, he roared repeatedly. Western Ghost Emperor, you are so untrustworthy, my Buddhist sect will definitely not let you off. The demon, subduing Arhut, shouted. Shut up. The ghost face snorted coldly. A mere bald donkey dares to shout before me. As he spoke, another wave of sinister energy surged forth, descending upon the shocked demon, subduing Arhut, causing the other half of his body to crumble. The demon, subduing Arhut, dared not speak any longer and turned to flee. Go back and tell the Tathagata Buddha that the agreement from back then is unreasonable. Today my Western Ghost Gate extends 300 miles outward, and later I shall also move Mount Zhuangzhong forward. A puff. Upon hearing this, the demon, subduing Arhut, coughed blood again, having suffered a great loss today. He could already imagine the scolding he would receive from numerous bodhisattvas and arhats upon returning to the Buddhist sect. Not only had he failed to capture the evil ghost, but he had also lost 300 miles of Buddhist territory. This was a tremendous humiliation. Su Fan, you will definitely not survive. I will personally ensure your soul is scattered. The demon, subduing Arhut, roared in his heart. Immediately inform Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva that Su Fan has returned to the underworld, and he must bring him into the underworld no matter what. Yes. A few arhats who had chased after him quickly replied. With that, everyone fled into the distance. It was too terrifying. The Ghost Emperor was not only powerful, but also had a violent temper. The demon, subduing Arhut, had merely retorted twice, and was thus beaten to such a state truly chilling. At this moment, the many arhats had developed a deep-seated fear of the Ghost Emperor of the Western Ghost Gate. In front of the Ghost Gate, Su Fan looked at the enormous ghost face with utmost reverence, filled with excitement. It seems that the underworld is not entirely rotten, and at least the Ghost Emperor guarding the Ghost Gate is quite imposing, showing no fear against the Buddhist sect, even calling the Tathagata a bald donkey, which shows he is likely not too afraid of him. Thank you, Ghost Emperor. Su Fan bowed to the Ghost Emperor. Don't flatter me. I can only do so much. You should return to the underworld. If all goes well, Ksitigarbha Buddha has been waiting for you on the Yellow Springs Road. However, within the underworld, Ksitigarbha does not dare to directly obliterate your true spirit, but it may not be the same in the human world. Ghost Emperor, I want to follow you. Returning to the underworld will only lead to being sent to hell by Ksitigarbha. How can I not follow the Ghost Emperor and be majestic? Alas, if the lady were still here, how would those bald donkeys in the human realm dare to? But for now, you should return to the underworld. The Ghost Emperor said, waving his hand, and Su Fan was swept into the Ghost Gate by a surge of power. Ghost Emperor, aren't you sending me into the tiger's mouth? Su Fan exclaimed, but at this moment he was already on the Yellow Springs Road inside the Ghost Gate. Alas, I am doing this for your own good. If you are sent to the Spirit Mountain, your true spirit will not be preserved. But if you are sent to the underworld, at most you will be reincarnated. Your fate is mysterious, even I cannot see through it. Surely they cannot force you into transcendence. These words were muttered by the Ghost Emperor, and at this moment Su Fan could no longer hear them. Lady, when will you return? We have been waiting for so long. Su Fan felt a tremendous force hurling him into the gates of the underworld. Just as he shouted a few words, he crashed into the embrace of a large monk. Looking up, Su Fan's expression changed. He saw the monk surrounded by a halo of Buddhist light, a radiant aura above his head, and a kind smile on his face. Who are you? Su Fan didn't recognize the monk, but his recent experiences had taught him that meeting someone from the Buddhist sect would not bode well for him. I am the monk Dizong, the large monk spoke. Hearing this, Su Fan was taken aback. How could this bald monk be so swift? Amitabha, Su Fan, you have repeatedly slain our arhats, committing heinous sins. Do you understand your crimes? Dizang's expression was calm as he spoke slowly. Bodhisattva Dizong, you are being unreasonable. Those arhats obstructed my soul reaping, and according to the laws of the underworld, they deserve to be slain. Good, every action has its reason. You should not unjustly create a massacre. However, our Buddhist sect is compassionate. Come with me, poor monk. As Dizong spoke, a beam of Buddhist light emanated from him, enveloping Su Fan. Su Fan felt his soul unable to move, and his expression changed. The Dizong King Bodhisattva was indeed formidable. He recognized that he had no power to resist before him. After restraining Su Fan, Dizang's figure flickered and vanished along the road to the underworld. The path was eerie with crimson flowers swaying on both sides glowing with a ghostly light. Su Fan's presence disappeared from this place. In the depths of the 18 layers of hell, a thick, eerie atmosphere lingered filled with the sounds of anguished wails that sent chills down one's spine. Dizong manifested a beam of Buddhist light, entwining a soul as he ventured deeper into hell. Newcomer, how did you offend that bald monk? Be careful now that you are in his hands, a chilling voice echoed from the cages on either side. Su Fan felt unsettled. This was his first visit to hell, and the cold aura surrounding him made even this old ghost feel a shiver run down his spine. In the depths of hell, the prisoners were all notorious fiends from the past, some even existing since the primordial age. Each was guilty of countless atrocities. Oh, it's been a long time since newcomers arrived in the depths of hell. This little ghost was surprisingly brought in by the old bald monk Dizong. How strange. Golden immortal. Just a golden immortal, and he has caught the eye of that old bald monk. Dizong is becoming increasingly shameless, not even sparing the golden immortals. Voices echoed into Su Fan's ears, causing his thoughts to race. It seemed the notorious fiends in this hell harbored a deep resentment towards the Buddhist sect. If they were released in the future, it would surely be a significant blow to the sect. No, simply releasing them won't suffice. Oh, I must find a way to bring them under my wing so that I can resist the Buddhist sect in the future and gain formidable allies. As Su Fan contemplated, he was already taken by Dizong to the deepest part of hell. It was a vast space surrounded by cages holding beings shrouded in black mist with a colossal lotus throne in the center. On either side stood stone statues of guardian beasts exquisitely carved, exuding a ghastly glow both grim and terrifying. Su Fan, heaven has a virtue of cherishing life. Although you have slain my Buddhist disciples, our sect is compassionate. Moreover, I see the halo above your head, suggesting a connection to our Buddha. If you open your mind and receive the nourishment of my Buddhist light, entering our sect may save your life. At this moment, Dizong sat cross-legged on the lotus throne, speaking slowly. Su Fan was taken aback, wondering what was happening. Did he want to convert him? Su Fan had heard a little about the Buddhist conversion scriptures. Once one was successfully converted, they would truly become a part of the Buddhist sect. Everything would be prioritized for the greater good of the Buddhist sect with no personal freedom or thoughts. All emotions would be suppressed, focused solely on the Buddha. For the sect, one would even abandon family and friends, and even lay down their life, without hesitation. Thinking of those who had been converted by the Buddhist sect, Su Fan thought of one word: puppet. Su Fan, do you wish to? I do not wish to. Su Fan replied. Your sins are immense. This is the only way to cleanse them, and you have no choice. Su Fan rolled his eyes and said nothing. His true spirit was indestructible, and even a sage would find it difficult to annihilate him in a true sense. How could a mere Dizong believe he could convert him? Dizong, you bald monk, the Buddhist sect is still so shameless, trying to convert talented individuals without asking for their consent, claiming they are destined to join the sect. Truly despicable. At this moment, a cold voice came from within a nearby cage. Little ghost, do not fear him. As long as your resolve is strong, not even that bald monk Dizong, nor even the Buddha himself, can convert you unless they suppress you with their realm and forcibly convert you. The elder speaks truth. Why would one with hair fear a bald monk? I stand here, what can Dizong do to me? Su Fan laughed boldly. Little ghost, you have spirit and audacity. I Huang Liang admire you, said the fiend. This little ghost is indeed remarkable. I, the Buddhist butcher, also have high hopes for you. Indeed, this will be entertaining. How long do you think the little ghost can hold out? Perhaps the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Less than that, I reckon he can last at least half an hour. Not necessarily. The old bald monk's conversion scripture has improved. He has been using us as whetstones, and his strength has increased significantly. Surrounded by notorious fiends, they had been imprisoned in this hell for at least tens of thousands of years and were long past impatient. Every time a newcomer arrived, it was their most thrilling moment. Dizong's expression remained calm, ignoring the remarks of the notorious fiends around him. Instead, he looked at Su Fan with compassion and began to chant the conversion scripture. As he chanted, Buddhist light illuminated the surroundings and golden runes began to spread towards Su Fan. Su Fan's expression grew serious as he circulated the nether scripture within him to remain alert. He felt Buddhist essence flowing into his soul, nourishing his true spirit and instilling Buddhist teachings. With a hum. At this moment, Su Fan's true spirit suddenly trembled and a mysterious power burst forth, scattering the Buddhist light. My. Dizong's expression changed in his perception. Su Fan's resolve seemed incredibly firm, unyielding. I didn't expect this little ghost to have such a steadfast nature. No wonder he possesses great fortune. He is indeed a rare talent. Dizong mused to himself, feeling joy in his heart, and then increased the intensity of the conversion scripture. Dizong, old bald monk, can you even handle this? Can't you muster a bit of strength? Su Fan laughed loudly. This little ghost is extraordinary. Hearing Su Fan's laughter, exclamations came from the cages on either side. The notorious fiends had a deep understanding of the terrifying nature of the conversion scripture. After all, that old bald monk chanted it day in and day out. If they were not so resolute after living countless years, they might have been converted long ago. But now, as he cast the conversion scripture on this little ghost, he showed no reaction whatsoever. Remarkable. This little ghost is quite audacious. Haha, I like it. Little ghost, this is a secret technique for tempering one's heart. I bestow it upon you to help you resist this bald monk's conversion scripture. At this moment, a notorious fiend spoke, then pointed out a beam of light that entered Su Fan's brow. Immediately, a passage of text materialized in Su Fan's mind. Heart-tempering technique can forge the heart to be as firm as divine weapons. Haha, little ghost, I will also teach you a technique. This is the soul-severing technique, which can greatly enhance your true spirit, making it unshakable. Moreover, using the power of your true spirit as an attack, you can kill invisibly. Since you all have taken action, I cannot hold back either. As the notorious fiend spoke, Dizang's expression darkened. It seemed that things were getting a bit chaotic in the depths of hell. As the surrounding malevolent spirits transmitted their teachings, Su Fan's soul illuminated, imprinted with numerous magical seals. These were all-powerful spells long lost to the world, and with the souls of these individuals suppressed in hell, their legacy was entirely severed. After all these years apart from the disciples of the Ksitigarbha sect, no one had come to this place. Seeing Su Fan's extraordinary nature, his defiance against Ksitigarbha resonated within their hearts. After all, Ksitigarbha recited scriptures here daily, which had become exceedingly bothersome, leading them to develop a deep-seated hatred for the Buddhist sect. Naturally, they felt joy at seeing Ksitigarbha in distress. Thus, they transmitted their own techniques, hoping Su Fan could endure. You chatter too much. Ksitigarbha's expression darkened, and with a wave of his hand, rays of Buddhist light burst forth, striking those individuals directly. Damn it, old Ksitigarbha, may you have a terrible end. One of the malevolent spirits howled, the Buddhist light hitting them and causing them immense pain. You bald Ksitigarbha, you cannot succeed. This little ghost has a solid foundation. Your Buddhist sect has no chance of profiting from him. Su Fan was currently immersed in those Tao techniques. As for Ksitigarbha's enlightening scriptures, they truly had no effect on him. Heart-forging technique, soul-robbing technique, mind concentration technique. Su Fan slightly closed his eyes. These techniques greatly aided one's mental state. Yet Su Fan did not find them particularly necessary. To elevate his realm, he did not need to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. As long as he gathered enough evolution points, he could instantly attain sainthood, and even that of a primordial saint, breaking through with sheer force. Unlike attaining sainthood through the methods of slaying the 3 corpses or through merit. Thus, he did not require any elevation of his mental state. As for nourishing his true spirit, it was already indestructible, so what did he need to nourish? What he currently lacked were offensive techniques. At present, he possessed only one technique, the 7 calamities of ghosts and gods, which targeted souls, allowing him to remain undefeated in the realm of golden immortals. However, if he were to encounter a powerful puppet with no soul, it would likely be quite difficult for him to slay it. Seniors, the enlightening scriptures of Ksitigarbha are too poor. I do not need to elevate my mental state to resist. Do you have any offensive techniques to impart? Su Fan opened his eyes and looked towards the cages on either side, chuckling. Hearing this, several of the malevolent spirits were taken aback. This little ghost is quite crafty, trying to deceive them for techniques. At the same time, they were slightly astonished. Ksitigarbha was over there reciting his enlightening scriptures, yet this little ghost seemed completely unaffected. Instead of quickly calming their minds to shield themselves, he had the leisure to request techniques. Little ghost, what do you take us for? If we are in a good mood, we might casually give it to you, but if you ask for it, we may not necessarily comply. These malevolent spirits were all headstrong and peculiar. How could they be manipulated by Su Fan? Oh, is that so? Then you may continue to stay here. In the future, when I break into hell, I will find a way to take the seniors who just bestowed techniques upon me out with me. After saying this, Su Fan closed his eyes again, falling silent. Little ghost, what did you say? At this moment, the many malevolent spirits were no longer calm. After so many years, it was the first time they heard someone claim to be able to take them away. Confined in this dark and sunless hell, they had long since had enough, and now all the malevolent spirits looked towards Su Fan. As one of the malevolent spirits spoke up, everyone awaited Su Fan's response. Yet Su Fan remained silent, completely ignoring the inquiries of those malevolent spirits. Little ghost, speak. If you remain silent, it means you admit you lack the strength to break into hell. Su Fan still did not reply, as these malevolent spirits had been imprisoned here for tens of thousands of years and naturally longed for the outside world. If he wanted them to listen to him in the future, he needed to take control from the very beginning. It was evident that the more Su Fan remained silent, the more anxious the malevolent spirits became, incessantly inquiring, desperate to hear a positive affirmation from his lips. Time passed slowly and beads of sweat began to appear on Ksitigarbha's forehead, trickling down his cheek. The Buddhist enlightening scriptures had been recited to the utmost limit. He was almost tongue-tied from chanting, yet for some reason Su Fan still showed no response. The all-powerful Buddhist enlightening scriptures had no effect on Su Fan whatsoever. Back in the day, two saints had used the Buddhist enlightening scriptures to enlighten countless mortals, and those individuals' powers far surpassed Su Fan's. Yet now the Buddhist enlightening scriptures were ineffective. This left Ksitigarbha extremely anxious. If such a person with great fortune could not be enlightened and brought into the Buddhist fold, wouldn't that be a waste? No, I must successfully enlighten him. Ksitigarbha muttered to himself, then raised his voice, even summoning all the Buddhist disciples from the depths of hell to surround Su Fan and chant the enlightening scriptures. While Ksitigarbha is quite ambitious, one malevolent spirit exclaimed simultaneously, growing more interested in Su Fan. Regarding what he had just said, they held a glimmer of hope. If they could truly form a good relationship with him, considering the various grievances the Buddhist sect had committed against him, he would surely break into hell in the future and settle accounts with Ksitigarbha. Little ghost, I am the Buddha Slayer. Today I shall form a good relationship with you and impart a technique that can evolve the attacks of the various realms. Both Buddhist and Taoist techniques can be transformed, penetrating their essence. At this moment, the Buddha Slayer spoke. He was neither demon nor Taoist, neither immortal nor Buddhist, but with this technique in hand, proficient in various sects' spells, he was incredibly powerful. Had he not been schemed against, the Buddhist sect would never have managed to suppress him in hell. This technique is called the Holy Method of Battle, created by the demon ancestor Luo Ho back in the day. It can evolve all techniques in the world. Once mastered, you will grasp all methods in existence. Hearing this, Su Fan's expression shifted, and he suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the figure shrouded in swirling black mist. Buddha Slayer, have you gone mad? One of the malevolent spirits cried out in shock. Back in the day, the Tathagata was willing to designate you as one of the 8 great bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect in exchange for this technique, yet you willingly remained in this dark and sunless hell, refusing to impart your teachings. Now, for a little ghost, you actually intend to pass on your ultimate skill. The Buddha Slayer remained silent. His cultivation was profound, having already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Had he not been confined in this depth of hell, constantly tormented by hellfire and devoid of spiritual energy, he might have already attained the peak of a quasi-saint. With his cultivation level, he could not even see through Su Fan, which demonstrated this ghost's mystery. Thus, he wanted to take a gamble. If he won the bet, the horizons would be vast. If he lost, what could he possibly lose? Was there a fate worse than being suppressed in hell? After the Buddha Slayer finished speaking, without waiting for Su Fan to react, he extended a finger and pointed towards Su Fan's brow. Swish! Ksitigarbha waved his hand, and immediately a figure of an Arhat appeared before Su Fan, meeting that finger with his brow. Damn it, Ksitigarbha, you are truly shameless. One of the malevolent spirits cursed loudly. The Buddha Slayer snorted coldly, and a trace of demonic energy emanated from his fingertip. The Arhat screamed in agony and flew backward. Thud! That finger landed solidly on Su Fan's brow, and instantly the cultivation method of the Holy Method of Battle appeared in his mind. The Holy Method of Battle can evolve all laws in the world. Though it is difficult to practice, it is a highly sought-after upper-level method by countless individuals. The Buddha Slayer's voice echoed in Su Fan's heart. Little ghost, if you can truly break into hell, please take me with you. Su Fan looked at the Buddha Slayer, nodded, eager to begin cultivating this method. At that point, he would first evolve the enlightening scriptures, reversing the enlightenment of Ksitigarbha and those Arhats around him. Su Fan did not practice those 3 techniques for solidifying his Tao heart, but began to cultivate the Holy Method of Battle. Name: Su Fan. Realm: Ghost General, 51310000. Talent: Undying Body, True Spirit, Indestructible. Cultivation Method: Underworld. Scripture: Proficient, 5131000. Technique: 7 calamities of ghosts and gods, 3 calamities, 5131000. Holy Method of Battle, not yet mastered, 53,110. Evolution points, 513. Merit, 8,650. During this time, my evolution points have increased quite a bit. Enhance the Holy Method of Battle. Consume 10 evolution points. Holy Method of Battle enhanced to beginner level. Continue enhancing. Consume 100 evolution points. Holy method of battle enhanced to proficient level. Current evolution points, 403. At this moment, Su Fan looked towards Xitigarbha, whose entire being was enveloped in a brilliant Buddhist light, his eyes shining as he began to evolve the enlightening scriptures Xitigarbha had chanted. The Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's appearance was solemn and majestic, radiating the light of Buddha. He spoke sacred words, and runes emerged from his mouth, spreading towards Su Fan. Surrounding him, numerous arhats sat like Xitigarbha, continuously chanting scriptures. Su Fan's eyes shone brightly as he fixed his gaze on the Xitigarbha Bodhisattva, who was using the holy art of battle to deduce the scriptures of salvation. Buddha Slayer, what is this little demon doing? It seems like he is deducing something. At this moment, a formidable being spoke gravely. That's impossible. The holy art of battle is incredibly difficult to comprehend. Buddha Slayer knows that without a few hundred years one cannot even grasp the surface. Why don't you ask Buddha Slayer how long it took him to understand even a bit? 900 years. Buddha Slayer replied solemnly. After acquiring the holy art of battle, it took him 900 years to comprehend a little, allowing him to simply deduce some other techniques. However, Su Fan's current performance seemed to indicate he was indeed deducing something. As time passed, Su Fan still showed no signs of being salvaged, which left the Xitigarbha Bodhisattva in a daze. How long has it been? Not a single result. At this point, the Xitigarbha Bodhisattva was starting to feel anxious. After going through so much effort to bring Su Fan into the underworld, it was frustrating that he had yet to save him. Moreover, the most crucial point was that this little demon showed no reaction at all, as if the scriptures of salvation were merely a tale to him, and he was enjoying it immensely. The Xitigarbha Bodhisattva opened his eyes and looked at Su Fan, only to find Su Fan staring at him blankly, his eyes glowing, making the Bodhisattva feel a bit unsettled. Su Fan, what are you looking at? The Xitigarbha Bodhisattva couldn't help but ask. Su Fan remained silent, his true spirit glowing, seemingly trying hard to deduce something. Suddenly, golden light flickered around Su Fan, accompanied by wisps of eerie energy, looking quite strange. My. Seeing the golden light enveloping Su Fan, the Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's expression brightened. The emergence of golden light indicated that he was beginning to develop a Buddha nature. Quick, intensify the effort. He is almost being salvaged, the Xitigarbha shouted excitedly. After working hard for so long, there was finally a response. How could he not be thrilled? As the Xitigarbha spoke, the other arhats were also stirred, quickly increasing the intensity of the scriptures of salvation. Indeed, the golden light around Su Fan grew even more intense. It's working. There was a hint of excitement in the Xitigarbha's eyes. If Su Fan could be successfully salvaged, he would gain immeasurable merit, and the Buddhist sect would flourish even more with Su Fan's addition. Buddha Slayer, your hopes are dashed. You are about to lose your bet. This little demon is going to be salvaged by the Buddhist sect. Alas, Xitigarbha has no shame gathering so many bald donkeys to perform the scriptures of salvation together. What a pity the good show is over. Several formidable beings around lamented, shaking their heads. Buddha Slayer's expression was grave, surrounded by swirling black mist. He kept his eyes on Su Fan, feeling that the golden radiance emanating from him was abnormal. It differed slightly from the golden light of the Buddhist sect, but he couldn't be sure. No way, he can't really be deducing the scriptures of salvation right. The holy art of battle, while powerful, is not so easily practiced. I spent 900 years to understand a bit, and he just acquired it. How could he deduce the scriptures of salvation already? It must be impossible. Buddha Slayer's heart was in turmoil. He hoped Su Fan was deducing the scriptures of salvation, but he also did not want Su Fan to succeed, for if Su Fan could deduce them right after acquiring the holy art of battle, wouldn't that make him, who took 900 years to grasp a bit, a useless top-tier evil being? Under everyone's gaze, the Buddha light around Su Fan grew increasingly intense, with golden runes imprinted everywhere, illuminating this hell. What terrifying Buddha nature! This little demon truly possesses extraordinary fortune. The Xitigarbha Bodhisattva smiled, continuing to chant the scriptures of salvation. Ama Bo Luo. At that moment, Su Fan's mouth also emitted Buddhist scriptures, starting to chant. The Xitigarbha was momentarily stunned. He was comprehending so quickly. He was even able to chant by himself. Not just him, but even the other arhats around were bewildered. Could it be that he was successfully salvaged? While the arhats of the Buddhist sect were in a daze, the scriptures Su Fan chanted transformed into Buddha light and spread towards several arhats. Not only has he comprehended, but he is even feeding back. It's over, it's over. This little demon has been thoroughly salvaged and is starting to feed back to the Buddhist sect. Alas, what a pity the good show has ended like this. Buddha Slayer sighed inwardly while also feeling the Xitigarbha Bodhisattva was filled with contentment as he had ultimately salvaged this little demon. It seemed that he was indeed fated to be with the Buddhist sect. As soon as he converted, he began chanting scriptures. Su Fan's chanting grew faster and more proficient, leaving the Ksitigarbha puzzled. Wait, what script? The more he listened, the more uneasy he became. He had an unsettling feeling that this was a scripture similar to the Buddhist scriptures of salvation, but it was being chanted backwards. In other words, if this scripture took effect, those disciples who had been salvaged by the Buddhist sect using the scriptures of salvation would likely rebel. Not good. Quick, stop him. At that moment, the Ksitigarbha suddenly shouted, slapping his palm towards Su Fan. The several formidable beings changed their expressions, not understanding why the Ksitigarbha would act against the disciple he had just salvaged. The several arhats sitting around the Buddhist sect remained unmoved, their gazes flickering as an aura of demonic energy began to emerge within them, appearing somewhat sinister. Puff! Su Fan's soul was directly shattered by the Ksitigarbha's slap. The golden light around him vanished, and the eerie energy spread again as merit gathered to help him reconstruct his soul. How is this possible? Buddha Slayer and the others were astonished. Su Fan had clearly just been salvaged, enveloped in Buddha light, so how did he revert to being surrounded by eerie energy now? What the hell is going on? The several formidable beings showed shock on their faces. Simultaneously, they looked towards the Ksitigarbha and the other Buddhist disciples, their expressions changing again. What is happening? What's wrong with those dozen bald donkeys? Buddha Slayer nearly popped his eyes out, surrounded by swirling black mist, his body trembling slightly. He really did it. He actually deduced the scriptures of salvation and reversed the salvation of those dozen Buddhist arhats. Looking at Su Fan, who was restoring his soul, Buddha Slayer was utterly shocked. He had taken 900 years to grasp a bit, and this little demon understood it in an instant. At this moment, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's expression darkened as he gazed at the dozen arhats who remained unmoved. He had a feeling that their state of mind was undergoing some sort of change. Moreover, demonic energy was spreading in their eyes, and even their bodies were generating demonic energy, with their Buddha nature slowly receding. Wake up! The Ksitigarbha shouted, but there was no response. The malevolent aura and demonic energy around those arhats were growing stronger. Su Fan, what did you do to them? At this moment, the Ksitigarbha looked at Su Fan, his eyes piercing. Nothing much, just borrowing your Buddhist scriptures of salvation for a bit. How could you comprehend our Buddhist scriptures of salvation? The Ksitigarbha shouted, suddenly realizing a possibility that Buddha Slayer had passed the holy art of battle, which even the Tathagata coveted to Su Fan. Could it be? He deduced it using the holy art of battle. How could he be so abnormal? Deep within hell, an anomaly suddenly arose. Su Fan, who had been converted by the Buddhist sect, was now engulfed in a chilling aura, and he even managed to deduce the Buddhist conversion sutra, reversing the conversion of several arhats from the Buddhist sect. This left everyone in shock and horror, especially Ksitigarbha, who was nearly driven to madness. Today was supposed to be his moment to convert Su Fan, but in the end, Su Fan had converted more than a dozen arhats from the Buddhist sect. If it weren't for his own formidable strength and unwavering Buddhist heart, he might have also been converted by this little ghost. At this moment, the demonic aura around the dozen arhats grew increasingly intense, completely suppressing the surrounding Buddhist light, and finally the Buddhist light dissipated. They were all arhats converted by the Buddhist Conversion Sutra, most of whom were at the Tai Golden Immortal level, with only a few at the Golden Immortal stage. When they pledged allegiance to the Buddhist sect, everything the sect did seemed right. But once you step away and no longer turn your heart towards the Buddhist sect, recalling the past actions of the sect becomes nauseating. The eyes of the dozen arhats gleamed red as they reflected on their past joining the Buddhist sect, each one howling to the heavens. Over the years, they had given up their family, forsaken their friends, and worked tirelessly for the expansion of the Buddhist sect, doing things that went against their innermost feelings. At this moment, liberation dawned, giving rise to boundless resentment. Ksitigarbha, you bald donkey, I've tolerated you for far too long. You act one way to my face and another behind my back, utterly hypocritical. Ksitigarbha, you brought me into the Buddhist sect, causing my wife and children to be torn apart, a grave sin. Today I must seek justice for my unfortunate wife and children. Old Ksitigarbha, back then for the growth of the Buddhist sect, you made me personally slay my father, labeling him as a demon. It seems now that you are the true demon, with the Buddhist sect being nothing but a facade of light masking malevolence. The dozen arhats roared in unison, completely exploding in rage, charging towards Ksitigarbha, vowing to slay him. Have you all lost your minds? Ksitigarbha shouted in anger, not expecting today's events to escalate to this point. All of his disciples in the underworld had turned against him. Looking at the throngs of disciples charging towards him, Ksitigarbha was furious, wishing he could throw Su Fan into hell right now, ensuring he would never rise again. Little ghost, look at the mess you've caused. Xidagarba's fury surged as he glared at Su Fan, his eyes shimmering with golden light. His Buddhist aura was overwhelming, one hand holding a prayer bead, the other wielding a demon-slaying staff. Su Fan shrugged and smiled, saying, I must admit your Buddhist conversion sutra is indeed powerful. Humph. Xidagarba snorted, having no time to deal with Su Fan. After all, within this hell, he could not escape. The priority now was to suppress these dozen arhats from the Buddhist sect. Their strength was considerable, and if they were allowed to wreak havoc in this hell, the 18 layers of hell could very well descend into chaos. If they were to release some ferocious spirits, all of Xidagarba's efforts over the years would be in vain, and he could even become ensnared by karmic retribution. Since you have all succumbed to madness today, this poor monk can only eliminate the demons. Xidagarba, don't elevate yourself so high, you are merely a hypocrite. Boom. At this moment, the dozen arhats clashed with Xidagarba. They were all powerful arhats of the Buddhist sect. Having cultivated under Xidagarba in hell for so many years, their mastery of Buddhist teachings was profound. Although Xidagarba was powerful, it would still take time to suppress them all. Xidagarba, haha, are you trying to make me die of laughter? You've recited scriptures for half the day, and your own disciples have turned against you, betraying the Buddhist sect. Huh. The fierce spirits in the nearby prison laughed heartily, watching the spectacle. Little brother, do you still lack any techniques? At this moment, a fierce spirit looked at Su Fan with hopeful eyes. Not lacking, Su Fan replied. With the Battle Saint Law, he no longer needed to learn other divine powers, as it would waste his evolution points. No, you are lacking. The fierce spirit was not giving up. Su Fan ignored them and looked towards Xidagarba, who was in the midst of battle. At this moment, in the main hall of the soul-capturing division in Fengdu City, the Black and White Impermanence were both downcast, drinking quietly, while Su Dong poured wine for the two divine lords. He informed the Black and White Impermanence about the happenings outside the Ghost Gate, leaving the two divine lords in utter distress. The ghostly messengers were good at their jobs, but were too troublesome, and they could no longer protect them. Divine lords, although Su Fan has been taken into hell by Xidagarba, you too still have me. I, Su Dong, will surely lead my ghostly messengers to work hard in soul capturing to enhance the reputation of the soul capturing division. You, Black Impermanence, scoffed. If only you could have 1/10 of Su Fan's ability, I would be content. I will certainly do my best to achieve 1/10 of Su Fan's ability. Alas, I wonder how Su Fan is doing. White Impermanence sighed. Report. At this moment, a ghostly messenger rushed in from outside the hall. Report to the two divine lords, there is a great disturbance in hell. Terrifying battle fluctuations are coming, and all the ghostly messengers of the Hell Division are in a panic. Hearing this, the expressions of the two divine lords changed. The first thing that came to their minds was Su Fan. Su Fan has just been brought into hell, and there's already a great disturbance. Could it be that it was that little rascal Su Fan causing trouble again? Haha, if it truly is Su Fan causing the ruckus, then he has indeed earned the wrath of both gods and man. In my soul-capturing division, causing so much grievance among the ghostly messengers, and now that he has just entered hell, he's already stirring up such chaos, just thinking about it brings me relief. Divine lords, according to the ghostly messengers guarding the Hell Division, it seems that Xidagarba wanted to convert Su Fan, but aside from Xidagarba, dozens of arhats were instead converted by Su Fan, betraying the Buddhist sect. Divine lords, according to the ghostly messengers guarding the Hell Division, it seems that Xidagarba wanted to convert Su Fan, but aside from Xidagarba, dozens of arhats were instead converted by Su Fan, betraying the Buddhist sect. They are currently engaged in battle with Xidagarba. Upon hearing this, Black and White Impermanence were stunned. What kind of ghostly saint was Su Fan? How could he have such power to convert the arhats of the Buddhist sect and make them betray the sect? Haha, Su Fan is truly commendable. Black Impermanence laughed heartily. This kid is indeed a troublemaker, causing headaches wherever he goes. Black Impermanence downed his drink in one go, then turned to White Impermanence and said, "Seventh brother, let's go and take a look." White Impermanence nodded, but there was a hint of concern on his face as he looked at Black Impermanence and said, "Eighth brother, you shouldn't go." Why not? With such a huge commotion caused by Su Fan and Hell, Xidagarba surely won't let him off easily. Within my underworld, he wouldn't dare let his soul scatter, but reincarnation is certain. Even the Ten Yama Kings wouldn't be able to protect him. After all, the Hell Division is one of the 6 divisions of the underworld. Although it is currently controlled by the Buddhist sect, Su Fan's disturbance has already caused damage to the Hell Division. Xidagarba will likely bring forth the underworld laws, and at that point Su Fan will surely be cast into reincarnation. Are you saying? Black Impermanence's expression changed slightly. Yes, you go to the Judgment Division and find Lord Shui, asking him to issue a reincarnation document. Remember, it should ensure a good destination, at least a life of honor and wealth. After 100 years, he might even come to work in my underworld. I understand. I will go right away. Black Impermanence nodded. Then, with a flash of his figure, he headed towards the Judgment Division. We are going to hell. White Impermanence said, leading Su Dong and other ghostly messengers towards hell. Within the depths of hell, turbulent waves surged, emanating a terrifying aura of aggression. The Buddha's light shone with overwhelming brilliance while demon chi rolled forth like a torrent. The numerous ghost messengers of the Hell Division trembled in fear as this intensity of fluctuation bore down upon them with immense pressure. Who exactly is that Su Fan? How could he cause the Buddhist arhats to rebel? This is truly the greatest joke under heaven. The disciples of the Buddhist sect have always been unfailingly loyal, yet today they have turned against their faith, rebelling against the Buddhist teachings, and are currently locked in battle with Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. It is utterly inconceivable. As they discussed, a figure clad in an official robe appeared outside the entrance of hell. This figure was enveloped in shadowy energy, radiating a formidable presence. His eyes were striking, shimmering with ghostly light, while ghostly faces manifested around him, extinguishing and reincarnating in an endless cycle. Upon seeing this figure, the ghost messengers guarding the entrance of hell changed their expressions, quickly paying their respects and saying, "We have seen King Qingguang." The newcomer was none other than King Qingguang, ranked first among the 10 Yama Kings of the Underworld. As the leader of the 10 Halls of Yama, he rarely made an appearance. However, today, sensing the intense fluctuations within hell, he had come in person. After all, hell held a unique status within the Underworld. Although it was one of the 6 divisions of the Underworld, its true master was Ksitigarbha of the Buddhist sect. King Qingguang was not particularly fond of Ksitigarbha, but since the latter was the representative of the Buddhist sect and held significant influence in the Underworld, he needed to show some respect. What is happening inside? King Qingguang inquired. This. The ghost messengers hesitated, and finally one replied, reporting to King Qingguang, several arhats from hell have rebelled against the Buddhist sect and are currently engaged in a fierce battle with Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Oh, King Qingguang raised an eyebrow and unexpectedly grinned, saying, "Interesting, truly interesting." With that, he entered hell, making his way deeper within. Why do I feel like King Qingguang seems quite pleased? Really? I didn't notice that at all. No, really, King Qingguang just couldn't help but smile for a moment. Just think about it, the usually stern King Qingguang actually smiled. Can you imagine that? If he were not pleased in his heart, how could he restrain himself from laughing out loud? Let me tell you, King Qingguang and Ksitigarbha have always been at odds. Seeing Ksitigarbha in a tough spot today naturally brings King Qingguang joy. The ghost messengers whispered among themselves, and before long Bai Wuchang arrived. We have seen Lord Wuchang. The ghost messengers once again paid their respects. What is the situation inside? Bai Wuchang asked. Not very optimistic. The Buddhist arhats have turned against the sect, and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is currently responding with all his might. This isn't optimistic. It's far too optimistic. Bai Wuchang laughed heartily. The ghost messengers shrank back, saying, Lord Wuchang, King Qingguang just went in. King Qingguang. Bai Wuchang's gaze sharpened, and then he cleared his throat, straightening his posture as he led Su Dong towards hell. Deep within hell, Su Fan leaned against a cell's iron door, watching the battle with a contented expression. After all, he could not escape anyway, so he was quite happy to watch the show. Bang! An arhat was shattered by Ksitigarbha, their physical body destroyed and their soul suppressed. At this point, Ksitigarbha was on the verge of suppressing all these arhats. Only a few remained, and it wouldn't be long now. Brother Su Fan, how did you find my earlier proposal? I can pass on some secret techniques to you, and later on you can help me out too. An old ghost behind Su Fan began to massage his shoulders, his face filled with hope. There's no need to pass on any secret techniques. If I truly break into hell one day, just come with me when I leave. Thank you, Brother Su Fan. Bang! At this moment, Ksitigarbha suppressed another person, casting a dark glance at Su Fan with a fierce, killing intent in his eyes. These arhats are his disciples, the foundation of his presence in the Buddhist sect. Now they were all slain by his own hands. From this day forth, within the Buddhist sect, Ksitigarbha would have no disciples left. All of this was bestowed upon him by Su Fan. After he completely suppressed these arhats, he would surely spare no effort in dealing with Su Fan. Despite the cold glint in Ksitigarbha's eyes, Su Fan remained unbothered, instead watching him with great interest. Finally, Ksitigarbha succeeded in suppressing all the arhats, shattering their physical bodies and imprisoning their souls within a lotus flower. Little brother, be careful, this old bald donkey is quite petty. After suffering such a significant loss, he probably won't let you off easily. At this moment, the Buddhist butcher reminded him. Su Fan nodded and said, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is indeed powerful, having suppressed all these traitorous arhats from the Buddhist sect in such a short time. Congratulations, congratulations. Oomph. Ksitigarbha snorted coldly, a surge of anger overwhelming him as he felt a pang of heartache every time he shattered a physical body. Su Fan, your sins today are deep and heavy. I have decided to suppress you in the underworld to be burned by the fires of hell and cleanse your sins. Ksitigarbha declared coldly. You have disrupted the operations of the Hell Division and violated the laws of the underworld. I will suppress you for 30,000 years according to the rules. Su Fan was unconcerned. As long as the underworld endured and his ghost messengers continued to collect souls, his strength would steadily rise. In 3 to 5 years, at most 10 years, he would undoubtedly possess the power to suppress Ksitigarbha, and by then the latter could not hold him. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, your vision is rather short-sighted, isn't it? At this moment, a voice of laughter emerged, and King Qinguang's figure appeared deep within hell. Upon seeing King Qinguang, Ksitigarbha's gaze narrowed as he said in a low voice, King Qinguang, you have such a significant event in hell, how could I not come and take a look? King Qinguang laughed. I never expected that even the Buddhist arhats would turn against the sect. This is truly an eye-opener. Hearing this, Ksitigarbha let out a low grunt, remaining silent. He understood that King Qinguang was mocking him. At this moment, saying too much would be counterproductive. Su Fan gazed at King Qinguang, his eyes gleaming. This was his first time seeing the man, and he secretly compared him to Ksitigarbha, discovering that King Qinguang seemed to be slightly more powerful. You must be Su Fan. At this moment, King Qinguang looked at Su Fan and said. During this time, he had also heard of Su Fan, the one who had caused quite a stir in the underworld. Indeed, it is this humble one. I have seen King Qinguang. Su Fan replied. Not bad. To make Ksitigarbha suffer such great losses, you are indeed an extraordinary little ghost. King Qinguang said with a smile that was not quite a smile. Su Fan felt a bit confused. Was King Qinguang praising him? King Qinguang, what do you propose we do about today's matter? Ksitigarbha turned to King Qinguang. This Su Fan not only killed my disciples without cause, but has also caused chaos in hell, leading to significant losses for the Buddhist sect. Ksitigarbha, calm your anger. The Buddhist sect values purity of mind and should not be influenced by external matters. You are not at peace. The Buddhist teachings state that every action has its reason. Although this little ghost has caused significant losses to your Buddhist sect today, according to Buddhist principles, he is actually helping you transcend tribulations. King Qinguang spoke. The bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect smile like flowers and have a great capacity for tolerance. Such minor matters, how should we address them? Ksitigarbha was nearly infuriated. When the Buddhist teachings came from the mouth of the Buddhist sect, it was the ultimate truth to be followed by disciples, but when it came from the mouth of a Yama king, it made Ksitigarbha feel that the flavor had changed. To use the Buddhist principles against him was to make him feel utterly frustrated. However, although he was a representative of the Buddhist sect in the underworld, he did not want to make things too awkward with the Ten Yama Kings, so he finally said, King Qinguang has a point, but according to the laws of the underworld, this little ghost should at least face reincarnation, right? If you use my Buddhist principles against me, then I will use your underworld's laws against you. King Qinguang fell silent. Su Fan was indeed a rare ghost messenger. However, the crimes he had committed were too severe. If Ksitigarbha's anger could not be appeased, the Buddhist sect would likely not let it go easily. To offend the Buddhist sect for the sake of a ghost messenger was not cost-effective given Su Fan's current status. Then let it be as you say, King Qinguang said, then gave Su Fan a meaningful glance. Su Fan was taken aback, somewhat confused about what that look meant. Then let him take the path of beasts and reincarnate for 3,000 lifetimes. You old bald donkey, how cruel. You want Brother Su to be a beast for 3,000 lifetimes. The Buddhist butcher was furious. As the Ksitigarbha began to speak, the multitude of fierce spirits erupted in anger, hurling insults at him. They had placed all their hopes on Su Fan, wishing that one day he would venture into the underworld and bring them out. However, at this moment, Ksitigarbha was about to reincarnate Su Fan into 3,000 lifetimes as a beast. If Su Fan were to become a pig, cat, or dog for 3,000 lifetimes, even the greatest fortune would be exhausted. Even if he were to prosper and be fortunate enough to cultivate into a demon, given the nature of those in the mortal realm today, how could an ordinary demon survive? If he had no connections, it would merely be the karmic retribution from the Buddhist and Taoist realms, and eliminating him would accrue merit. To the furious roars of the hellish spirits, Ksitigarbha paid no heed. These fierce beings had been suppressed in hell for longer than he had inhabited it. In today's world, there was virtually no room for their voices. He was now solely focused on the opinions of King Qinguang. After all, with the absence of Empress Pingxin and the uncertain selection of the ruler of Fengdu, King Qin Guangjiang Xian, the head of the Ten Yama Kings, was indeed the one in charge of the underworld. However, as the spokesperson for Buddhism in the underworld, he was not afraid of King Qin Guang at all. Behind him stood the Buddha along with the support of 2 saints, leaving him unafraid. King Qin Guang's expression darkened. Ksitigarbha was being too ruthless. To reincarnate someone into 3,000 lifetimes as a beast was unprecedented even for the most heinous of criminals. At most, they would be cast into the beast realm, allowing for future evaluations in subsequent lifetimes. But now Ksitigarbha was insisting on making Su Fan reincarnate as a beast for 3,000 lifetimes. This truly was excessive. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the Buddhist doctrine upholds compassion. How can you be so heartless? Jiang Xian spoke in a low tone. King Qin Guang, this ghost, has committed numerous atrocities. Without the 3,000 lifetimes, it would be difficult to erase his sins. Ksitigarbha replied solemnly. At this moment, Bai Wuchang had reached King Qin Guang's side, and upon hearing Ksitigarbha's cruel words, nearly cursed aloud. Isn't it just a few arhats that were slain? Haven't you Buddhism ferried enough of my underworld spirits? Damn it, just because you have the backing of the saints can you do whatever you please? Seeing Bai Wuchang nearly losing his temper, King Qin Guang Jiang Xian waved his hand, and then looked at Ksitigarbha, speaking heavily. Ksitigarbha, do you really intend to ensure he never rises again? According to your Buddhist teachings, all beings are equal. Even if Su Fan made a temporary mistake, surely it does not warrant such cruelty as 3,000 lifetimes as a beast. In all my years in the underworld, I have never sentenced anyone to 3,000 lifetimes as a beast. Jiang Xian was somewhat angry. He had come today to seek an opportunity for Su Fan, even though what Su Fan did indeed violated the laws of the underworld. Yet he had not harmed the underworld in the slightest. All his actions were against Buddhism, giving him no reason not to help him. Upon hearing Jiang Xin's words, Bai Wuchang felt relieved. As long as King Qin Guang was unwilling, no matter how furious Ksitigarbha was, they would have to negotiate. Fortunately, he had sent Bai Wuchang to prepare the reincarnation documents in advance. Once the reincarnation documents were approved, it would be difficult for Ksitigarbha to make any changes. After all the documents approved by Lord Shui were in accordance with the will of heaven and earth, anyone who modifies them will surely face backlash influenced by karmic retribution. King Qin Guang, you should know that each arhat from my Buddhism is invaluable, yet Su Fan alone has slain at least 3 arhats. Such karma cannot be erased without 3,000 lifetimes of reincarnation. But you have also slain dozens, haven't you? If your logic holds, wouldn't you require 30,000 lifetimes of reincarnation? Jiang Xian retorted, 1 lifetime is 100 years. You would need at least 300,000 years. Bai Wuchang rolled his eyes. Ba, should the Buddha punish me, I would willingly accept 30,000 years of reincarnation. Ksitigarbha was radiating Buddha's light, appearing solemn and divine. King Qin Guang snorted coldly, choosing not to speak further. This bald monk had indeed rendered him speechless by bringing up the Tathagata. In the underworld there was indeed no backing, and they had to bow down. Su Fan's expression darkened, and his hatred for Ksitigarbha grew stronger. Damn it, when I become successful in the future, I will ensure that Buddhism faces reincarnation. The Tathagata being a lecher, and you Ksitigarbha acting like a eunuch. Isn't your Buddhism supposed to be pure? I will definitely make you all pure once again. Su Fan cursed inwardly. Although he knew that even if he were reincarnated, his true spirit would not perish, Ksitigarbha's aggressive stance truly deepened his resentment towards Buddhism. On the orders of heaven, the reincarnation documents are here. Should anyone defy them, karmic retribution will be borne by each. At that moment, a loud shout rang out as Bai Wuchang strode in holding a golden document. Upon seeing the golden document, everyone changed their expressions. The judging department had 4 judges, and Lord Shui was the first judge with his divine authority, granting him certain powers. Even the 10 Yama Kings could not interfere too much in Lord Cui's judgments. Naturally, his official documents were golden, embodying the will of the heavenly court. Except for the Jade Emperor of the heavenly court, and no one else could change them. Anyone who did would have to bear the consequences. At this moment, seeing Bai Wuchang produce the golden document, King Qin Guang and the others narrowed their eyes. Hey, what are you doing? The negotiations aren't over yet. Why are you bringing in documents? King Qin Guang reproached. He wanted to fight for something for Su Fan, but if the reincarnation documents were issued, he would have nothing to negotiate. Bai Wuchang pretended not to hear him, and instead turned to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, asking, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the reincarnation document has arrived. Do you wish to accept it? Ksitigarbha's expression was cold, and the Buddhist light enveloped him as he gazed at Bai Wuchang, his eyes flickering with golden light. Is Lord He Wuchang prepared with the reincarnation documents? Lord Chui stated that Su Fan has committed great treachery by slaying the arhats of Buddhism and disturbing the underworld, and thus he is to be sentenced to reincarnation. Into what realm? Xidigarbha asked solemnly. Let me see. He Wuchang pretended to look at the reincarnation document and proclaimed passionately, the heavenly realm. Oh. Xidigarbha nearly spat blood. He had already decided Su Fan's fate, preparing to reincarnate him into 3,000 lifetimes as a beast. Now you tell me he is to be reincarnated into the heavenly realm, killing my Buddhist disciples and disturbing the underworld, and yet he is to receive merit. Who among the souls reincarnated into the heavenly realm isn't replete with merit? A wicked little ghost has slain several of my Buddhist disciples and incited treachery among my arhats, and yet he is to receive merit. Impossible. Xidigarbha roared in anger. Xidigarbha Bodhisattva, the reincarnation document was issued by Lord Chui. If you are dissatisfied, you may request a revision, but you must understand the cost of modifying the document from the first judge of heaven and earth. Xidigarbha's face darkened, but he could not speak. For the sake of Su Fan, it would not be worth the karmic retribution he would bear. All right, Xidigarbha, isn't it better for everyone to maintain a harmonious atmosphere? King Qingguang said with a slight smile. What a load of nonsense. That Su Fan's evil ghost killed your underworld spirits. However, at this point he had no power to turn the tide. If it was the heavenly realm, then so be it. As long as Su Fan drank the Mengpa soup, he would forget his past life, and from then on, whether he lived or died in his next reincarnation, he would be in control. Since King Qingguang has spoken, I have nothing more to say. Xidigarbha said heavily. I disagree. At that moment, Su Fan suddenly spoke, startling everyone. In the depths of hell, as Su Fan spoke, everyone was momentarily taken aback. At this time, would you still refuse if you were offered a chance to reincarnate as a celestial being? Even King Qingguang frowned and said, Su Fan, what are your thoughts? Su Fan replied, King Qingguang, I believe that everything I have done is to uphold the laws of the underworld, and there is nothing wrong with that. When the Buddhist arhats obstructed my soul reaping, I acted according to the guidelines of the soul reaping manual, which clearly states that soul reaping in the underworld is ordained by fate. If a living person obstructs the soul reaping, they should be executed according to the laws of the underworld. Su Fan's expression was calm, his words resounding. Upon hearing this, King Qingguang fell silent. He understood that Su Fan's actions were meant to uphold the laws, but now the laws were no longer effective. This world is like this. Some people are cautious and law-abiding, yet disasters can still befall them. Meanwhile, some act as they wish, committing murder and arson without consequence. This is the disparity. If one has a background and support, they can even violate the rules of heaven and earth and still be protected. If one lacks a background, even if they follow the heavenly rules and uphold the laws of the underworld, those who wish to destroy you may turn the very laws meant to protect you into tools for your execution. King Qingguang sighed. Su Fan was absolutely right, but now the underworld was weak, and without saints behind him, even speaking firmly had become difficult. If possible, he would like to protect Su Fan, but with two saints backing the Buddhist sect, how could the underworld withstand that? Little ghost, are you implying that the arhats of my Buddhist sect should die? Indeed, they should die. Su Fan's aura surged, refusing to back down. How bold. The arhats of my Buddhist sect exorcise evil and uphold righteousness in the human realm. How could they deserve to die? I see that you little ghost have no intention of repenting. King Dizong, enough. King Qingguang's expression darkened as black lines spread from his neck, covering half his face. His eyes were menacing as he turned to Dizong and continued, I know very well whether my underworld ghost officials have made mistakes. There is no need for you to say more. He Wuchang, this matter is entrusted to you. Take Su Fan to the reincarnation office and escort him carefully. Understood. He Wuchang nodded. He then turned to Su Fan and said, Su Fan, come with me. He Wuchang sighed, feeling a sense of relief, and even Su Dong beside him let out a breath. Is the king really going to reincarnate? Su Fan, may your journey ahead be smooth. Su Dong lamented. Why do you seem so happy? Su Fan asked. Not at all. Su Fan's reincarnation is truly a great loss for my soul reaping office. Su Dong's expression changed quickly, pretending to wipe away tears. Su Fan said nothing and followed He Wuchang away. Whether he reincarnated or not, it truly mattered little to Su Fan. After all, his true spirit was indestructible. No matter where he reincarnated, he would ultimately return to the underworld. It would only delay his rise for a while. He would eventually reshape the order of the underworld. This was his mission. King Qingguang, this humble monk, must witness this ghost's reincarnation. At this moment, King Dizong spoke solemnly. He harbored a deep hatred for Su Fan and had to see him enter the reincarnation gate with his own eyes. Moreover, he wanted to know where he would be reincarnated and what his fate would be. Whatever. King Qingguang waved his sleeve and turned to leave. On this day, within Fengdu City, the news of Su Fan, the king of soul reaping, being sent to reincarnation quickly spread. This delighted many ghost officials of the soul reaping office as the king was finally leaving. Haha. During this time, that king has made it hard for us to breathe. As a fellow office leader, our king of soul reaping has been more exhausted than the leaders of the other offices. Indeed. This is wonderful. The king will surely meet a terrible end. The leaders of the soul reaping office laughed heartily. Even in the 19th office where Su Fan was, there was a chorus of laughter. Apart from a few of Su Fan's close associates, Chunkong Luoqing and Zhang Laojiu, who felt sorrowful, the ghost officials of the 19th office who had been worn out by Su Fan were all excited and cheering. The office leader was finally going to be reincarnated. Their days of suffering were coming to an end. Outside Fengdu City on the road to reincarnation, Su Fan was being led by He Wuchang, holding the soul-reaping documents towards the realm of reincarnation. The realm of reincarnation lies outside Fengdu City across the river of the Underworld. In the human realm, the souls of the deceased are guided by ghost officials entering through the Ghost Gate. After traversing the Yellow Springs Road to Fengdu City, those guilty souls would visit the Judgment Office, and those with sins would enter the Punishment Office for frying, while the irredeemable would be punished in hell. Those souls without sins, and those who had redeemed themselves, would exit Fengdu City from the back and head towards the realm of reincarnation. At this moment on the road to reincarnation, many ghost officials were following behind Su Fan. Some were well acquainted with Su Fan and were there to see him off. Others who had been exhausted by Su Fan were also there to see him off, grumbling in discontent. However, there seemed to be a difference in the mood between the farewell and the farewell. Some ghost officials displayed sorrow, genuinely grieving. Yet most ghost officials were filled with joy as though they had encountered a great celebration, almost ready to beat drums and gongs. Su Fan turned back to look and saw many familiar faces. He even spotted his 5 Yasha maidens among the crowd. Wen Ji and the 4 girls, Chun Xiaqiu and Dong, were weeping with sorrow. Alas, my 5 Yasha maidens are to be pitted. Su Fan sighed. Lord God, may I ask you for a favor? Su Fan looked at He Wuchang. Speak. He Wuchang replied. He had mixed feelings towards Su Fan. Ever since he was made the leader of the 19th office, the officials under him had been complaining, and he had often received grievances about him. Indeed, because of Su Fan, the other leaders had banded together, making things difficult for him at times. However, now that Su Fan was reincarnating, he would have a good ending, and He Wuchang felt relieved. Lord God, can you take good care of my 5 Yasha maidens? When my soul returns to the underworld, I hope they can serve me again. He Wuchang looked at Su Fan as if he were a monster and said, You are about to reincarnate, yet you are still thinking about these matters. A born romantic. However, He Wuchang did not refuse if this was something he could help with. Soon Su Fan and the others arrived at the realm of reincarnation. Ahead lay a blood-red river swirling with ominous energy, its waves turbulent, with vengeful spirits howling. Occasionally, ghostly figures would emerge from the river of the underworld, fierce and terrifying. As soon as they appeared above the water, they would be pulled back into the river by a horrifying force, causing the ghosts watching to feel their scalps tingle. This is the river of the underworld, also known as the River of Forgetfulness. Above the river stands an ancient bridge adorned with mysterious patterns that glow with an ethereal light. It is called the Bridge of Letting Go. One can see numerous souls in plain garments ascending the bridge. On the Bridge of Letting Go stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman dressed in white, her beauty unparalleled. Her body was delicate and curvaceous, surrounded by an aura of ominous energy, her white garments flowing, giving her an otherworldly appearance. So Mengpo is not an old crone. Su Fan gazed at the exquisite figure, murmuring to himself. Who told you Mengpo is an old crone? He Wuchang scoffed. The first woman in the underworld is undoubtedly the goddess, and the second is Mengpo. In fact, Mengpo has her own name, Mengwuyo, but people prefer to call her Mengpo or Mengnu. By the banks of the river of the underworld, a swirling aura of darkness surrounded it, as malevolent spirits continuously darted out, only to be ripped apart by the intense pulling force of the river, dragged back to be suppressed. Su Fan gazed ahead at the Naiha bridge, his heart calm. At this point, he had nothing to say. Only one conviction remained: to quickly restore order in the underworld. Su Fan attempted to cut in line, but was rejected by He Wuchang. Take a good look at this underworld. Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? As the souls moved towards the Naiha bridge, drinking the Mengpai soup to reincarnate, it was finally Su Fan's turn. Su Fan took one last look back, then suddenly turned and strode forward, walking towards the Naiha bridge. Su Fan ahead lies the Wangxiang platform and the 3 lives stone. You can gaze upon your homeland and your 3 lives and 3 worlds. Hey Wuchang reminded him. No need, as ghost messengers we must look forward. Su Fan replied, not looking back as he walked towards the Naiha bridge. Homeland. He couldn't see it. Having crossed over, he entered the underworld and the identity of this world. Even standing on the Wangxiang platform, he could only see the original owner's homeland. As for the 3 lives and 3 worlds, there was no need to look, it would only add to his sorrow. As Su Fan stepped onto the Naiha bridge, many souls expressed their sentiments. The era of the Roll King would eventually come to an end. Reincarnation is for the best, preventing chaos from engulfing the entire underworld, said by Wuchang softly, standing beside He Wuchang. Indeed, this kid is quite something. I truly fear that one day he will sweep us both away, He Wuchang sighed. For some reason, I have an ominous premonition. 7 brother, what do you mean? During Su Fan's time as a ghost messenger, he first caused chaos in my soul-reaping division and was then brought into hell by Dizong. Hell fell into chaos and even led to a dozen arhats from the Buddhist sect defecting. I wonder if Su Fan being placed in the reincarnation division will trigger any bad phenomena. After all, the reincarnation division is of utmost importance in our underworld. Bai Wuchang looked worried. 7 brother, don't worry. Mengpo alone is enough to match our entire division. In front of her, Su Fan shouldn't cause any trouble, right? Not necessarily. At that moment, Lu Gang behind He and Bai Wuchang wore a grave expression. As the one who personally brought Su Fan into the soul-reaping division, he felt quite uneasy. In recent days, he often regretted why he had brought Su Fan and why he had recommended him as the division chief. For this, he endured a lot of pressure. Su Fan was simply too troublesome. As Su Fan's former superior, he understood Su Fan's ability to stir trouble. What do you mean by not necessarily? Lu Gang, are you hiding something from us? He Wuchang asked. This? No. Lu Gang shrank his neck. How could he dare hide anything from He and Bai Wuchang? Yet he always felt that Su Fan couldn't possibly reincarnate so peacefully. 2 divine lords, for some reason, I also have a feeling of unease, Su Dong interjected. Shut up. Where do you have meat? He Wuchang snapped. He didn't want to hear more. He had just relaxed a bit only to feel a chill run down his spine from the remarks of these 2. If Su Fan really caused chaos in the reincarnation division, it would be a huge problem. In the distance, King Qin Guang stood on a high mountain outside the city of Fengdu. Beside him stood several hazy figures. Each of them was powerful, surrounded by a swirling aura of darkness, quite extraordinary. These were the other kings of the 10 halls of hell. They all maintained calm expressions, quietly standing at the peak of a dark mountain, gazing at the Naiha bridge. Su Fan walked steadily, showing no signs of panic as he slowly ascended the Naiha bridge. Lord Chief. Behind him, Wen Ji and the other female ghosts wept, but they couldn't change anything. Many minor ghosts were in high spirits. Since Su Fan became a ghost messenger, they had almost turned the soul-reaping division upside down. Now that he was finally leaving, they were thrilled. On the Naiha bridge, Su Fan looked at Meng Pa's stunning face and said, I have seen the divine Meng Pa. You can also call me Meng Wuyo or Meng Nu. I do not like the title of Meng Pa. Meng Pa's eyes sparkled, shimmering with light, as she looked at Su Fan and smiled softly. Dressed in flowing white, she exuded an ethereal quality. With a smile that resembled a blooming ghost flower, everything around her dimmed. I heard you tricked the Buddhist Dizong. Yes. Well done. Meng Nu smiled, then took a bowl of crystal-clear soup from a large cauldron in front of her and handed it to Su Fan, saying, Drink this and proceed with peace of mind. Su Fan did not refuse. He took the porcelain bowl and drank the Mengpa soup in one go. The Mengpa soup had no special taste, it was quite bland. As Su Fan drank it all, he felt a mysterious power emanating towards his true spirit. It enveloped his true spirit, creating a warm sensation. Moreover, the Mengpa soup contained a special substance that stabilized his soul body, expelling impurities within, making his soul body even more solid. He felt that with this bowl of Mengpa soup, his true spirit became pure, and even his soul body grew significantly stronger. It is said that Mengpa soup can cleanse the true spirit, purifying the dust within the true spirit. It seems to be true. Su Fan thought to himself. But wasn't there something off about this Mengpa soup? He felt a bit confused. Why, after purifying his true spirit and strengthening his soul body, did he not feel anything else? Wasn't it said that it could make one forget their past lives? He had just seen many souls drink the Mengpa soup, after which their eyes became dull, as if they had lost their sparkle, utterly blank. But why did he have no reaction? Though his true spirit was special, shouldn't there be at least some response? At that moment, a gentle voice sounded, making one feel warm and familiar. Su Fan looked up at Meng Nu and said, Su Fan. Meng Nu was taken aback, looking into Su Fan's eyes, clearly surprised. No, drink again. Saying this, Meng Nu filled another bowl of Mengpa soup. Su Fan did not refuse, tilting his head to drink the Mengpa soup in one go. That sensation returned. The mysterious power of the Mengpa soup washed over his true spirit again, cleansing his soul, but it still did not make him forget the past. On this point, Su Fan had already realized that his true spirit was indestructible and nothing could inflict even the slightest damage on it. Even the Mengpa soup, one of the most mysterious things in the world, could not shake him in the slightest. What is your name? Meng Nu asked again. Su Fan. Meng Nu. Drink again. Saying this, Meng Nu filled the soup again, and Su Fan drank it down. Ask again. Drink again. Outside the Naiha Bridge, many souls were stunned. Did Su Fan think Mengpa soup was tea? 4 other souls, even those powerful celestial generals demoted to reincarnation, would be knocked out by just one bowl. He had already downed 10 bowls, and he wasn't dizzy. No, why wasn't it effective? Meng Nu was also a bit anxious. She had never encountered such a phenomenon while guarding the reincarnation division. Could there really be a ghost immune to Mengpa soup? How many bowls has Su Fan drunk already? Under the Naiha Bridge, He Wuchang asked in alarm. It's already the 10th bowl. Now it's the 11th bowl, Bai Wuchang said, pinching his thigh hard. What the hell? Before the Naiha Bridge, the numerous souls in the underworld looked on in shock at Su Fan, who stood on the bridge drinking the Mengpa soup with fervor. Even the King of Hell was astonished, gazing at Su Fan's figure with great shock. Upon introspection, even he himself knew that if he were to drink a bowl of Mengpa soup, it would be impossible to remain as indifferent as Su Fan. The Mengpa soup is one of the most mysterious substances in the world. Even a great Luo golden immortal would find it difficult to counteract its purifying power. Not only can it purify the soul, but it can also cleanse memories. However, now Su Fan had already downed over 10 bowls. How could he drink so much? The King of Hell's expression was grave. What on earth was Su Fan? How could he endure this much? On the Naiha Bridge, Meng Nu was getting anxious, her stunning face showing a hint of surprise as she continuously ladled soup for Su Fan. Su Fan burped, unable to drink anymore, and his true spirit had been cleansed to a pure state free of any impurities. Even if he drank more Mengpa soup, it would have no effect. Moreover, his soul had been strengthened to a level nearly approaching that of a Tai golden immortal. Who are you? Meng Nu asked, instinctively preparing to ladle another bowl of soup. I don't know. Su Fan's eyes began to glaze over, as if he were losing his senses. Still not right, drink more. Meng Nu ladled soup again. I can't drink anymore. Su Fan whispered. Drink. Meng Nu was not concerned about that, and directly pressed Su Fan to pour the soup into his mouth. Who are you? Meng Nu asked again. Su Fan was silent, his eyes unfocused, looking dazed and confused. Seeing Su Fan in this state, Meng Nu nodded, relieved, and said, I really don't believe in evil anymore. I finally managed to muddle this little ghost. All right, next. Saying this, she directly pushed Su Fan aside, allowing him to walk along the Naiha Bridge towards the reincarnation gate behind. At this moment, everyone in front of the Naiha Bridge sighed in relief, genuinely afraid that Su Fan might cause some trouble again. Seeing Meng Nu ladling soup for other souls, the crowd no longer focused on the Naiha Bridge, but turned their attention to Su Fan, who was descending from it. Su Fan walked forward, holding the reincarnation document, heading towards the massive gate, emitting a strong reincarnation aura behind the Naiha Bridge. His gaze flickered momentarily, regaining clarity, only to once again become bewildered. Earlier, it was intentional. Who would have thought he would mistakenly say the wrong thing the first time and end up drinking another bowl of Mengpa soup for nothing? As for whether Meng Nu noticed anything amiss, he did not know, but since they allowed him through, it was likely that nothing was. Gazing at the reincarnation gate ahead, Su Fan once again feigned confusion, his eyes vacant, walking towards the gate like a walking corpse. There were souls guarding the reincarnation gate. If they discovered that he had come in deceitfully, he would surely be pulled back in to drink more soup, and he truly could not drink anymore. The reincarnation gate glowed, and one by one the souls held their reincarnation documents. They handed the documents to the souls guarding the gate, opening the reincarnation gate to enter into reincarnation. Su Fan looked at the 4 souls guarding the reincarnation gate, slightly shocked. All 4 were clad in armor, wielding dark long spears that emanated a chilling radiance. They were enveloped in a swirl of dark energy, their presence formidable. Su Fan felt that none of them were weaker than King Qin Guang. Their expressions were cold and devoid of emotion, resembling 4 statues guarding the reincarnation gate. Every movement they made carried a strong Tao rhythm, as if they were born to be this way. These 4 must all be peak experts at the great Luo golden immortal level. Soon Su Fan arrived, and under the watchful eyes of the many souls at the Naiha Bridge, handed the document in his hand to the 4 gatekeepers. Path of the Celestials. One of the gatekeepers was taken aback and then nodded to the other three. The three exchanged glances and skillfully opened the path of the celestials within the reincarnation gate. Suddenly divine light surged into the sky accompanied by the power of reincarnation. Within the reincarnation gate vibrant waves surged and resplendent light shone forth with immortal energy swirling and colorful mist diffusing outward. Enter, one of the gatekeepers commanded. Su Fan appeared dazed as he stepped into the reincarnation gate. At that moment the numerous souls behind the Naiha bridge sighed in relief. This gentleman had finally entered reincarnation. Once he entered the reincarnation gate, no matter how strange he was, he would undoubtedly be unable to escape the power of reincarnation. Finally sent off, Black Wuchang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, just now Su Fan drank over 10 bowls of mangpa soup. Ooh, I was really afraid he would stir up more trouble. Forget it, we can have some peace for a while. Everyone in the soul-hooking department sighed in relief. King Daizang's eyes sparkled with golden Buddhist texts shimmering within. He stared intently at the reincarnation gate. Su Fan, you have ultimately entered reincarnation, but no matter where you are reincarnated, I will be able to find you, King Dizang muttered to himself. Ba, well said, well said. King Daizang's expression was calm as he offered a Buddhist phrase towards the reincarnation gate before turning to leave. As King Dizang departed, the myriad souls in the underworld also left. Reincarnation is the most mysterious place in the world. Any being, once they enter, will be enveloped by the power of reincarnation and pulled into it. Now that Su Fan had entered reincarnation, it was impossible for any accidents to occur. Disperse. At this moment from afar, on Yin Mountain, King Qin Guang spoke softly. The numerous souls nodded, slowly withdrawing from the reincarnation ground. Just as everyone turned, a soft exclamation sounded from in front of the reincarnation gate. How could this be? As this soft exclamation echoed, an astonished voice followed. Everyone's heart sank, and they turned back sharply to see the 4 reincarnation guardians staring intently at the reincarnation gate. At this moment, the reincarnation gate glowed, and within it a rumbling sound arose, as if a terrifying existence was slowly awakening, causing intense fluctuations. What is happening? How did the reincarnation gate undergo such changes? Big brother, this soul in my hand is difficult to send into reincarnation. It seems the reincarnation gate is no longer accepting souls. Impossible, my brothers and I have guarded reincarnation for so many years, and such phenomena have never occurred. Let me handle this. The leading guardian waved his hand, lifting the confused soul into his grasp. What path? Path of beasts. Enter. The guardian shouted, then exerted himself forcefully, throwing the soul towards the reincarnation gate. As soon as the soul approached the reincarnation gate, it was rebounded. If not for the guardian shielding it with dark energy, this alone would have been enough to scatter its soul. The expressions of the guardians grew grave. They had indeed never encountered such a situation before. The sudden change at the reincarnation gate made many beings in the underworld feel uneasy and apprehensive. They thought of Su Fan, remembering that troublemaking spirit. How could he be causing such chaos? Did he just break the reincarnation gate as soon as he entered? It's coming, ooh, it has finally arrived. Black and White Wuchang were completely dumbfounded. They had thought that once Su Fan entered reincarnation, everything would be fine, but who would have thought that he would break the reincarnation gate as well? Master, something has happened. At this moment, the 4 guardians turned their gaze to Meng Nu, who stood on the Naiha bridge, their expressions serious. On the Naiha bridge, Meng Nu appeared calm. As she turned to gaze at the wheel of reincarnation, her eyes narrowed. Looking at the wheel of reincarnation that radiated divine light and fluctuated intensely, Meng Nu's gaze flickered. Strange, what has this little ghost done to the wheel of reincarnation? Meng Nu murmured, then reached out a hand and extended it into the wheel of reincarnation. Can't sense anything. Meng Nu wondered, her eyes shimmering as she stared blankly at the wheel. Everyone's faces were grave, filled with disbelief, standing silently at the wheel of reincarnation. On Insher Mountain, King Qin Guang arrived in an instant, standing before the wheel and looking at Meng Nu, asking Meng Nu what happened. I don't know. It seems something has happened inside the wheel of reincarnation, making it difficult to probe. How could this be? Has Su Fan reincarnated? Dizan also approached, looking at Meng Nu. I don't know. You are the one in charge of the wheel of reincarnation. You must know something, right? Daizang's eyes shimmered with golden light as he gazed at the wheel of reincarnation. I don't know. Meng Nu replied softly. Dizang fell silent, turning his gaze back to the wheel, a halo above his head, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Everyone waited anxiously, each lost in their thoughts. At this moment, atop the fairy mountain in the mortal realm, a grand hall stood majestically at the summit, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist radiating celestial energy, with strands of rosy light cascading from the sky. illuminating the spiritual energy above the mountain. In front of the grand hall within a pavilion, a Taoist sat calmly, gazing quietly into the distance. At this moment, a cold wind swept through, accompanied by eerie, ghostly energy obscuring the daylight. A ghostly figure dressed in an official robe emerged from the rolling dark energy. His appearance was fierce, and he was tall and imposing. Upon seeing the approaching ghostly figure, the Taoist's eyes flashed, and he stood up. "Good ding," the Taoist called out. "Chao Xian, old friend, long time no see." This Taoist was Chao Xian, a favored disciple of Guang Chengzi, the head of the 12 Golden Immortals. On that day, the soul lamp of his disciple's son had extinguished, filling him with sorrow, and he had traversed the immortal realm without finding the culprit who had killed his son. In the end, he set his sights on the underworld. He even found the judge of the 5th Division of the Patrol Department, Gading, and made a promise of rewards, hoping to find the culprit through him. As such, Gading was quite earnest. Not long ago, news had come that clues had been found. He must have confirmed the target by now, right? "Gading, why have you come today? Have you found the murderer of my son?" Chao Xian asked in a low voice. "Indeed, I have found the murderer." "Who is it?" Chao Xian narrowed his eyes, suddenly looking at Gading, his eyes flashing with a menacing light. "The judge of the Soul Reaping Division, Su Fan." Soul Reaping Division. Su Fan. Where did this news come from? During this time I have investigated. On the day your son died, our patrol department had a patrolling deity in the mortal realm who had seen your son and was accompanied by a ghost officer, namely Su Fan from the Soul Reaping Division. Based on my analysis, Su Fan is very likely the one who killed your son. Your son had established a soul refining pit in the immortal realm aiming to refine souls, and the ghost pet he refined was precisely the soul of a spirit from Su Fan's domain. However, that soul has already been dragged into the underworld by Su Fan. Hearing this, Chao Xian's face turned grim as he understood well what his son was trying to achieve with soul refining. He never expected that his son would lose his life because of this matter. "How dare Su Fan kill my son?" Chao Xian said. "I don't believe he would dare to act against a disciple of my Chanjiao." "A disciple of Chanjiao? He has no qualms about killing several arhats of the Buddhist sect, and even Dizong suffered a great loss at his hands. Why wouldn't he dare to kill your Chanjiao disciple? Moreover, this ghost is very rigid, always adhering to the rules. Your son interfered with his soul reaping, why wouldn't he kill?" Upon hearing this, Chao Xian's expression changed. He never expected that this little ghost named Su Fan would be so bold. Not only did he kill a disciple of Chanjiao, but even arhats of the Buddhist sect had died at his hands. "Where is he now?" Chao Xian asked in a low voice. "Regardless of who the other party is or what background he has, since he dared to kill his son, he must pay the price. No need to inquire further. He has been sent into reincarnation for his rampant behavior and wanton actions." "Reincarnated?" Chao Xian was taken aback. "I just found my enemy and haven't personally slain him. How could he have reincarnated? Where did he reincarnate? Even if he reincarnated, I will not let him off easily. This matter requires additional compensation outside of our previous agreement," Gading said. "Umph." Chao Xian snorted coldly, then waved his hand, sending a storage pouch flying into Gading's hand. He opened it, looked inside, and then smiled, saying, "Rest assured, I will inquire right away and inform you as soon as there is news. Make it quick." "Understood." Su Fan. "Humph. My only son has been slain by you. Even if you have reincarnated, I will drag you out and refine you for 10,000 years. Before the wheel of reincarnation, everyone wore serious expressions, staring intently at the wheel, which was fluctuating intensely and radiating light, with even a single soul unable to enter. "Notify the Judgment Department. Do not send souls to the wheel of reincarnation for now," King Qin Guang said with a sullen expression. Although they did not know what was happening inside the wheel, they felt that this incident was likely related to Su Fan. This dogged fellow always has to stir up trouble wherever he goes. Within the wheel of reincarnation, it was eerie and frightening, not at all the splendid sight as rumored. Even when the path of humanity was opened, that rich celestial energy and rosy light appeared dim and dull within this eerie and vast passage. Su Fan looked around into the void, feeling as if time and space were distorting with a light approaching from a distance. "Perhaps I am about to be born soon," Su Fan mused to himself. At this moment, the light became increasingly brilliant, even blinding his eyes. Finally, colorful clouds rose around him, dazzling and unparalleled, as a white figure came into view. It was a hazy figure, indistinct in form, but judging from her curvaceous silhouette, she was undoubtedly a breathtaking beauty. "Could this be my mother, whom I will meet in my next life?" Su Fan thought. He observed her, seeing that she was surrounded by overwhelming light, seemingly transformed into chains that fell from the void, as if binding her. Though bound, her movements appeared quite free. Looking at the massive chains of principles, Su Fan felt a chill. Each one seemed deep and terrifying like karma itself. If you wish to call me mother, you may. At that moment, the figure spoke, a smile playing on her lips. Su Fan was taken aback. No. How can you hear me? Am I not in your womb? Su Fan exclaimed. Womb? The figure appeared surprised. Not at all. You are still within reincarnation. Still in reincarnation. Then who are you? Why are you also in reincarnation? The figure smiled slightly, not answering, but gazing at Su Fan, her beautiful eyes unfathomably deep, seemingly containing the stars of the universe, dazzling and extraordinary. I have been observing you for a long time. At this moment, the woman spoke again. Observing me for a long time. Su Fan's heart stirred with a faint suspicion. You are very special. Over the years, no ghost officer has been like you. Even your entry into reincarnation to see me is because I have arranged it. What? Su Fan was taken aback. So it was this woman who arranged for him to enter reincarnation. Why did she want to harm him? In the realm of reincarnation, many ghost messengers had already departed, while those who remained, the deities of the underworld and the Tathagata from the Buddhist sect, looked gravely at the reincarnation gate. The reincarnation gate glowed, emanating a terrifying aura that no one could approach. Even Ming Nu, the head of the reincarnation division, wore a solemn expression, unable to come close. Deep within the cycle of reincarnation, violent fluctuations occurred, with overwhelming merit and fortune permeating the air. Massive chains of fate descended from a mysterious space, enveloping the surroundings. A mysterious woman stood in the void, surrounded by blooming Dao flowers, hazy and ethereal, exuding an unparalleled sanctity. Su Fan was utterly shocked. He never expected that his entry into reincarnation today was orchestrated by this woman. Why do you want to harm me? Su Fan asked. Harm you? The woman smiled slightly and shook her head, saying, I did not harm you. If I hadn't intervened, the Tathagata of the Buddhist sect would definitely not allow you to reincarnate. They would likely suppress you forever. Tathagata. Su Fan's lips twitched as he looked at the woman with increasing wariness. Did this mean she was helping him? Then how did you intervene? If I'm not mistaken, these massive chains beside us are likely those terrifying karmic chains trapping you. Indeed, you are quite perceptive, the woman responded. However, even if I am bound by karma and unable to escape this cycle of reincarnation, there is nothing I cannot accomplish within this underworld. Upon hearing this, Su Fan became even more certain of his guess. According to rumors in the underworld, the Saintess Pingshin had been missing for many years, which had caused the underworld status in the three realms to steadily decline. If he was correct, this woman was likely the Saintess Pingshin of the underworld. But why was she helping him? Because I want to see you, so I had no choice but to let you enter reincarnation. The woman smiled knowingly at Su Fan, as if she could see straight into his heart. See me. I wrote a few words in the minds of Tathagata and Zhang Xin, compelling them subconsciously to reincarnate you. What did you write? To be sent into reincarnation. Hearing this, Su Fan's expression changed dramatically. This method was terrifying. To write a few words in someone else's mind could compel them to act accordingly. If one wrote seeking death with all one's heart in someone else's mind, could it not lead to their invisible demise? Su Fan grew increasingly wary of the woman before him. You must have guessed who I am by now, the woman continued. I know a little. To know is to know, and not to know is to not know. What does a little even mean? I know. Su Fan replied solemnly. Indeed, I am Hota, currently referred to as the Saintess Pingshin in the underworld. The mysterious woman revealed her identity. I have been observing you for a long time. I have witnessed everything you have done in the underworld and the mortal realm, including how you killed the underworld's lord, how you slayed the disciples of the chaining sect, and how you eliminated the disciples of the Buddhist sect. I have seen it all clearly. Su Fan's face changed abruptly, not because he was concerned about the Saintess Pingshin witnessing his killings, but rather whether she had also seen what happened with the 5 Yasha princesses in his tomb. Your Highness, may I ask if you also saw what transpired in my palace? What do you think? The Saintess Pingshin replied with a slight smile. Su Fan suddenly felt embarrassed, lowering his head and saying nothing. All right, I am not interested in such matters. As a ghost messenger, you uphold justice and maintain the laws of the underworld. I am very pleased. These are the duties of a humble servant. Duties, eh? Which ghost messenger in the underworld does not have such duties? However, they have all become lost. It is no wonder I was once schemed against by those few trapped in this cycle of reincarnation, and my underworld has indeed fallen. Schemed against. Su Fan's expression changed. The Saintess Pingshin had transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, yet had already achieved sainthood. In this world, it was likely only saints could scheme against him. But he did not know which saints they were. What are you guessing? The Saintess Pingshin suddenly spoke, waving her hand, causing the surrounding chains to rattle and obscure the area. Whether you have guessed who it is or not, you must not speak their names. Although we are deep within the cycle of reincarnation, shrouded by its power, their strength cannot be underestimated. If you utter their names, it may draw their attention. With your current strength, it would be difficult for you to bear such consequences. Upon hearing this, Su Fan's expression changed, and he quickly nodded. One must not speak the names of saints. It seemed this warning was not unfounded. Since even the Saintess Pingxin said, so it must indeed be true. My brothers have all been schemed against and killed. In order to save my witch clan, I transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, but unexpectedly, I was still schemed against. One day I will make them understand that although my brothers are gone, I Pingxin am still not someone they can bully. Is it not just the coveted merit within my underworld's reincarnation? Do they not all wish to meddle in reincarnation? But can I allow them to have their way? The Saintess Pingxin's eyes were deep, within which Tao flowers bloomed, as if the 3,000 great worlds were rising and falling. The stars in the universe were in motion, dazzling and splendid. Su Fan remained silent. Although the Saintess Pingxin spoke calmly, he could sense the profound sorrow deep within her heart. Your Highness, may I ask what I can do? You are the only ghost messenger I cannot see through. Behind you I see a desolate expanse devoid of life, like an endless ghostly abyss, chillingly terrifying. Even I cannot see it clearly. I have a feeling that you are akin to the Heavenly King of the Underworld, born in response to the world's needs. Heavenly King of the Underworld. Su Fan was taken aback. If these words had come from someone else, he would have scoffed. What Heavenly King of the Underworld? He was merely on a mission. But hearing it from the Saintess Pingxin made him ponder deeply. Could it be that he truly was born in response to the world's needs, bearing a mission? Your Highness, this humble servant does not understand the meaning of your words, Su Fan said respectfully. The Saintess Pingxin smiled, as if a dark flower were blooming. She was hazy and dreamlike, and at this moment her gentle smile dimmed the entire world. The Heavenly King of the Underworld, the Sovereign of the Underworld. In the vast primordial world and countless minor worlds, all souls heed the King's command, and all living beings have orders from the King after death. Su Fan's expression changed. This power was considerable. However, you are still weak and need to be tempered before you can shoulder such a burden. Su Fan nodded. The universe is vast and dark. All beings return to the realm of the dead. Do you understand? The Saintess Pingxin gazed at Su Fan. Su Fan was deeply shocked. Although the Saintess Pingxin spoke calmly, her words contained an air of who else but me. The universe is vast and dark. All beings return to the realm of the dead. So what does the Heavenly Court's Buddhist sect amount to? Your Highness Pingxin, if the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court and the Tathagata of the Buddhist sect have exhausted their fates, can they be drawn back? Do you not often say, the living belong to the young, the dead return to the Een? If their fates are exhausted, their souls return to the underworld. Do you think it can be done? Just a Taoist boy, just a traitor. Nothing remarkable. The Saintess Pingxin said calmly, her voice. As the serene voice of the Empress Pingxin echoed, Su Fan felt a wave of numbness wash over him. In the current three realms, the two individuals with the highest status were, in the eyes of the Empress Pingxin, utterly insignificant. A Taoist boy. A traitor. If these words were to reach the ears of those two, what would they think? Su Fan worked diligently. This vast and desolate underworld will be yours in the future. At this moment, the voice of the Empress Pingxin sounded again. Su Fan was momentarily taken aback, deep in thought. Your Majesty, my current strength is weak. I fear I am not fit for such a great responsibility. I never said you had to command the underworld right now, Su Fan said, sneaking a glance at the Empress Pingxin. If she could bestow upon him a saintly artifact, he would surely prosper. Su Fan was momentarily stunned. Keep those little thoughts to yourself. Since I have entrusted this to you, would I not treat you fairly? The Empress Pingxin smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Su Fan's heart filled with joy. The Empress Pingxin was a saint of the underworld. If she intervened, it would surely be extraordinary. After the Empress Pingxin spoke, she pointed at Su Fan's forehead. Suddenly, a surge of information was imprinted upon Su Fan's true spirit. The Yellow Springs realm. Su Fan was shocked. This divine ability is one I comprehended when I transcended into a saint during the cycle of reincarnation. If cultivated to its utmost, the entire world will become your Tao field, transforming into the Yellow Springs realm, where you will stand invincible. So powerfully. Su Fan was astonished, but he believed that with the Fighting Saint technique he could easily. Though the Fighting Saint technique is formidable back, then the demon ancestor Lu was merely a quasi saint. Techniques created by quasi saints have little effect against saintly laws. However, it might help you comprehend it more quickly. Su Fan nodded. Since the Fighting Saint technique had little effect on saintly laws, he wouldn't need to worry about it. Better to use evolution points to enhance it directly. Alright, you may leave now. What you witnessed here today must not be spoken of to anyone else, otherwise those few will sense it. The Empress Pingxin said, and with a wave of her jade hand Su Fan flew toward the outside of the reincarnation gate. Accompanying him was a token and a black chain. Take this token, you do not reveal it unless absolutely necessary, or it may bring disaster. As for this chain, it was forged by my own hand, its power is considerable, and you shall use it to collect souls in the future. As the Empress Pingxin finished speaking, a chain and a token appeared in Su Fan's hand. The token was pitch black and icy to the touch, adorned with mysterious patterns that resembled the lines of the Tao, enigmatic and unfathomable, its material unknown. 2 large characters were inscribed upon it, shimmering with light, as if containing the principles of a saint, making it difficult to gaze directly upon. Pingxin. This is the token of Empress Pingxin. Su Fan's expression changed. Given the Empress Pingxin's status in the underworld, encountering this token was akin to meeting the Empress herself. However, since she instructed him not to reveal the token unless absolutely necessary, it seemed she feared being spied upon. She was currently trapped in reincarnation, likely the result of schemes by other saints. If those saints learned that he had obtained the Empress Pingxin's token, they would surely take action against him. Thinking of this, Su Fan's hand glowed, and he refined the token, hiding it within his body. Then he gazed at the black chain in his hand, which emitted a chilling light. At first glance, it appeared to be a regular soul-collecting chain, but upon closer inspection it felt unlike an ordinary soul-collecting chain. For some reason, Su Fan sensed that this chain could perhaps even collect the souls of great Luo golden immortals. Ordinary soul-collecting chains would struggle to bear the immense power of such a being. Even if the opponent's life essence was exhausted, an ordinary soul-collecting chain would still find it difficult to snatch their primordial spirit. I wonder if it can collect the soul of a quasi-saint. If it can, it would be perfect. Su Fan mused to himself, his soul swiftly traversing the path of reincarnation, flying toward the outside of the reincarnation gate. Beyond the gate, the crowd remained solemn, their gazes fixed on the reincarnation gate. Meng knew with such a commotion, could it really be Su Fan causing this? I can't believe he could create such a stir within the reincarnation gate. At this moment, King Qin Guang Jiang Xian looked grave, glancing at Meng Nu, who stood beside the reincarnation gate. A trace of worry crossed Meng Nu's stunning face as she sighed, saying, King Qin Guang, do you believe me when I say, I don't know? King Qin Guang remained silent. I have presided over the reincarnation department for many years, aside from that one incident years ago. Meng Nu suddenly paused. What happened back then? King Qin Guang's eyes flashed as he abruptly turned to Meng Nu. Although they were both kings of the 10 halls, when it came to familiarity with reincarnation aside from the Empress Pingxin, Meng Nu was the most knowledgeable. It cannot be spoken of. Upon hearing this, King Qin Guang's expression changed, and he did not press further, but it seemed to be related to the saints. In the distance, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's eyes shone with a flicker of Buddha light as he keenly observed the reincarnation gate. He did not know how he had clumsily agreed to reincarnate Su Fan today. However, now the strange phenomenon at the reincarnation gate left him with an unsettling feeling. Damn it, what exactly is Su Fan up to? Hurry up and rest in peace. I'm getting anxious. He Wuchang felt a twitch in his eyelid. Not just He Wuchang, but all the ghost messengers felt uneasy. The phenomenon at the reincarnation gate made them anxious, fearing that Su Fan might suddenly emerge from reincarnation. Su Fan had done too many outrageous things. Just as everyone was worried, the overwhelming fluctuations above the reincarnation gate suddenly weakened considerably. The dazzling light suddenly dispersed, gradually returning to tranquility. The crowd was taken aback, looking toward the reincarnation gate only to see that it had returned to normal, just as it had been before. The commotion is gone. King Qin Guang and others sighed in relief. What was the reason for that earlier fluctuation? King Qin Guang Jiang Xian looked at Meng Nu. Meng Nu shook her head, saying, I don't know. King Qin Guang's expression was filled with doubt. He always felt that Meng Nu seemed to know something. On the bridge of forgetfulness, Su Fan had consumed so much Mengpa soup before being sent into reincarnation by Meng Nu. This matter itself was suspicious, yet Meng Nu had said nothing. If she claimed to know nothing, King Qin Guang would not believe it. Meng Nu, can you really not say anything? King Qin Guang Jiang Xin asked gravely. It cannot be spoken of. Meng Nu smiled, gently saying, King Qin Guang, since all is well now, I shall begin to reincarnate these souls. However, the bridge of forgetfulness is blocked. Jiang Xian nodded, then waved his hand, saying, everyone disperse. He led the way as he walked away. As more souls entered reincarnation, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The reincarnation gate had ultimately returned to normal, and Su Fan must have been reincarnated by now. Order everyone to immediately investigate where Su Fan has reincarnated. At this moment Ksitigarbha looked towards several younger disciples of the Buddhist sect behind him. Now all the Buddhist arhats in the underworld had been suppressed by him, leaving only these juniors who could be of use. Seventh brother, he has indeed left. Sai, why does my heart feel so empty? Hey, Wuchang said. Let's go have a drink. Finally, this lord has been reincarnated, and now I can rest easy. With the death of the Scroll King, the soul collection department is clear. Some ghost messengers expressed their excitement. Sai, that moment earlier scared me to death. I feared that the Scroll King would not be able to reincarnate. Everyone was jubilant. Su Fan's successful reincarnation brought them great joy. Boom. Just as the crowd was rejoicing, a terrifying power suddenly erupted from the reincarnation gate once more. It was as if some overwhelming fluctuation was brewing, laden with rich merits about to burst forth. What is happening? Everyone's hearts trembled as they abruptly turned around to look at the reincarnation gate. They saw the gate glowing with terrifying fluctuations radiating outward and brilliant light enveloping the entire reincarnation gate. The fluctuations within grew nearer, as if something was about to burst forth from the reincarnation gate. Is the reincarnation gate about to spit something out? Everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be that the Scroll King was reincarnated and the reincarnation gate is disgustedly expelling him? The fluctuations of the wheel of reincarnation grew increasingly intense, causing the many spirits to change their expressions. It felt as if something within the wheel was about to emerge. King Qin Guang Jiangxian stood on the opposite bank of the Underworld River, his eyes unfathomably deep. This wave of energy was even more shocking than before, stirring a sense of unease within him, as if someone intended to swim against the current of reincarnation. Not just him, even the Black and White Impermanence, as well as the Earth Store, felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. In such a mysterious place as the six paths of reincarnation, how could any being swim against the current and break free from reincarnation? Could it be that Su Fan has returned again? At this moment, a ghostly messenger trembled as he spoke. Shut your crow's mouth. That brat is already reincarnated and cannot return. The ghostly messengers of the soul-snatching department all scolded angrily, as most of them did not wish for Su Fan to return. They had had enough of living under the reign of such a tyrant. Earth Store Bodhisattva, could it be that King Qin Guang of the Underworld does not truly intend for Su Fan to reincarnate, and is merely pretending, allowing him to take a tour through reincarnation before returning? A disciple of Buddhism spoke in a trembling voice. Impossible. In a place like the six paths of reincarnation, even a Kwasa saint cannot say they can go and return. Jiang Xian does not have that ability, let alone allowing a small ghost at the golden immortal level to go and return. Then what is the reason? What is it that is about to burst forth from within the reincarnation? The Earth Store King's expression grew serious as he spoke solemnly. Based on my speculation, it must be that Su Fan, having committed numerous heinous acts, bears immense sins. After reincarnation, boundless merits are responding, and the wheel of reincarnation wishes to burst forth to nourish the beings of the underworld. After all, the six paths of reincarnation supplement the heavenly Tao, constantly revolving the beings of reincarnation, and within it lies immense merit. Now that this great evil ghost Su Fan has been reincarnated, it is likely that the merit within is full and needs to overflow a portion. If you come closer, if genuine merit bursts forth, you can also receive the baptism of merit and bathe in its glory, allowing you to quickly reach the level of Arhat. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several Buddhist disciples brightened as they squeezed forward. Hey, what are you pushing for? Complained a ghostly messenger ahead. My compassion as a Buddhist, the wheel of reincarnation is acting strangely. We need to observe for a while, said a Buddhist disciple compassionately. Damn it, not a single hair to see. What can you perceive? The ghostly messenger silently cursed, then shifted back. Finally, several Buddhist disciples squeezed to the front, their faces full of hope as they gazed at the wheel of reincarnation. After all, merit is a precious thing. If, as the Earth Store Bodhisattva said, merit is about to burst forth from within the reincarnation, the Buddhist sect would certainly benefit. Brothers, over a dozen arhats of our Buddhist sect have weak wills, misled by evildoers, and have defected from the sect. Now the Earth Store Bodhisattva has no arhats under his command. If we can leverage this merit to make a breakthrough, perhaps we could become arhats in the future. A Buddhist disciple said, is the merit really about to burst forth from within the six paths of reincarnation? Since the Earth Store Bodhisattva has said it, it must be true. Are you doubting the Earth Store Bodhisattva? Not at all. However, if merit is about to burst forth, why aren't these small ghosts of the underworld moving closer? These underworld ghosts, how could they possibly understand the realm of the Earth Store King? They must have been frightened silly, as evidenced by their solemn expressions. Several young Buddhist disciples whispered among themselves. Boom. At that moment, the fluctuations above the wheel of reincarnation grew increasingly intense. The vast power within surged, causing all souls to halt their reincarnation as they were pushed aside by several guardians of reincarnation. Boom. A tremendous wave of energy burst forth from the wheel of reincarnation, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically, especially the few Buddhist disciples who were utterly exhilarated. It's coming, it's really coming. Amid their excitement, a terrifying figure was expelled from the wheel of reincarnation. Bang! With a loud crash, this figure directly sent the few excited young Buddhist disciples flying. The force of the impact was terrifying, causing their physical bodies to collapse, leaving only their confused primordial spirits drifting in the void. Damn it! Has the merit become so dense? It's taken on a human form. The primordial spirits of the several Buddhist disciples were bewildered, glancing around. When they finally saw that figure, they were completely stunned. Isn't this the evil ghost, Su Fan, who was just sent into reincarnation? He has transformed into merit. No, what nonsense merit this is, Su Fan. He has truly been expelled by the wheel of reincarnation. Earth Store Bodhisattva, this evil ghost has committed unspeakable sins. Even reincarnation detests him, truly disgusting enough to expel him. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, staring at Su Fan, who was expelled by the wheel of reincarnation, each one of them speechless. What on earth is happening? For thousands of years, for millions of years, there has never been a report of anyone being expelled after entering reincarnation. He. Black Impermanence's face was filled with astonishment as he looked at Su Fan, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. Damn it, he really came out. White Impermanence was equally stunned, his mouth agape, as if it could fit a donkey's egg. Goodness, Su Fan is remarkable. King Qin Guangjiangzin's eyes erupted with light, filled with horror, as he gazed at Su Fan's figure. Goddess Ming's expression changed, revealing surprise, but then she coughed lightly and quickly pretended to be shocked. This little ghost can drink a dozen bowls of Mangpa soup. Indeed, he is extraordinary. It's over, the tyrant has returned, and even reincarnation will not accept him. The heavens can't tolerate this. The ghostly messengers were in great pain, shaking their heads repeatedly, almost bursting into tears. They could imagine that with the tyrant's return, the days ahead would likely be dark and brutal, and the tyrant would only become more ruthless. Compared to those grieving, ghostly messengers, the angriest was the Earth Store King. He glared at Su Fan's figure, his eyes nearly bursting with flames, as this disrespectful little ghost of the Buddhist sect had returned. What on earth is he? Why can he return even after entering reincarnation? Earth Store Bodhisattva, it's him. He is not merit. He is an evil ghost. At this moment, a shrill voice rang out, and the Buddhist disciples finally reacted. Shut up. Do you think I don't know he is an evil ghost? The Earth Store was enraged. Woo-woo. Several Buddhist disciples felt wronged, thinking, if you knew, would we have lost our physical bodies? Evil ghost, quickly tell me, which great calamity have you reincarnated from? Are you here to destroy the three realms? The Earth Store was furious, directly placing this big hat on Su Fan's head. Old bald donkey, who are you? What a big hat. Su Fan was enraged. He had just managed to return to life, and this old bald donkey wanted to harm him again. The Earth Store snorted coldly, reaching out a hand to grab Su Fan. Since one reincarnation can't deal with you, then two. If two doesn't work, then three. I refuse to believe that this great sinning evil ghost cannot be reincarnated. The Earth Store knew very well that such an evil ghost could not continue to stay in the underworld. He intended to personally throw him into the wheel of reincarnation. Earth Store, do you still wish to act ruthlessly in my wheel of reincarnation? A cold voice rang out, and around Goddess Ming ghostly flowers bloomed. She raised her jade hand, and a wave of power spread forth, with ribbons dancing, instantly reaching out and binding the Earth Store's arm. The fluctuations above were intense, the Tao radiated, and light flowed. Reincarnation is the foundation of the underworld. You are not qualified to interfere. Goddess Ming's expression was icy as she glared at the Earth Store. Before the wheel of reincarnation, Ming Nu's body radiated with intense fluctuations, the Tao spreading forth as mysterious nether flowers bloomed in the void, exuding an enigmatic aura. Her expression was cold as she gazed at the Dizong, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. Dizong, your reach is too long. If it were in Fengdu City across the Nether River, I Ming Nu would not wish to interfere. But to covet the wheel of reincarnation, you are not yet qualified. If you dare overstep, I will make you understand why the nether flowers are so red. Ming Nu's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, Dizang's expression changed. He radiated Buddha light, breaking free from Ming Nu and retreating backwards. In this underworld, there were few whom Dizong feared. There was no need for further words about Lady Pingxin. He naturally feared her. Aside from her, there were the 9 ghost emperors of the 5 directions. It is said that they were the first to follow Lady Pingxin, possessing immense strength. However, now they were stationed at the Ghost Gate, hardly moving from their posts. As long as he did not provoke them at the Ghost Gate, it would be fine. As for the 10 Yama Kings and the 10 Great Yin Generals, Dizong did not care. They all had divine positions in the underworld. If he considered the big picture, they would not dare to tear their faces with him. But there was only one ghost he did not dare provoke. That was Meng Pameng Wuyo, who guarded the Bridge of Helplessness. The specifics of this woman's strength were unclear. At first glance, she seemed to be on par with him. But when one fought against her, one would realize the terror of the opponent. Moreover, as the ghostly envoy closest to Lady Pingxin, Meng Nu also had her trump cards. As for what those trump cards were, Dizong did not know. After all, as the overseer of reincarnation in this underworld, her understanding of it was far deeper than theirs. She may have already glimpsed the mysteries of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation, regarded as the most mysterious place in the 3 realms today, is greatly coveted by both the Buddhist and Taoist sects, as well as those rebellious rogue cultivators. However, with Meng Nu guarding the reincarnation, there had never been a mistake. After all, those saints would not lower themselves to intervene directly. At most, they would scheme in the shadows. Meng Nu, do you know what you were saying? Dizong Wang Bodhisattva's face darkened as he looked at Meng Nu. Dressed in white, Meng Nu stood on the Bridge of Helplessness, quietly gazing at Dizong. Behind him were 4 ancient guardians of reincarnation, adorned in battle armor and wielding long spears, fearsome and terrifying. Each of them was a fierce deity, their ghostly chi rising, their expressions unfriendly as they looked at Dizong. Of course I know what I am saying. Do you know what you are doing? Meng Nu spoke, her face calm, her eyes seemingly blooming with nether flowers, exuding an intimidating aura. You should be very clear about what reincarnation represents. If you dare to step further, I will immediately annihilate you. Upon hearing this, Dizong Wang's expression drastically changed, and even the 10 Yama Kings reacted. They all understood Dizong Wang's status in the underworld as he represented the Buddhist sect. In today's underworld, aside from Meng Nu, there was no one else who could dare say they would annihilate him. Even the 10 Yama Kings would not dare to make such claims. Everything must be for the greater good. Meng Nu, you are quite audacious. Dizong said, his tone grim. Within this underworld, even the 10 Yama Kings had to give him face. Yet a mere reincarnation overseer like you dares to speak so wildly. You can try. Meng Nu's expression remained calm as she stood on the Bridge of Helplessness, her white clothes fluttering, exuding infinite grace. Dizong's expression was uncertain. He had no confidence facing Meng Nu. Moreover, behind him stood 4 ancient guardians of reincarnation. These figures were not to be underestimated. They were beings from the ancient times. Later, after Hutu transformed her flesh and blood into reincarnation, these 4 followed her to guard the entrance to reincarnation. Seeing Dizong's silent, King Qin Guang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They were truly afraid of a fight breaking out. If Meng Nu truly annihilated Dizong, dealing with the Buddhist sect's reprisal would be difficult for them. Su Fan looked at the two confronting each other, feeling tumultuous inside. He had never imagined that the Meng Nu guarding the Bridge of Helplessness would be so fierce and domineering. Even the representative of the Buddhist sect, Dizong, was shaken. Su Fan had a feeling that if the saints behind the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect were removed from the equation, the strength of the underworld might not be inferior to theirs. Even if Lady Pingxin was trapped within the wheel of reincarnation, the many powerful beings of the underworld were certainly not afraid of the heavenly court or the Buddhist sect. Unfortunately, Lady Pingxin had been trapped at the wheel of reincarnation for a long time and had not shown. After the Fengshen War, the underworld was incorporated into the heavenly court, and they did not dare to voice their dissatisfaction. This ghost has violated many precepts of our Buddhist sect, killed our arhats, and has caused over a dozen of our arhat disciples to be bewitched and defect from the Buddhist sect, harboring ill intentions. This crime is too great. If he cannot reincarnate, this poor monk can only take him back to Lingshan for our Buddha to decide his fate. Finally, Dizong spoke, still unyielding. Dizong, do not act unreasonable. Su Fan has already drunk the Mengpa soup and entered reincarnation, which counts as cleansing his sins. What more do you want? Heaven has the virtue of nurturing life. You Buddhist teachings must have spoken of this, right? King Qin Guangjiang Xin said, his expression grim. Another lecture on Buddhist teachings. Dizong was nearly choked with rage. How did King Qin Guang know so much about Buddhist teachings? Dizong Wang did not respond to King Qin Guang's words, but instead said pointedly, drank the Mengpa soup. Who knows if it's really Mengpa soup? If it's real, come over and try it. Meng Nu extended her hand to take a bowl of soup, looking at Dizong. Here, drink it. Dizang's expression changed, and he could not help but take a half step back. How could he dare to drink it? Drinking it would mean the end. What? Afraid to drink? Meng Nu put away the Meng Pa soup, smiling gently. Meng knew there is no need to provoke this poor monk. Dizong Wang snorted coldly. Then he continued, if this Meng Pa soup is real, then Su Fan could drink dozens of bowls and still remain in his senses. I suspect he is a reincarnation of an unparalleled demon with great schemes in mind. Dizong, you are truly shameless, twisting logic one after another. Hey, Wu Chang shouted angrily. Su Fan too looked at Dizong with great interest, slowly saying, Dizong, if I am an unparalleled demon, you are probably an unparalleled lecher. Seeing how beautiful Meng Nu is, you keep trying to find conversation to flirt with her. Aren't you ashamed? Truly, this is someone who has no respect for their age. Hey, Wu Chang also rolled his eyes. Pu. Hearing this, Dizong almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. By good. Meng Nu, did you hear that? How despicable this evil ghost is. If he is not a reincarnation of an unparalleled demon, what is he? Dizong exclaimed. Despicable. I actually feel he is right. Meng Nu chuckled. Are you implying that I am a reincarnation of an unparalleled lecher? Dizang's face had darkened to an almost dripping point. Not at all. Meng Nu smiled gracefully like blooming nether flowers as she looked at Su Fan and said, I say he is right in his second statement. Humph. Dizong snorted, unwilling to continue this entanglement, and said in a low voice, I want him to stand before the 3 live stone, reflecting on 3 lifetimes. If he is not an unparalleled demon in all 3 lifetimes, then this matter ends here. If he is an unparalleled demon, I must take him back to Lingshan for my Buddha to enlighten him. Before the bridge of Niha, Dizong spoke with unwavering determination. He had to uncover Su Fan's past and future, for otherwise, with Su Fan's knack for causing trouble, Dizang's heart would remain uneasy. Who knows when it might be his turn to face misfortune again? This was very likely. Dizong, you're going a bit too far. Oh, anyone's 3 lives and 3 worlds are their personal privacy and not something that should be casually revealed to others. Unless the other party actively requests it, one cannot force others to pry into their affairs. If you have the ability, deduce it yourself. King Qin Guang Jiang Xin said with a sullen expression. Upon hearing this, Dizang's expression darkened. If he could deduce it, why would he go through so much trouble? King Qin Guang, you should know this matter is of great importance to my Buddhist sect. I must see it. If it comes to that, should I have the Buddha Tathagata come down to explain it to you? King Qin Guang's face darkened. This bald monk had once again invoked the Tathagata. In today's world, aside from the sages, the Jade Emperor of Heaven and the Tathagata of Buddhism are the 2 highest figures. Dizang's comfortable position in the underworld is due to his backing by the Tathagata. And behind the Tathagata stands the sages. As for Jiang Xin, he had also enjoyed glory before thanks to the support of Lady Pingxin. But now he was left with nothing but solitude. King Qin Guang, if he wants to see it, let him see it. Just as King Qin Guang was in a difficult position, Meng Nu spoke up. However, I'm merely suggesting this. I only handle matters on the side of the River of Oblivion. As for the other side, it's up to you, King Qin Guang. Then she looked at Su Fan and asked, Su Fan, you have no objections, right? After saying this, she winked at him. Su Fan was momentarily stunned, then laughed heartily and said, a true man stands tall and fears nothing. There's nothing that cannot be seen. Only those bald monks shrink back, full of knowledge, yet failing to act on it. Come on. Su Fan called out to Dizong Bodhisattva. Oomph. Dizong Bodhisattva snorted coldly and strode towards the 3 live stone. King Qin Guang wanted to say something more, but since Meng Nu had spoken, he had nothing left to say. In name, he was the leader of the 10 halls of Yama with jurisdiction over the 6 divisions of the underworld. Even though Meng Nu could be considered his subordinate, King Qin Guang did not dare to treat her as such. It was well known that Meng Nu guarded the bridge of Niha and controlled reincarnation, having been trained by Lady Pingxin herself. Their relationship was not ordinary, despite Jiang Xin being the head of the 10 halls of Yama in this Fengdu city where the great emperor of Fengdu had not yet returned. He was truly the one in charge. However, there were still some people in the underworld that he could not control. As for Dizong the bald monk, he was obviously beyond his jurisdiction, being a pawn of the Buddhist sect placed in the underworld. Additionally, the several ghost emperors guarding the Ghost Gate were also beyond his authority to command. Those few only reported to Lady Pingxin. The last one was Meng Nu, also known as Meng Wuyo from the Reincarnation Division. He did not dare to manage Meng Nu and would even consider her opinions seriously at times. For instance, like now, Meng Nu suggested allowing Su Fan to reflect on the 3 lives. Although he was not entirely in agreement, he eventually nodded. Meng Nu, we both know Su Fan is extraordinary. If he truly reflects on the 3 lives and discovers something, what should we do then? I don't know. Meng Nu shook her head. King Qin Guang's mouth twitched as he said, isn't that a joke? Indisputable. Meng Nu smiled slightly. King Qin Guang was completely speechless and did not say anything more. At this moment, Su Fan and Dizong had already arrived before the 3 live stone. Looking at the smooth stone that resembled a mirror, Dizong snorted and said, evil spirit Su Fan, stand before the stone. Su Fan remained calm, not speaking. In truth, he did not even know whether he was truly the reincarnation of a great calamity. However, since even Lady Pingxin could not see through him, it was likely that even the reflection of the 3 lives would reveal nothing. Wait. At this moment, Meng Nu spoke again. She looked at Dizong Bodhisattva and asked, Dizong, what if this Su Fan does not reflect anything? Dizong fell silent and did not respond. I will make a decision for you. If he is truly the reincarnation of a supreme calamity, you shall take him back to the Buddhist sect. If he reflects nothing, then the grievances between your sect and him shall be wiped clean. It's settled then. Dizong still did not speak, but Meng Nu's words were correct. If Su Fan truly reflected nothing, he had no reason to pursue the matter further. He had killed the Buddhist sect's Arhut and sent their disciples into reincarnation, and the underworld had indeed acted according to what he said. Yet the reincarnation gate unexpectedly spat him back out. This was something no one had anticipated. He could tell that even King Qin Guang was astonished. Finally, Dizong looked at Meng Nu and said, if that is truly the case, this old monk will no longer pursue it. Su Fan, you may go, Meng Nu said. Upon hearing this, Su Fan nodded and walked towards the 3 live stone. Meng Nu, what do you know? Can you tell me? Jiang Xian once again transmitted his voice, feeling very uneasy. Meng Nu seemed to know everything, which made him curious about Su Fan even more. Indisputable. Meng Nu smiled gracefully, repeating the same words. This almost made Jiang Xian spit blood. Meng Nu definitely knew something. If even the Tathagata cannot see anything, what can this 3 live stone possibly reveal? Meng Nu smiled, standing on the bridge of Naiha, leaning against the railing, quietly watching Su Fan. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Fan had reached the 3 live stone. The stone glowed and strands of light enveloped the surroundings. Mysterious laws began to rise and swirl above the 3 live stone. Soon dazzling laws enveloped Su Fan, and a faint image appeared on the 3 live stone. Suyi, do you like me, or do you prefer Xiao Chui? In a room, a flamboyantly dressed woman rested her arm on Su Fan's neck, speaking softly. Haha, I like both. Su Fan reached out and gently flicked the woman's nose. Actually, I prefer that lady downstairs who sells pancakes. If you like her, go for it. With your wealth, who wouldn't be tempted? No way, oh, I Suyi am not that kind of person. I never force others, nor would I take someone else's beloved. I'm just waiting for that pancake seller to pass away. You really know how to joke. She is in her prime. How could she suddenly pass away? You know nothing. I've consulted a fortune teller. That pancake seller's lifespan is nearing its end. The woman giggled and then blew out the candle. Suyi, I've been serving you for 2 years now. When will you help me buy my freedom and take me to your home to buy your freedom? No, that would ruin the fun. The images on the 3 live stone flickered continuously, showing nothing but brothels and widows' doorsteps, from elegant rooms to shabby thatched houses. Su Fan's voice was like that of a woodcutter wandering between brothels and widows' doorsteps day after day. Looking at the hazy images on the 3 live stone, Meng Nu gritted her teeth and shot Su Fan a glare, almost unable to resist slapping him. Daizang's expression darkened as he chanted Amitabha Buddha repeatedly. As for the other ghost officials, they all looked down on Su Fan and cursed him, wishing they could take his place. Damn it, who allowed this kind of person to be a ghost official? King Qin Guang couldn't help but curse. Behind He Wuchang, Lu Gang felt a chill down his spine, shrank his neck, and quietly stepped back. Su Fan felt very uncomfortable. He had not done any of these things, yet he was the one who had to bear the blame. When he arrived, that person was already dead and their soul had been extinguished. He just happened to take over and inherit their karma. There was no way around it. He had to take the blame. Enough. At this moment, Dizong suddenly spoke. Investigate his past and future. Looking at the images on the samsara stone, Dizong could no longer bear to watch. There was nothing remarkable about this life. The many ghost messengers felt a bit reluctant to leave, but dared not speak. As Dizong spoke, he waved his hand, and a beam of light spread over the samsara stone, directly moving to the previous life. Everyone's gaze fell on the samsara stone, although Su Fan's current life was splendid. For them, however, there was truly nothing outstanding. There was no need to pay attention. Su Fan had been able to drink dozens of bowls of Mengpa soup, and was even expelled by the gate of reincarnation. Surely he was not an ordinary person, and they wanted to see what kind of person Su Fan was in his past life. As Dizong urged the samsara stone, it began to emit light. A dazzling light shot into the sky, far more intense than the previous fluctuations. The entire realm of reincarnation was enveloped in this radiant light, magnificent beyond compare. Everyone's complexion changed drastically. It seemed that Su Fan's current life was indeed extraordinary. The significant reaction from the samsara stone must have had its reasons. Dizong frowned slightly, staring intently at the samsara stone. If he discovered any clues, he would take Su Fan away to the spirit mountain and present him to Buddha. Not just him, but the 10 Yama Kings, the Black and White Impermanence, and even many ghost messengers wore serious expressions. They understood that Su Fan's current life was definitely remarkable. The only person present with a calm expression was Meng Nu. Dressed in white gauze, she stood on the Niha bridge, her face tranquil as she quietly gazed at Su Fan. Behind her, 4 ancient guardians stood expressionless. Seeing Meng Nu so calm, King Qin Guang wanted to ask, but ultimately thought better of it. Seventh brother, could Su Fan really be the reincarnation of an unparalleled calamity? Black Impermanence asked nervously. I don't know, I hope not, otherwise we might all bear the consequences. After all, a calamity reincarnated under our jurisdiction would inevitably bring some karmic ties. Both Black and White Impermanence were tense, fixated on the samsara stone. But on the samsara stone, a hazy image flowed, yet no scene materialized. Moi. Daizang's expression changed. The samsara stone was one of the treasures of the underworld. It was on par with the reincarnation tablet, the homeward viewing platform, and the soul suppression stone, considered fundamental treasures of the underworld. But now, reflecting on the life of a wicked ghost, why was it so slow? Did not the first life appear quickly? Daizang's expression grew slightly grave, unsure of what had gone wrong. Brother, why is it so slow? Behind King Qinguang, King Chu Jiangliwen whispered, I don't know, she must know, but she won't say. King Qinguang glanced at the figure on the Niha bridge. Boom. At that moment, the samsara stone suddenly erupted with terrifying waves, and strange phenomena manifested around it. Blooms of nether flowers burst forth, within which sat numerous phantoms. All of them were celestial beings casting spells towards Su Fan. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. Such phenomena occasionally occurred, when remarkable individuals from their lifetime were reflected on the samsara stone, these anomalies would manifest. The reappearance of these anomalies was enough to prove the extraordinary nature of Su Fan's current life. Amitba. It seems the truth is revealed, Dizong murmured, holding his prayer beads and continuously reciting Buddhist scriptures. The surrounding phenomena grew increasingly intense, and in a moment the nether flowers almost filled the entire void. Countless celestial beings sat casting spells towards Su Fan. Su Fan's eyes were slightly closed. At this moment, he was completely immersed in his consciousness. He saw the fall of countless deities, the collapse of heaven and earth, and an endless sea of darkness engulfing the myriad realms. The entire world was shrouded in a thick aura of ghosts, with the rolling yellow springs extending for millions of miles. Ancient paths led to unknown places, resembling an endless abyss, terrifying to the mind. Tall ghost messengers stepped from the vast yellow springs road. Their faces were grim, and a thick aura of darkness surged around them, spreading for 30,000 miles. As the ghost messengers drew nearer, their faces were fierce, their bodies towering like mountains, holding a massive, soul-reaping rope tethering a soul. That soul was indescribable, seemingly not of this realm, immense and terrifying. After this mountain-like ghost messenger passed, more ghost messengers came walking from the rolling yellow springs road. Each was massive, robust like mountains, immensely powerful, arriving from afar to reap souls. Where is this? Su Fan murmured to himself. As he spoke, all the ghost messengers on the vast yellow springs road were taken aback, some dropping their soul-reaping ropes in shock. Souls trembled in fear. Emperor, is that you? The ghost messengers looked excitedly towards the darkened surroundings, filled with hope. Are you watching us across the river of time? Su Fan felt a headache, a surge of emotion from deep within his true spirit, his eyes gradually blurring, unable to see clearly. In front of the Niha bridge, Meng Nu frowned slightly, sensing that something was off with Su Fan at this moment. Yet she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, as if he had fallen into a deep contemplation. As Su Fan's consciousness blurred, he slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the samsara stone. It was hazy, with pathways diffusing, yet nothing materialized. There is nothing on the samsara stone, but what was the scene I just saw? Su Fan mused, trying hard to recall, but the previous images became increasingly vague. He only remembered the vast yellow springs and the towering ghost messengers. Why did I forget so quickly? Su Fan struggled to remember, but still couldn't recall. Rumble. At that moment before Su Fan, the Samsara stone suddenly erupted with overwhelming waves. An immense power surged forth, boiling the waters of the Nether River and crashing against the shores. Countless souls constrained within erupted violently, roaring with ferocity as they rushed towards the Nether River. They manifested fierce, ghostly faces, wailing mournfully. As the waters of the Nether River boiled, a terrifying pulling force erupted from within instantly, pulling these wicked ghosts back and suppressing them. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. The Samsara stone unleashed such power, causing them to be shaken to their core. After brewing for so long, it was time to reveal the scenes of 3 lifetimes. Everyone eagerly awaited looking at the Samsara stone. Bang! Just as everyone anticipated, the nether flowers around the Samsara stone suddenly exploded, and the ghostly phantoms within collapsed. They dissipated into dark energy in the void, and the fluctuations on the Samsara stone weakened. In just a moment they vanished. The Samsara stone no longer glowed, becoming incredibly dull, as if it had exhausted its power and could shatter at any moment. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Why was there no movement? They looked at the Samsara stone, all utterly bewildered. At this moment, an image appeared on the mirror-like surface of the Samsara stone, revealing several large characters. Everyone's gaze flickered, and they suddenly looked over, their eyes nearly popping out. Past and future lives, no authority to investigate. 8 large characters materialized, leaving the ghost messengers stunned. Especially Dizong, who nearly jumped up. What did it mean by past and future lives, no authority to investigate? In this world, is there a being that the Samsara stone has no authority to probe? In the realm of reincarnation, before the bridge of forgetfulness, all the ghost messengers were bewildered, staring blankly at the 3-live stone. At this moment, the 3-live stone was dim and lifeless, resembling a patron who had exhausted all his vigor, utterly deflated. The Xidagarba's expression was bleak, his entire being devoid of strength. Even the halo atop his bald head had significantly dimmed. Too much had transpired today, completely overturning his understanding. It was difficult for him to accept. Su Fan had first turned over a dozen of his Buddhist disciples, causing them to completely defect and betray the Buddhist sect. Then he consumed a dozen bowls of Mengpa soup, and in the end he was even expelled by the reincarnation gate. The most absurd part was that even the 3-live stone, a treasure filled with causality, had no authority to investigate his 3 lifetimes. This sent Xidagarba into a state of despair. However, he had just made a verbal promise that if the 3-live stone could not uncover anything, the grievances between Su Fan and the Buddhist sect would be wiped clean. Once those words were spoken, there was no turning back. Xidagarba Bodhisattva cast a dark glance at the innocent-looking Su Fan, his eyes harboring a hint of resentment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and waved his hand, summoning the few Buddhist disciples who only had their primordial spirits remaining. Xidagarba held their primordial spirits in his hands, gazing at Mengpa, and said, "Mengpa, you have won." As he spoke, he took a deep look at King Qingguang and the others, and a massive, ferocious beast flew in, carrying Xidagarba away. What? Xidagarba actually left. The numerous ghost messengers were indignant. He had not yet captured Su Fan. Now, seeing Su Fan standing here unharmed, all the messengers of the Soul Retrieval Department were filled with sorrow. Mengpa said nothing but continued to distribute Mengpa soup to the wandering souls. King Qingguang's gaze flickered, his eyes reflecting confusion as he looked at Su Fan. At this moment, he still could not understand what kind of being Su Fan was. However, he did not care about that. The most important thing was that Su Fan was safe and sound. For his underworld, this could be considered a victory over the Buddhist sect. Mengpa, farewell. King Qingguang spoke, then led the underworld's people away from the realm of reincarnation. After all, this place was where reincarnated souls resided, and their large group of righteous beings from the underworld stood here. Even without intentionally releasing pressure, it made those wandering souls tremble. Su Fan showed a look of confusion, deeply gazing at Mengpa's figure before following along. Along the way, King Qingguang turned to the other Yama Kings and asked, "What do you think of Su Fan?" "Not bad. Incomprehensible. A true cunning ghost." The Yama Kings each had their assessments. "Is he of great use?" "Indeed." King Qingguang nodded, glancing back. At this moment, He Wuchang was animatedly discussing with the Soul Retrieval Department's officials and Su Fan. "Su Fan, you really are something. Ha, even Xidagarba was messed up by you. This lord is truly delighted. You have the style of this lord in his youth." He Wuchang laughed heartily. "Su Fan, indeed impressive. At this time you have brought honor to my Soul Retrieval Department." Bai Wuchang also chuckled. "You 2 lords flatter me. Well, I merely did what I ought to do," Su Fan replied with a full smile, exuding humility. "Yes, not arrogant, nor servile, truly a great talent." "Lord, I said Su Fan would be fine." When I was sent to the mortal realm to assist him, I mentioned that Su Fan is absolutely a hero among ghosts. Su Dong spoke up. Su Dong, have some shame. At that time, when you were sent to the mortal realm to assist Su Fan, you were so frightened you nearly wet yourself. You were either complaining of headaches or back pain. If I hadn't forced you with the reincarnation gate, would you have dared to go? Haha, but I did go in the end, didn't I? At that time, I was willing to risk my ghostly life, determined to advance and retreat with Su Fan. But then I considered that if both of us fell in the mortal realm, who would serve you in the future? So for the future of my soul retrieval department, I desperately entered the ghost gate. Haha, you lad are quite the performer. Both He and Bai Wuchang laughed. Among my subordinates, Su Fan undoubtedly ranks first. Lord, that is not so. I recommended him as a ghost talent. How could he be lacking? Lu Gang chuckled. Oh, Lu Gang, have you finally come out? As they exchanged pleasantries, the other officials were left feeling uncomfortable. They were well aware of Su Fan's capabilities. Now that he had returned, wouldn't it mean their doom? This lad did not even know his origins, yet he was so enigmatic that even reincarnation could not bring him peace. Su Fan. At this moment, King Qin Guang's figure appeared before Su Fan. He was enveloped in a swirling aura of his expression stern as he looked at Su Fan. I have met King Qin Guang. He Wuchang and the numerous officials all respectfully bowed. King Qin Guang nodded, waved his hand, and asked Su Fan, was the Mengpa soup given to you by Mengpa real or fake? To be honest, King Qin Guang had no doubts about the authenticity of the Mengpa soup before. But since discovering that Mengpa seemed to know something, he had become skeptical. I am not sure. Su Fan shook his head. The Mengpa soup was indeed genuine. Su Fan could affirm this. In this world, many substances could cleanse the soul, yet none were as thorough as Mengpa soup. He had consumed a dozen bowls, thoroughly cleansing his true spirit, without a trace of blemish, perfect and flawless. Yet he could not explain why he could drink so many bowls of Mengpa soup without losing his memories. Thus he followed along with King Qin Guang's words. It seems we have all been deceived by Mengpa. King Qin Guang muttered to himself. Then what happened after you entered reincarnation? Why did you come out of reincarnation again? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed, their eyes fixed on Su Fan. They were all very curious about this matter. Su Fan's gaze flickered. He had already thought of these explanations. Clearing his throat, he began. When I entered reincarnation, a terrifying wave enveloped me. King Qin Guang, you cannot imagine how perilous it was at that time. That wave was pulling me down, and I ran for my life. In the end, after enduring countless trials and dangers, I finally escaped. That's it. That's it. Is it really that simple? You escaped from the reincarnation gate. King Qin Guang and the many ghost messengers were left speechless. Indeed, I find it quite incomprehensible as well. However, I believe it must be that the consciousness of the reincarnation gate realized how desolate my underworld is, and since I am dedicated to soul retrieval, it couldn't bear to take me away. Su Fan said earnestly. That reason seems a bit far-fetched. King Qin Guang sighed deeply and continued, however, it seems there is no better reason to find. Could it be that because I didn't forget my memories and had subjective consciousness, I could escape, eh? King Qin Guang murmured to himself. No, the power of the reincarnation gate is such that even a quasi-saint cannot escape. How could a ghost general who is only comparable to a golden immortal manage to escape? King Qin Guang, there's no need to be gloomy. In any case, Su Fan is well, and his dedication to soul retrieval makes him a rare, good ghost messenger for our underworld. He Wuchang chuckled. Indeed, our underworld truly needs such ghost messengers. You two did well managing to cultivate such a dedicated ghost messenger. I am considering promoting Su Fan. Old 7, old 8, how do you both feel about that? Promotions. Upon hearing this, He and Bai Wuchang's faces changed drastically, and they nearly exploded in anger. P.S. The King of the Scroll has returned, brother's charge. As King Qin Guang spoke, the numerous ghost messengers were bewildered. Is Su Fan getting a promotion? After a brief moment, several officials of the underworld rejoiced. One of them hurriedly exclaimed, King Qin Guang is wise. Su Fan, the officer, dedicates himself wholeheartedly to our underworld, meticulously performing his duties during soul collection and upholding the laws of the underworld without hesitation. Such ghost messengers are truly rare. If he cannot be promoted, we cannot accept it. Although the other party was King Qin Guang, the superior of their immediate superior, they were willing to take risks for the sake of Officer Wan. Even if it displeased King Qin Guang, they would bear the consequences. At worst, they would face a reduction in salary or some punishment. Compared to losing Officer Wan, these trivial matters meant nothing. Yes, King Qin Guang's Su Fan is selfless and exceptionally capable. You must promote him. Another ghost messenger quickly added. King Qingguang, not to mention anything else. The fact that Su Fan can make Dizong suffer is a tremendous achievement for our underworld. We feel inadequate in comparison. One by one the ghost messengers vied to commend Su Fan, fearing that King Qingguang might overlook his contributions. Meanwhile, the Black and White Impermanence were completely dumbfounded. You fools! Are you trying to get me killed? Shut up! Black Impermanence shouted angrily, jumping up. King Qingguang frowned and looked at Black Impermanence, saying, "Old 8, what kind of attitude is this? Is this how a supervisor treats his subordinates? King Qingguang, you wouldn't understand. These officials see you and all want to get familiar with you. They have become chatterboxes." White Impermanence quickly explained. As for Su Fan's promotion, there's no hurry for now. If he rises too quickly, I'm afraid he will become arrogant. White Impermanence stated. Indeed, King Qingguang's Su Fan has faced dangers along his journey, but it is still far from enough. He needs more training. There is a saying in the human realm, when the heavens bestow great responsibilities upon a person, they must first endure hardship, labor their muscles and bones, suffer hunger, and experience poverty. Su Fan still needs to endure training. Black Impermanence said seriously. Su Fan twitched his mouth. Were these two afraid of him taking their position? That makes sense. Let's take our time with this matter. King Qingguang said, then turned to Su Fan, saying, Su Fan, work hard, opportunities lie ahead. More training will benefit you young ghosts. Yes. Su Fan nodded. After speaking, King Qingguang's figure flickered and vanished. Black and White Impermanence sighed in relief. Black Impermanence looked at Su Fan and asked, Su Fan, we are doing this for your own good. You aren't mad at us, right? The two esteemed deities are joking. How could I be angry with you? I will surely work hard and strive for excellence in the future. Upon hearing this, the few officials behind him looked distressed, nearly at the breaking point. Lord Su, please don't work too hard anymore. I'm promising. Black and White Impermanence smiled, and then turned to Lu Gang, Su Dong, and the others, saying, Did you all hear that? From now on we must learn from Su Fan. Yes, the officials replied weakly. Subsequently, everyone dispersed. Black and White Impermanence intended to host a banquet to welcome Su Fan, but he declined. In the realm of the underworld, the world of Wanwang constantly revolved around work. After experiencing so much today, Su Fan was also tired and needed to return to rest for a while. Inside the tomb, Wen Ji and the other ghost maidens were sorrowful. After Su Fan was sent to reincarnation, they returned at the request of those ghost soldiers. At this moment, they sat anxiously in the graveyard, feeling uneasy. If Officer Su is so good, why does that old bald donkey target him? Wah! I will only follow Officer Su. If there are new officers, I will go with Officer Su. If I cannot reincarnate, then I will dissipate myself. The maidens embraced one another and cried, feeling restless. As Yiksha maidens, their fates were tragic. If they encountered a good officer, they might be very happy. But if they encountered a bad-tempered officer, it would likely be a lifetime of misery. The matter of Su Fan escaping from reincarnation was only known to a few ghost messengers present at the time and had not yet spread to Fengdu City. At that time, after Su Fan drank the Mangpa soup and entered reincarnation, some ghost messengers left. They were unaware that Su Fan had escaped again. The most anxious were several officials from the Soul Collecting Division who hurried back to the officers' cemetery, eagerly preparing ink and paper. They intended to petition Black and White Impermanence to transfer them to the 19th Division. Wang Lin, don't you dare compete with me. I am determined to secure the position of officer in the 19th Division. Chun Liang, I am also determined. The officials gathered together, arguing incessantly. It wasn't that the 19th Division was so appealing, but mainly because since Su Fan arrived, his Yiksha maidens shone every day, extraordinarily enchanting, making the other officials in their own tombs feel envious. Compared to the Yiksha maidens in their own palaces, they felt utterly dull. At this moment, with Su Fan's reincarnation, it was an opportunity for them. They all wrote application letters requesting transfers to the 19th Division. According to the rules, as long as they were transferred to the 19th Division, everything in the 19th Division would belong to them. Last time, that little brat Lu Gang took advantage of the situation, and Black and White Impermanence promoted Su Fan, which caused us great harm. Now I must inherit everything from the 19th Division. Wang Lin shouted. The officials continued to argue, and for a moment no one backed down. How about this? We go to the officers' palace of the 19th Division and ask those Yiksha maidens who they prefer. If they choose someone, the others will withdraw automatically, suggested one officer. Wang Lin and Chun Liang glanced at the other few hideous-looking officials, privately comparing themselves and feeling quite excellent, thus nodding in agreement. Subsequently, several of them walked towards Su Fan's palace. At this moment, Su Fan had already arrived at his palace. He was a bit tired. Upon seeing Su Fan's return, Mei Lan, Juju, and Wen Ji were all shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. They stared at Su Fan and trembled, saying, "Officer Su, is it really you?" "It's me," Su Fan replied. "Wah." The Yiksha maidens cried loudly, filled with sorrow. Su Fan sighed. Perhaps within this underworld, only these Yiksha maidens truly cared for him. After when Ji and the others finished crying, they pulled Su Fan towards the joyous tomb. "I am tired," Su Fan said. "Officer Su, because you are tired, we must serve you well." Chun Lan exchanged glances with the other Yiksha maidens, and together they pulled Su Fan away. Before long, the several officials arrived at Su Fan's tomb palace. The officials looked at one another and then walked directly into the palace. "Damn it, you black ghosts, don't you look at yourselves in the mirror? With your appearance, do you really think you can compete with me for the officer of the 19th Division?" Wang Lin sneered. He believed his strength was considerable and that he was a prominent figure in the soul collecting division, which gave him the courage to compete for the officer of the 19th Division. What are these guys worth? Among the many officials, they were considered the bottom. Wang Lin, that's not necessarily true. Perhaps those Yiksha maidens prefer someone like us. Let's see. Wang Lin scoffed. He then strode towards Su Fan's tomb palace with the other officials following suit, unwilling to fall behind. They couldn't believe it. Su Fan had just reincarnated, and how could Wang Lin be so certain that those Yiksha maidens would notice him? Several deities knocked on the tombstone in front of the palace, but received no response, so they barged in directly, soon entering Su Fan's mausoleum palace. The palace was filled with a dead silence, with dim light emanating from the beads on the walls. "Are the several Yasha queens there?" At this moment, Wang Lin cleared his throat and called out. No one responded. Could it be that knowing Su Fan has been reincarnated, these Yasha queens have all run away? The group began to search around. Just as they were about to enter the festive tomb, they suddenly saw a shadow appear before them. The deities were taken aback, and when they saw the shadow's face and the grim expression that seemed to be dripping with water, their expressions became fascinating. Surprise, shock, unease, and panic flooded their hearts as if they had encountered some unimaginable calamity. For a moment, they were dumbfounded. Su Fan! Wang Lin screamed, nearly wetting himself. How is this possible? A ghost! The deities were so frightened that they turned around and ran. "Stop!" Su Fan said with a dark expression, his voice low. Hearing this, the deities quickly halted and turned back, looking at Su Fan with uneasy faces. "Impossible, Su Fan, weren't you reincarnated? How did you come back?" "The cycle of reincarnation did not accept me," Su Fan replied. "Did not accept?" The deities were horrified. They had seen Su Fan consume dozens of bowls of Mangpa soup to enter the reincarnation, and now he said the reincarnation did not accept him. Isn't this truly outrageous? Even the cycle of reincarnation despises him. Countless thoughts raced through their minds, filled with regret and disappointment. No. Given the nature of this king, it was likely that they would not simply leave disappointed. "What brings you all to my palace?" At this moment, Su Fan stared intensely at the group. Under his gaze, they felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies trembling. Su Fan, weren't you just reincarnated? We came to console you, worried that your Yasha queens might be overly saddened. Wang Lin spoke. Upon hearing this, the others lost their temper. What can you even speak? You came as a group to console a widow." Su Fan's expression darkened, and he said sternly, "Su Fan, please don't misunderstand. It's just a consolation, just a consolation." Feeling Su Fan's anger, the group hurriedly explained. "I don't believe a word from you." Su Fan roared and swung a palm. The result was predictable. The group was no match for Su Fan and was thoroughly beaten. They were then extorted of their merit points and driven out of the mausoleum palace. The deities left in tears, vowing to each other that if anyone spoke of today's events, they would face the consequences. Only over 5,000 merit points. Su Fan said, feeling discontent. Name: Su Fan. Realm: Ghost, General, Golden Immortal, 530100000. Soul: Body Peak, Golden Immortal. Talent: Immortal Body, True Spirit, Unbreakable. Cultivation Method: Yu Ming Jing, Proficient, 5301000. Techniques: 7 Calamities of Ghost Gods, 3 Calamities, 5301000. Fighting Saint Law, Proficient, 5301000. Evolution Points, 530. Merit, 14,500. I currently lack merit, but evolution points are too few. I still need to work quickly, but it's a pity I couldn't get promoted today. Otherwise, with more ghostly subordinates, I could increase my evolution points faster. Su Fan murmured. My grand undertaking is yet to be achieved. My ghostly subordinates still need to work hard. Su Fan sighed. My lord, are you not finished yet? At this moment, a delicate voice came from within the festive tomb. Coming. Su Fan replied. Alas, this ghostly life is truly boring. Let's take a day off today. A day quickly passed, and Su Fan sat cross-legged atop the coffin, feeling the changes in his body. Earlier, he had begun to attempt cultivating his soul body with merit. After all, when the souls enter the soul washing pool to reshape their soul bodies, it also consumes the merit energy from the underworld. Thus, the soul body is condensed from the merit energy of the underworld. Therefore, if the soul body is damaged or cracked, the fastest method is to restore it with merit. This is significantly faster than absorbing Yin energy on his own. If merit is sufficient, it can completely strengthen the soul body. After all, combat power is not solely based on realm. The strength of the soul body, magical tools, and secret techniques also play a significant role. Surrounded by swirling Yin energy with the rich power of merit enhancing his soul body, he could clearly feel the strength of his soul body increasing. Yesterday, drinking dozens of bowls of Meng Pa soup had already made his true spirit flawless, and even his soul body had been purified. Now, with another strengthening of the soul body, he was on the verge of breaking through to the Tai golden immortal realm. Pop! Just then a light sound came from within him, and Su Fan felt as if something had been broken. His body felt filled with power. The soul body has finally broken through. Su Fan exclaimed in delight, checking his merit, which was now down to just over 1,000 points. Damn it, it's truly merit-consuming. Su Fan cursed softly. His soul body had already reached the peak of the golden immortal realm and was on the brink of breaking through. Yet this little bit consumed over 10,000 points of merit. With so much merit, if relying solely on salary, an ordinary ghost soldier would need nearly 10 years of continuous accumulation without eating, drinking, or enjoying life to gather it all. Even a deity still needs a year to accumulate it. Did I waste this in just a few hours? Su Fan felt a bit heartbroken, but upon sensing the powerful energy within his soul body, he felt it was worth it. Two things. First, I need to find ways to gain merit. Second, I need to find ways to gain evolution points. Su Fan frowned slightly, beginning to ponder strategies. Now he was only a deity with only about 200 ghost subordinates under him. Even if he didn't let them rest, gaining 5 souls a day would only yield over 10 evolution points. That's too slow. If only I had 100,000 ghostly subordinates to gather souls, that would be fast, but sadly, there are only so many positions for underworld deities. The soul gathering division only has the 4 deities of Black and White Impermanence, and though the bull-headed and horse-faced deities do not concern themselves with the matters of the division, they still occupy positions. If I were to establish a deity position, I would have to report to the heavenly court, and with the entire process it might take decades. Everything depends on oneself. If it doesn't work, I can strengthen myself and expand my 19 divisions of ghost subordinates to 1,000,000. Su Fan thought, growing more excited as he considered it. However, he wasn't sure if the 2 deities would agree. He'll ask them later. If they really disagree, he'll have to bring out the token of the Goddess of Peace. By the way, the Goddess of Peace passed down a secret technique of the Yellow Springs to me, which I haven't practiced yet. I should enhance this technique first, then oversee the ghost subordinates to gather souls and recruit more. Aren't those ghost subordinates from other divisions lazy? There are many souls they haven't gathered back. My 19 divisions will gather them for you. If other divisions can't gather souls, my 19 divisions will gather them. For souls that other divisions dare not gather, my 19 divisions will also gather. In a word, souls you can't gather, I will. Souls you can gather, I will gather too. Even if I'm not a deity, my 19 divisions alone would be enough to rival the entire soul-gathering division, and with 1,000,000 ghostly subordinates I'd be able to break through to sagehood in leisure. In a day's time, the news of Su Fan being expelled from the cycle of reincarnation swept through the underworld. Almost all the ghost messengers received this news, leaving them utterly astonished. In an instant, Su Fan's reputation soared in the underworld. It wasn't due to any heroic feats, but rather his peculiar habits became common knowledge. The 3 live stone reflected only his current life. As for his past and future lives, it had no authority to show. Yet, even just in this lifetime, his unique preferences left the ghost messengers in shock. Moreover, after Su Fan became a ghost messenger, the soul-hunting division, he was part of trembled in fear, causing many ghost messengers to look down on him. However, this was nothing to Su Fan, which successful ghost did not bear the weight of infamy. In the mortal realm atop a divine mountain shrouded in ethereal mist, flowers and grasses flourished in vibrant colors, and colorful clouds billowed. Various spirit herbs bloomed under the sunlight, radiating a dazzling brilliance. At the peak of the divine mountain before the grand hall, intricately carved railings surrounded Chao Xian, who sat within a pavilion. Before him lay a chessboard, and with his celestial energy he formed chess pieces, engaging in a game with both hands. Chao Xian was immensely powerful now at the Tai Golden Immortal Realm and held a favored position with Guangqingzi. Moreover, with his status as a disciple of the Chan sect, even the heavenly court had no authority to issue orders to him. Thus, within these three realms, he was free and unrestrained, not bound by any constraints aside from the Chan sect. His life in the immortal way should have been carefree, yet it was disrupted by a recent event. His illegitimate son in the mortal realm, Su Hong, had his soul extinguished by a ghost messenger. Even his physical body was nowhere to be found. After extensive investigation, he finally zeroed in on a ghost messenger named Su Fan. 2 days prior, a ghost lord named Guding from the Underworld Patrol Division informed him that Su Fan not only killed his son, but also several Buddhist arhats, and had now been sent into the cycle of reincarnation by the Buddhist Ksitigarbha. But how could Chao Xian let such a vile villain be at ease? Even if reincarnated, he would find him and refine his soul for thousands of years to relieve his hatred. This could also serve as an explanation for his unfortunate son, considering the time Guding should be arriving soon, right? After all, as a ghost lord of the Underworld Patrol Division, inquiring about such matters should be a piece of cake. Chao Xian was not anxious. He did not mind waiting another day or two. The game of chess he was playing would still require 2 or 3 days to complete. Time passed, and soon 2 hours had gone by. In these 2 hours, Chao Xian had only moved 3 pieces, lost in thought. After contemplating the moves for the white pieces, he would then ponder over the black pieces, recalling how his master would take a long time to think after each move. His master once said playing chess is like cultivating the Tao. One wrong move can lead to total defeat. Finally, a chilling wind arose from below the mountain, with wisps of dark energy spreading forth. Chao Xian's gaze flickered as he set down his chess piece and looked down the mountain. There he saw a shadow shrouded in dark energy slowly ascending the mountain. The figure's expression was grave, surrounded by a torrent of ghostly aura, causing the vibrant spirit herbs to wither in its wake. Soon the figure reached the mountain's peak, gazing silently at Chao Xian. This ghost was none other than Guding, the ghost lord of the Underworld Patrol Division, who had met Chao Xian the other day. What news? Have you found out where he has been reincarnated? Chao Xian lowered his gaze to the chessboard and spoke softly. Guding remained silent, not saying a word. This made Chao Xian furrow his brows slightly. He looked up at Guding, noticing the latter's serious expression, seemingly troubled. What's wrong? Didn't you find out? Or are you trying to ask for a higher price? Chao Xian inquired. It's not a matter of price. Guding finally spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Then what is it? Is a reincarnated ghost making you so fearful? Sensing the tremor in Guding's voice, Chao Xian asked. Friend Chao Xian, that Su Fan is too strange, Guding replied urgently. Don't call me friend. We are not fellow travelers, just involved for mutual benefit. I pay you act, there's nothing more to discuss. Chao Xian's tone revealed a hint of superiority. As a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect, his status was extraordinary, far beyond that of this minor ghost lord. Friend. A friend among fellow travelers should at least have comparable status, right? Guding's expression changed, and he fell silent. Speak up, or is it that you haven't found anything? How is he strange? He hasn't been reincarnated, or rather he was reincarnated and then returned. Chao Xian was somewhat unclear. That kid was thrown into the cycle of reincarnation and then spat out by the reincarnation gate, and he did not lose his memories. What are you saying? Chao Xian exclaimed in shock. After being a ghost messenger for so many years, he had never heard of such an unbelievable event. That vile ghost entered reincarnation and then was expelled by the cycle. How could this be possible? Chao Xian was utterly astonished. As a disciple of the Chan sect, he had extraordinary knowledge and naturally understood the mysteries of the underworld's reincarnation. Even his master Guangqingzi would not dare to claim he could swim against the currents of reincarnation. Moreover, he had heard his master say that many forces in the world coveted the mysteries of the underworld's reincarnation. Yet no force was able to intervene, which was enough to demonstrate the enigma of reincarnation. How could a mere ghost messenger manage to escape from the cycle? At this moment, for Su Fan, Chao Xian's feelings were no longer just hatred. If he could capture this ghost messenger and interrogate him, he might uncover some secrets about the cycle. After all, he had been there before. There were others in this world who had entered the cycle, but none remembered their experiences within it. Only Su Fan was able to emerge from reincarnation with his memories intact. Thinking of this, Chao Xian looked at Guding and said solemnly, "Where is that little ghost now?" "In the Underworld's soul-hunting division. Get him out. If you say that, it will be difficult. The other party is also a ghost lord. According to the hierarchy of the Underworld, we stand on equal footing. Moreover, at the ghost lord level, the souls they hunt are mostly celestial beings, but celestial beings in the 3 realms have long lifespans. And even if there are many ghost lords in the soul-hunting division, even if a celestial being's life is nearing its end, it is unlikely to be his turn. 10 spirit hearts from 30,000-year-old willow trees. Chao Xian spoke directly. You should know that if I were to disregard everything, I could easily enter the underworld and capture him. But as a disciple of the Chan sect, my status does not permit such actions. 1,000-year-old willow tree heart could allow a celestial being or ghost to reshape their body. A 30,000-year-old willow tree heart would significantly strengthen the soul. 1,000-year-old willow tree heart could allow a celestial being or ghost to reshape their body. A 30,000-year-old willow tree heart would significantly strengthen the soul, let alone 10 of them. Gooding fell silent, pondering for a moment, then replied, I will do my best. But I am only responsible for luring him out of the ghost gate. I won't take on anything else. Even if you wanted to, could you subdue him? Chao Xian scoffed. He looked down on these ghosts who were so easily swayed by money. The saying that money can make ghosts push the mill is undoubtedly true. Gooding's expression shifted several times before he took a deep breath and turned to leave. I will contact you when he leaves the ghost gate. In the Underworld's soul summoning division within the Grand Tomb Palace, Su Fan sat cross-legged atop a massive coffin. His true spirit radiated light as he gazed at the scriptures imprinted by the goddess Pingxin above. They were glowing runes flickering with an eerie light, mysterious and unfathomable. This was the cultivation method of the divine ability Yellow Springs Realm. According to goddess Pingxin, once the Yellow Springs Realm is cultivated to the highest level, it can envelop the entire world, transforming it into the Yellow Springs. Within the Yellow Springs, the whole expanse becomes one's own Taoist domain, ensuring an unbeatable stance. Enhance Yellow Springs Realm. Su Fan silently thought. Consume 10 evolution points to elevate the Yellow Springs Realm to the entry level. Name Su Fan. Realm Ghost General Golden Immortal 520100000. Soul Body Early Stage Tai Golden Immortal. Talent Undying Body True Spirit Indestructible. Technique Netherworld Sutra Mastery 5201000. Spell Ghost God 7 Disasters 3 Disasters 5201000. Battle Saint Law Mastery 5201000. Yellow Springs Realm Entry Level 5201000. Evolution Points 520. Merit 1430. Continue to enhance. Looking at the data in his mind, Su Fan spoke again. Consume 100 evolution points to raise the Yellow Springs Realm to Mastery. Current evolution points 420. Mastery, huh? A flicker of expectation glimmered in Su Fan's eyes. Various spells and divine abilities transition from entry to mastery, then to minor success, major success, perfection, and insight, comprising 6 stages in total. Each stage unleashes a different level of power for the spells and divine abilities. Currently, Su Fan's evolution points were only enough to elevate various spells to mastery. To enhance further, 1,000 evolution points would be required. At this moment, Su Fan concentrated his mind and began to invoke the Yellow Springs Realm divine ability. Boom. As he activated the divine ability, a torrent of overwhelming energy surged from his body, instantly engulfing the entire palace. At this moment, terrified screams echoed from nearby, the voices of 5 Yasha maidens. Startled, Su Fan hurriedly retracted the Yellow Springs Realm. What's with the ghostly wails? Su Fan inquired. Lord, just now in that instant our hearts were suddenly filled with dread, as if we had entered a terrifying environment. The malevolent energy spread all around as if facing a calamity of doom with Shura in the sky, causing me great unease. Su Fan's gaze flickered. This Yellow Springs Realm truly lived up to its reputation as a saintly technique, indeed terrifying. Delicate feelings. How could it be that terrifying? Su Fan feigned anger. Hearing this, the Yasha maidens dared not speak further. Then he invoked the Yellow Springs Realm once more, this time narrowing its scope to encompass only his tomb palace, extending 3 zhang around him. Aside from him, no one else could sense it. Su Fan found himself within the Yellow Springs Realm, surrounded by a desolate void, with ghostly energy surging and countless broken stone tablets skewered amid the turbulent winds. White spiritual veils wrapped around the inscriptions, fluttering in the wind. The entire expanse was shrouded in darkness, filled with a sense of dreadful slaughter. Su Fan surveyed his surroundings. Rather than feeling any negative effects, his awareness sharpened even more. He felt like the sovereign within the Yellow Springs Realm, his words commanding the laws. With a thought, nearby stone tablets exploded, transforming into terrifying attacks that echoed thunderously. Within this Yellow Springs Realm, my combat power has more than doubled. Su Fan sensed that if he wielded the Yellow Springs Realm, though he was at the Golden Immortal level, he could easily slay a Tai Golden Immortal Heathen. In an instant, his spirits soared, filled with boundless ambition. When Ji bring them all over. Su Fan retracted the Yellow Springs Realm and took out a communication jade slip. Yes. Wen Jia's voice carried a hint of excitement as she quickly called the other 4 Yasha maidens to rush towards Su Fan's palace. 5 days later, Su Fan, feeling refreshed, stepped out of the palace heading towards the Soul Summoning Division's main hall. Now his power was formidable enough to confront a Tai Golden Immortal. If he didn't go out to collect souls, wouldn't that be wasting his strength? However, just a moment ago, he glanced at the death ledger in his hand, finding no celestial beings listed at all. Once one becomes the Lord of Souls, they must summon beings who are at least celestial. Souls below the celestial level are left to the ghost soldiers to collect. The death ledger governing celestial beings rests with the Soul Summoning Division, although a small portion is also in the hands of the Black and White Impermanence. Celestial beings have long lifespans averaging several tens of thousands of years, and with a large base, celestial beings die almost daily. Additionally, some celestial beings have flawed destinies, much like those mortals who perish prematurely and cannot live long. However, the underworld has declined and many celestial souls cannot be summoned back. Since the goddess of the earth evolved reincarnation, the celestial beings who once had nearly infinite lifespans now hold a sword of fate over their heads. A sword that governs their lifespans and can strike down at any moment. This is also why various forces in the three realms have long sought to control the underworld. It is not merely because of the underworld's reincarnation, but also due to the authority of the underworld. Once they take control of the underworld, whether it be the Buddhist sect or the heavenly court, there are infinite possibilities for operation. However, the underworld has always been held by Goddess Pingxin, even though she has mysteriously disappeared now. Nevertheless, neither the heavenly court nor the Buddhist sect has truly controlled the underworld. They can only suppress it. The heavenly laws of the heavenly court and the regulations of the Buddhist sect. Such things are used by the higher-ups to restrain ordinary celestial beings and common disciples of the Buddhist sect. For those in power, these things may not be effective. Su Fan proceeded directly, encountering many ghost messengers along the way. Upon seeing Su Fan, they recoiled, as if they had seen a plagued deity, unwilling to approach him closely. For these, Su Fan didn't mind. What he cared about was whether he could acquire the death ledger of celestial beings once he entered the main hall of the Soul Summoning Division. At this moment, in the main hall of the Soul Summoning Division, the Black and White Impermanence sat atop, gazing at the many lords of souls within the hall. 15th Division, hasn't Zhang Yunling from Yunling Mountain been summoned back yet? The Black Impermanence asked in a low voice, while looking at a small notebook in hand. 8th Lord, that Yunling Taoist has a lifespan of 70,000 years, and he is currently only 70,300 years old. He discussed with me the possibility of extending his lifespan by another 10,000 years. The Lord of the 15th Division spoke quietly. Discuss. How much benefit did you gain from him? The Black Impermanence exploded in anger. 8th Lord Imrant. I haven't taken any benefits. I just feel that although the heavenly Tao is unfeeling, we ghost messengers are compassionate. Can we not allow someone who has painstakingly cultivated to the golden immortal level to live another 10,000 years? You dog, are you trying to infuriate me? The Black Impermanence was so furious he nearly overturned the table. Immediately go and summon his soul back. The Black Impermanence roared. The Lord of the 15th Division looked aggrieved, saying, 8th Lord, it's not that I don't summon him, it's just that I'm not his match and cannot defeat him to bring him back. If you can't summon him back, why not ask the Inspection Division? Have them send ghost messengers to capture him. I asked, but the Inspection Division has been dragging it out and no ghost messengers have been sent out. The Black Impermanence's expression darkened as he spoke quietly. You don't need to worry about this matter. I will personally seek out the Night Wanderer Lord later. Understood. The Lord of the 15th Division felt relieved and quickly nodded. 38th Division, how come the Phoenix on Luofeng Slope hasn't been summoned back either? The Black Impermanence then turned to another lord. 8th Lord, that Phoenix has a unique identity, seemingly a close relative of the great Peng bird from the Spirit Mountain. I dare not summon it. Inside the Grand Hall of the Soul Reaping Department, an oppressive silence hung heavy in the air. Yin Luo and He Luo, the grim reapers of white and black, sat stern-faced upon the dais, eyes sharp with disappointment, as if gazing upon disciples who had squandered their innate potential. As the 35th Department's lord spoke, the other soul-reaping lords bowed their heads in silence. Many held records of celestial immortals whose souls remained unclaimed. When lice multiply, one ceases to itch. When debts mount, anxiety fades. After all, if everyone errs alike, the law cannot punish the multitude. How in the Buddha's name has the great Peng of the Buddhist realm suddenly become kin to the Phoenix of Luofeng Slope? Black Luo snarled, his countenance twisted with fury. The souls of numerous heavenly immortals and golden immortals remained unreturned. And this assembly comprised only a fraction of all departmental lords. If every lord were summoned, the number of unclaimed, the souls of numerous heavenly immortals and golden immortals remained unreturned. And this assembly comprised only a fraction of all departmental lords. If every lord were summoned, the number of unclaimed immortal souls would surely swell further. Gazing upon these lackluster lords, Black and White Luo found themselves, strangely, missing Su Fan. Had he been present, there would be no excuses, only action. For any soul whose lifespan had ended, as inscribed in the Book of Life and Death, Su Fan would pursue it relentlessly through trials untold until it stood bound before the gates of the netherworld. Yet even recalling his name brought them a familiar headache. This man stirred chaos like wildfire. Why do none of you emulate Lord Su Fan of the 19th Department? Black Luo suddenly demanded, his gaze sweeping across the assembled lords. True Su Fan excelled at provoking upheaval, but his unwavering devotion was precisely what these idle lethargic lords ought to emulate. Were they to possess even a tenth of his resolve, the soul-reaping department might finally hold its head high within the underworld. At the mention of Su Fan, the lords fell mute, each inwardly cursing his name. His ascension to lordship had long tormented them all. Take this very moment, Black and White Luo incessantly invoked Su Fan as a benchmark, urging them to learn from him. Learn? What nonsense! None wished to become a tireless overachiever. Just as silence thickened with sullen resentment, a shadowy spirit glided into the grand hall. All eyes turned, and faces paled. Was it truly Su Fan, spoken of, and then instantly arrived? Even the Grim Reapers blinked in startled disbelief. They had not summoned him. So why had he come? Had he not just traversed the wheel of reincarnation? Should he not be resting quietly within his tomb? Greetings, honorable deities. Su Fan entered the hall and bowed deeply toward the dais where Black and White Luo presided. Su Fan, what brings you here? White Luo asked. My lord, Su Fan replied, I have indeed come on urgent business. What business? My lord, I have fully recovered and restored my vigor. I am ready to undertake a soul-reaping mission in the mortal realm. Hearing this, the assembled lords blanched. So soon? Had he truly rested at all? Damn it. He was grinding himself mercilessly. Were such duties theirs, they would rest for a year, or more, before even considering duty again. Su Fan, you may rest several more days. Your merit will still accrue, Black Luo offered. No need, my lord. As long as living souls remain unclaimed in the Book of Life and Death, I cannot rest in peace. Su Fan shook his head. Might that volume you hold be the celestial immortal register? Are there unclaimed immortal souls inscribed therein? I beg permission to retrieve them. At these words, Black and White Luo exchanged startled glances, hastily attempting to conceal the register behind their backs, then pausing, uncertain whether such concealment was proper, before placing it once more upon the altar before them. Su Fan, you truly intend to descend into the mortal realm to reap souls? Indeed. Then please entrust me with the celestial immortal register. I swear not a single soul shall escape my summons. At this declaration, the lord's expressions darkened, inner curses boiling forth. That wretched dog. He truly seeks to bury us beneath his relentless pace. If he reaped every soul on that register, what would remain for them? Would they even have purpose left? My lord, I have just recalled another unclaimed immortal soul. Pray issue the soul-reaping edict immediately. I depart at once. A lord stepped forward urgently. My lord, I spent last night in deep contemplation and at last discerned how to summon the soul of Zhang Yunling, the immortal of Yunling Mountain. I go now? Why did you not speak of this earlier? In my flustered state, I forgot. My lord, I have reconsidered the phoenix, and the great Peng cannot possibly be kin. The phoenix deceived me. I shall reclaim its soul without delay. In an instant the hall erupted, lords clamoring forward, each vying to receive a commission, terrified of being left with no souls to claim. Su Fan stared dumbfounded. Black and White Luo gaped, utterly incredulous. Could the power of an overachiever truly be so terrifying? Gazing upon Su Fan, the Grim Reapers found themselves speechless. Moments earlier they'd nearly overturned the altar in fury at their subordinates. Yet now, Su Fan had uttered a few simple words, and the lords were volunteering en masse. Are you no longer afraid? Black Luo addressed the assembly. Lord Ba, how could you ask such a thing? We are ghosts of the underworld in life, and ghosts of the underworld in death. For the sacred cause of soul reaping, we offer our ghostly existence without hesitation. Be they demons, monsters, immortals, or Buddhas, we fear none. What if they wield influence? Does the underworld's law bow to such arrogance? One by one the lords stood tall, faces resolute, voices ringing with fervor. Very well, Black Luo said, nodding. But always safeguard your own safety. If peril mounts, return at once. My lord, rest assured. We shall reclaim every immortal soul whose lifespan has ended. Energized and determined, the lords turned and strode out in unison. They had no choice. Not when the overachiever stood poised to seize the entire book of life and death. Though immortals numbered vast, only a handful reached their end each day. Should Su Fan claim them, all their very roles would vanish into obsolescence. Watching the lords depart, Su Fan turned to the Grim Reapers. My lords, these men. Huh. Su Fan, this is entirely your doing. They fear unemployment, so now they rush forth to reap souls. Su Fan smiled faintly. It is your lordship's masterful leadership that inspires such zeal. My lord, may I now receive the book of life and death you hold? Su Fan, the register in my hand contains but a fraction of celestial names. The true book resides with Lord Chui, the Underworld Registrar. However, if you wish to begin reaping, I shall grant you several soul-reaping edicts. Start with those. Black Luo paused, studying Su Fan. How many would you require? Su Fan considered briefly. 10 days' worth. 50 edicts will suffice. 50. Black Luo's hand trembled, nearly dropping the register. Other lords struggled to reclaim even a single immortal soul per month. Yet this youth demanded 50 at once. And for 10 days alone. At that rate, 100 days would yield 500 souls. A tally rivaling the soul-reaping department's total immortal claims over the past 3 years combined. My lord, is there difficulty? Su Fan asked. Su Fan, my register simply holds no 50 souls awaiting reclamation at present. Black Luo flipped through his small ledger, sighing in resignation. Then grant me whatever number remains inscribed. In the main hall of the Soul Summoning Division, the two figures of Black and White Impermanence stared blankly at Su Fan, their faces revealing shock. As Su Fan began to speak, both of them were taken aback, wondering how much he wanted, as if it were a trivial matter. Su Fan, let me give you 10 soul summoning documents first. Once you bring back the souls of these 10 immortals, I will arrange for more souls for you. Black Impermanence said. Su Fan thought for a moment and replied, all right. Black Impermanence nodded and began drafting the soul summoning documents. Before long, the 10 soul summoning documents were completed and handed to Su Fan. Black Impermanence warned Su Fan, don't overreach yourself. You are a treasure of our soul summoning division, and you must not encounter any accidents. Yes, Su Fan responded as he took the soul summoning documents and left. Watching Su Fan's departing figure, White Impermanence, Xie Bian's expression turned grave. 8th brother, are we making a mistake? Xie Bian spoke. 7th brother, what do you mean by that? Black Impermanence Fan Wujio's gaze shrank as he asked. If Su Fan continues to escalate, once he gets promoted, I fear we will also be swept along with him. Otherwise, our positions as impermanence gods may not be secure. 7th brother is overthinking. This is just the beginning. Su Fan is still inexperienced. To promote him to God Lord requires King Qin Guang to report to the Celestial Court. The entire process of the Celestial Court might take many years, by which time my brother and I may have already broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. 8th brother is also right. I hope I am overthinking this. White Impermanence shook his head, but the melancholy in his eyes did not dissipate. He always felt that one day he and his brother would be overwhelmed by Su Fan. 7th brother, stop worrying so much. Let's go drink. Black Impermanence said, pulling White Impermanence as they walked out of the great hall. Su Fan, holding the 10 soul summoning documents and the soul binding rope, walked towards the outskirts of Fengdu City. What he needed to do now was to summon as many souls as possible and also look for suitable spirits to make them his ghostly subordinates. As for the merits from summoning souls, he did not care much about that. What he urgently needed was to strengthen his team and increase the number of ghostly subordinates. Only then could his evolution points rise quickly. It is said that outside Fengdu City in the vast underworld there are many indigenous beings. If there is a chance, finding some to serve as ghostly subordinates would also work. Su Fan thought to himself as he exited Fengdu City. After he left the city, a ghostly figure stealthily followed him. This ghost was none other than Guding from the Inspection Division. He followed closely behind at an unhurried pace. Brother, you also came out for a yang assignment. Just as Guding thought he was being inconspicuous, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared beside him, grinning at him. Guding was startled, looking at the ghost that had suddenly appeared beside him. His expression shifted slightly as he forced a smile and said yes. Yes, what a coincidence. Su Fan regarded Guding with a hint of suspicion. Did he really follow him all the way from Fengdu City just to carry out a yang assignment? Seeing that Su Fan seemed to be suspicious, Guding quickly spoke up. Su Sijun, I am Guding, the lord of the 5th division of the Inspection Division. I came out today to capture an evil ghost in the Yang realm. Inspection Division. Su Fan's eyes flickered. If there were ghosts from the underworld frequently sent out for yang assignments, they would be the inspection division and the soul summoning division. Am I being overly sensitive? By the way, do you know me? Su Fan remained a bit puzzled as this person did not seem like a good ghost at all. Of course I know you very well. Nowadays Su Fan Si Jun is quite famous in Fengdu City. You even forced the reincarnation gate to spit you out after drinking dozens of bowls of Mengpa soup. Who doesn't know such a ghostly hero? It's not as exaggerated as you say. Su Fan coughed lightly and said, since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Saying this, Su Fan quickly headed towards the eastern ghost gate. Watching Su Fan's retreating figure, Guding let out a sigh of relief. The eastern ghost gate. Is he going to Dongxing Shenzhou? Guding muttered to himself. He then took out 5 jade tokens from his body, selected one among them. This was something he had agreed upon with Chao Xian. The 5 jade tokens represented 5 ghost gates, and whichever ghost gate Su Fan exited from the underworld, Guding would crush the corresponding jade token. Mainly Guding was still a bit worried and did not dare to leave the ghost gate. Otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. Due to the separation of yin and yang, the sound transmission jade slips could not be used, so he could only rely on these jade tokens with karmic ties. As Guding crushed the jade token in Dongxing Shenzhou atop a divine mountain, Chao Xian suddenly opened his eyes. A piece of shattered jade token appeared in his hand. Has he finally come out? Chao Xian snorted coldly. Dongxing Shenzhou. Chao Xian rose, and with a flash of his figure he disappeared. At the same time, in the Underworld Inspection Division, in a great hall, the Night Tour God Lord was looking at a document in his hand, his brows furrowed. These humans in the Yang realm are becoming more and more excessive. The Night Tour God Lord snorted coldly. What kind of riffraff dares to confront ghostly subordinates? Do they really think they are disciples of saints? God Lord. At this moment, a ghostly subordinate entered from outside the great hall. What is it? Recently, Guding from our division has been acting a bit strangely. Guding, what's strange about him? The Night Tour God Lord asked. A few days ago, he kept leaving the underworld privately, and he has been doing so regularly. These past 2 days, he has been inquiring about matters concerning Su Fan of the Soul Summoning Division. Hearing this, the Night Tour God Lord's expression changed. Since Su Fan had traversed the cycle of reincarnation, King Qin Guang had gathered the important deities of the underworld and personally instructed them. This Su Fan is not simple, incredibly mysterious. Not only did the reincarnation gate not cycle him, but even the 3 live stone did not reflect his past and future. Such a ghostly talent is rare for our underworld and may one day achieve immeasurable success. Although the Buddhist Ksitigarbha has not troubled Su Fan again today, I worry they will act secretly. I require all of you to observe secretly. If there is any unusual movement from your ghostly subordinates, report it immediately. King Qin Guang's words had shocked many gods. Was Su Fan truly that extraordinary that King Qin Guang would take him so seriously? What they did not know was that King Qin Guang Jiangxin's emphasis on Su Fan was entirely due to, although Meng Nu had not said anything to him from her attitude, it seemed that Su Fan's future was closely related to the prospects of the underworld. Since King Qin Guang gave the order, the Night Tour God Lord returned and arranged for his trusted subordinates to closely monitor the movements of the Inspection Division's ghostly subordinates. Where's Guding now? He left Fengdu City following Su Fan. He left with Su Fan. Bring him back immediately. Have him. Yes. The ghostly subordinate replied and hurriedly left. Guding, I hope you don't encounter any issues or else it would taint the reputation of my inspection division. Guding was making his way to Fengdu City, but before he reached the city gate, he saw a group of inspection division's ghostly soldiers pouring out from within the city. The leader, a fierce-looking figure, looked at Guding and said, Guding, the God Lord has ordered you to quickly report to the inspection division. In front of Fengdu City, as he gazed at a group of spectral soldiers suddenly surging out from within the city, Guding's expression changed and his heart sank. Could it be that my involvement with Chao Xian has been discovered? Guding thought to himself, his expression grew. Impossible, absolutely impossible to be discovered. The Night Wanderer Lord is preoccupied with affairs of state and often goes to drink with the Black Wuchang from the Soul-Taking Division. Whenever he has time, he would never find out. What does this mean, you few? Thinking of this, Guding looked towards the captain of the spectral soldiers. We are under orders. The Night Wanderer Lord commands you to immediately go to the Hall of Patrols. There must be no errors. Guding, burdened with worries, noted the urgency in the attitude of these spectral soldiers. I will go at once. With that, he followed the spectral soldiers towards the main hall of the patrol division. Inside the patrol division, the Night Wanderer Lord sat solemnly at the top of the grand hall, holding a jade slip for communication in his hand, and said in a deep voice, Old Hey, you and your brother can drink. I have some matters to attend to here. What could be more important than drinking? Do you also want to roll it? Laughter came from the jade slip belonging to the Black Wuchang. Roll my foot, there are important matters. After speaking, the Night Wanderer Lord put away the jade slip. That old ghost of the Night Wanderer isn't coming. In a grand hall, the Black Wuchang cursed under his breath. If he's not coming, then the Day Wanderer certainly won't come either. Let's drink ourselves. Bai Wuchang said. At this moment, the Night Wanderer Lord felt a bit irritated. If Geding had no issues, that would be fine, but if there was something wrong, how would he report it to King Qingguang? Was he inept in managing his subordinates, allowing the Buddhist sect to take advantage? Moreover, that Black Wuchang was still his friend who had just invited him to drink. What would he think if he knew his subordinates were plotting against his own people? Although the Night Wanderer Lord was clear in his rewards and punishments, and harbored a deep hatred for evil, he was also quite sincere. He never engaged in actions that would betray his brothers. If one of his subordinates truly committed an unforgivable deed, he would not hesitate to kill them. Really, why think so much? Geding might not even have a problem. The Night Wanderer Lord consoled himself. Not long after, a ghostly figure entered the grand hall accompanied by several spectral soldiers, and Geding. Reporting to the Lord, Geding has arrived. You may leave. The Night Wanderer Lord said in a low voice. Yes. The spectral soldiers replied, and exited the grand hall. The Night Wanderer Lord's expression was not good. A swirl of dark energy surrounded him. Coupled with his fierce appearance and towering stature, even though Geding was also a ghost, he felt a bit intimidated. The Night Wanderer Lord stared at Geding, emanating an aura that made one's heart tremble, filled with oppressive force. Geding, under the Night Wanderer Lord's gaze, felt his hair stand on end, not daring to lift his head to meet the Night Wanderer's eyes. The atmosphere in the grand hall was quite oppressive. Since Geding entered, the Night Wanderer Lord had remained silent, his face darkened. Waves of dark energy swirled, reflecting the terrifying and grotesque carvings of evil spirits on the walls. Finally, unable to tolerate the atmosphere any longer, Geding took the initiative to speak. Lord, may I ask what you wish to see me for? I just received a task from the Soul-Taking Division requiring me to conduct a sun-related errand. Geding cautiously lifted his head to look at the Night Wanderer Lord. Task. The Night Wanderer Lord's gaze sharpened. I ask you, what have you been doing in the human realm during this time? Well, my lord, our patrol division not only bears the task of forcibly apprehending souls from the human realm, but also has the duty of patrolling the human realm and exterminating evil spirits. The two lords alternate working day and night, and it's already quite exhausting. I certainly can't just wait for the two of you to issue orders, right? Coincidentally, I had fewer apprehension documents in hand these past few days, so I thought I would patrol the human realm. Every time I go to the human realm, I slay some evil spirits. This is recorded. Though Geding felt guilty, he spoke steadily and coherently. Why are you so nervous? The Night Wanderer Lord felt relieved. Nervous? No, not at all. Geding panicked inwardly, secretly wiping cold sweat. Had he accidentally revealed something? He stole a glance at the Night Wanderer Lord, and seeing that the Lord showed no unusual reaction, he finally relaxed. The Night Wanderer Lord was thick-skinned, and his questioning seemed to have moved him. Having such a subordinate who understood how to be considerate of his superior brought him great comfort. Geding seemed to have good intentions. He even took the initiative to patrol the human realm. Unlike other patrol ghosts in the patrol division, going to the human realm was like a difficult childbirth for them. I ask you again, what have you been inquiring about regarding Su Fan these past few days? Hearing this, Geding secretly pinched his thigh to keep himself calm. He raised his head to look at the Night Wanderer Lord, and said, My lord, how did you know? To be candid, my lord, Su Fan from the Soul-Taking Division has always been my idol, the goal I strive for throughout my life. Not only did Su Fan make the Buddhist sect suffer, but he also drank a dozen bowls of Mengpa soup without changing countenance. Even reincarnation had no hold over him. What ghostly envoy would not admire such an individual? Moreover, with his single strength, he has inspired the soul-taking motivation of many ghostly envoys in the Soul-Taking Division. I think that although such a person may not be likable, every division indeed needs a ghostly envoy like him. For the future of our patrol division, I, Geding, am willing to bear the blame and become a ghostly envoy like Su Fan to add a bit of motivation to our patrol division's ghostly envoys. Even if no one understands me, even if everyone ostracizes me, I am willing to dedicate my life to my patrol division. Geding's passionate words were fervent and impassioned, almost making the Night Wanderer Lord exclaim in surprise. Therefore, my lord, I have indeed been inquiring about Su Fan's deeds recently, just wanting to follow in his footsteps and contribute to my patrol division. What the Soul-Taking Division can accomplish, our patrol division can accomplish too. Night Wanderer Lord, what aspect of me is inferior to the Wuchang of the Soul-Taking Division? Right, that old He always says I'm not as good as him. In what way am I inferior to him? The Night Wanderer Lord shouted. Then he steadied himself and looked at Guding asking, "Are you speaking the truth?" "Every word is true. How would I dare deceive my lord?" Guding replied resolutely. Having worked under the Night Wanderer Lord for some time, he was quite familiar with the Lord's character. The Lord was straightforward, harboring a deep hatred for evil, yet he was also quite emotional. He was certain that this heartfelt speech would definitely move the Lord. "Good. Based on your words today, I have high hopes for you. Thank you for your appreciation, my lord." Guding's face brightened excitedly, replying. Today was truly a double win. Not only was he about to obtain the treasure of the Chanjiao disciple, but he also gained the favor of the Lord. This thrilled Guding immensely. He could imagine the future in this patrol division. Aside from the two lords, the night and day wanderers, who else would dare to oppose him? He had a feeling that in the future he would likely become the trusted aide of the Night Wanderer Lord. "Come with me to see King Qingguang and explain the situation." The Night Wanderer Lord suddenly spoke. See King Qingguang." Guding's expression changed, and he was taken aback. Inside the hall of the inspection division, Guding's face turned pale as his thoughts raced. Who is King Qingguang? He is none other than the king of the 10 halls of hell. In the current underworld, with the absence of Lady Hutu and the Emperor of Fengdu not having returned, King Qingguang stands as the foremost of the 10 kings of hell. He is the de facto ruler of the underworld. Unlike the carefree night wanderer who is easily deceived, he is not so easily fooled. Seeing Guding hesitating, the night wanderer laughed heartily and said, "Guding, what are you afraid of? With me by your side, how could King Qingguang harm you? Let's go." Saying this, the night wanderer stood up from his seat, stepped down from the hall, and with a wave of his hand, he lifted Guding and headed toward the exit of the hall. The night wanderer was tall, his soul form nearly 10 feet high, lifting the small Guding as if he were a child striding towards King Qingguang's palace. Earlier, when his subordinates reported Guding's unusual behavior, he had already informed King Qingguang. King Qingguang instructed him to bring Guding before him. Yet he couldn't shake off his unease, fearing that Guding might have some ulterior motives, so he conducted a preliminary interrogation. The results were satisfactory. Not only did Guding not commit any acts against the interests of the underworld, but he also constantly thought of the inspection division and aimed to enhance the work motivation of the ghostly officials. Where could he find such a subordinate? The night wanderer was swift, and it wasn't long before they arrived at the front of King Qingguang's grand hall. Throughout the journey, Guding was filled with anxiety, thinking he had already managed to pass through unnoticed. Little did he expect to face King Qingguang, who was no ordinary figure. In this celestial context, he managed to maintain the normal operations of the underworld, which speaks volumes of his capabilities. At this moment, gazing at the imposing Qingguang hall shrouded in dark energy, Guding felt his legs tremble. Sensing Guding's shivering, the night wanderer chuckled, saying, "There's no need to panic. King Qingguang is not as terrifying as you think." With that, he brought Guding into the hall. Inside Qingguang Hall, the air was thick with dark energy, and grotesque depictions of malevolent spirits were carved into the surrounding walls, fearsome and horrifying. King Qingguang, dressed in a long robe and enveloped in swirling dark energy, exuded a strong aura. He sat quietly atop the hall, emanating a terrifying pressure that weighed down upon all. With long hair cascading like a waterfall and a countenance of authority, he gazed at the night wanderer entering the hall, then at the shadowy figure of Guding that the night wanderer had set down, and said in a deep voice, "So this is Guding." "Yes, King Qingguang, Guding is trustworthy. I have already interrogated him, and he has not only refrained from any acts detrimental to the underworld, but has also been considerate of its interests." The night wanderer spoke with a proud expression, his gaze towards Guding filled with admiration. King Qingguang's eyes narrowed. Who was he? Having weathered countless storms, he could see through the night wanderer's demeanor at a glance. Was this fool dazed by flattery? Is that so? King Qingguang asked, his eyes strikingly intimidating, filled with an aura of dark energy that resembled an endless abyss, instilling dread. Under King Qingguang's gaze, Guding's heart trembled, and he hurriedly nodded, saying, "King Qingguang, I do not know what I have done wrong. Please enlighten me." "You don't know?" King Qingguang, seated at the top of the hall, sneered coldly. Suddenly, an overwhelming force radiated from him, pervading the entire hall. "King Qingguang, this." The night wanderer's expression changed as he could not help but exclaim, "Night wanderer, did you see clearly?" King Qingguang said to the night wanderer in a deep tone. Upon hearing this, the night wanderer's expression shifted, unsure of the meaning behind King Qingguang's words. "If you cannot see clearly, I shall help you clear your eyes," King Qingguang stated ominously. He turned to Guding and said in a deep voice, "Guding, do you recognize Su Fan?" As Qingguang spoke, Guding felt a terrifying power enveloping him, pressing down so hard that he nearly shattered. Moreover, this surge carried a strong malevolent aura washing over his soul and forcing him to instinctively draw on his strength to resist. King Qingguang was too powerful, far more than the Night Wanderer. Facing him, Guding felt a deep sense of trepidation. I know him. When did you meet him? 5 days ago. Guding's soul 5 days ago. At that time, Su Fan had not yet been sent into reincarnation, had he? As soon as this was said, the Night Wanderer's expression changed. Guding, that is not what you said earlier. You mentioned that 2 days ago Su Fan impressed you by downing a dozen bowls of Mengpa soup. Why has that changed to 5 days now? Faced with the Night Wanderer's words, Guding dared not respond. Under immense pressure, he had no mental capacity left to form words. If he spoke, it would be the subconscious thoughts he wanted to express. King Qingguang waved his hand, amplifying his power, and suddenly shouted, "Who ordered you to investigate Su Fan?" Upon hearing this, Guding's expression drastically changed. He could no longer hold on and fell to his knees with a thud. King Qingguang's terror exceeded his imagination. That shout directly shook his true spirit, instantly breaking through his defenses. He felt that if he did not tell the truth, Qingguang might crush his soul into pieces. King Qingguang, I did not mean to. I truly did not mean to. I was wrong. Well, I know I was wrong. Guding lay prostrate on the ground, bowing to King Qingguang. What did you say? The Night Wanderer was furious. At this moment, he finally realized he had been deceived by this fool. How foolish he had been to show off in front of King Qingguang. You dog, how dare you fool me? He'll slap you to pieces. The Night Wanderer was furious and nearly went mad, raising his hand to strike Guding. King Qingguang glared at the Night Wanderer, whose expression changed drastically as he suddenly awoke, quickly retracting his hand. Tell me, was it someone from the Buddhist sect who ordered you to investigate Su Fan? Buddhist sect? No, I have never associated with such shameless people, Guding stammered. Huh? King Qingguang laughed in anger. It was the Zhengjiao, specifically the third-generation disciple Chao Xian. Zhengjiao. Both King Qingguang and the Night Wanderer were taken aback. Had this kid offended Zhengjiao as well? The matters concerning the Buddhist sect had not yet settled, and now he had drawn the attention of Zhengjiao. His ability to stir up trouble was indeed remarkable. King Qingguang felt his scalp go numb. Su Fan had stirred up forces that were increasingly difficult to handle. With both the Buddhist sect and Zhengjiao involved, would the next be the Heavenly Court? Who was Chao Xian? King Qingguang asked in a deep voice. King Qingguang, I know about Chao Xian. He is quite formidable, a disciple of Guang Qingzi, the foremost of the 12 golden immortals of the Zhengjiao, after the conferred god Calamity. It is said that he possesses outstanding talents and is already at the level of a Tai golden immortal. Guang Qingzi. King Qingguang's expression darkened, his gaze narrowing. He is actually a disciple of Guang Qingzi. Su Fan had only recently become a ghost official. How could a disciple of Guang Qingzi start investigating him so soon? Could it be that he had offended Zhengjiao? Thinking of this, King Qingguang's expression changed. If that were the case, things could take a turn for the worse. Guang Qingzi was known for his narrow-mindedness and could potentially pose a threat to Su Fan. Mentioning Guang Qingzi, Lord Qingguang Wang Jiangxian was reminded of an old memory. Long ago, the lady seemed to have foreseen something and had solemnly instructed them. A great battle would soon erupt in the mortal realm, and no denizen of the netherworld was to become entangled in it. Shortly after issuing this decree, the lady vanished, never to appear again. Though they had remained concealed within the netherworld throughout that era, they still learned much about the war. Tongtian sage's Jie sect was nearly annihilated, while the Chan sect suffered devastating losses, and the Western religion emerged as the sole beneficiary. After the investiture of the gods' tribulation, the Western religion flourished even more, displaying unmistakable signs of imminent ascendancy. As a pivotal figure in that tribulation, Guang Qingzi naturally became the subject of countless legends. Foremost among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, and beloved disciple of Sage Yuanshi, Guang Qingzi was famed as a master of the brick strike technique and a slayer of goddesses. It was said his heart was narrow and unforgiving, much like his own master. During the investiture of the gods, he was defeated by Zhao Gongming of the Jie sect and harbored deep resentment ever after. He even sought out Luya Daoist, persuading him to employ the vile forbidden art known as the Seven-Arrow Curse Scroll to curse Zhao Gongming to death. Even Lord Qingguang Wang Jiangxian held Guang Qingzi in profound apprehension. Moreover, most disciples of the Chan sect were notoriously petty. Should Su Fan provoke them, he would surely be marked for retribution. Chao Xian, Guang Qingzi's youngest disciple, could hardly be expected to differ. Like master, like disciple. Thus Lord Qingguang Wang Jiangxian felt grave concern over this matter. How could Su Fan possibly have offended him? Lord Qin Guangwang's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze upon Godding eyes cold and piercing. Why did Chao Xian task you with investigating Su Fan? Su Fan slew a fourth-generation disciple of the Chan sect in the mortal realm. That was Chao Xian's son. Chao Xian now seeks vengeance. He slew Chao Xian's son. Lord Qin Guangwang's pupils contracted sharply. A chill ran through him. He knew all too well if Su Fan truly had slain Chao Xian's son, the Chan sect disciples with their rigid codes and vengeful natures would never let him go unpunished. Moreover, though the celestial court had long since been established, many Chan sect disciples still roamed freely. Unbound by celestial edict, their true spirits unrecorded on the investiture scroll, beyond even the celestial court's jurisdiction. Jiang Xian's expression grew increasingly somber. Earlier, the Black and White Impermanence brothers had recounted how Su Fan, while performing soul-reaping duties, had cut down several arhats and cultivators who obstructed his work. Could it be that one of those cultivators was Chao Xian's son? If so, then the youth must have violated the Netherworld's laws, and thus Su Fan's act was justified. Su Fan, it seemed, bore no fault. Yet Lord Qin Guangwang Jiang Xian sighed inwardly. Some truths, however righteous, could not be upheld given the Netherworld's current standing. Where is Su Fan now? Demanded Lord Qin Guangwang. I do not know. Night Wandering God shook his head. I know, but please your excellency spare this humble ghost's life. Speak. Lord Qin Guangwang's voice turned grim. He has gone to the mortal realm. The mortal realm? Then you have already revealed his whereabouts to Chao Xian. Godding stammered, paralyzed by fear. Speak now. Night Wandering God roared, and struck him across the face, his dignity utterly shattered by this disgrace. Betraying the Netherworld, colluding with the mortal realm, conspiring to murder its souls. Yes, I have already told Chao Xian everything. Wretched cur. Night Wandering God's countenance darkened further as he struck Godding again, sending him flying across the hall. Jiang Xian's face grew ever more ominous. Black chi swirled in his eyes, and thick, ghostly energy billowed forth, filling the entire throne chamber. His heart ached deeply. Ever since the lady manifested the wheel of reincarnation, and the heavenly Tao fractured, all immortals and mortals alike became bound by fate, and death became inevitable. In that age, our Netherworld reached unparalleled supremacy. Who dared utter a single word of refusal when summoned by our soul reapers? Though we incurred enmity from powers across heaven and earth, our merit was immeasurable, our fortune radiant. Even sages could not subdue us. Yet before the investiture tribulation, Lady Pingxin vanished without trace, and our Netherworld began its slow decline. Our gods and ghosts dwindled one by one. After the tribulation, the celestial court forcibly absorbed us into its hierarchy. Still, as first judge among the 10 kings of hell, I never abandoned hope. I steadfastly believed our Netherworld would one day rise again in glory. No matter the indignities endured, no matter the humiliations borne, even as the Buddha realms and celestial court planted spies deep within our ranks, I endured them all. So long as our soul reapers strive unceasingly and remain faithful to the Lady, our resurgence is assured. But now, I am profoundly disappointed, profoundly pained. I can endure suppression from any force in the mortal or celestial realms, but what I cannot bear is betrayal from within, when even our own soul reapers conspire with mortals to slaughter our own souls. How then can we speak of greatness? How then can we speak of greatness? Lord Qin Guangwang's eyes blazed wide, locking onto Night Wandering God. The words erupted in a thunderous roar that made the god's very soul tremble. The world's conditions are harsh, and the burden of being a soul reaper is heavy. I understand. But you should never under any circumstance conspire with mortals against your own kind. Boom. At those words, a terrifying ripple surged outward, shaking the entire throne chamber. From Lord Qin Guangwang's form poured an overwhelming aura of slaughter and dread. And this soul, this very one, is one with the potential to restore our Netherworld's glory. A chilling wave of lethal intent radiated from him. Night Wandering God's expression twisted in terror. He stood frozen, speechless. Your Excellency, forgive me. I beg your mercy. Godding trembled violently, pleading desperately. Oomph. Lord Qin Guangwang exhaled a cold, contemptuous snort. Its sheer power suffused the air. Godding's soul body instantly shattered into nothingness, his true spirit utterly erased. Unforgivable. Lord Qin Guangwang's hair whipped wildly in unseen wind, his robes billowed and snapped like banners in a gale. He knew full well once Chao Xian of the Chan sect had fixed his gaze upon Su Fan and learned his movements. Su Fan's life hung by a thread. He must be retrieved immediately. Lord Qin Guangwang's gaze sharp as a blade fell upon Night Wandering God as he commanded in a low, resonant voice, through which ghost gate did Su Fan depart. Where did he go? This. Your Excellency, I truly do not know. The wretch Godding must have known. Night Wandering God had yet to recover from his earlier terror. His true spirit is erased. What use is his knowledge now? Lord Qin Guangwang growled, his face darkening further. Then a surge of terrifying power emanated from him, his divine sense sweeping outward toward the soul-reaping department. Within a side hall of the soul-reaping department, energy coiled thickly. Music played, wine flowed, and revelry reigned. Lithe, ghostly maidens danced gracefully across the floor, their movements mesmerizing, intoxicating. Black and White Impermanence. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed directly into their minds. The two ghosts midsip instantly froze. Hearing the voice, Black Impermanence, who was thoroughly drunk, burst into boisterous laughter. Lord Qin Guangwang, come join us for a few cups. Still drunk again? Drinking yourself into oblivion every day. Why don't you just drink yourself to death? Get here immediately. Lord Qin Guangwang roared. The two ghosts recoiled in shock, their wine cups shattering in their hands. A shimmer of light enveloped them, their drunken haze evaporated instantly, their true spirits regaining clarity. What has come over Lord Qin Guangwang? Their faces tightened, stunned and pale. They sensed the searing wrath embedded in his voice. A sudden, unexplained tirade left them utterly dazed. If you are not here within 3 breaths tomorrow, I shall cast you both into the wheel of reincarnation. At those words, their faces drained of color, and in a flash they vanished. Inside the grand hall of King Qin Guang, a chill pervaded the air, filled with the presence of spirits and ghosts. Jiang Xin's face was solemn as she stood atop the hall, while the Night Wanderer stood within, his expression grave and silent. At that moment, 2 figures materialized within the hall. It was the hurriedly arriving He Wuchang and Bai Wuchang. To arrive in just 3 breaths, the 2 spirits had even deployed their supernatural abilities to teleport into the hall. As soon as they entered the hall, the 2 spirits felt a violent aura and the imminent explosion of King Qin Guang's rage. Night Wanderer, what has happened? Bai Wuchang asked cautiously. The Night Wanderer lowered his head in silence, signaling to He Wuchang with his eyes, then glanced at King Qin Guang. King Qin Guang, what is it that? Where has Su Fan gone? Before He Wuchang could finish, King Qin Guang interrupted. Upon hearing this, both He Wuchang and Bai Wuchang felt a wave of relief. It turned out he was merely inquiring about Su Fan, and there was no real trouble after all. King Qin Guang, I do not know what Su Fan has done to provoke your wrath. It is my incompetence in managing him. Once he returns, I will certainly educate him well. He Wuchang chuckled. Shut up. Tell me, where has Su Fan gone? King Qin Guang shouted angrily, nearly at his wits' end while the other was still joking. He has gone to the Yang realm. I want to know which ghost gate he exited from. King Qin Guang was already at his limit. Let me see. Seeing that King Qin Guang was about to lose control of his temper, He Wuchang quickly took out a small notebook. He found the names of 10 immortals whose domains Su Fan was meant to visit. 3 from Dongxing Shinzhou, 1 from Xinyo Hezhou, 4 from Beiju Luzhou, and 2 from Nanjian Buzhou. Which one did Su Fan go to first? He Wuchang honestly could not figure it out. King Qin Guang, aside from the central ghost gate, Su Fan could have exited through any of the other 4 ghost gates. Upon hearing this, King Qin Guang nearly spat blood. Fan Wujiu, you truly are useless. What good are you if you do not even know where your subordinate has gone? King Qin Guang completely lost his temper, slapping He Wuchang out of the grand hall, causing Bai Wuchang and the Night Wanderer to hurriedly bow their heads, fearing to implicate themselves. You 2 stay here in this grand hall and do not leave for even a moment. Bai Wuchang, give me Su Fan's communication jade slip. King Qin Guang snorted coldly. Then in a flash he vanished from the grand hall. King Qin Guang, should we go to the Yang realm to search for him? The Night Wanderer felt guilty, shouting loudly. No need, I shall go personally. At this moment, He Wuchang ran back into the grand hall, looking at the already vanished King Qin Guang. Both He Wuchang and Bai Wuchang were dumbfounded. Until this moment, they still did not know what had transpired. Night Wanderer, what exactly happened? Why is King Qin Guang so enraged? Is it that Su Fan has done something heinous, something that angers both heaven and humanity? He Wuchang grimaced in pain, asking. The Night Wanderer was filled with sorrow, looking at He Wuchang and Bai Wuchang with a face full of guilt. Gentlemen, I am truly sorry for this. Night Wanderer, what has really happened? Seeing the Night Wanderer like this, both He Wuchang and Bai Wuchang became serious. Brother Su Fan is in danger. King Qin Guang hurriedly made his way out of Fengdu City, his divine sense spreading out, reaching the 5 ghost gates. Several ghost emperors, have you seen where this ghostly envoy went? At the same time, King Qin Guang projected Su Fan's appearance into the minds of several ghost emperors. Oh, what has happened to this kid? A voice came from the western ghost gate. He killed a disciple of the Chan sect in order to collect souls, and now he is likely in danger. Goodness, last time he killed a Buddhist monk, now he has killed a Chan sect disciple. This is remarkable, truly capable of causing trouble. Old Wang, hold your tongue. Another ghost emperor from the west interjected, if it weren't for this kid, last time we wouldn't have had a reason to push the ghost gate forward 300 miles. Huh. Gentlemen ghost emperors, the situation is urgent. If you see him, please inform me. King Qin Guang spoke. He could not afford to act arrogantly in front of the ghost emperors. Although he was the head of the 10 halls of Yama, he still had to be respectful before the ghost emperors. He passed by my place. At this moment, a ghost emperor from the eastern ghost gate spoke. Thank you, Ghost Emperor Shintu. King Qin Guang replied, and in a flash he rushed towards the eastern ghost gate. In his urgency, King Qin Guang directly used his supernatural powers to swiftly cross the Yellow Springs Road and step out of the ghost gate. As soon as he stepped out of the ghost gate, he took out a communication jade slip to contact Su Fan. Due to the separation of yin and yang, the communication jade slip was ineffective unless one stepped out of the ghost gate. However, after trying to contact him for a while with no response, King Qin Guang's expression grew serious. He turned back and re-entered the ghost gate to contact by Wu Chang. Why has no one responded to Su Fan's communication jade slip? King Qin Guang asked in a deep voice. Oh, King Qin Guang, I just remembered. Su Fan, in order to improve the efficiency of soul collection, does not respond to communication jade slips while he is out on duty. This rascal. How can there be such a ghostly envoy? King Qin Guang was nearly furious. You two, just wait for me to return and deal with you. Shintu Yulei, esteemed ghost emperors, may I ask which direction Su Fan went after leaving the ghost gate? Did not pay attention. The ghost emperors replied. King Qin Guang nodded, and then used the communication jade slip to contact He Wu Chang, requesting the names and locations of the 10 immortals Su Fan was supposed to collect souls from. Fanju Yunyan Daoist Temple, Shao Tower 5 Elements Temple. These two are from Dongxing Shenzhou. As he spoke, King Qin Guang vanished in a flash. At this time, in front of the Yunyan Daoist Temple, spiritual energy swirled. This temple was built atop a tall and majestic mountain, making it inaccessible to ordinary worshippers. Only those at the foot of the mountain could contribute incense. At the peak, the Yunyan Daoist Temple stood grandly with green bricks and red tiles, imposing and magnificent. Inside, the disciples, clad in Daoist robes, all had rosy complexions and abundant vitality. This was because the Yunyan Daoist Fanju was an immortal, hence the temple's incense offerings were plentiful. Not long ago, the Yunyan Daoist mentioned that he had insights to gain and needed to travel for breakthroughs, so he descended the mountain, but had yet to return. At this moment, in front of the temple, a sudden wave of dark energy swept through, stirring up a flurry of falling leaves. A figure shrouded in dark energy slowly emerged from the swirling darkness. Dressed in dark robes, he exuded an extraordinary demeanor, holding a soul-reaping rope as he walked towards the Yunyan Daoist temple. The Daoists on either side felt a chill creeping and unable to help but shiver. With their strength, they could not see Su Fan at this moment. Hiss! One of the Daoists could not help but inhale, sharply whispering, "Senior brother, why do I suddenly feel a chill?" Hearing this, the senior brother looked up at the sky and said, "What are you feeling cold about? Are you not well?" "Junior brother, we cultivators should not be seeking pleasures in the mortal realm. It is not good for our cultivation." "Senior brother, I haven't gone in a long time." "Then why are you feeling so weak?" Among the chatting Taoists, Su Fan slowly entered the back mountain of the Yunyan Daoist temple. The Yunyan Daoist was indeed inside the back mountain. Although he told his disciples that he was traveling the seas, in truth, he had not descended the mountain. Instead, he was researching methods of extending life. In a secluded chamber deep within the rear mountains of Yunyan Daoist temple, Fan Ju sat cross-legged. Before him grew numerous immortal herbs and spirit roots. Ever since the ancient era, when the Wu clan's Ho Tu manifested the wheel of reincarnation as Lady Pingxin, the immortals lost eternal life, and their lifespans plummeted drastically. After enduring countless eons of arduous cultivation to attain golden immortalhood, one still cannot match heaven's longevity, merely surviving tens of thousands of years, all while fretting over dwindling years. How infuriating! Fanju murmured inwardly. I have cultivated for tens of thousands of years, yet remain unable to advance further. As my final days draw near, must I too tread that fateful path? His heart stirred with unrest. Within the three realms beneath the heavenly Tao itself, even immortals fall under the dominion of the Book of Life and Death, their lifespans strictly recorded. When those years expire, soul reapers arrive to claim them. Naturally, many immortals refuse to depart willingly with the Reapers. Instead, they seek ways to extend their lifespans. Yet when longevity can no longer be prolonged, and the physical body begins to decay beyond preservation, some resort to extreme measures, such as soul-forcing, abandoning a withered corpse to seize a new vibrant vessel. Fan Zhu's expression hardened. He had already consumed countless rare treasures, yet their effects had long since faded. I shall wait a little longer. For now, I can still endure 10,000 years. Perhaps by then the landscape will have shifted. Suddenly his face paled as he sensed a dense surge of Yin energy drawing near. Soul-reaping minions have arrived. As he spoke, a spectral figure materialized slowly within the chamber, cold-eyed, gripping a soul-hooking rope, gazing upon Fan Zhu with unnerving calm. Fan Zhu, your lifespan has expired. You have already lingered 3 centuries beyond your ordained term. This office shall escort you henceforth. Fan Zhu's pupils contracted sharply as he beheld Su Fan wreathed in thick Yin mist emanating overwhelming fluctuations. Without hesitation, he unleashed a magical artifact and fled in an instant. Whoosh! It was a disc-shaped treasure, blazingly swift, vanishing from the chamber before Su Fan could even react. He fled. Su Fan blinked astonished. He had never encountered such defiance before. Without pause, he gave chase. In soul-reaping, none matched Su Fan's tenacity or his mastery. Once marked by him, no living soul escaped. Even if pursued to the ends of heaven and earth, they would be dragged into the netherworld. By the time Su Fan burst forth from the temple grounds, Fan Zhu had already soared nearly 1,000 li away. Such speed. Su Fan was stunned. Fan Zhu stood at the golden immortal realm. Su Fan himself held the rank of Ghost General, equivalent in cultivation, but his soul body resonated with the power of a supreme immortal. Logically, he should have outpaced Fan Zhu. Yet now their speeds were nearly equal. It must be that artifact he deployed, Su Fan surmised, but he would not relent. Even if it meant pursuit across the furthest reaches of existence, Fan Zhu would return to the netherworld. Whoosh! Su Fan shot forward in pursuit. Fan Zhu, I speak, but once you have already violated the Yin laws. Halt now, and your transgression shall be pardoned. You may enter the netherworld through proper channels. Continue fleeing, however, and you commit willful resistance to soul reaping, a capital offense punishable by deep frying in hellfire. His voice echoed from behind. Fan Zhu's expression tightened at the mention of deep frying. A tremor ran through his heart. He had heard whispers of the netherworld's punishment bureau, the cauldron of karmic oil forged from boundless sin energy. No matter the soul's rank, immersion in that oil inflicted excruciating torment, yet never annihilation. The condemned remained fully conscious, forced to endure the agony without respite. Esteemed soul reaper, my method of extending life is imminent. Might you delay your summons by just a few days? Fan Zhu transmitted his plea ahead. A few days. If the king of hell decrees death at the 3rd watch, who dares grant reprieve until the 5th? Nonsense. You've granted reprieves aplenty. I know several fellow cultivators still walk among the living. Fear not. You'll reunite with them soon enough. With that, Su Fan accelerated, closing the gap rapidly. Feeling their distance shrink, Fan Zhu gritted his teeth and spat a mouthful of vital heart blood onto his artifact. Instantly, his speed surged dramatically. This Fan Zhu possesses extraordinary will to live, willing even to sacrifice his own heart blood to flee. Su Fan murmured softly. Indeed, who would choose death given the chance to live? Yet duty bound him. Mercy was not his mandate. Nor would he show leniency, not only for himself, but for every soul reaper under his charge. Warning delivered once, seized, your crime escalates, and you shall be deep fried as penalty. Su Fan continued the pursuit. Half a day later, his unyielding chase left Fan Zhu thoroughly. Esteemed soul reaper, might you rest a while? The 3 realms are vast. Could you not first reap another soul? One soul unclaimed. How dare I claim the world? Su Fan replied, expressionless. Damn it. Never met a ghost so stubborn. Fan Zhu clenched his jaw and fled onward. Half an hour after their departure from Union Taoist Temple, another specter descended upon the site, a figure radiating overwhelming Yin energy. Upon arrival, a thick shroud of Yin clouds blanketed the entire temple. Within the temple, all Taoist priests paled. Qin Guang Wang Jiang Xian stood atop the Yin clouds, scanning the terrain. Fan Zhu is absent. Has Su Fan already taken his soul? Then perhaps they've gone to Shallow's Wuxing Taoist pavilion. Jiang Xian's expression darkened. In a flicker of movement, he vanished. Soon after, Jiang Xian returned, his countenance grim. He had just visited the Wuxing Taoist pavilion. Shallu remained safely within his pavilion, showing no anomaly. Yet Su Fan had disappeared. With a low hum, Jiang Xian unleashed his authority. Immediately young Taoist acolytes scattered in panic staring upward at the colossal spectral visage emerging from the void above the clouds. Evil ghost, the priests cried out in terror. Though malevolent spirits occasionally roamed the mortal realm, none imagined such a being would dare desecrate Yunyan Taoist temple. Evil ghost, do you know where you stand? Daring to wreak havoc here, a senior Taoist bellowed. Oomph. Jiang Exine sneered. Merely a glance sent the priest collapsing backward face ashen. Where is the Taoist master Fan Zhu of Yunyan Temple? Boomed Jiang Exine's spectral visage. Our master departed months ago on a journey across the four seas. Jiang Exine's gaze narrowed. So Su Fan had not taken Fan Zhu's soul here. His expression grew grave. Only two possibilities remained. First, Su Fan had failed to locate Fan Zhu at this site. Second, Su Fan had never come here at all. The former was tolerable, but if the latter proved true, Su Fan faced grave peril. Not at Xiaolo's pavilion, nor at Fan Zhu's temple, had he already crossed paths with Chao Xian of the Chan sect. At that thought, Jiang Exine vanished without trace. Meanwhile, having left his own cultivation ground, Chao Xian began searching for Su Fan across the eastern Shengxian continent. Unaware of Su Fan's precise objective, he scoured the land blindly, encountering several other soul reapers along the way, none of whom was Su Fan. Do I not command supreme authority? Can a mere soul reaper truly elude my grasp? Chao Xian sneered, then summoned a star chart from his palm and commenced divination. Brilliant light erupted as the chart spun wildly. Then with a sharp crack it exploded violently, shattering into fragments. Chao Xian's entire body radiated light as he activated the star disk to deduce Su Fan's whereabouts, but with a loud bang the star disk exploded. It has actually concealed the heavenly secrets, leaving no trace. Even the star disk suffered a backlash and shattered. No wonder it is an evil spirit spat out by the reincarnation gate, indeed extraordinary. But do you think this will allow you to escape? Earth God, come forth quickly, Chao Xian bellowed. Instantly the earth rumbled, and the mountains trembled as the local mountain gods and earth gods appeared. We meet the celestial. Perceiving Chao Xian's terrifying strength, both the tall mountain god and the short earth god changed their expressions and quickly paid their respects. Have you seen this ghostly messenger? With a wave of Chao Xian's hand, Su Fan's figure appeared in the void. Celestial, there are many ghostly messengers that pass by daily. We did not pay attention. The mountain god whispered. Oomph. Chao Xian snorted coldly. His face darkened. Su Fan, this ghost was too mysterious to deduce. No wonder even the cycle could spit him out. However, no matter how extraordinary the opponent was, he was ultimately just a ghostly messenger at the golden immortal level, and before him, he had no power to resist. As long as he captured him and forced him to reveal the secrets of the reincarnation, not only would he avenge his son, but Chao Xian would also definitely achieve great merit for the Chan sect. Perhaps he might even receive rewards from the saints. Inform all the mountain gods and earth gods of the eastern victory divine continent to find this ghostly messenger. The earth mountain god hesitated, stooping slightly, and said softly, Celestial, mobilizing all the mountain gods and earth gods of the eastern victory divine continent may require a decree from the heavenly court. Can't my Chan sect command you? Chao Xian snorted coldly. Feeling the terrifying pressure from Chao Xian, the earth god, and the mountain god's expressions changed as they quickly nodded in agreement. People of the Chan sect are domineering. If opposed, they fear for their lives. As a disciple of the Chan sect, even killing these two insignificant mountain gods and earth gods would not pose much trouble. The mountain gods and earth gods are all deities of the earth immortal realm. Although they hold positions in the heavenly court, they are the lowest-ranked minor deities. They have no rights beyond their own territories. As Chao Xian spoke, the mountain gods and earth gods quickly contacted other mountain gods and earth gods in their own way. Master. At this moment, Chao Xian took out a communication jade slip to contact his master. Please mobilize the disciples of the earth immortal realm to help me find a ghostly messenger. On the other side, King Qingguang Jiang Xian was also using the same method to search for Su Fan. However, the mountain gods and earth gods showed much more respect to King Qingguang of the Underworld. After all, although the mountain gods and earth gods are minor deities of the heavenly court, they were appointed by the Underworld's government. Those with great merit after death enter the Underworld, and if their merits are complete, they can be appointed as mountain gods and earth gods in the mortal realm. Rest assured, King Qingguang, this minor deity, will contact the other earth gods of the eastern victory divine continent and will surely find Su Fan, as you said. Just as the mountain god was about to contact his colleagues, his expression suddenly changed. King Qingguang, I just received news that an upper celestial from the Chan sect seems to be searching for the Su fan you mentioned. King Qingguang's gaze narrowed as he nodded and said, as soon as there is news of him, immediately inform the nearest city god. Yes. King Qingguang was heavy-hearted, still searching. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and at this moment Su Fan had chased Fan Zhu to the northern Julu continent. This place is filled with demons. The environment is harsh. Miasma permeates the air, and it is perpetually shrouded in darkness. Fan Zhu's face was pale, his spirit was languid, and he was on the verge of collapse. For 2 days this ghostly messenger had pursued him relentlessly. During these 2 days he had no idea how many miles he had flown or how much heart's blood he had spit out, having fled from the eastern Victory Divine continent to the northern Julu continent. Yet this ghostly messenger continued to pursue him fiercely. At this moment Fan Zhu felt parched and dizzy, nearly out of heart's blood, feeling weak and empty inside. Ghostly messenger, can you let me go just this once? Fan Zhu said weakly. Living beings belong to the yang while the dead return to the yin. This is the law of the underworld and cannot be violated. Su Fan replied, devoid of any emotion. What is your name? You think I would let you go even as a ghost? Soul Reaper Office. Su Fan. Ah. Su Fan, why are you so persistent? The 3 realms and the heavens are vast. Why do you focus on me? Because your lifespan is up. Seeing Fan Zhu diving in, Su Fan did not hesitate to follow. He had nothing to fear. For 2 days King Qingguang was anxious, having searched the entire eastern Victory Divine continent for 2. Seeing Fan Zhu diving in, Su Fan did not hesitate to follow. He had nothing to fear. For 2 days King Qingguang was anxious, having searched the entire eastern Victory Divine continent for 2 full days. But he still had not found Su Fan's figure, which made him increasingly anxious. At this moment King Qingguang Jiangxian returned to the underworld and entered his own great hall. King Qingguang, have you found him? The Black and White Impermanence and the Night Roaming God were all present, not moving an inch. Black and White Impermanence, Night Roaming God, you 3 listen to my orders. King Qingguang's expression was dark as he spoke in a low voice. At your service. Send all the ghostly messengers from the Inspection Office and Soul Reaper Office who have not gone on a yang mission to search for Su Fan. Yes. Do not limit your search to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Search all over the Western Bull Heaven Continent, Northern Julu Continent, and Southern Jambu Continent. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find Su Fan for me. Yes. The 3 quickly departed. King Qingguang always had a bad premonition in his heart. The Chan sect, being a yang sect, had significant power in the mortal realm with many disciples. If they were to use the power of the Chan sect, Su Fan would truly be in grave danger. No, I must know what makes Su Fan extraordinary for our underworld. King Qingguang's expression was serious, and then he flashed away, heading towards the reincarnation realm again. The reason he was so concerned about Su Fan was because of Meng Nu. Meng Nu must know something, otherwise she would not have looked at Su Fan with such admiration. He needed to clarify this matter. Soon he arrived at the reincarnation realm, gazing at the figure in white on the Naiha bridge. King Qingguang said in a low voice, Meng Nu. Meng Nu looked up and said to King Qingguang, King Qingguang, what is the matter? I want to know what identity Su Fan truly has. It cannot be spoken. Meng Nu smiled and continued to serve soup. He has offended the Chan sect and is in deep crisis. He may be in danger. King Qingguang said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Meng Nu's gaze flickered subtly, and the bowl she was serving soup with hesitated slightly before returning to normal. If he were to dissipate, our underworld would probably never have another chance. Meng Nu's voice was not loud, but it carried a deep sense of sorrow. What? King Qingguang's expression changed drastically as he looked at Meng Nu with a face full of horror. He. King Qingguang's heart surged with tumultuous waves, confirming that his guess was indeed correct. Su Fan was the key to the rise of the underworld. Meng Nu's words echoed in King Qingguang's mind, lingering and refusing to dissipate. King Qingguang's eyes grew colder, and a wave of murderous intent emanated from his being. Chao Xian, I don't care if you are a disciple of the Chan sect or a student of Guangqingzi. If you dare to touch even a hair on Su Fan, I Jiangxian will definitely slay you. Even your master Guangqingzi can't save you. At worst, the Chan sect and the underworld will go to war. At that moment, an overwhelming battle intent erupted from King Qingguang's eyes. Ever since the Empress disappeared, he had endured for so many years, waiting for an opportunity to revive the underworld's glory. Now that person had finally appeared, and if it were delayed because of a mere Chao Xian, it would jeopardize the grand plan of the underworld. Jiang Xian would surely lead 100,000 Yin soldiers of the underworld to attack Kunlun Mountain. Day Roamer Black Ghost King immediately summoned back the ox, head, horse face, bird beak, leopard tail, and yellow hornet. Jiang Xin's expression was grim dark energy, swirling around him, giving him a chilling presence. He cast a deep glance at the magnificent figure on the Naiha bridge, then his form flickered and vanished into the cycle of reincarnation. On the Naiha bridge, Meng Nu gazed at the fading silhouette of Jiang Xian, her eyes reflecting a hint of desolation. Her beauty was unmatched, yet a faint sorrow adorned her face. She turned to look at the reincarnation gate and murmured softly, "Your Majesty, will he survive this tribulation?" The reincarnation gate glowed, emanating a dense aura of reincarnation with no response whatsoever. Inside the city of Fengdu, in a chilling and terrifying space, a dark, menacing spirit sat before a table. His features were sharp, his face as dark as coal, and dark energy enveloped him as he perused the documents in his hands. This ghost was the king of black ghosts, the head of the punishment division, ranking among the top 10 ghost commanders. Send this stack of documents to the 9th punishment division and inform the lord of the division that Qin Shou needs to be punished multiple times. His sins are too deep, harming virtuous women and forcing them into prostitution, deserving of severe punishment. The king of black ghosts handed a stack of documents to a ghostly messenger. These were all documents submitted by the judgment division. "Your Excellency, how many times should he be punished?" "Let it be 100 times. "Understood." The ghostly messenger nodded. This stack should be sent to the 12 divisions and inform He Sanpang that the flower thief, named Kai Xian, should also be punished 100 times. Damn it, what kind of monsters are these? He specifically targets newlywed brides, having ruined over 200 brides in his lifetime. He truly deserves to be fried. As the king of black ghosts dispatched document after document, he was in the midst of cursing those wretched souls when his body suddenly shook. King of black ghosts summoned the ox-head, horse-face, bird-beak, and hornet-back. A voice filled with overwhelming killing intent echoed in his heart. "Qin Guangwang." The king of black ghosts' expression changed. The ox-head, horse-face, bird-beak, and hornet were also among the top 10 ghost commanders. However, they were currently not in the city of Fengdu. The top 10 ghost commanders were mostly serving in various divisions of the underworld, some busy and some idle. The brothers Heibai Wuchang oversaw the soul-snatching division. The brothers Daio and Yeo managed the inspection division. The king of black ghosts was in charge of the punishment division. The 4 of them were all division heads. But Oxhead and Horseface rarely handled matters, so Qin Guangwang sent these 2 ghosts to train troops deep in the underworld. As for the Hornet, Birdbeak, and Leopardtail, they belonged to a mysterious organization in the underworld, the Cleansing Division. Many in the 3 realms were unaware of the existence of the Cleansing Division in the underworld. It was understandable, as this organization had never made an appearance in the 3 realms. It had been established deep in the underworld to train troops after the disappearance of the goddess Pingxin, founded by Qin Guangwang and Jiang Xian. The Hornet, Birdbeak, and Leopardtail were in charge. The purpose of Qin Guangwang and Jiang Xian in establishing this organization was to train and accumulate strength, waiting for the right opportunity. However, now for Su Fan, Jiang Xian was willing to go all out. All members of the Cleansing Division were powerful underworld soldiers undergoing rigorous training day and night in the depths of the underworld. Underworld soldiers were distinct from ghostly messengers. Underworld soldiers were focused on killing, leaving no grass in their wake. Ghostly messengers were responsible for handling cases and maintaining order in the underworld. At this moment, upon hearing the transmission from Qin Guangwang, the king of black ghosts exhibited excitement. With Qin Guangwang summoning those ghost commanders back, he must have some ulterior motive. Could it be that an opportunity has arrived? For a moment, the king of black ghosts felt a surge of exhilaration. Are we finally going to war? He thought eagerly. After years of repression, this day has finally come. Qin Guangwang, I shall handle this immediately. The king of black ghosts rose from the punishment division, a terrifying aura radiating from him as he strode towards the division's exit. Your Excellency, are you going to drink with the Black Wuchang again? The ghostly messenger laughed. Today I won't drink. I am preparing to attack the heavenly court. The king of black ghosts laughed heartily, filled with bravado. Upon hearing this, the ghostly messenger nearly lost control of himself. Is your Excellency out of your mind? Attack the heavenly court. Why not attack the Zhixiao Palace instead? Look at how bold you are. After the king of black ghosts left, the ghostly messenger rolled his eyes and began to busy himself. Although the lord of the division was unpredictable as his confidant, he still had to clean up after him. Meanwhile, the god of Detour was also taken aback. He was coordinating many ghostly messengers in the inspection division when he suddenly heard the transmission from Qin Guangwang, causing his expression to change drastically. It seemed that Qin Guangwang was furious. What could have enraged him to such an extent? The voice was laced with an intent to wash the world in blood. The god of Detour was well aware of what the 5 ghost commanders were currently doing deep in the underworld. Why would Qin Guang Wang summon them back now? What could he be planning? The god of Detour was deeply troubled, but he dared not be negligent in the slightest. He quickly took out a communication jade slip to notify the ghost commanders. At that moment in the hall of Qin Guang Wang, the atmosphere was exceedingly oppressive, silent enough to hear a pin drop. Qin Guang Wang, dressed in a black robe, was enveloped in dark energy, sitting imposingly. His eyes were intimidating, filled with swirling dark energy and revealing a fierce light. At that moment, sounds could be heard from outside the hall. The king of black ghosts and the god of day, Tor, entered the hall. The god of night, Tor, had a grave expression, while the king of black ghosts appeared excited. Qin Guang Wang, when will we set out to attack the heavenly court? I can hardly wait. The king of black ghosts said in a low voice. Damn it, after being repressed for so many years, it is finally time to explode. Attack the heavenly court. What made you think we're attacking the heavenly court? Qin Guang Wang's eyelids twitched. Who told you that we are attacking the heavenly court? Qin Guang Wang, isn't that the plan? You've summoned Oxhead, Horseface, and Hornet back. Are we not attacking the heavenly court? The king of black ghosts asked, puzzled. What attack on the heavenly court? With the goddess Pingxin absent, we cannot act recklessly, the god of day, Tor, reprimanded. Good heavens, I thought we were attacking the heavenly court. What a waste of excitement, the king of black ghosts chuckled, scratching his head. The reason for summoning them back is to find a ghostly messenger. If anything happens to this messenger. Qin Guang Wang's expression darkened as he pondered for a moment, then said gruffly, then 100,000 underworld soldiers will cleanse the earth, washing the Kunlun mountain in blood. Upon hearing this, both the king of black ghosts and the god of day, Tor's expressions changed dramatically. Wash Kunlun mountain in blood. We are not attacking the heavenly court, but the Chan sect. Qin Guang Wang, which ghostly messenger holds such importance? The king of black ghosts asked. Just then 5 powerful spirits strode into the hall. They were all formidable, exuding a violent aura enveloped in dark energy. Each was imposing, no longer resembling human form. These 5 spirits were Oxhead, Horseface, Birdbeak, and Hornet, who had just returned from the depths of the underworld. Oxhead, Horseface, Leopardtail, Birdbeak, Hornet. We meet again, Qin Guang Wang. The 5 ghosts bowed respectfully to Qin Guang Wang. Without further ado, take your underworld soldiers and head to the earth immortal realm to find the ghostly messenger Su Fan and bring him back. Jiang Xian spoke in a deep voice, waving his hand as a vision of Su Fan appeared in the hall. Understood. The ghost commanders responded in unison, then strode out, heading towards the ghost gate. On this day, the ghost gate opened. The 5 ghost gates, except for the central ghost gate, erupted with thunderous sounds. Before the ghost gate, dark energy surged, spreading ominously in all directions. One by one, underworld soldiers emerged from the ghost gate, clad in battle armor, exuding an extraordinary aura. As they stepped out, chaos erupted throughout the earth immortal realm. In the eastern ghost gate, Mount Taoji is shrouded in overwhelming Yin energy. The mighty ghostly aura envelopes the surroundings, transforming into dark clouds that obscure the sky. Waves of ghostly soldiers clad in battle armor and wielding long spears march forth from the ghost gate, exuding an imposing presence. The surroundings tremble as the Yin energy radiates for 1,000 miles around Mount Taoji, causing countless cultivators to sense this overwhelming force. Those who harness their divine abilities to gaze towards the eastern ghost gate widen their eyes in shock. Endless ghostly soldiers pass through, stepping into the realm of the earthly immortals. This sight terrifies them. The underworld is currently weak and has been suppressed for a long time, and the cultivators of the 3 realms have grown accustomed to this. But now countless ghostly soldiers are surging out of the underworld. What do they intend to do? Are they rebelling? In that instant, numerous beings tremble in fear and hurriedly retreat into seclusion. Before the ghost gate, 2 consciousnesses gradually descend, gazing at the densely packed ghostly soldiers emerging from the underworld, their expressions subtly shifting. Shintu, what is Jiang Xian up to? A voice resounds. I don't know. I always thought this kid was quite shrewd and able to endure, yet today he is acting so rashly, actually mobilizing the ghostly soldiers. The ghost emperor, Shinta, murmurs. Could it be that something significant has occurred in the underworld? The 2 ghost emperors communicate, but do not intervene. As ghost emperors, their duty is to guard the ghost gate, not under the jurisdiction of the 10 halls of Yama, but only responsible to Lady Pingxin. Naturally, they will not interfere with the decisions of the 10 halls of Yama. Not just the eastern ghost gate, the other 4 ghost gates are experiencing the same phenomenon, with a large number of ghostly soldiers emerging. What is happening in the underworld? A voice resonates from the southern ghost gate, directly echoing in the hearts of the other ghost emperors. Old Do, are there ghostly soldiers emerging from your place as well? Stepping into the human realm. Indeed, my ghost gate connects to the southern Jianbu continent, and usually there are not many ghostly officers passing through. But today, upon opening my eyes, I find countless ghostly soldiers. What could this mean? The Southern Ghost Emperor appears perplexed. The four major ghost gates of East, West, South, and North all have ghostly soldiers emerging. Could they be planning something grand? Zhouqi Jikong, how about you? One ghost emperor looks towards the direction of the central ghost gate at Mount Baodu. As calm as ever, says Jikong, the central ghost emperor. It is impossible for anything to happen here. The central ghost gate connects to the celestial realm, and usually there are not many ghostly officers passing through. How could there suddenly be ghostly soldiers emerging? The central ghost emperor Zhouqi chuckles, unless Jiang Xin intends to attack the heavenly court right now. Huh. The ghost emperors gaze at the multitude of ghostly soldiers emerging from their respective ghost gates, all momentarily bewildered. They do not understand what the underworld is trying to accomplish. Let me inquire a bit at this moment, Shinto conveys through sound transmission. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy envelopes the entire ghost gate. The ghostly soldiers all tremble, abruptly raising their heads. Form ranks. Prepare to meet the enemy. A ghost general suddenly shouts. In an instant, the ghostly soldiers come to a halt, quickly forming ranks, their long spears pointing skyward, gazing at the heavens. This rapid response demonstrates that they are a well-trained group of ghostly soldiers. At this moment, a massive, emotionless, ghostly face materializes at the apex of the void. The ghostly face is expressionless, exuding immense authority. As it appears, the surrounding energy roils, causing the void to boil and compress. The ghostly face gazes at the quality of these ghostly soldiers, smiling with satisfaction. Very good, this quality has surpassed that of heavenly soldiers. Ghost Emperor. The expressions of the ghostly soldiers change. Attention. Swish. With the ghost general's loud command, the numerous ghostly soldiers instantly align without any disorder. We greet the Ghost Emperor. The ghostly soldiers bow toward Shinto. The ghostly face remains cold and solemn, turning to one of the ghost generals and speaks in a deep voice. I ask you, what is your purpose? In response to the Ghost Emperor, we are following the orders of King Qin Guang to search for a ghostly officer. Searching for a ghostly officer. The Ghost Emperor Shinto is taken aback. What kind of ghostly officer could warrant such a mobilization? Jiang Xin is becoming increasingly reckless. Wait, didn't Jiang Xin personally go out to find that ghostly officer 2 days ago? What? Did he not find them? Has he started sending ghostly soldiers to search? All right, you may go. Yes. The ghostly soldiers hastily depart. Everyone, I have found out that the ghostly soldiers emerging from the underworld are to search for the ghostly officer Jiang Xin inquired about 2 days ago. Is it him? Laughter comes from before the western ghost gate. That ghostly officer is indeed quite extraordinary, quite different from the other ghostly officers. Old Zhao, are you going to bring up your ghost gate's honor of advancing 300 miles again? Haha, you speak well, but that old man Rulai still hasn't come to discuss this with me. Although the 5 ghost emperors hold high status in the underworld, exuding great authority and seldom laughing, they still joke among themselves when conversing with equals. At this moment, King Qin Guang stands at the very center of the earthly immortal realm, overseeing all directions. Beside him are several ghostly commanders, each with a serious expression. Today's grand actions from the underworld will undoubtedly cause a stir in the 3 realms. However, compared to Sufan's safety, this is nothing. It's merely exposing a bit of their cards. Jiang Xin can still handle it. Huang Feng, inform the ghostly soldiers under your command that not only are they to search for Sufan, but also for a disciple of the Chan sect named Chao Xian. At this moment, King Qin Guang's eyes are fierce as he speaks in a deep voice. If you encounter him, you must act personally to subdue him. Understood. As he speaks, Huang Feng and the other ghostly commanders flicker and disappear from the location. Sufan, you must hold on. For you I have exposed the underworld's hidden cards. King Qin Guang gazes at the vast and desolate world, murmuring to himself. As countless ghostly soldiers surge into the earthly immortal realm, chaos ensues in the realm of cultivation. Ordinary people cannot perceive much, only feeling as if the weather has changed today, cooling down with the sun obscured by dark clouds. However, countless cultivators and spirit creatures do not share this view. Trembling, they gaze at the overwhelming dark clouds. Some utilize divine abilities to enhance their vision, witnessing figures surrounded by energy terrifying beyond imagination. A powerful being in the earthly immortal realm uses golden light to probe the surroundings, their expression subtly shifting. A ferocious beast from the sea soars upward, but then its expression changes, diving deep into the ocean. A sequestered practitioner catches a glimpse and is so frightened that they hastily retreat back into seclusion. In the earthly immortal realm, the mountain gods and land deities are equally bewildered, gazing at the multitude of ghostly soldiers, their hearts trembling in fear. Some mountain gods and land deities even report this situation to the heavenly court. Who knows what kind of impact these ghostly soldiers entering the earthly immortal realm will have? Will they slaughter indiscriminately? Will they consume the essence of living beings? Will they overturn the temples of the gods in the heavenly court and establish temples for the underworld? No one can guarantee any of this, so for safety, it's best to report it. After all, although these mountain gods and land deities are bestowed by the underworld, they are still subordinate to the heavenly court. They are the lower-ranking immortal officials overseeing the three realms. If they encounter significant incidents in the earthly immortal realm and fail to report them, it is their dereliction of duty, and they will face punishment from heavenly laws. In an instant, shock spreads across the three realms, with numerous gazes directed towards the earthly. At the pinnacle of the three realms lies the celestial realm, and the heavenly court, as the rightful ruler of the three realms, is naturally located at the very center of the celestial realm. Within the center of the celestial realm, inside the south heaven gate, stands a grand treasure hall. This hall is magnificent, resplendent with gold and jade, filled with celestial energy, and surrounded by the laws of immortality that create mysterious phenomena. There are phoenixes singing in unison and true dragons soaring across the sky, a truly spectacular sight. Inside, the celestial officials and generals are enveloped in celestial energy, embodying the will of the heavenly court, exuding an extraordinary majesty, all standing respectfully on either side. At the top of the hall, a towering figure sits upon the dragon throne, clad in a golden dragon robe, exuding unparalleled authority. This person is none other than the current ruler of heaven and earth, the Jade Emperor of Haotian. The Jade Emperor of Haotian possesses an overwhelming aura, blessed by the great fortunes of heaven and earth, commanding the three realms under the mandate of the Tao ancestor, and naturally exuding immense authority. Your Majesty, there are reports from the land and mountain gods that a great event seems to be unfolding in the underworld, with disturbances at the gates of the ghost realm and a large number of spectral entities surging out from the netherworld. At this moment, a celestial general entered from outside the Lingxiao Hall, bowing to the Jade Emperor of Haotian. Oh, the Jade Emperor of Haotian frowned slightly. His voice is grand, like the resonance of the Tao echoing within the Lingxiao Hall. The underworld governs the myriad ghosts. Why would any specters surge out from the underworld? Report to your Majesty, I have observed the celestial phenomena and calculated that there seems to be a startling appearance from the underworld roaming into the mortal realm. An elder in Taoist robes spoke up. Taibai Jinxing, what do you mean by this? The anomalies at the ghost gate of the underworld are likely related to this. The Jade Emperor of Haotian nodded and said, Order Qianli I and Shunfeng Ear to investigate. As you command. Not long after, two prominent celestial officials entered from outside the Lingxiao Hall. Qianli I, Shunfeng Ear, we pay our respects to your Majesty. Take a look at what is happening in the earth immortal realm. As you command. The two received their orders, each employing their divine abilities to begin investigating the underworld. As the two conducted their investigation, a scene formed within the Lingxiao Hall, materializing from their combined magical energies. The images they observed manifested above. In the image, dark energy swirled and ghostly soldiers armed with spears stepped into various regions of the earth immortal realm. Are these the ghost soldiers of the underworld? The celestial general was astonished. When did the underworld acquire such formidable ghost soldiers? These ghost soldiers likely rival the heavenly soldiers of our heavenly court, do they not? The celestial generals were shocked, gazing at the armored ghost soldiers shrouded in dark energy in the image. Your Majesty, it seems the underworld is plotting something sinister. One celestial general said gravely. With so many ghost soldiers, are they planning a rebellion? The world is in decline. Right under the eyes of our heavenly court, the underworld has nurtured so many ghost soldiers. Could it be that they seek to provoke the wrath of heaven? Gazing at the indignant celestial generals below, the Jade Emperor of Haotian remained calm. He bore an imposing demeanor, exuding a majestic aura, with every gesture embodying the rhythm of the Tao, as if it were all perfectly natural. These mere ghost soldiers are not to be feared. The Jade Emperor of Haotian spoke, his voice grand like the resonant sound of the Tao reverberating within the hall. As the Jade Emperor of Haotian spoke, the numerous celestial generals fell silent. However, at this moment, the Jade Emperor of Haotian continued, the ghost soldiers of the underworld intruding into the earth immortal realm will undoubtedly bring great calamity to the earth immortal realm. Taibai Jinxing, you shall descend to the mortal realm at once, convey my decree, and instruct Jiang Xin to swiftly return the ghost soldiers to the underworld. The Jade Emperor of Haotian spoke calmly, gazing at an elder clad in Taoist robes below. I shall obey. Tai Bai Jingxing nodded, and then walked towards the outside of the Lingxiao Hall. In the North Julu continent, miasma filled the air as Su Fan chased after Fan Zhu into a mountain range. This place is shrouded in red fog, filled with numerous venomous insects and beasts. Although they are not strong, their toxins are extremely potent, and even celestial beings can fall prey here if they are not careful. Legend has it that a celestial being once stepped on a venomous insect here and died from the poison, their primordial spirit utterly extinguished by the terrifying toxicity. Can this ghostly master not stop chasing? I truly cannot run any longer. Fan Zhu was so exhausted that he was nearly foaming at the mouth. He felt that if he continued to run, he would collapse from fatigue before the other could even claim his soul. I'm still fine, you can keep running for a while longer. Su Fan said leisurely. I run while you. Fan Zhu cursed vehemently. Su Fan remained unfazed, during Seoul, claiming it was common for there to be dissenters shouting. Cursing the ghostly messengers will only add to your sins, keep it up, and you will be in for it. Poof. Fan Zhu was already in despair, knowing that if he were to be dragged into the underworld by this ghostly messenger, he would likely suffer greatly. At that moment, as Su Fan and he were fleeing, a mountain suddenly rose from the ground in the distance, sprouting 2 stone legs, and quickly escaping. My goodness, there is actually such a persistent ghost chasing people all the way to this miasma, forbidden zone. The mountain deity fled in fright, trembling in fear. Wait, isn't this that individual? At this moment, the mountain deity's enormous head suddenly turned, and his expression changed. Isn't this ghostly messenger the one that the underworld king Qin Guang and the Taoist with a nose in the air from the Changjiao are looking for? The mountain deity's expression shifted, and he hurried to notify the other mountain deities and land gods. The center of the Earth Immortal Realm is located among the 4 great continents, making it easy to reach any of the other continents. Standing atop a great mountain is Qin Guang Wang Jiang Xian, dressed in a black robe, surrounded by dark energy permeating the heavens. Within a radius of several hundred miles, not a single living being remains, all driven away by the terrifying murderous aura emanating from him. Behind him are ghostly soldiers enveloped in dark energy. At this moment, the void sparkled with light, flowers of the Tao bloomed, and multicolored auspicious clouds poured down from the heavens. An elder draped in radiant light with divine light atop his head holding a whisk descended from the heavens and quickly arrived beside Jiang Xen, a person from the heavenly court. Jiang Xin's gaze narrowed. He knew that today his grand actions would certainly attract the attention of the heavenly court. However, no one could stop him today. If he could not find Su Fan, he vowed not to rest. Qin Guang Wang. At this moment, the old Taoist smiled gently and spoke. Tai Bai Jingxing, what business do you have? Jiang Xian said with a slight frown. Qin Guang Wang, the sudden emergence of so many ghost soldiers from the underworld has caused significant upheaval in the Earth Immortal Realm, and this matter has already alarmed the heavenly court. I hope you can quickly withdraw your forces and return those ghost soldiers to the underworld. Tai Bai Jingxing spoke. Once I find the ghostly messenger I seek, I will naturally return. Looking for a ghostly messenger. Tai Bai Jingxing was momentarily taken aback. You have mobilized such forces just to find a single ghostly messenger. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Tai Bai Jingxing was even more puzzled. What kind of ghostly messenger could warrant such importance from Qin Guang Wang? Could it be that, as he thought, there is a startling appearance from the underworld? Qin Guang Wang, if you wish to find a ghostly messenger, you can rely on the mountain deities and land gods to assist you. Why mobilize so many ghost soldiers? This will disrupt the balance of yin and yang and give malevolent ghosts the opportunity to create chaos. Qin Guang Wang remained silent, gazing into the distance where a figure was rapidly approaching. The Ningguan city god pays respects to Qin Guang Wang. The approaching figure was robust, clad in a red robe, bowing to Jiang Xian. Speak. The mountain deity has reported that Su Fan's trace has appeared in the miasma forbidden zone of the North Julu continent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xin's eyes flickered, and he nodded. Qin Guang Wang, according to that mountain deity, the Shanjiao's Chao Xian is currently in the North Julu continent. Jiang Xin's expression changed suddenly, and with a loud shout he flew toward the North Julu continent. Huangfeng, notify all ghost soldiers to assemble in the miasma forbidden zone of the North Julu continent. As he said this, Jiang Xin's figure vanished from sight. Alas! Jiang Xian, wait for me. The emperor's decree has not yet been fully conveyed. Tai Bai Jingxing's expression changed, and he shouted loudly. Then, with auspicious clouds forming beneath his feet, he chased after Jiang Xian. In the northern Julu continent, a miasma-laden, forbidden zone, Fan Zhu gasped for breath. After tens of thousands of years of cultivating, he had never felt this exhausted before. Despite exerting all his strength and draining his essence, he could not escape from this ghostly envoy. Come on, I really can't run anymore. Encountering such a dedicated ghostly envoy, it's just my bad luck, Fan Zhu said, giving up on fleeing completely. He sat on a stone quietly waiting for Su Fan. 1,000 miles away, Su Fan moved swiftly and soon arrived. Looking at Fan Zhu sitting on the stone, he spoke, Fan Zhu, come with me. As he spoke, he prepared to summon the soul-binding rope. At that moment, Su Fan's expression changed, and even Fan Zhu's face shifted dramatically. They felt a terrifying fluctuation enveloping the area, and a figure appeared in an instant. It was a Taoist dressed in a robe emanating an intense aura with Tao principles swirling around him, incredibly powerful. This person was Chao Xian, who had searched for Su Fan throughout the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, but found no trace of him. Even the mountain gods and local deities of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent could not help locate him. Ultimately, in the name of his master Guang Qingzi, he mobilized the mountain gods of the 4 great continents to search for Su Fan. It was only after entering the northern Jilu continent that he received news that Su Fan was also in this area. This excited Chao Xian, and he hurried to this location at his fastest speed. Sure enough, he saw Su Fan here. This little ghost was quite persistent, chasing a golden immortal from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent all the way to the northern Jilu continent. At this moment, Su Fan looked at Chao Xian, his expression frozen for a moment, then sighed, and turned to Fan Zhu saying, Did you bring him here? Do you want to stop me from taking souls? Fan Zhu's face went pale as he vigorously shook his head, and said, It wasn't me, I don't know him. But this Taoist is too strong, a little ghost, I advise you to escape quickly. Su Fan became increasingly confused, gazing at the figure, and asking, Who are you? Chao Xian. Chao Xian. Su Fan's eyes flickered. He did not recognize this person, but the hostility directed at him was immense. You little ghost, you killed my son. Today we must settle this score. Killed your son. Who is your son? Su Fan recalled. Su Hong. Chao Xian snorted coldly, looking at Su Fan and saying in a deep voice, Today I will scatter your soul and refine your true spirit for 30,000 years. With that, Chao Xian extended a palm towards Su Fan, attempting to grab him. Su Fan's expression changed. Judging by the power of that palm, this person was at least at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Tai Golden Immortal. Fan Zhu's face turned pale, and at the same time, he felt a flicker of joy in his heart. If this Shanjiao's Chao Xian could defeat this ghostly envoy, would he not be able to avoid being taken? Boom. At this moment, Su Fan's entire body erupted with dark energy, overwhelming dark qi, obscuring the heavens, resisting the force of Chao Xian's palm. The terrifying power radiated outward, shaking the mountains and valleys within hundreds of miles, instantly reducing them to dust. The void tore apart, laws spread, space shattered, and countless venomous insects and beasts perished. Su Fan retreated dozens of miles, feeling a sharp pain in his soul. However, Chao Xian's face changed dramatically. He understood the strength of his own palm. The purpose of this palm was to shatter Su Fan's soul, yet it did not only fail to break it, but it did not even leave a crack. Such a strong soul. With this kind of soul, it must have reached the Tai Golden Immortal level. Chao Xian's expression grew serious. No wonder he dared to step into this miasma forbidden zone. He had some confidence. Chao Xian snorted coldly, then summoned a magical treasure to suppress Su Fan. It was a large cauldron, entirely golden, etched with many mysterious patterns, ancient and solemn. The large cauldron flew out, descending with mysterious radiance, pressing down towards Su Fan. Su Fan held the soul-binding rope and swung it fiercely, striking directly against the cauldron. Clang! The cauldron roared, unleashing immense power, and Su Fan's soul shook, but ultimately held steady. Little ghost, I didn't expect your soul-binding rope to be such an incredible magical treasure. Chao Xian sneered. He was certain that the soul-binding rope in Su Fan's hand was definitely not an ordinary item. This cauldron was a magical treasure granted to him by his master, unmatched in power. Yet it was actually blocked by the soul-binding rope in this little ghost's hand, which showed that the dark qi entwined around the soul-binding rope was indeed extraordinary. Chao Xian, you are acting against the Underworld's ghostly envoy, without permission, violating the Yin laws. Today I shall execute you. Su Fan's expression was cold, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Execute me. Chao Xian was taken aback, then burst into laughter. This was the funniest joke he had heard in his thousands of years of cultivation. A little ghost from the Underworld actually had the audacity to say he would kill him. On what basis? On the soul-binding rope in his hand. Little ghost, come on. Let me see how you plan to kill me. Chao Xian snorted. Not only him, but even Fan Zhu beside him was bewildered. This ghostly envoy was not only stubborn, but also foolish. A ghostly envoy at the golden immortal level, no matter how strong his soul was, could not possibly kill a Tai golden immortal from Chanjiao. After all, that was a disciple of a great sect equipped with the best magical techniques and treasures. This ghostly envoy, why not admit your mistake? Fan Zhu reminded from the side. Su Fan ignored the two of them and directly activated the Yellow Springs realm. Instantly, a chilling aura spread from him. Chao Xian's expression changed dramatically. The surrounding dark qi was thick, transforming into a ghostly domain, and a terrifying fluctuation spread outward, resembling a battlefield of Azuras or the land of the Yellow Springs, utterly terrifying. Chao Xian's expression changed dramatically. The surrounding dark qi was thick, transforming into a ghostly domain, and a terrifying fluctuation spread outward, resembling a battlefield of Azuras. Chao Xian's expression changed dramatically. The surrounding dark qi was thick, transforming into a ghostly domain, and a terrifying fluctuation spread outward, resembling a battlefield of Azuras or the land of the Yellow Springs, utterly terrifying. Chao Xian felt his strength suppressed by a terrifying aura reduced to a fraction, leaving him horrified. He could hardly believe that this was a magical technique that a golden immortal ghostly envoy could unleash. Fan Zhu trembled, nearly having his soul forced out by the overwhelming pressure. At that moment, he finally understood why this ghostly envoy dared to say he would slay a Tai golden immortal from Chanjiao. Chao Xian died. Su Fan spoke, then lifted the soul-binding rope and walked towards Chao Xian. Su Fan did not care who you were, whether Chanjiao Jiejiao, the Heavenly Court, or the Buddhist sect. Anyone who violated the Yin laws and acted against a ghostly envoy would be slain. At this moment, Chao Xian's face was filled with terror. He was overwhelmed by a terrifying aura. His heart, it felt as if he had encountered an exalted ruler of the Yellow Springs, unable to muster even the slightest inclination to resist, and even his strength was suppressed to a fraction. Little ghost, you dare. Looking at Su Fan, who was summoning the soul-binding rope, Chao Xian was filled. He truly felt afraid, as he had never been so close to death before. What is there to be afraid of? Those who violate the Yin laws will be dealt with according to the Yin laws. According to the 323rd article of the Yin laws, anyone who acts against a ghostly envoy without reason shall have their soul scattered. The Yellow Spring realm stretched for 800 miles, a terrifying expanse entirely transformed into the Yellow Spring realm. In Chao Xian's perception, Su Fan seemed like the sovereign of this Yellow Spring realm, exuding immense authority, instilling a sense of dread within him. What are you going to do? Chao Xian asked, terrified. Su Fan remained silent, instead invoking the soul-hooking rope and drawing it towards Chao Xian. Chao Xian's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly summoned a large cauldron for defense. However, his strength was severely diminished. Even with the extraordinary cauldron, he struggled to wield it. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the cauldron was sent flying, and Su Fan's soul-hooking rope struck Chao Xian directly. Chao Xian let out a muffled groan as he was sent hurtling away. Before he could react, Su Fan had already reached his side, the soul-hooking rope shaking and directly extracting his nascent soul. At this point, Chao Xian completely collapsed. As a Tai golden immortal, although his nascent soul was powerful, it was utterly defenseless against the Underworld's messengers once separated from his physical form. No, Su Fan, let this end here. I will no longer seek revenge upon you. How about you let me go? That's not very feasible. Su Fan replied, pointing a finger towards his nascent soul. No, you can't kill me. My master is the great immortal Guang Chengzi, and my ancestor is a saint of the three realms. If you kill me, you will surely face endless retribution from my teaching. Chao Xian was completely panicked. At this moment, in his nascent soul form, bound by the soul-hooking rope, escape was impossible. What of Guang Chengzi? Even a saint must adhere to reason. If you wish to slay me and violate the laws of the Underworld, I am merely acting in accordance with those laws. Even if Guang Chengzi were here, I would reason with him. If he were to act as you do, he too must face the laws of the Underworld. Su Fan said, then his finger descended, directly extinguishing Chao Xian's nascent soul. In this world, there was no longer a person named Chao Xian. Boom. Following Chao Xian's demise, the great cauldron attempted to flee, but was pulled back down by Su Fan's soul-hooking rope. Gazing at the mysterious cauldron, Su Fan's eyes flickered. He then summoned the overwhelming malevolent energy of the Yellow Spring realm to begin cleansing the cauldron. The cauldron roared and trembled violently, golden light shooting into the sky as it tried to withstand the onslaught of the Yin energy. Yet after a brief moment, its defenses crumbled, and the surrounding Yin energy formed a massive vortex engulfing the cauldron. Before long, the cauldron transformed, becoming pitch black and enveloped in Yin energy. Even the mysterious patterns on its surface turned a dark brown. Su Fan reached out, and the cauldron flew towards him, being dragged by a single hand. Merging his consciousness within, he sensed its power and nodded in approval. Not bad, this cauldron is quite good, Su Fan murmured, then put the cauldron away, frightening Fan Zhu. Seeing Su Fan effortlessly dispatch a tiny golden immortal with a mere finger, Fan Zhu was nearly scared to death. Was this how terrifying a ghost messenger could be? Had he known it would be like this, why would he have fled? He should have simply surrendered. Now he had unwittingly earned several rounds of frying. At this moment, Su Fan looked at the trembling Fan Zhu and said, "Shall we go?" As he spoke, he invoked the soul-hooking rope, extracting Fan Zhu's nascent soul. Fan Zhu's face showed signs of despair as he silently wept. "Ghost Lord, if I had known you possessed such power, why would I have run? You set me up to make a mistake. I have already warned you, yet you remained indifferent." 9 Immortal Mountains. Peach Blossom Cave, surrounded by immortal energy. This place is a land of fortune and transformation. The surrounding immortal mountains were emerald green with clear waters encircling them, rich in immortal energy, radiant with rosy hues and splashing cascades. As the head of the 12 golden immortals of the teaching, Guang Qingzi was naturally powerful, having reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. Even the distance to the Kwasa Saint was not too far. At this moment, Guang Qingzi, dressed in a loose Taoist robe, was sitting cross-legged within the cave meditating. For some unknown reason, a sense of unease suddenly jolted him awake. As a great Luo golden immortal, his mind was elevated, and typically feelings of unease would not arise. However, just now he had indeed felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that something has happened to my little disciple? Guang Qingzi frowned slightly, his long beard flowing, his expression calm, embodying the image of a celestial being. Not long ago, his little disciple Chao Xian had transmitted a message to him stating he would present him with a gift concerning the secrets of the Underworld's reincarnation. He had also ordered the disciples of the Earth Immortal Realm to assist in locating a ghost messenger named Su Fan. Guang Qingzi had not paid much attention, as Chao Xian was his youngest disciple, whom he cherished especially since he was very sensible, further endearing him. However, now the inexplicable feeling of unease in his heart made him somewhat restless. He had a sense that something had happened to Chao Xian. As a powerful being, his mind was blessed, allowing him to perceive certain events in the void. Though there were uncertainties, his intuition was mostly correct. At this moment, Guang Qingzi stood up and walked towards the cave's entrance, where 2 Taoist boys hurriedly brought him a robe. "Master Ancestor, are you going out? The weather has suddenly turned cold today. Please take care of your health," one of the Taoist boys said. "Understood." Guang Qingzi donned the Taoist robe with the assistance of the 2 boys. At his level, what was there to worry about when the weather turned cold? Even if he were to fall into an ice cellar, he would remain composed. It was merely a few kind words from the Taoist boys. Guang Qingzi exited the cave, heading towards a grand hall. This was a place specifically designated for placing the soul lamps. His disciples had their soul lamps housed in the hall. If they were to die unexpectedly, the soul lamps would extinguish. For some reason, he now felt an urge to check on Chao Xian's soul lamp, as the unease in his heart was difficult to dispel. At his level, such fluctuations in mental state should not occur. The hall was ancient, with 2 disciples guarding the entrance. Upon seeing Guang Qingzi, their expressions changed, and they hurriedly bowed. "We greet the Master Ancestor. Is there anything unusual inside?" Guang Qingzi inquired. During recent inspections, the soul lamps showed no abnormalities. One of the disciples replied. Guang Qingzi still felt uneasy and walked forward. "Open the door." "Yes." A Taoist boy opened the door, following Guang Qingzi into the hall. Inside, each soul lamp burned brightly, emanating a rich spiritual aura. However, one of the soul lamps was dim and had evidently extinguished. As soon as they entered the hall, the extinguished soul lamp caught their eye, standing out starkly. The 2 Taoist boys widened their eyes, their expressions filled with disbelief. They rubbed their eyes vigorously and looked again, only to see that the soul lamp remained dim and lifeless. The 2 boys' faces changed drastically, trembling in fear. Guang Qingzi's expression also shifted, his eyes narrowing suddenly. He stared at the dark soul lamp, his eyes bursting with a chilling light. "This is Chao Xian's soul lamp." Guang Qingzi could not help but erupt in fury. Chao Xian had truly perished. Within the 3 realms, who else would dare to kill Guang Qingzi's disciple? Who is it? Who exactly is it? Guang Qingzi bellowed, while the 2 disciples trembled, kneeling on the ground and not daring to raise their heads. Chao Xian went to the Earth Immortal Realm to seek a ghost messenger. Could it be that he was killed by that ghost messenger? Whoever dares harm my disciple, even the king of hell, cannot save you, mark my words. Guang Qingzi snorted coldly, then began to calculate with his fingers, frowning. "I can't deduce who it is." Interesting. Unable to figure out who the culprit was, Guang Qingzi started to deduce the location of Chao Xian's demise. North Jilu continent, a miasma forbidden zone. Humph. Little ghost, wait for your death. Guang Chengzi's expression darkened, his heart ablaze with fury, and in a flash he vanished from the hall. Bai Jilu Zhou, a miasmic forbidden zone. Su Fan had finished with Chao Xian without feeling much. Those who transgress the Yin law deserve such an end. However indifferent others might be toward the Yin law, Su Fan took it seriously. Dare to breach the Yin law, and he would mete out its penalties. Master Ghost Envoy, you are formidable. May I serve under you? Fan Zhu glanced at Chao Xian's corpse and pleaded pitifully. You wish to become a Ghost Envoy? Su Fan paused in surprise and asked. Yes. I perceive you, Master Ghost Envoy, as just and incorruptible. Oh, surely you are a remarkable figure in the nether realms. With you here, the underworld will flourish. I am unworthy, but if I could find a post beneath the Master Ghost Envoy, I would be overjoyed. Fan Zhu said earnestly. Su Fan was momentarily taken aback. The words felt oddly familiar. Wait a moment. Then Su Fan produced a treasure mirror. I'll take a look at you first. Look at what? Fan Zhu asked, puzzled. As he spoke, Su Fan activated the mirror and began to reflect Fan Zhu. This is the mirror of sins. If you bore great sins in life, you cannot become a Ghost Envoy. Su Fan said, I'm not afraid. Apart from peeking at a widow bathing before I cultivated, I have no great sins. At most I cheated a little on incense offerings, but I made amends afterward. I also slew demons and exorcised many evils. If not sins, I have accrued considerable merit. You have merits. Su Fan's gaze brightened, but he then shook his head. Never mind, I'm not that sort of person. The mirror of sins began to reflect Fan Zhu's life. In his mortal life, he had been a pauper living by chopping wood, carrying water for widows in the village, taking small advantages now and then, hardly a man of great villainy. Later he was taken to cultivate, and spent tens of thousands of years in practice, eventually attaining the golden immortal realm. His life held no great upheavals, it was comparatively smooth. After his cultivation succeeded, he began to gather incense offerings, and performed many good deeds. That should meet the standards, Su Fan murmured as he stowed the mirror of sins. Really? Master Ghost Envoy, then I can serve you faithfully henceforth. Fan Zhu brightened. Serving as a Ghost Envoy was not without comforts. One avoided reincarnation, and could retain one's pre-mortem cultivation. With a reconstructed soul body, one could restore one's cultivation. Enter my 19 bureaus, and you must observe their rules. Strive to collect souls, and rise in rank quickly. Rest assured, Master Ghost Envoy, I will not fail your expectations. Once we return to the underworld, first undergo the few pending oil-frying punishments, then report to my 19 bureaus. What? Fan Zhu's face fell. But Master Ghost Envoy, I am already your subordinate. Why still the oil-frying? Rules cannot be changed, this formality must not be omitted. I've already calculated it, you will need to be oil-fried 3 times, Su Fan said solemnly, wagging a finger. Once for refusing to collect souls and violating the Yin law, once for causing me to spend 2 days chasing you and delaying official duties, and a final time for insulting a Ghost Envoy. 3 in total. Rest assured my bureau will not overcharge you. Fan Zhu, my thanks to you. Then, wearing a face of aggrieved grievance, he was bound by Su Fan's soul-snaring cord and led forward. They had hardly taken 2 steps when Fan Zhu felt his soul tremble. All around surged a suffusion of Yin energy that chilled his spine. Even Su Fan felt something amiss. The air bristled with Yin qi from every direction. His expression changed, spectral light flared in his eyes as he scanned the horizon. In the distance, rolling mists of Yin spread, blotting out sky and sun. Dense, ghostly qi coalesced into hideous phantoms drifting through the void. Within that vast Yin miasma rushed a host of Yin spirits, each formidable, clad in war armor and bearing long spears, their demeanor icy. Yin energy swirled about their bodies, murderous intent thick in the air. Su Fan was stupefied as the Yin soldiers, near and distant, assembled. Their quality was extraordinary, their bearing far superior, even to the soul-collecting ghost envoys of his 19 bureaus. A rare find. Green light flickered in Su Fan's eyes as he fixated on the Yin soldiers approaching from all sides, a stirring of covetousness in his heart. Fan Zhu was terrified. Already in a spectral state, he held a soul-deep reverence for the official bearing of the underworld officers. Now, with so many Yin soldiers surging forward, his soul shook, and he nearly prostrated himself. Master Ghost Envoy, surely you are not some unparalleled corrupt official of the underworld. Why else would so many Yin soldiers come to apprehend you? Fan Zhu tugged at the soul-snaring cord to put distance between them, but it would not part. Don't be absurd. If I rank second in incorruptibility in the underworld, no one would dare claim first, Su Fan said. He stared unblinkingly at the Yin soldier's, pleasure mounting in his heart. Corrupt officials always say that, Fan Zhu muttered, tugging hard at the cord. He did not wish to be implicated and punished so soon after just becoming a Ghost Envoy. What are you afraid of? Stop pulling, Su Fan glared. These Yin soldiers may very well be your future. At Fan, just most anxious moment, the Yin soldiers reached Su Fan. Each was icy and expressionless movements, impeccably disciplined, armor-clad, and spears in hand, standing in solemn formation. Paired with steeds of black shadow armored in magical implements, a single such warrior could sweep the three realms. Su Fan grew ever more enamored. In all his time in the underworld, he had never seen such disciplined Yin soldiers. If he could recruit them under his banner as ghost envoys collecting souls across the three realms, they would surely earn him many advancement points. Such Yin soldiers could, with the soul-snaring cord, pacify the world, and in battle wash the three realms in blood to set the heavens aright. Just as Su Fan's eyes gleamed green, and the ghost envoys around him grew uneasy, several towering figures wreathed in Yin energy strode forward from the rear. One by one, the Yin soldiers stepped aside, forming a path. 10 silhouettes wrapped in Yin energy materialized before the assembled soldiers. At sight of these 10 spirits, Su Fan was slightly startled. Lord Shinjun, what brings you here? Su Fan asked in puzzlement. Su Fan, what are you up to? Hei Wuchang snapped. Fan Zhu, full of grievance, thought inwardly, are you saying he's targeting me? Lord Shinjun, what on earth has happened? Su Fan was bewildered. Looking at the 10 towering Yin spirits aside from the few he recognized, he had already guessed the identities of the others. Apart from Hei Wuchang, and by Wuchang the day patrolling spirit and night patrolling spirit, and Hei Gui, Wang the remaining inhuman spirits, must be the other 5 Yin marshals. What happened? That Shanjiao's Chao Xian came to kill you. You nearly frightened us to death, Hei Wuchang said urgently. At that, Su Fan shrugged. A mere third-generation disciple of Chanjiao, hardly worth being so alarmed. A mere third-generation disciple. Do you know he is a Tai golden immortal? I know. How do you know that? Hei Wuchang asked. At that moment, a figure condensed from the void. Qing Guang Wang Jiang Xian. He looked at Su Fan, who was unharmed, and exhaled in relief. Su Fan, there's no need to stay. Return to the underworld at once. Qing Guang Wang spoke, then his gaze flickered to several li behind Su Fan, and his expression changed. In a flash, Qing Guang Wang appeared a few li away from Su Fan. There were 2 corpses here. One was the spirit bound to the soul-snaring cord in Su Fan's hand. Who was the other? Judging by the fluctuations in its body and the vigor of its residual blood, qi, it appeared to be a Tai golden immortal. At this, Qing Guang Wang's face changed, and he said gravely, Su Fan, this corpse. Indeed, that is Chao Xian, just slain by my master ghost envoy. Fan Zhu patted his chest proudly. Fan Zhu boasted, patting his chest. Chao Xian, Qing Guang Wang, and the 10 Yin marshals were all struck pale, their gazes filled with shock as they looked at Su Fan. He actually killed Chao Xian. As Fan Zhu spoke, King Qing Guang felt completely numb. He had painstakingly summoned troops from the underworld to the mortal realm, fearing that Su Fan would be shattered to pieces by Chao Xian. But now Chao Xian had actually been killed by Su Fan. Was all his effort in vain? This left King Qing Guang in shock, feeling utterly redundant. How did you slay him? King Qing Guang asked gravely. I know this, my ghostly envoy simply pressed him down with a finger. Fan Zhu replied. You killed him. King Qing Guang looked towards Fan Zhu. Fan Zhu chuckled and fell silent. Fan Zhu, this is King Qing Guang, and those are the 10 great Yin commanders. Do not be rude, Su Fan said. What? Fan Zhu's expression changed and he fainted on the spot. You are cultivating the ghostly god's 7 calamities technique. King Qing Guang said gravely. Yes. Heizi, who told you to pass on the ghostly god's 7 calamities to him? King Qing Guang shouted in anger. This? King Qing Guang, it wasn't me who passed it to him. Let me ask Lu Gang when I return, Heizi replied. King Qing Guang, what's wrong with the ghostly god's 7 calamities technique? I feel quite good about it, Su Fan said, confused. Although the ghostly god's 7 calamities is powerful and has the potential to enable ghostly envoys to kill beyond their level, this technique is extremely difficult to cultivate and is not worth the cost. Moreover, in the underworld, there is no one who can cultivate the ghostly god's 7 calamities to the 5th calamity. Don't practice this technique anymore. I will teach you several powerful techniques later. No need, King Qing Guang. I feel the ghostly god's 7 calamities is great and can be cultivated continuously. As ghostly envoys, we must be bold in challenges. Su Fan said. He really didn't want to cultivate so many techniques. The more he cultivated, the more evolution points he consumed. And what was the purpose of cultivating techniques? Was it not to be able to collect souls peacefully? Now he had the ghostly god's 7 calamities, the fighting holy law, and the Huangquan realm, so there was no need to practice other techniques. Su Fan's response left everyone astonished. Was there someone who refused to learn techniques? This was truly a peculiar case. Alright, we will discuss this matter later. Now you must return to the underworld. Return to the underworld. No way. I have only collected one of 10 souls, the other 9 are still uncollected. Su Fan exclaimed, unwilling to go back. What soul are you collecting? Don't you know you are in danger now? You killed the disciple of Guang Qingzi. With his narrow-minded character, he will definitely act against you without regard for face, and then it will be dangerous. King Qin Guang Qingzi is at least a second-generation disciple of the Chan sect. He should be reasonable. His disciple violated the underworld laws and was killed by a subordinate. That's not unreasonable, right? Reason is established by strength. If you are powerful, even if you slay Guang Qingzi, you will still be justified. King Qin Guang said gravely. At this moment, a divine light rushed over from a distance. The Taibai Jinxing cloaked in rosy light finally caught up. King Qin Guang, you ran too fast. Even this old Taoist couldn't keep up. His Majesty said to have you withdraw your troops immediately. You must not delay. Huh. Why does this corpse look so familiar? Looking at Chao Xian's corpse, Taibai Jinxing was momentarily taken aback. No, he is. He is the little disciple of Guang Qingzi from the Chan sect. Taibai Jinxing was alarmed and suddenly looked at King Qin Guang saying, did you collect his soul? King Qin Guang did not want to speak much with him, just nodded and said, Taibai Jinxing, go back and inform the Jade Emperor. I will withdraw my troops now. As he spoke, he waved his hand and numerous ghostly soldiers began to act, heading towards the ghost gate. King Qin Guang, don't blame this old Taoist for being talkative. Guang Qingzi is not a broad-minded person. Now that you have collected his disciple's soul, he will certainly not let it go easily. At this moment, Taibai Jinxing's face was filled with worry. If not, you should leave Chao Xian's soul behind. This old Taoist fears there will be disputes. After all, the Chan sect's matters are beyond the reach of our heavenly court. Are you worried about implicating the heavenly court? King Qin Guang said coldly. Rest assured, matters of the underworld will naturally be resolved by the underworld. They won't implicate the heavenly court. Oh dear, King Qin Guang, how can you say that? Taibai Jinxing stroked his graying beard. Actually, our heavenly court feels quite helpless regarding the Chan sect. No need for more words. Chao Xian's soul cannot be handed over. It has already turned to ashes. What? Taibai Jinxing was startled. Even for the heavenly court, if they wanted to deal with someone from the Chan sect, they would have to consult a sage. How is it that the underworld is more formidable than the heavenly court? It's over. With the Chan sect's temperament, something big is bound to happen. This matter should be reported to the Jade Emperor as soon as possible. Taibai Jinxing's expression was grave. Looking at those departing ghostly soldiers, he felt quite uneasy. The current underworld, it seems, is no longer the same as before. These ghostly soldiers have probably surpassed the heavenly soldiers of the heavenly court. Killing my disciple and harming souls, do you think you can just walk away from this? At this moment, a vast voice descended from the void. A figure descended from the sky clad in a Taoist robe surrounded by Taoist principles. As he appeared, the entire void became turbulent. As soon as the figure appeared, he pointed at Su Fan. Swish! With his finger pointing out, a terrifying beam of light directly shot towards Su Fan's forehead. Su Fan's expression changed drastically, feeling as if he were enveloped by a terrifying will with nowhere to escape. He couldn't help but be horrified. Was this the power of the great Luo Golden Immortal? Humph! At this moment, a cold snort sounded, and the restraints around Su Fan were instantly shattered. A figure appeared in front of Su Fan, blocking the incoming finger. King Qin Guang, with a dark expression, looked towards the figure at the pinnacle of the void, his eyes flashing with intense light. Guang Qingzi, how shameless you are. As a second-generation disciple of the Chan sect, you actually dare to ambush a junior. Truly shameless. Ambushing from behind. When my disciple died, why didn't you say so? Guang Qingzi's Taoist robe billowed without wind rustling in the air. Your disciple was killed by my underworld's ghostly envoy. That's just retribution. Retribution. Humph. I have never understood what retribution is in all the years of the Chan sect. Killing my disciple, even if you King Qin Guang are here, this little ghost must die today. Guang Qingzi's expression darkened, his entire being radiating unmatched power. Try it. King Qin Guang was completely enraged, his black robe billowing with layers of black energy spreading, exuding a terrifying aura. Today, whoever dares to touch my underworld ghostly envoy, my underworld's 1 million ghostly soldiers will surely wash the 3 realms in blood and annihilate all of their disciples. Take Su Fan away. I want to see how this second-generation disciple of the Chan sect can be. King Qin Guang's eyes were blood-red with murderous intent swirling within, staring at Guang Qingzi. Guang Qingzi's expression changed. It seemed that King Qin Guang was acting a bit unusual. Since the disappearance of the underworld's Ping Xin Yang, King Qin Guang seemed to have changed entirely. If he met with his Chan sect brothers, although he wouldn't be humble, he would at least not dare to act recklessly, and certainly wouldn't be as stubborn as he was today. But now it seemed that King Qin Guang had returned to the fearless state of the underworld from the past. Jiang Xian, are you going to start a war with the Chan sect over a mere ghostly envoy? So what? If you dare to touch a hair on him today, I Jiang Xian swear that I will annihilate all disciples of the Guang Qingzi line. Whoever dares to obstruct my underworld will surely emerge in full force, bringing eternal unrest to the three realms. Jiang Xin's aura surged, and he shouted loudly. In the North Julu continent, a miasma zone shrouded in blood-red fog, the sun was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Xian stood tall amidst the forest, exuding an unparalleled might. His long hair danced wildly, his entire body radiating dark energy, formidable and extraordinary, with eyes that could captivate, gazing into the void at Guang Qingzi. Guang Qingzi's expression darkened. He never expected that for a mere ghostly envoy Jiang Xian would stake the entire underworld. He knew that this ghostly envoy was extraordinary, and even he, a great Luo golden immortal, could not deduce their abilities. Had it not been for the treasure concealing the heavenly secrets on him, this envoy would be a ghostly prodigy endowed with great fortune. Those with immense fortune are not easily predicted. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the envoy had slain his most cherished disciple, thus a feud had been thoroughly established. What if the opponent had overwhelming fortune? Ultimately, they were merely a minor ghost of the underworld. Could their fortune truly surpass that of him, a disciple of a saint? Having survived tribulations without dying, he had already amassed a great fortune incomparable to any trivial being. However, at this moment, Guang Qingzi was somewhat hesitant, as Jiang Xin's attitude had made things clear. If he dared to harm that little ghost, he would likely fight to the death. Although Guang Qingzi prided himself on his strength, he was uncertain against Jiang Xian, the foremost among the 10 kings of hell. Moreover, there were also the 10 Yama Kings of the underworld watching intently. A few among these 10 Yama Kings had also reached the level of great Luo golden immortal. Jiang Xian, are you sure you want to do this? Guang Qingzi said in a deep voice. If you dare to touch him, I will surely slaughter all your disciples, Jiang Xian replied solemnly. With a wave of his sleeve, a chain as dark as ink appeared in his hand. The chain was icy to the bone. Even from a distance, Guang Qingzi felt a chill sweep over him. This soul retrieval chain is the first generation of its kind from the underworld, and I haven't used it in a long time. Today you can give it a try, Jiang Xian said, his fighting spirit soaring as he looked at Guang Qingzi. Since the disappearance of Lady Pingxin, he had endured humiliation and carried burdens, managing the underworld with great caution. But today he no longer wished to endure. Oh dear, what are you two doing? Harmony is paramount. Harmony is paramount. At this moment, the Tai Bai Venus hurried forward, acting as a peacemaker. Seeing that a man and a ghost were about to clash, as a representative of the heavenly court governing the three realms, Tai Bai Venus could not afford to be negligent. Both of them were peak great Luo golden immortals. Once a battle broke out, the mountains and rivers would surely crumble. Furthermore, one of them was a disciple of a saint holding a noble position in the Chan sect. The other was the foremost among the 10 kings of hell, commanding millions of ghostly envoys who were not to be trifled with. If a great war were to erupt, the calamity it would cause would be no less than 1/10 of a tribulation. Tai Bai Venus, you see this matter today. Oh, I ask you, will the heavenly court intervene or not? Guang Qingzi said with a grim expression. Of course we will intervene, I rest assured, Guang Qingzi. My heavenly court will certainly provide you with an explanation. Tai Bai Venus quickly replied. Good. I will wait for your heavenly court's explanation. Guang Qingzi snorted coldly. He cast a deep glance at Jiang Xian, then with a flicker of his figure he vanished from the spot. In truth, he also knew that the heavenly court could not provide him with any satisfactory explanation. His words were merely a means to find a way out. He understood that Tai Bai Venus was extending him a helping hand. Although it was a pity that Chao Xian had died, just as Jiang Xian had said, his attempt to capture and kill the ghostly envoy resulted in being counterkilled. It was entirely a matter of skill. Using the surface rules, he indeed had no reason to trouble that ghostly envoy. However, having lost his beloved disciple, he was determined to ensure the demise of that ghostly envoy to quell his own resentment. The surface rules bind the weak, but with his strength he truly need not adhere to any rules. He could easily find a reason to crush that ghostly envoy. However, today, with Jiang Xian present, he indeed had no opportunity to act. Guang Qingzi sneered, already plotting in his heart, and soon departed from the place. Seeing Guang Qingzi leave, Tai Bai Venus let out a sigh of relief. Qing Guang Wang, you must be cautious. Today Guang Qingzi has suffered such a great loss. Based on my understanding of him, he will likely not let this matter rest easily. Thank you for the reminder, my friend. I am well aware. Jiang Xin replied solemnly. Did he not know Guang Chengxi's temperament? If he could not gain an advantage openly, he would likely resort to underhanded means. From what Jiang Xin knew during the Fengshan War, he did not shy away from using cunning tactics. Enough, O Qin Guang Wang, you should withdraw your troops quickly. The old Taoist still needs to return to the heavenly court to report. As for that ghostly envoy, you should try to minimize his involvement with the living world. He may be a good ghost, but he seems to lack adaptability. The three realms are about cultivating immortality, but they also involve human sentiments and affairs. Tai Bai Venus waved his hand, then raised his hand with a fluttering whisk shining brightly beneath his feet as he rode the radiant clouds away. Watching the departing Tai Bai Venus, Qin Guang Wang's expression became slightly solemn. He spoke correctly. He not only had to guard against Guang Chengxi, but also against the heavenly court. Today, the Underworld's trump card had already been exposed, and with so many ghostly soldiers surging out, if the heavenly court pursued this matter, it would indeed be a headache. After all, the Underworld has not yet grown to the point where it can contend with the heavenly court and the saints behind it. Qin Guang Wang, that Tai Bai Venus is truly a good person. A good person, perhaps, but he is quite shrewd. Qin Guang Wang remarked, then waved his hand and commanded, return to the Underworld. As he spoke, he led the 10 Yama Kings towards the Ghost Gate. The northern Ghost Gate, Mount Luofeng. Before the Ghost Gate, the ghostly soldiers lined up to enter. When Guang Chengxi descended, many ghostly soldiers quickly escorted Su Fan away. They had already reached the Ghost Gate. That Guang Chengxi is powerful. Even if I unleash the Yellow Springs realm, I fear I would not be his match. After all, he is a great Luo golden immortal who has cultivated for countless years, while my Yellow Springs realm is only just beginning to take shape. Although it is more than enough to deal with Tai E golden immortals, it still falls short against great Luo golden immortals. I must hurry to gather souls, elevate my realm, and enhance my divine abilities. If I can break through to the great Luo golden immortal, should Guang Chengxi dare to be arrogant, I will directly claim him. Su Fan, after returning to the Underworld, remain low-key for a while, do not venture into the living world for the time being. At this moment, Qin Guang Wang's figure appeared before the Ghost Gate. Qin Guang Wang, it's fine you arrived early today. Had you come later, I might have even slain that Guang Chengxi. Su Fan said earnestly. Hearing this, several ghostly generals' eyelids twitched. Su Fan, you better shut your mouth. You think you can talk big in front of Qin Guang Wang. Wake up. Tell them, can I slay that Guang Chengxi? Su Fan shook the fainted Fanju. Master, stop shaking. While you big shots are talking, could you not involve me? Fanju awakened, trembled. Su Fan grinned, then turned to the Yama Kings, saying, several Yama Kings, how do you train your ghostly soldier? Don't even think about putting your eyes on my underlings. The three ghostly generals Huang Feng, Miao Zue, and Bao Wei immediately regarded Su Fan with guarded expressions. From the moment they laid eyes on Su Fan, they had been very wary of this little ghost. Not for any other reason except that his eyes kept fixated on their ghostly soldiers, occasionally emitting a green glow. In the underworld Fengdu City, Su Fan and the ghosts had returned to the city while those Yin soldiers led by several Yin generals entered deep into the nether realm. Su Fan had been unable to forget those Yin soldiers. However, the control of the several Yin generals was too tight, leaving him with no opportunity to act. Su Fan briefly instructed Heibai Wuchang and handed Fanju over to the Black Ghost King, asking him to take him back to the punishment department for frying. Fanju, behave well. I've already instructed them, and they won't make things difficult for you. Take care, Su Fan advised before leaving. Don't worry, he'll be waiting for you at the soul-snatching department. When you finish, just come find me. Fanju nodded with a face full of melancholy. Su Fan, why not let him off? Said the Black Ghost King. Fanju's expression brightened, looking at Su Fan with hopeful eyes. No, absolutely not. Great responsibilities are laid upon this person. Fanju. Then Su Fan left. He did not return to his residence, but headed directly back to the soul-snatching department. Since King Qin Guang had ordered him to stay in the underworld for 2 days starting from now, he would not take on any young duties until 2 days later. In the soul-snatching department, Su Fan sat at the top of the grand hall dressed in black, surrounded by auras of Yin exuding a remarkable presence. At this moment, 3 ghost officials entered the grand hall, namely Su Fan's trusted subordinates Luo Qing, Chen Kong, and Zhang Laojiao. Upon seeing Su Fan, all 3 were momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. After all, even if Su Fan was formidable, he was still one of them, a ghost official from the same batch, and they shared bonds. Lord Sijun, you have finally returned. I couldn't eat or sleep these past 2 days, constantly worrying about your safety, Lord Sijun. Luo Qing nearly burst into tears. Su Fan waved his hand and said, I know you care about me. Next time, why not skip your rest? and help gather a few souls for our department. That's definitely not a problem, but I've been a bit overworked lately, and with worrying about your safety I'm quite exhausted, so let's save it for next time. Su Fan smiled and did not continue the topic, but turned to Qin Kong and Zhang Laojiu asking how about you too? Are you tired? I have committed many sins in my previous life, and was controlled by evil people consuming many innocent souls. I feel deeply remorseful for my actions and do everything to atone, so I do not feel tired, Zhang Laojiu replied. Lord Sijun, I'm not tired either. Doing my job brings merit, which is quite good. Qin Kong said, recently I've taken a liking to a ghost girl. Once I gather more merit, I plan to marry her into my grave. Oh, is there a match made? I've inquired her. It seems her father is a judge from the 25th Department of the Trial Department. Qin Kong chuckled. Lord Sijun, don't listen to this fool. Her father hasn't agreed to this marriage, Luo Qing interjected. I believe he will agree as long as I work hard. He will definitely agree. Alas, brother, you don't understand. It's not just about working hard. Luo Qing shook his head and sighed. Also, Lord Sijun, you should hold back a bit from now on. Why? Su Fan inquired. Alas, you don't know, during your disappearance these past 2 days others have been spreading rumors that you were captured by the living as an evil ghost. I heard it made them incredibly happy. They harbor a lot of hostility toward you. It doesn't matter. Su Fan was not concerned about these things at all. No, Lord Sijun, please listen to me. Luo Qing continued. When I was alive I was a businessman, and I'm sure Lord Sijun knows that, right? I do. In the area where I live there were only mortals and cultivators were not visible. However, there was still a martial world among mortals with heroes and rogues. It is said that a certain hero once obtained a peculiar technique. After practicing it, he became immensely powerful, though of course, not as much as a cultivator. After that hero got this technique, he was relentlessly hunted. To escape the pursuit, he even made the tech. As long as you have money, you can buy it. Isn't that good? If everyone cultivates, there won't be any problems. Su Fan interjected. Lord Sijun, that's the problem. That technique is an evil one, only men can cultivate it. The blood-red words clearly state to cultivate this technique, one must first castrate oneself. Just think about it, what kind of ruthless person could create such a gruesome technique? Upon hearing this, both Luo Qing and Qin Kang's expressions changed, feeling a chill in their pants. Luo Qing, what happened next? Did they all cultivate it? They probably didn't, right? Qin Kang asked. With such an evil method, it's better not to practice it. No. Initially, everyone was debating whether to cultivate it, but once one person did, there was no turning. Nobody wanted to be weak. If everyone refrained from practicing, things would remain the same, but once someone cultivated, they became immensely powerful, able to dominate others' lives. To avoid being suppressed, everyone was forced to castrate themselves and had no choice but to cultivate. Now the entire martial world turned into eunuchs, and everyone became immensely powerful. However, within a few decades, the martial world ceased to exist, and there were no successors. Su Fan cleared his throat and said, Luo Qing, are you hinting at me? No. I'm just telling a joke. Hee. Luo Qing chuckled nervously. I've heard this joke before. Su Fan replied, I wonder if you've practiced it before. If not, do you want to give it a try now? No. Lord Sijun, please don't play with me. I really don't want to practice. Luo Qing hurriedly. Alright, no more nonsense. A new ghost official will be coming to my soul-snatching department soon. Luo Qing, make sure to tell him the rules of our department. Understood. Luo Qing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved. Alas, I wanted to use this allegory to remind Lord Sijun, but it seems he didn't take it to heart. At this moment in the punishment department, Fan Ju was brought to a large frying cauldron with a serious expression. Looking at the cauldron, which was taller than a person, and the boiling soul oil within, Fan Ju's face turned pale. What are you afraid of? If you're scared, then don't do bad things. One of the frying ghost officials said, then grabbed Fan Ju and was about to throw him into the cauldron. I haven't done anything bad. I just fled when I was soul snatching and insulted the ghost officials. Oh, it's the first time I've fried this kind of ghost. The frying ghost official flipped through the frying documents, grinning. Fried 3 times. Well, that's acceptable, not too much. Not too much. It's already 3 times. Fan Ju exclaimed. What do you mean not too much? Yesterday, I encountered a ghost that was fried 100 times. 100 times. Fan Ju nearly wet himself, suddenly feeling that Su Fan was quite kind. Enough, no more questions. Are you ready? After the ghost official finished speaking, he threw Fan Ju into the frying cauldron. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from within the cauldron. The ghost official remained expressionless, stirring with a stick. After a while, the frying ghost official pulled Fan Ju out. Sir, can we stop frying now? Fan Ju's spirit dimmed as he pleaded softly. Don't worry, the mixed oil protects your true spirit. It's just flesh pain. Go on in. After 3 rounds of frying ended quickly, Fan's gaze became vacant. He was beginning to doubt his ghostly existence, looking as if he had been ravaged by 10 strong men, utterly haggard. Ghosts are one last question. What are the benefits of working here? Benefits. Frying 1 day, resting 2 days. In a few days we might change the system to frying 1 day and resting 3 days. Upon hearing this, Fan's eyes lit up. Is it really so comfortable? He had heard that the deities in the heavenly courts who ranked among the celestial ranks had to work every day. Even the 4 heavenly kings guarding the southern heaven gate worked day and night. Was it really so comfortable for ghost officials in the underworld? Lord Su Fan, you're so benevolent. You've arranged such a good position for me. I misjudged you. I cursed you and your ancestors 800 times in my heart. I apologize. Fan Ju was filled with gratitude. Suddenly, he felt that those 3 rounds of frying weren't much at all. This position with such treatment, where else could he find it in the 3 realms? Even if the celestial soldiers and generals in the heavenly courts offered to exchange with him, he wouldn't do it. For a moment, Fan Ju felt that he had made the right decision by following Su Fan. Truly wise, recognizing a true leader. Fan Ju then looked at the ghost official and asked, brother, what's the salary? 50 merits a month. The ghost official rolled his eyes and said, stop with the nonsense. There are many ghosts waiting to be fried behind, and if you delay my work, I'll throw you back into this cauldron and fry you a few more times. How can you, a ghost official, speak like that? I'm about to become a soul-snatching ghost official, mind your words. What department? The soul-snatching department. Fan Ju puffed out his chest. Then, brother, congratulations. The frying ghost official grinned. That's more like it. We're all on the same level, so we should help each other. On the way, Fan Ju was filled with excitement, humming a little tune, while inquiring about directions to the soul-snatching division. At this moment, he felt that dying would be fine. At least he wouldn't have to live in fear on the mortal plane, worrying about being captured again. He could even land a decent job, which didn't seem too bad. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. For Su Fan, Fan Ju felt increasingly grateful. If she were a female ghost, his gratitude would probably only be repayable by offering himself. However, along the way, he had seen some things he had never heard of before. For example, the ghostly brothel. Damn, I never expected the underworld to be so vibrant. Su Fan, Lord has treated me well. Once I receive my salary, I must invite Lord to the ghostly brothel for a visit. Fan Ju fantasized about preparing several beautiful, ghostly women for Lord. Once Lord was satisfied, he would also enjoy comfort in the future. With boundless ambition, Fan Ju thought that he and Lord had become acquainted through conflict, and this relationship, if properly tended, could lead to great fortune. Soon they arrived at the soul-snatching division. The grand hall of the division was magnificent, with a thick atmosphere of energy. Outside the hall, 2 ghostly guards stood watch. Upon seeing Fan Ju, they looked surprised and said, what are you doing here? This is the restricted area of the soul-snatching division. What does a ghost like you want? Gentlemen, we are all colleagues. I am also a ghostly guard of the soul-snatching division. Fan Ju replied with a beaming smile. Oh, I've never seen you before. I'm new here, and am about to report to Lord. New here? The 2 guards exchanged knowing smiles, looking at Fan Ju with suspicion. Well, you've come to the right place, haha. Come on in quickly. Fan Ju nodded, deeply touched. Their warmth was overwhelming. The soul-snatching division was indeed a great place. The ghostly guards were all so friendly. When it came to divine positions, one had to look at the underworld, but just look at how warmly each ghostly guard treated him. Compared to the cruelty of the cultivation world, it felt somewhat disorienting. Brothers, I hope to drink with you sometime. Haha, sounds good. With great anticipation, Fan Ju entered the soul-snatching division. The hall was filled with a thick energy, and the walls were adorned with terrifying depictions of evil. However, what Fan Ju most wanted to see was Lord, who sat atop the grand hall. Looking at Su Fan, who was seated regally in the hall, Fan Ju smiled slightly and said, I am Fan Ju, greetings to you, Lord. Seeing Fan Ju, Su Fan nodded and said, Fan Ju, they didn't give you a hard time, did they? No, everything was perfectly fine. They cleaned away my past sins. Good. Now that you're part of the soul-snatching division, work hard, and your future will be limitless. Thank you for the promotion, Lord. Fan Ju smiled broadly, filled with motivation. Lord, your great kindness to me I cannot repay. In the future, I will definitely honor you well and follow your lead. Su Fan smiled, but did not speak. However, the expressions of Luo Qing and the others standing below were somewhat peculiar. I hope that in the future you will still think this way. All right, Luo Qing, I leave Fan Ju in your hands. Take him for a few days and explain to him the rules of the soul-snatching division. Luo Qing grinned and stepped forward, saying, Don't worry, Lord, with my guidance he will be on the right path in no time. Fan Ju smiled foolishly, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit off, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. Luo Qing, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Haha, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of you. Luo Qing laughed widely, which made Fan Zhu even more confused. Were the ghostly guards of the soul-snatching division really this kind? They were too easy to get along with. He became increasingly convinced that following Su Fan Lord was a wise choice. Fan Zhu, since you just arrived, let me explain the rules of our soul-snatching division to you. Sure, Fan Zhu said excitedly. The ghostly guards of the soul-snatching division earn the highest salary among all the divisions in the underworld, comparable to that of the inspection division, with a monthly salary of 100 merit points. 100. Fan Zhu's eyes lit up. The ghostly guard from the fried division mentioned a salary of 50 merit points, and the soul-snatching division already reached 100 merit points. Indeed, Lord Su Fan is a good person. No, a good ghost. Of course, with a high salary, you must also work hard. Su Fan sent off Fan Zhu, then handled several documents at the soul-capturing division, comforting some ghostly messengers returning to the afterlife before walking toward the outside of the main hall. It had been a long time since he had been home in these past 2 days. Su Fan moved forward and soon arrived in front of the mausoleum palace, striding inside. Master, you have returned. Several Yiksha-ji were extremely excited. Upon seeing Su Fan, they felt completely at ease. Su Fan's absence for 2 days while on duty had made them quite worried. Master, I will go prepare something for you to eat. Wen Ji, with boundless grace, swayed her waist to prepare food for Su Fan. The other Yiksha-ji pressed Su Fan onto a chair, massaging his shoulders and legs. Master, we were so worried while you were gone for these 2 days. What is there to worry about? I have official duties to attend to. I can't always stay in the palace. Su Fan said. You are right, Master. We were inconsiderate. After you finish your meal, we will serve you well, Master. Serve what? A man should not be obsessed with women. Until my great undertaking is complete, indulging in female company will ultimately hinder my progress. As ghostly messengers, we must take the revival of the underworld as our responsibility. Everything else is but fleeting smoke, and you must not disrupt my important matters. You are absolutely right, Master. The Yiksha-ji looked at Su Fan with admiration, praising him repeatedly, their eyes filled with adoration. Seeing the eager expressions on the faces of the ghostly maidens, Su Fan felt a pang of guilt and said, Don't take too long, I still have official duties to attend to. Hee, we know Master loves us the most. 5 days later, Su Fan was sitting in the palace enjoying the black grapes carefully prepared for him by the 5 Yiksha-ji. Suddenly, he felt a Buddhist light spreading from outside the palace, and Su Fan's gaze flickered as his expression darkened. Currently, Su Fan held no goodwill toward the Buddhist sect, especially regarding the Ksitigarbha. Had he not been resilient, he might have become a monk in Ling Mountain by now. At that time, gazing at his 5 beautiful Yiksha-ji, he could only shed tears. No, perhaps he would have completely devoted himself to Buddhism, free of desires. Su Fan, the Ksitigarbha of the Buddhist sect, has come to visit. Why aren't you quickly coming out to welcome me? Outside the palace, Xian Ku said in a deep tone. He harbored great resentment towards Su Fan. Now being reformed by Ksitigarbha, he felt deep remorse, reflecting on which mistake had led him to betray the Buddhist sect. Why would he betray such a good sect? In the end, he pushed all the blame onto Su Fan. Therefore, he came this time with anger. Moreover, the Ksitigarbha held a high status in the Buddhist sect, being a bodhisattva and a person in charge of the underworld. Now bowing to come to Su Fan's residence was already a great honor. How could he not personally welcome him? Ba Xian Ku, do not be rude. Ksitigarbha radiated with Buddhist light, his head surrounded by a halo. Although he felt uncomfortable, he had to steel himself to come here for the sake of the Buddhist sect's grand plan. As Ksitigarbha spoke, Xian Ku quickly fell silent, bowing his head and remaining silent. Ba, little friend, Su Fan the old monk has come to pay a visit today. I hope I am not disturbing you. Ksitigarbha wore a sincere expression. Since Ling Mountain had instructed him to build a good relationship with Su Fan, he could only comply and act in accordance with the Buddhist sect's interests. After the grand plan of the Buddhist sect, if he wanted to do anything, Ling Mountain would likely not interfere. As Ksitigarbha spoke, the mausoleum palace remained unresponsive, engulfed in a chilling silence. After a moment, Ksitigarbha could not help but speak again, saying, Little friend, Su Fan the old monk has come uninvited and wishes to have a long chat with you. May I come in? Still no response. Su Fan continued to eat his fruits and snacks. Su Fan, do not be too much of a bully. Xian Ku shouted angrily. After this ordeal, his state of mind was already in turmoil, and he could no longer maintain a tranquil heart. When why do I hear an old dog barking outside the mausoleum? Is it in heat? Go quickly and drag that bald, old yellow dog from behind the mausoleum and give it a nest. With Xianku's furious shout, a lazy voice emerged from within the mausoleum. Master, our old yellow dog is male. At this point, does it matter if it's male or female? As long as the breed matches, haven't you heard that frantic barking? If it can't be controlled and crashes into our mausoleum, it will be a problem. Upon hearing this, Xianku was infuriated, nearly choking on his anger. He was about to explode with rage when Ksitigarbha said, Xianku Buddhism seeks to be free of desires. As practitioners of Buddhism, we must remain calm and not be pleased by material possessions or saddened by ourselves. Your state of mind is already seriously flawed. After today, return to Ling Mountain. Ksitigarbha said. Hearing this, Xianku was taken aback, his face filled with disbelief. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, no need to say more. Old bald donkey Ksitigarbha, what business do you have with me? At this moment inside the mausoleum, Su Fan spoke without courtesy. There was no need for politeness. He would eventually have a confrontation with someone, so there was nothing to be courteous about. Little friend Su Fan, I the old monk seek your compassion. I indeed have urgent matters to discuss. May I enter for a talk? Ksitigarbha clasped his hands together. Just say what you need to say from outside. We are all ghostly beings afraid of light. Upon hearing this, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's golden light gradually dimmed, and no more Buddhist light enveloped him, saying, Is this acceptable now? It's not acceptable. It's dark and looks disgusting. Don't scare my Yikshaji. Do you have some nuns to accompany me? Ksitigarbha's gaze twitched, nearly unable to resist slapping the mausoleum. But he took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. His ability to endure did not mean Xianku could. Having deep resentment towards Su Fan coupled with his already chaotic state of mind, he was further provoked by Ksitigarbha's expulsion from the underworld. Xianku was filled with pent-up frustration at that moment, and Su Fan's disrespect towards Ksitigarbha was outrageous. This completely ignited his fury. Aya! Xianku shouted, raising his demon-slaying staff and charging into the mausoleum. Su Fan, you bully too much. Xianku, come back. Ksitigarbha's expression changed drastically, but at that moment Xianku could not hear the persuasion. In his heart, Su Fan was merely a little ghost at the golden immortal realm. Since the Buddhist sect saw him as a variable he had completely let go and could simply eliminate him, why make it so troublesome and let Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva suffer such humiliation? All karmic consequences would fall on him alone. Even if the underworld pursued it, at most Xianku would meet his end. That would also be loyalty to the Buddhist sect. To sacrifice himself for the smooth execution of the Buddhist sect's grand plan was worth it. Ksitigarbha said, If I do not enter hell, who will enter hell? Today I shall faithfully follow Ksitigarbha's words. Even if I am entangled with karma, I will eradicate that evil ghost Su Fan. Bang! Xianku kicked open the door of Su Fan's mausoleum. Immediately, an overwhelming wave of Yin energy surged out from within the mausoleum, shaking the surroundings. Ksitigarbha felt as if the entire mausoleum had transformed into a realm of Azura's thick, ghostly energy, surging forth, morphing into a gigantic, ghostly face, menacing and terrifying. Power fluctuations emanated from within the mausoleum, startling Ksitigarbha. In a moment, that wave of energy dissipated, and the sinister aura reminiscent of the Yellow Springs Azura realm also vanished. A corporeal body flew out, crashing heavily at Ksitigarbha's feet. Ksitigarbha looked down and saw that it was Xianku's body, his eyes now hollow, having lost his primordial spirit. Following that, a figure shrouded in Yin energy slowly emerged from the mausoleum. With hair flowing like a waterfall, a tall and imposing stature, dressed in dark robes, he held a pitch-black, soul-retrieving rope that shimmered with a cold light. The soul-retrieving rope was also tethered to a primordial spirit, stepping out slowly. Upon seeing that primordial spirit, Ksitigarbha's expression changed drastically. That was unmistakably Xianku's primordial spirit. Ksitigarbha, bald donkey, you incited your disciple to harm me and attempted to assassinate me. Oh, will you admit it? Upon hearing this, Ksitigarbha's expression shifted. It's over. He felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing the situation was dire. Xianku had ruined everything. Within the mausoleum palace of Su Fan, where dark energy swirled, he donned a robe of profound black, wielding a coal-black, soul-collecting rope, leading the primordial spirit of Xianku out of the tomb. Gazing at the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, not far away, Su Fan's expression darkened. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, your Buddhist teachings are profound and advocate for the equality of all beings. Yet you lead your disciples to intrude upon private homes, intending to harm the righteous ghost messengers of the underworld, which goes against the tenets of Buddhism. Are you seeking to betray the Buddhist faith? Moreover, the underworld is under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court. As a ghost messenger, I am also considered a righteous deity of the heavenly court. We have always maintained a peaceful coexistence, so what is this? Are you declaring war against the heavenly court on behalf of Buddhism? Furthermore, my underworld laws dictate that anyone who unjustly attacks a ghost messenger shall have their soul scattered. Su Fan's voice boomed, echoing for nearly 100 miles. In an instant, many officials within the mausoleum heard him and turned their gazes. Upon seeing the figures of Ksitigarbha and Su Fan, they all wore peculiar expressions. Su Fan's authoritative stance was impressive, boldly labeling Ksitigarbha with such a grave accusation. He not only accused the Bodhisattva of betraying Buddhism, but also implicated the heavenly court. Not only that, he also invoked the underworld laws. Goodness Xian Ku's actions had offended not just the underworld, but the heavenly court as well. It was as if a war between the heavenly court and Buddhism was imminent. Moreover, he had put Ksitigarbha in a predicament of betrayal. One must admit that Su Fan's words were indeed formidable. Ksitigarbha's expression darkened, left bewildered by Su Fan's outburst. Every argument Su Fan presented was irrefutable, leaving him with no room to retort. Yet how had this rascal become so adept at building connections? What business did a mere ghost messenger have with the heavenly court? Su Fan, my young friend, it's not as you think. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva tried to keep his tone calm, speaking slowly. No matter how shameless Su Fan was, he must not show anger today. He was here to strengthen relations, prioritizing the greater scheme of Buddhism. What do you mean it's not like that? Isn't this old bald donkey one of your own? Su Fan scoffed. Not at all. Ksitigarbha sighed. To be frank with you, my young friend, he was expelled from the Buddhist order after he disrespected you last time. Before offending you today, he no longer counts as one of us. As you know, since last time when some disciples were swayed by you, I have had no capable monks left under my care. Xian Ku here is merely a temporary disciple helping me take care of some matters, not a formal disciple. Temporary worker. Su Fan grinned. Ksitigarbha truly understood how to be flexible. With just a simple phrase, he not only distanced Buddhism, but also distanced himself. You must know my formal disciples are all deeply versed in Buddhist teachings, striving to protect the purity of the world. Moreover, you, my young friend, are a friend of Buddhism. How could a formal disciple of Buddhism possibly do such a thing to you? Right? Xian Ku. Ksitigarbha turned to Xian Ku, his face full of compassion. Xian Ku's primordial spirit dimmed, his face pale, and he silently lowered his head before Ksitigarbha's compassionate gaze. Then he suddenly raised his head, looking at Ksitigarbha and nodding. Then he suddenly looked at Su Fan and said, "Indeed, I have long been expelled from the Buddhist order. The reason I remain by Ksitigarbha's side is to seek revenge on you, little ghost, one day." Su Fan, little ghost, anything you have come at me, it has nothing to do with Buddhism. Su Fan's eyes narrowed. It seemed he had underestimated Ksitigarbha. This bald donkey was undoubtedly cunning. In that case, I will no longer consider the face of Buddhism. Xian Ku trespassed into my palace, intending to ambush me. According to underworld law, his soul shall scatter. And you, Ksitigarbha, failing to manage your subordinates, allowed a temporary disciple of Buddhism to take advantage, violating underworld law, shall be fried 10 times. Upon hearing this, Ksitigarbha's expression tightened, and he said in a deep voice, "My young friend, did you not understand? He is not my Buddhist disciple. Oh, everything he does has nothing to do with Buddhism. I don't care whether he is your Buddhist disciple. Oh, anyway, with no hair like you, he is a Buddhist disciple. My young friend, I come with sincerity to befriend you. Why must you be so aggressive? Sincerity, trespassing into private homes, intending to kill me in my palace, is your sincerity?" Su Fan was enraged. "Since you are so unreasonable, let the Black and White Impermanence come here. If that doesn't work, then summon King Qin Guang as well." Ksitigarbha began. Since Su Fan was so unreasonable, he had no choice but to call for his superior. Ksitigarbha still disbelieved. Could he not subdue this little ghost? Would he not be able to subdue his? The rise of Buddhism was unstoppable. Not only the underworld, but even the heavenly court had to give Buddhism some face. If the Black and White Impermanence and King Qin Guang were here, even if Ksitigarbha had opinions about him, he would never dare to offend him to death. As Ksitigarbha spoke, he took out a communication jade slip, beginning to contact the Black and White Impermanence, saying, "Black and White Impermanence, this old monk has a misunderstanding with your subordinate Su Fan in the mausoleum of the Soul Collecting Division. Please come here." After speaking, he communicated with King Qin Guang, saying, "King Qin Guang, please come to the mausoleum of the Soul Collecting Division. This old monk has some matters to resolve with Su Fan." Once these two messages were sent in the main hall of King Qin Guang, he stood up suddenly from the peak of the hall. His expression changed slightly, and his figure flashed, disappearing within the hall. It wasn't that Ksitigarbha's message was taken so seriously, it was the name, Su Fan, that made him extremely sensitive. What was Ksitigarbha doing in Su Fan's mausoleum again? If he dared to harm Su Fan Jiang Xin would definitely go to great lengths to capture Xidagarba. Black and White Impermanence were even more frightened. For Su Fan, King Qin Guang would not hesitate to expose the Underworld's dark soldiers to bring him back to the mortal realm. Now this old Xidagarba had the audacity to trouble Su Fan. Could he not see the situation? Not long after Xidagarba's communication, King Qin Guang arrived first, closely followed by the Black and White Impermanence. Su Fan, do you see? This old monk only needs to send a message, and they arrive instantly. Do you think they would dare to treat me with disrespect as you do? Looking at you, Su Fan, you are still too young. In the three realms, it is better to resolve enmities than to create them. We had some misunderstandings before, but today I come with sincerity. I hope you can consider this after all your superior and the king of the 10 halls dare not treat me, Xidagarba, too rudely. Old bald donkey Xidagarba, you are looking for death by daring to cause trouble in my soul-collecting division. At that moment, a loud shout erupted, filled with overwhelming fury, deafening. Upon hearing this voice, Xidagarba's body trembled and his expression instantly darkened. Su Fan blinked, looking at Xidagarba with an amused expression. Xidagarba turned around to see Black Impermanence glaring at him with a dark face filled with anger. Old Hey, be respectful, Xidagarba is a high monk of Buddhism. King Qin Guang scolded. After speaking, he looked at Xidagarba and said, Xidagarba, bald donkey, what offense has my Underworld Su Fan committed against you?